Chapter 1, Transmigrated to a Parallel World with More Women Than Men. Star S, Dragon Kingdom, Sea City. Inside a dilapidated old-style residential area. Xiaofan, have you packed your luggage? Did you bring your ID card and student ID? Don't forget anything when you get on the bus. A woman in her early 40s, dressed in a plain white t-shirt and faded jeans, spoke to the man in front of her. Mom. Don't worry. I checked 3 times already, I brought everything. A man should be called a boy. He looked very young. He has an average appearance and a rather chubby face. He looks like a chubby little boy. The man's name is Li Fan, he is 170 centimeters tall and weighs 150 kgs. He is a freshman who just got admitted to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Today is the day he goes to register at school. Xiaofan, now that you're in college, you still need to study hard. Wan Yenmei looked at her son and slowly said, although there are more women than men in society now, you men have preferential treatment, convenience, and high status. But you're already over 18, and the government subsidies for you have decreased significantly. Mom still hopes you will study hard at school and improve yourself. I'll find a good job, marry a rich girl, and get a hefty dowry. At worst, Mom will just give you a few more quilts as a bride price. Do you understand? Mom, I understand. Li Fan's expression twitched slightly, and a look of speechlessness flashed in his eyes. This parallel world is truly amazing. They've turned the heavenly gang upside down. His name is Li Fan, and he is an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. Ordinary looks, ordinary build, ordinary family background. From childhood to adulthood, he was always the most inconspicuous person in the crowd. But he wasn't actually a person from this world. Instead, it comes from a city called Hongdu on Earth, China. That's right, he time traveled. In his previous life, he came from an ordinary family, had an average appearance, and was introverted and had low self-esteem. There are also some with social anxiety who are 35 years old and still unmarried. Born in a rural area, he had mediocre grades in high school and barely managed to get into a second-tier university. But after graduating from university, I really couldn't find a job. They had no choice but to plunge headlong into the food delivery market. This sending has continued for more than 10 years. Fortunately, he worked diligently and saved up 500,000 yuan over more than 10 years. That day, he was carrying more than 500,000 yuan, preparing to go to Qindahuafu to buy a house. When you reach the intersection, he instinctively ran a red light. But just when he wasn't paying attention, at the corner, a bright red Dayun truck sped towards us. They sent him straight to heaven. They've hit the jackpot. When he opened his eyes again. And so I arrived in this parallel world. Coincidentally. In this life, his name is also Li Fan. Although his appearance and physique are different from his previous life. Yet it remains unremarkable, the kind of thing you wouldn't recognize at first glance if you put it in a crowd. At the beginning of his transmigration, Li Fan was somewhat bewildered. However, with his strong mental fortitude, he quickly accepted the situation. After learning the basic facts about this parallel world, Li Fan's lips even unconsciously curled up into a smile. This is a world where there are more women than men. The male-to-female ratio is 1:10. Men have a much higher status than women. Even if a man can't be described as a giant panda, he's definitely close. In the Dragon Kingdom, men receive subsidies from the state as soon as they are born. The subsidy will continue until the age of 18. Moreover, men enjoy preferential treatment and convenience in society. In fact, there is even a men's federation in this country. The organization was founded with the aim of reasonably protecting men's rights and preventing them from being persecuted by women. Certainly. Li Fan also learned about this. The women in this world are somewhat different from the women on my previous life's planet, Earth. They are no longer generally shorter than men. Their strength is basically on par with that of men. Some are even stronger than men. In addition, there is a gender imbalance. This has led to the fact that the majority of the national conscription is for female soldiers. As for the relationship between men and women, it is also very different from that in the previous life. In the Dragon Kingdom, the state still supports the monogamous system. When a man and woman get married, the woman is responsible for providing a generous dowry, while the man's bride price is just a token amount. If anyone is willing, we can provide a car and money. The state will not force those who are unwilling. The current trend is that the bride price for men is several quilts. This is why Li Fan's mother said what she did earlier. Because there are more women than men. In order to increase the birth rate and accelerate population growth, the Chinese government has also added an extra policy. As long as the man consents, he can apply to the authorities for polygamy. The man's first wife had no choice but to accept this. After Li Fan learned the basic information about these worlds, to be honest, I was completely taken aback. This world is practically a paradise for men. He was initially upset because he had transmigrated and was still just an ordinary loser. But after figuring out the status of men in this world, my worries vanished instantly. In my previous life, he was 35 years old and still unmarried. I should be able to find a wife in this lifetime. If possible, I'd like to try out polygamy. Mom, I'm leaving now. Li Fan, carrying a backpack and luggage, stood at the door and called out to the house. Do you want Mom to take you? A sound came from inside the house. No need, I'm leaving now. I'll come back during the National Day holiday. Li Fan called out again, then picked up his suitcase and slowly walked down the stairs. Li Fan's old neighborhood is located in the northeast of Haicheng. Haicheng University of Finance and Economics is located in the southern part of Haicheng. The distance between the two is more than 10 kilometers. If you take a taxi, it will probably cost 50 or 60 yuan. To save money, Li Fan chose to take the bus. He had no father. His mother raised him from a young age. Despite receiving various government subsidies, she still finds it difficult to earn money. Therefore, he usually tries to save money whenever possible. This time, going to school cost 6,000 yuan in addition to tuition. He only asked Wang Yanmei for 1,000 yuan for living expenses. Although it's a bit little, he's a boy, and given the generous social welfare system for men, it should be enough for him if he saves a little. Li Fan waited at the bus stop for a while. A bus arrived shortly afterward. There were 7 or 8 pedestrians at the platform. Most of them were older women. Li Fan was the only man among them. Although Li Fan has an ordinary appearance and is somewhat overweight, but he still noticed that several women in their 40s were staring at him. She sensed the naked lust in his gaze. Li Fan's body trembled, feeling as if he were being pricked by thorns. This is fucking awful. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Fortunately, the bus arrived at the station in time. Upon seeing this, a group of women immediately rushed towards the car door. Everyone was scrambling to be the first to get on the bus. Li Fan frowned as he watched the scene, then silently stood aside, waiting for them to go up first. After a group of people went up, Li Fan got into the car. The driver was a young woman in her 30s. He was broad-shouldered and burly, with a powerful and imposing presence. It has a bit of a muscle Barbie vibe to it. Seeing Li Fan get into the car, she smiled and nodded at him. Li Fan politely returned the smile. Then, carrying my luggage, I walked to the last row of the bus amidst the slightly strange looks from several middle-aged women. I'll sit in the last row. Look where your dog eyes are looking. Li Fan thought to himself. After everyone was seated, the driver slowly started the car. Chapter 2: Heroic Acts. This distance is nearly 10 kilometers. There are too many stations along the way. Therefore, the bus travels slowly, stopping and starting frequently. Fortunately, it's only 9 a.m., so Li Fan isn't in a hurry. So he simply sat down, took out his phone, and started watching short videos. I just opened the short video app. What came into view was a heavily made up, flamboyantly dressed, seductive man performing a pole dance. She wore a thin black gauze top and tight leather pants. That pose was absolutely outrageous. Li Fan glanced at it and immediately swiped away. He felt as if his eyes had been struck. However, this has become the norm in this parallel world. In an environment where there are far more girls than boys, many men deliberately wear heavy makeup, engage in suggestive content, and perform provocative dances on short videos to rake in money. Even so, many women still pay for it. People flock to follow them, give them likes, and send them gifts. Some wealthy women even directly message these male live streamers online, offering their prices and engaging in dirty deals. Although Li Fan couldn't understand these men, he didn't have any other thoughts about them. After all, this is the inherent norm and rule of their parallel world. He may disagree, but he must respect it. Today's news: the National Men's Association points out that recently, some middle-aged single women have been openly harassing men in public places such as buses and subway stations. The Men's Association reminds all men to always carry pepper spray. If you encounter a female pervert who tries to force herself on a man, please report it to the police immediately. After reading this news, Li Fan subconsciously looked up and glanced at the several middle-aged women in front of him. Holy crap! These middle-aged women are really dangerous. He knows his own looks and physique. Even a chubby guy like him could attract their attention. These people are absolutely starving. This is outrageous. Sizzle. Just then, the bus arrived at the station and stopped. Immediately afterwards, a short, handsome, and thin man climbed onto the bus. The man looked very cautious. He was wearing a baseball cap and a black face mask. As he walked, a wary look appeared in his eyes. Then I saw this man appear before me. A bright and intense light flashed in the eyes of several middle-aged women. They unconsciously licked their lips. One person even swallowed hard. Because it's relatively quiet on the bus. The sound of swallowing saliva seemed extremely abrupt. The handsome man noticed the middle-aged woman instantly. His brow furrowed, and a flash of hatred and disgust crossed his eyes. Look, what are you looking at? The young boy stared coldly at the group of middle-aged women, saying mercilessly, "You lowly women are disgusting. Turn your head away right now, or I'll get rough with you." The little boy stood with his hands on his hips, his tight leather pants accentuating the exceptionally rounded curves of his hips and legs. The older women were stunned by what they saw. One of the older women finally couldn't help but stand up from her seat. She walked slowly towards the handsome young man. "I'd like to see just how impolite you are." Upon seeing this, the little boy panicked. His lips trembled slightly as he pointed a finger at the middle-aged woman and said, "You. I'm warning you, stay away from me. If you dare come within a foot of me, I'll call the police immediately." "Call the police? Ha ha ha." The woman burst into laughter. "Go ahead and call it. Let's see if the police are faster, or I am." A group of middle-aged women stood around, arms crossed, watching the scene with great interest. Some even trembled slightly, seemingly itching to make a move. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Fan's expression tightened, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. This is in broad daylight. Are women in this world really this arrogant? He instinctively dialed the police. Looking at the small, trembling figure in the middle of the bus, he thought to himself, "Brother, it's not that I'm not brave enough to do something, it's just that I'm too scared to go. That's all I can do for you." Li Fan was truly terrified by these crazy middle-aged women. If he remembers correctly, such acts of public indecent assault against men carry a minimum sentence of 3 years. But the other party was so brazen. They clearly don't respect the law. Faced with this arrogant outlaw Zhang San, he could only hide behind and watch. Fortunately, his current appearance is not enough to tempt these people to take the risk. At this time, the older woman had already grabbed the handsome young man and was reaching out to unbutton his clothes. The boy struggled, resisted, refused, and despaired in the old woman's arms. Smack! The woman slapped the boy hard across the face. He was slapped to the ground, and half of his face swelled up slightly. "Damn it, let me tell you, you can scream your lungs out today and it won't do you any good." The middle-aged woman smirked and said viciously, "It's only 3 years, right? For a delectable young man like you, I'm already prepared to work on a sewing machine. Today, you're not going to escape my grasp no matter what. Help!" The handsome young man backed away while reaching into his pocket for his phone, intending to dial the police. He shouted at the top of his lungs, but the group of people on the bus were all the older women's own people. No one paid any attention to him. Even the bus driver just smiled and didn't react at all. There have been far too many of these kinds of things lately. She couldn't be bothered to care anymore. Moreover, there is a surveillance camera in her car that can record video. Watching the video in bed at night is a wonderful way to savor it. The man's phone was slapped to the ground by the older woman. Immediately afterwards, she transformed into a hungry wolf and sat down on it. Ah! The boy's high-pitched screams echoed inside the bus. I heard that sound. Li Fan's body trembled. He quickly bent down and hid his head under the chair. He was afraid that the remaining older women would turn their attention to him. Although he is confident about his ordinary looks and physique. But he didn't dare to gamble. What if there's an older woman who likes his taste? 10 minutes later. The bus stopped on the side of the road. Several female police officers in blue-black uniforms boarded the bus. Looking at the disheveled, dazed little boy lying on the ground, and the several middle-aged women around him with lewd smiles on their faces, the policewomen's faces immediately turned extremely ugly. Don't move. Don't move. Raise your hands and place them behind your back. The policewomen spoke coldly and stared at the middle-aged women with hostile eyes. The women obediently raised their hands and squatted down on the ground. Who called the police just now? The female police officer in the lead suddenly questioned loudly. It's me. Li Fan stood up from his seat, raised his hands, and said weakly. Upon seeing that the person who called the police was a man, a glint of approval flashed in the eyes of the tall policewoman. She walked up to Li Fan, smiling at him, and said, "Sir, thank you for reporting this to the police. It allowed us to catch these criminals in time. Your actions have reached the level of acts of bravery and righteousness, and the Bureau should give you a bonus for this." Bonus? Li Fan's eyes lit up. How much? Maybe 5,000 yuan. The policewoman thought for a moment before speaking. The elderly woman who committed the crime, who was squatting on the ground, overheard their conversation. They also learned that it was Li Fan who called the police. He instantly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Li Fan with the fierce gaze of a wolf. It seems she wants to memorize his appearance so she can get revenge on him when she gets out. Seeing this, the policewoman kicked the woman hard in the back and warned her sternly, "Keep your head down. Who the hell told you to look up?" After the older woman lowered her head again, the policewoman turned her gaze to Li Fan. "Sir, would you please come with us to the police station to make a statement and fill out some relevant information? I'll contact you as soon as the bonus is available." Okay, policewoman, I will definitely cooperate with you." Li Fan smiled and nodded, his heart filled with joy. 5,000? This is a large sum of money for him right now. Giggle. The policewoman chuckled, her heart fluttering with delight at being called sister by Li Fan. She glanced at Li Fan. Although the other person's figure and appearance did not meet her standards. But this kid is pretty good at talking. "My name is Han Yaki, what's your name?" The policewoman reached out her hand and looked at Li Fan. Policewoman Han Yaki. "My name is Li Fan, and I am a freshman at Haicheng University of Finance and Economics." Li Fan reached out and shook hands with Han Yaki, smiling as he spoke. Haicheng University of Finance and Economics. 985 University. Not bad. Han Yaki gave a compliment. Then I noticed Li Fan's backpack and the suitcase next to him. He then asked, "So, you're planning to register at school now?" "Yes, today is September 5th, and it's the start of our school year." "Alright, let's hurry back to the police station to give our statements. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can report for duty." After the policewoman finished speaking, she turned and walked out. Seeing this, Li Fan quickly picked up his luggage and followed her. Chapter 3: Zhou Shuer, the perfect male god system. 1 hour later. Li Fan arrived at Haicheng University of Finance and Economics in a police car. After giving my statement and filling out the relevant information at the police station, the female director of the police station personally escorted him to the entrance of the police station. He then instructed a police officer to take him to school. Li Fan had never enjoyed such good treatment in either his previous life or this one. They rode swiftly and triumphantly along the way. As he got out of the police car, he waved goodbye to the officers. Then, pulling her suitcase, she walked into the school with a smile. Haicheng University of Finance and Economics truly deserves its reputation as a top-tier 985 university in China. It has a large area, a beautiful environment, and fresh air. The school has a strong humanistic atmosphere. The towering teaching buildings have a grand and solemn appearance, giving them a very literary feel. Walking on the central avenue within the school, looking at the bustling students around him, a faint sense of nostalgia rose in Li Fan's eyes. He suddenly remembered his college days in his previous life. At that time, he had just broken free from the constraints of 3 years of high school. At university, I completely let loose and embraced my true self. He's either playing games or on his way to play games. This also resulted in him being mediocre throughout his university years and learning nothing. Graduation equals unemployment. In the end, I had no choice but to become a food delivery driver. In this life, I transmigrated to a world where there are more women than men. He attended a top-tier 985 university. He decided to change his way of life. Games and stuff can take a back seat. Picking up girls and making money, isn't that great? Li Fan quickly arrived at the school square. The square was now filled with beautiful young female college students. Many scantily clad, shapely girls stood on the steps, searching and calling out. Junior students, do you need any help? Junior students, your senior sister sees that you've come from afar and must be tired, so I'd like to help you with your luggage and take you to your dorms for free. All you need to do is give your WeChat ID to your senior. Hey junior, want to get a campus card? Come to me, I'll give you a huge discount. Li Fan noticed that most of the freshmen around him were girls, and there were only about 10 boys, including himself. He glanced at the boys. I noticed that their clothes and appearance were all very sophisticated. With heavy makeup and trendy designer clothes, they all looked glamorous and flamboyant. He, on the other hand, was slightly overweight, only 170 centimeters tall, and had an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in the most ordinary white t-shirt and loose shorts. Compared to these boys, he instantly became the ugly duckling. As expected. Those beautiful, energetic female students, with their long, white legs, walked towards the handsome boys with smiles on their faces. Not a single female student gave him a second glance. Junior, which department are you in? Do you need any help? Just as Li Fan was standing there in a daze, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang in his ears. He turned his head instinctively. The next second, a tall and graceful figure instantly came into his view. Standing in front of him was a girl with delicate features and fair skin. She is about 175 centimeters tall, a bit taller than him. She was wearing a white floral print dress. The skirt reaches about knee length. A pair of smooth and delicate calves were revealed. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers. She looks both pure and beautiful, like a noble little white flower. Hello? Senior sister. Upon suddenly seeing such a beautiful girl in front of him, Li Fan's face instantly turned red, and he stammered as he spoke. In his past life, he was introverted, had low self-esteem, and was socially anxious. When I see a sophisticated woman, I subconsciously get nervous and can't even speak properly. In this life, he had just transmigrated to this world. Although there are more women than men, the situation has reversed. However, such a personality trait, formed over decades, is not so easy to change overnight. Hello, my name is Joe Schwer, and I am a sophomore in the School of Economics. Joe Schwer smiled at Li Fan and introduced herself with generosity and confidence. Joe Schwer, AI-generated image, not a real person. Senior. Hello, my name is Li Fan, and I'm a freshman in the School of Finance. Li Fan took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and slowly spoke. Li Fan? Joe Schwer looked Li Fan up and down. I thought to myself, the name and appearance do match quite well, they're rather ordinary. Although men have a high status now, girls still don't pay much attention to men with extremely ordinary looks. She only came to help him because she saw him standing there alone. Come with me, I'll take you to register. Joe Schwer smiled faintly and led the way. Okay, then I'll trouble you, senior. Li Fan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly picked up his luggage and followed Joe Schwer. On the way, I passed by several male freshmen. Li Fan noticed this. The beautiful and charming female senior students surrounded them, smiling and showering them with attention. Basically, each boy has at least 4 girls around him. They were all pretty girls with hot figures. Some of them were wearing tank tops and denim shorts. Some were wearing black stockings, bodycon skirts, and stiletto heels. In short, they all looked sexy and alluring, which is Li Fan's type. But none of these female senior students gave him a second glance. Even if they did, they would glance at him and immediately look away. Looking at how those boys were treated, and then at how I was treated. Li Fan clenched his fists unconsciously, a sudden surge of resentment rising in his heart. I've transmigrated, and to a world where there are more women than men. Why am I still a loser? Why can't those women surround him? Hold. Bite. Just then, a cold, mechanical electronic voice suddenly rang in his ears. Detecting a strong sense of dissatisfaction with fate in the host's heart, yet feeling helpless against it, the perfect male god system is online to serve you. This system aims to mold the host into a perfect male god, loved by all and admired by all. The qualities of a perfect male god are manifested in many aspects, including appearance, temperament, economic status, social standing, speech, manners, confidence, and more. As long as the host completes the tasks assigned by the system on time, they will receive rewards provided by the system. Rewards include, but are not limited to, money, housing, luxury cars, luxury watches, company shares, medicine, skills, etc. In addition, the system will award attribute points for each completed task. These attribute points can be added to any of the host's attributes. Note, attribute point bonuses should not be too outrageous, they must at least be compatible with the current rules of the game. What? The system? I heard the mechanical and electronic voices constantly echoing in my mind. Li Fan's pupils gradually widened, his eyes filled with shock. As a seasoned reader who spent over 10,000 hours reading on the Tomato app in my previous life, he naturally understood what the system represented. A chosen one, a must-have for any protagonist. In other words, in this life, he came to this parallel world. The chosen one. Ha ha ha. Li Fan laughed inwardly, his expression filled with excitement and exhilaration. A parallel world with more women than men plus a chosen one system. If I can't live a decent life, I'll just jump off a rooftop. Chapter 4 Main Quest, Strengthen Your Body. Host, Li Fan. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 150 Gene 75 caddies. Strengths, 10. Physical fitness, 35 out of 100, average score 50. Durability, 1/5/15 for average people, no upper limit. The host is physically weak, has an ordinary appearance, is obese, lacks charisma, and has other male characteristics below average, truly a loser among losers. A healthy body is the foundation of a male god. To become the perfect male god, you must first have a healthy body. Main quest, strengthen your body. Build physical fitness, run 5 kilometers for 3 consecutive days. Mission reward, 1 constitution enhancement potion, 5,000 gold. Current check in progress, 03. Li Fan was taken aback when he saw the light blue LED screen that appeared in front of him. However, they quickly realized what was happening. So this is his personal data panel. He examined it carefully, and his face instantly turned ashamed and indignant. His personal statistics are really terrible. Surprisingly, none of them met the average requirements for men. It's only 10. How can he accept this? And what does durability 1 mean? Looking down on people? He was a novice in both his previous lives, so how can you judge him to be a 1? Is your system scientific? Li Fan was so angry that he cursed inwardly. But after he finished cursing, he had no choice but to accept the status quo. The system should not be malfunctioning. He's just ashamed to face reality and is deceiving himself. I'm really terrible right now. Thankfully, there's a system. He can gradually change, improve, and get better. Brother system, doesn't our system offer any newbie rewards? Li Fan suddenly asked himself. If he remembered correctly, it followed the system's script on the Tomato app from his previous life. Basically, every main character will receive a newbie gift pack after obtaining the system. They are usually very plentiful. Luxury supercars, millions in cash, and iron kidneys, etc. But the system didn't mention any newbie gift pack, so he had to ask. Sorry, host, this system aims to help you grow into a perfect male god, and will not give you too many benefits in the early stages. If the host really wants it, then I'll give you 2 attribute points. The system had just finished speaking. Li Fan soon noticed that a new column had appeared in his data panel. Attribute points, 2. 2 attribute points. With a thought, Li Fan subconsciously added 2 attribute points to his strengths. Everything else is tolerable for now, but I really can't stand this advantage number 10. This is also a symbol of his masculinity. It must be arranged first. Soon, the length of the row on the data bar changed. Strengths, 12. Call. Seeing this, Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's almost at the average level. It's barely acceptable. Although the system didn't offer a newbie gift pack, he didn't complain. He was already very satisfied that the system had chosen him as its host. Next, all I need to do is complete the system tasks well and improve myself. He believed that one day, he too would have these vibrant and energetic female students eagerly coming to him. Then, Just thinking about that scene made Li Fan's lips curl into a wide smile. Junior Li Fan? Senior student Zhou Shuer's clear voice interrupted Li Fan's reverie. He quickly came to his senses. Only then did he realize that he had followed Joe Schwer to the door of a classroom. "Junior, this is the registration area for your School of Finance." Joe Schwer pointed to the classroom. "Go in and register yourself. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now." "Okay, thank you, senior." Li Fan smiled and nodded at Joe Schwer. "Fine." Joe Schwer waved her hand and turned to walk out. But she had only taken a few steps when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. "Senior, wait a minute." Li Fan put down his luggage, jogged over to Joe Schwer, and smiled at her. "Senior, could we add each other on WeChat? I'll treat you to a meal sometime to thank you for your help." "It was nothing, Junior, you didn't need to go to such lengths." Joe Schwer smiled slightly. Looking at Li Fan's round face and unremarkable features, she politely waved her hand and declined, saying, "Junior, I don't usually add strangers on WeChat. So, I'm sorry." He. It's okay, I understand." Li Fan smiled and nodded. "Then you can go ahead and get back to work, senior. I won't bother you any longer." Joe Schwer nodded and walked away. Li Fan turned and walked back to the classroom, but he felt very uncomfortable. This is a world where the male-to-female ratio is 1:10. Many men are surrounded by women who fawn over them and pamper them like national treasures. Even though he's a man, he gets rejected when he tries to add his senior on WeChat. It seems that this world has extremely high standards for a man's appearance and demeanor. Fortunately, I have a male god system. Li Fan suddenly felt a sense of anticipation as he gradually became better and more outstanding. When I stood gracefully in front of Joe Schwer, will she, like those female senior students in the square, rush to him? She said she regretted it, that she was wrong. The tuition fee was only 2,000 yuan. This was completely unexpected by Li Fan. The normal tuition fee for women is 10,000. And the number of boys is only 1/5 that of girls. The extent of the state's compensation and the preferential treatment given to men are evident. After asking a passerby for directions to the male dormitory, Li Fan pulled his suitcase alone and walked towards the men's dormitory. He has already learned about this. The environment in the male dormitory is very good. A clean, bright, and luxurious dormitory building. 2 boys share a room, and the dormitory is fully furnished with all kinds of furniture. Water and electricity are completely free, compared to the 6-person dorm rooms in the previous university. Li Fan could only sigh. This isn't university, it's clearly a place to enjoy life. Soon, Li Fan arrived at the boys' dormitory building located on the edge of the South District. His room is 208. After verifying the information with the dormitory supervisor at the main gate, Li Fan arrived at the entrance of dormitory 208, pulling his suitcase. Used the key to open the dormitory door. The luxurious scene inside the room immediately took Li Fan by surprise. He had assumed that this dormitory would be like his university dormitory in his previous life, a small room of about 10 square meters. But reality slapped him in the face. The spacious living room features a high-end, soft leather sofa and a tea set made of purple clay on the coffee table. A large, exquisitely crafted porcelain vase stood in the corner. The clean and bright kitchen exudes a sense of purity. Many exquisite glasses were displayed on the central island table. The building area looks to be more than 100 square meters. Moreover, the refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine, all these pieces of furniture exude a high-end feel. This indicates that they are quite valuable. This isn't a dormitory, it's a 5-star hotel. Hiss. Li Fan gasped, gaining a deeper understanding of the status of men. Men, in this world, are truly treated like national treasures. Li Fan estimated that his face and obese body were the reasons for this. Even though pretty girls don't like me. But those women with average looks, and older single women, would probably fight tooth and nail for them. He's at least a usable man. In this world, being able to use something is already a good thing. Many women remain single and unattractive their entire lives. I can't afford the dowry, and I can't afford the mortgage. He could only helplessly grow old alone. However, Li Fan changed his mind again. I've traveled through time, so if I really end up like this, I'd have to stoop to the level of an ordinary woman and compromise myself. He might as well be dead. Chapter 5, Li Fan's worldview is somewhat shattered. The dormitory has a layout of 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 3 bathrooms. 2 extra-large luxury bedrooms are provided for male students. Each bedroom has a private bathroom, toilet, and balcony. There is also a public restroom next to the living room. 2 people, 3 restrooms. That's the epitome of extravagance. Li Fan pushed open the door to the room on the left and slowly walked in. The room was spacious and bright. The walls are a warm off-white, the marble floor is slightly blackened, and the crystal chandelier is exquisite and dazzling. Everything was exquisitely luxurious yet perfectly harmonious. Nice. Living in a place like this is so great. Li Fan couldn't help but smile. The frustration I felt after being rejected by my senior, Joe Schwer, vanished instantly. It's better to say something than to say it. With more women than men, he still enjoyed the benefits of being a man. I put the backpack on the bed and then laid the suitcase down. Li Fan began tidying up the room. Half an hour later. The entire room was labeled with his name, Li Fan. Half-used toothpaste, a discounted toothbrush from the supermarket that I brought from home, and a slightly wrinkled towel. They all lay one by one on the exquisite porcelain table next to the sink. His sheets, blankets, and pillows were also laid on the soft, white Simmons mattress. Inside the wardrobe were several sets of clothes that Li Fan always carried with him. It is currently late summer and early autumn. The weather remains unbearably hot. Half an hour of tidying up the room left Li Fan slightly sweaty. He walked out of the room. I sat down in front of the soft leather sofa in the living room, looking at the mesh-like central air conditioning vents on the ceiling. After scanning the surroundings, he quickly found the air conditioner remote control. Turn on the air conditioner and set the temperature to 24. Too low a temperature can easily cause a cold, while too high a temperature won't cool you down. Li Fan closed his eyes contentedly, spread his arms, and leaned back. The obese body was bounced off the bouncy sofa before landing on it. Holy crap, this is what real college life is all about. Li Fan sighed, opened his eyes, took out his phone from his pocket, and called his mother to let her know he was safe. The mother's reply was as heartwarming as ever. Xiao Fan, study hard, take care of yourself, don't worry about mom, mom is waiting for you to come back. Looking at the message, I could feel the overflowing maternal love between the lines. Li Fan felt a slight touch of emotion and couldn't help but think of his mother from his previous life. Parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. If there is only one kind of love in the world that is most selfless, it must be motherly love. Coming to his senses, Li Fan got up from the sofa, preparing to go back to his room for a good shower. Just then, a crisp sound of a lock being opened came from the door. Click. The next second, a short, thin figure suddenly pushed open the door and walked in with an arrogant expression. This is a boy with delicate features and a somewhat feminine demeanor. He is about 165 centimeters tall. She wore a black mesh top and light pink leather capri pants. Her face was completely white, and she wore heavy makeup. She looks exceptionally alluring. He looks a bit like those effeminate young men in TV dramas from my past life. Xia Shouwen, the sassy roommate, AI image. Where did this quacking sound come from? The thought flashed through Li Fan's mind instantly. Come on, help me bring my luggage in. The boy put his hands on his hips and gave an imperious order to the person outside the door. When he turned his head, he noticed Li Fan on the sofa. He was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. He glanced briefly at Li Fan's appearance and clothing, and couldn't help but let a mocking smile appear on his lips. As soon as the boy finished speaking, 2 girls walked in through the door. The woman in front had pretty features, wore a pink JK skirt suit, white socks, and pink leather shoes. She looks youthful, lively, cute, and charming. AI images should not be taken seriously. The other was wearing a black bodycon dress, showing off her curvaceous and sexy figure. She was wearing a pair of high heels. Her temperament leans towards a mature, sophisticated style. Strict review process comic images used instead. It is worth mentioning. Both of them were carrying luggage. One was carrying a suitcase, and the other was carrying a large backpack. Both of their pretty faces were covered in sweat. All right, Junior, I'll leave your luggage here. After putting down her luggage, the JK girl looked up at the dashing boy and asked in a slightly ingratiating tone, then, Junior, can I have your WeChat? And mine too. The woman in the bodycon skirt placed her large backpack on the sofa next to Li Fan. She glanced casually at Li Fan, then looked away at the flamboyant boy. I've completed my task too, shouldn't you give me your WeChat now, Junior? He. The charismatic man chuckled lightly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You women are really shameless, all you do is fawn over us men, asking for our WeChat messages and phone numbers. What, you can't live without us men? Seeing the scene before him, Li Fan's lips twitched slightly. Both of these women are exceptionally beautiful. In her previous life, she would have been considered a class beauty. She had at least a reinforced company of suitors behind her. But in this parallel world, there are only two sycophants of this sissy. He offered to help, just to add her on WeChat. It really shattered his worldview. He. It turns out that women in this world are so depraved. Li Fan's mindset has quietly begun to change. Junior, you can't say that about us. It's just that there are too many applicants and not enough opportunities in this society. The JK girl said sweetly, if we don't fight for a guy as good as you, someone else will definitely snatch you up. For our future sexual happiness, and for our child to have good genes, I'm willing to give you everything, as long as you agree to give me a chance. Junior, just ignore her. The mature woman in the bodycon skirt glared at the JK girl, then turned to the alluring man. My measurements are 90, 60, 95. My sister studies those adult film techniques in the dorm every day. I can do everything: splits, handstands, horseback riding. If you agree to be with me, I will definitely serve you well in the future and make sure you enjoy boundless bliss. TSK, TSK, TSK. The glamorous man clicked his tongue twice, then turned to look at the two women, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. It's not impossible for you to be with me. As long as you can give me at least 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses, and I have to be available whenever you call. You must listen to me when you're together. You must do what I tell you to do. In that case, I'll reluctantly consider taking both of you under my command. Li Fan, sitting on the sofa, completely lost his ability to think after hearing the conversation between the three people. Is this the essence of this parallel world? This man is 165 centimeters tall, dresses effeminately, and his appearance can only be described as delicate, not very handsome. At least in Li Fan's opinion, he was only average. Yet, he still managed to make two high-scoring beauties willingly become his lapdogs. This is insane. A sudden, intense desire arose in Li Fan's heart. He wanted to become handsome and better, and he also wanted to experience what it's like to own a dog. Bite. The host's appearance and demeanor are too ordinary. A perfect male god must have a good external image. Main quest: transform yourself. Task objective: raise the host's image rating to 60 points within 1 week. Image score is determined by a combination of appearance, skin, figure, and temperament. Host's current image rating, 2560. Mission reward: 1 beauty pill can improve the host's appearance, 10,000 coins. It's just like a pillow being delivered when I'm sleepy. System, you really understand me. Hearing the cold electronic voice coming from his mind, Li Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. A new main quest has been released. How to improve oneself and enhance one's image rating. The reward is a beauty pill that can enhance one's appearance? Call. Li Fan took a deep breath, feeling a surge of excitement. But he quickly calmed down. Let's finish the first task first. Being too ambitious is not a good idea. Chapter 6 Versailles. The alluring man finished speaking. The two beautiful senior students exchanged a glance, both looking troubled. Junior, isn't 10,000 yuan a month too high? The JK girl said with a pained expression. Senior gets 6,000 yen a month in allowance, how about 5,000 yen? I only have 8,000, not enough for 10,000. The mature woman in the bodycon skirt looked at the voluptuous young man with a disgruntled expression. Junior, is 7,000 okay? I need to leave 1,000 for food. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the flamboyant man burst into laughter, and he didn't stop until quite a while later. He raised his head, a cold smile playing on his lips, and looked at the two of them. No money? What's the point of dating if you don't have money? If you're broke, just be a single loser. Get out. Get out. Get out. He waved casually at the two of them, saying, You can get lost now, I have things to do. The two senior students showed a hint of reluctance on their faces. But in the end, he had no choice but to turn around and leave the dormitory. After the two left, Li Fan stood up and walked up to the alluring man. She smiled and extended her hand to him. Hello, I'm Li Fan, nice to meet you. The man looked up at Li Fan, though he was somewhat unwilling. But thinking about having to share a dorm room with him for the next 4 years, she still reached out her slender, fair hand. Hello, my name is Xie Xiuwen. Old Xia, you're awesome. Li Fan gave him a thumbs up. You just arrived at school and you've already got 2 senior girls acting like your simp, that's amazing. Heh, what's so special about this? Listening to Li Fan's flattery, Xie Xiuwen said with great pride, "When I was in high school, half the girls in my class, as well as our homeroom teacher and the dean of students, were interested in me. Especially that mature head of the teaching department. She even offered to keep me as her sugar daddy, giving me 100,000 yuan a month." Ah? Do you agree? Upon hearing this, Li Fan's eyes widened, and he subconsciously asked. Of course not. Xie Xiuwen reached out and touched his smooth face, feeling sorry for himself, and said, "We boys should take good care of ourselves. My father told me from a young age that boys should value their chastity more than their lives. All relationships not aimed at marriage are just playing around. That's why I won't give myself away easily. I want to save my first time for my future partner." Realizing he had almost let something slip, Xie Xiuwen quickly tried to cover it up. "But you just clearly said." Li Fan gave Xie Xiuwen a strange look. "Oh, that's it." Xie Xiuwen glanced at Li Fan and explained, 10,000 a month is just the minimum requirement for me to be a simp. If I paid them, I'd upgrade them from simps to backup options, and that would be the end of it." They want to be with me? They want to have sex with me? That's just wishful thinking. Xie Xiuwen smiled dismissively. "I've seen far too many women like this. Their brains are like they've been kicked by a donkey, all they think about is sex. They're just a bunch of animals dominated by their lower bodies. That's absolutely disgusting." Forehead. Li Fan's expression twitched slightly. "I wish I could slap this sissy from Versailles to death. Those female seniors are beautiful and have great figures. If you don't want them, give them to me. 2 lifetimes have passed, and I'm still a virgin. And yet you're saying these things to me here. Damn it." Cough, cough. Coming to his senses, Li Fan cleared his throat and tentatively asked, "Hey, Lao Xia, you don't like these women, but I quite like them. How about you introduce them to me next time?" "You?" Xie Xiuwen scrutinized Li Fan from head to toe, then said with a strange expression, "With your looks and figure, I'm not sure if they'd like you." "It doesn't matter." Li Fan smiled and said, "If you come across any girls like this in the future, just introduce them to me. As for whether they'll like me or not, that's none of your business." "Good." Xie Xiuwen patted Li Fan on the shoulder in a mock manner. "We'll be roommates for the next 4 years. If I don't help you, who will?" "Thanks, Lao Xia, I'll treat you to lunch." Li Fan's smile was very sincere. Although a system already exists. But having another way out isn't necessarily a bad thing. Speaking of which, he was really drooling over those 2 female students from earlier. I wonder if he'll have another chance after being rejected by Lao Xie. For him, who is currently quite ordinary. He accepts any woman who is beautiful and has a good figure, without any prejudice. After all, a virgin in 2 lifetimes, what more could he ask for? As long as she's beautiful, that's all that matters. Okay. I'll go back to my room and get ready. See you at the door in a bit." As Xie Xiuwen spoke, he picked up his luggage and walked towards the room on the right. 12 noon. Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen went to the student cafeteria in the South District together. I just walked into the cafeteria. The 2 of them became the focus of attention for the girls around them. To be precise, it was Xie Xiuwen. This sassy guy even changed his clothes before coming to the cafeteria for lunch. She wore a tight-fitting white top and a light pink chiffon coat over it. She wore a pair of silk capri pants. It's incredibly provocative. Li Fan was stunned when he saw him come out of the room. This outfit is just too amazing. She's practically on par with that certain celebrity surnamed Xiang from Hong Kong in my past life. The 2 slowly walked towards the food-serving window. Throughout the journey, Xie Xiuwen held his head high, his nostrils pointing to the sky. He had an expression that said, "Everyone here is trash." But the girls around them got even more excited when they saw this. "Wow, that guy is so handsome, and his clothes are so stylish, I love him. Damn it, I'm going to make him sit on me." "Ha? You? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror." Listening to the faint whispers around me. A look of disgust appeared on Xie Xiuwen's face. He glanced at Li Fan beside him and sneered, boldly, "Look at these women down there, they can only secretly fantasize about me from the sidelines, aren't they like clowns?" He. Li Fan gave a perfunctory laugh and didn't say anything. A well-fed man doesn't know the hunger of a starving man. This guy is just talking nonsense without understanding the situation. Li Fan turned his head and looked around. I noticed several beautiful women. Unfortunately, their attention wasn't on him. Well. He sighed inwardly, his desire to complete the system task and obtain the reward growing stronger. He made his decision. After we finish eating, we'll go to the track and run 5 kilometers. I'll finish today's first day of check-ins. Arriving at the food serving window. What comes into view are dozens of plates of various dishes. Steak, stir-fried lamb, steamed sea bass, lettuce drizzled with oil, braised crab with scallions. The color, aroma, and presentation of each dish are exquisite. It looks very appetizing. Li Fan casually selected a few main dishes, then turned to Xie Xiuwen beside him and said generously, "Old Xie, choose whatever you want, don't be shy, eat whatever you want. I still need to lose weight. Anything is fine." Xie Xiuwen took a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a plate of stir-fried greens with oil and placed them in front of Li Fan. "These two will do." "Ah." Li Fan was taken aback and subconsciously glanced at the other person's figure. Suddenly I understood why he was so short and thin. It would be a miracle if you could grow taller or gain weight from eating such a small amount. "Old Xie, do you want some more? This little bit isn't enough." Li Fan pointed to his plate and said, "Look at me, so much food. Why don't you take one away?" "No, stop arguing. Let's pay the bill." Xie Xiuwen frowned impatiently. Seeing this, Li Fan stopped trying to persuade him. Pointing to the dishes in front of him, he looked at the cafeteria staff behind the glass and asked, "Auntie, could you calculate how much this all costs?" "Hey, all right, handsome," the older woman responded. She counted the plates and said with a smile, "The original price is 250 yuan, but men get a 10% discount, so it's only 25 yuan in total." "How many?" Li Fan could hardly believe the numbers he was hearing. 25. Handsome guy. The older woman explained with a smile, "There are more women than men now, so the government has stipulated that male students get a 10% discount on meals in the cafeteria at public universities." Chapter 7 Fan Lingling and Zheng Yaqian. After listening to the older woman's explanation, Li Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. "We've caught up with the latest version. Let's try it out as version T0 for once." "Wrong. He can only be considered version T1 at present. Only when he changes will he truly deserve the title of version T0. I paid the money quickly." The two found a table in the corner and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Li Fan picked up a piece of fragrant mutton and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat is tender, smooth, and doesn't have a strong gamey smell. "I must say, the school food is pretty good." Xie Xiuwen, on the other hand, used his delicate fingers to pick up a small piece of egg and slowly put it into his mouth. He chewed slowly and deliberately. Her posture made her look even more ladylike than a lady herself. Li Fan glanced at the other person indifferently. His facial expression remained unchanged as he continued to eat his lunch attentively. But deep down, I was laughing. He probably understood. Men like Xie Xiuwen are just like those sophisticated gold diggers from my past life. A pure egoist. They string men along and frantically extract money from them. But deep down they still look down on these men. They even secretly insulted and mocked these people, calling them sycophants, good-for-nothings, and trash. Thinking of these gold diggers, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Previous life. He also spent several $1,000s on a gold digger. But aside from the occasional WeChat message saying, "Oh, thank you so much," or it could be, "You're so kind," that was the last time. In the end, he didn't even touch the other person's hand. After finishing the meal, Li Fan originally planned to go for a run on the playground to complete the main quest. But after glancing down at her round belly, she decided to wait a little longer. Vigorous exercise right after a meal is harmful to your health. The two had just stepped out of the cafeteria. But I saw many students running towards the school's central square not far away. Most of them are girls. He looked young and inexperienced, and his clothes and appearance were quite ordinary. They seemed to be freshmen this year. There were boys too, but very few. Just a short while. Li Fan only saw 2 or 3 boys. Sigh, what are these people running for so fast? Xie Xiuwen noticed this scene and subconsciously looked at Li Fan beside him, asking a question. They're going to the square, they're probably going to join a school club. Whenever new students enroll, university clubs and organizations recruit members and laborers on a large scale. Having attended university in his previous life, Li Fan guessed the answer with remarkable accuracy. Club? A strong sense of interest rose in Xie Xiuwen's eyes. Smiling, he looked at Li Fan and said, "Oh Li, let's go too. I'm actually quite curious about what clubs and organizations the school has." Li Fan initially wanted to refuse. But seeing the expectation in Xie Xiuwen's eyes, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you." "Good brother." Xie Xiuwen chuckled and gently patted Li Fan's shoulder. Then he walked towards the square. Seeing this, Li Fan quickly followed in his footsteps. The school's central square. The place was bustling with noise and crowded with people, with large red tents everywhere. Next to the tents were small activity areas. Beside the calligraphy club's tent, a beautiful woman dressed in ancient costume with an elegant demeanor was intently writing regular script. He was surrounded by a group of young and inexperienced freshmen. Most of them were girls, there wasn't a single boy. A small area was marked off next to the dance club with colorful ribbons. Inside, several sexy female students dressed in tight tank tops and hot pants were dancing a hot dance to the music. Touching legs, sticking out buttocks, puffing out chest, tossing hair, sticking out tongue. Her various alluring poses attracted the attention of a small number of boys. Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen then arrived here. A glint of light flashed in Xie Xiuwen's eyes as he watched the sexy senior students' hot dance moves. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't seduced by their sexy figures. Instead, I wanted to join them. Dance wildly with them in this outdoor space and let your true nature shine. On the side, Li Fan looked at the sexy figures and youthful energy of the senior students in the dance club. My throat involuntarily bobbed a few times. He suddenly felt a bit thirsty. It must be because the food he ate for lunch had too much salt. Xie Xiuwen appeared. The two female students from the dance club inside the tent immediately noticed him. They exchanged a glance, their eyes simultaneously revealing a look of surprise. "Ah! There's a handsome new student. He looks quite handsome and trendy." The two women, with their long, fair legs, walked gracefully to Xie Xiuwen's side. "Hey handsome junior, would you like to join our dance club?" The senior on the left looked at Xie Xiuwen with burning eyes and asked with a smile. She has delicate features and a tall, graceful figure. Wearing a tight-fitting sports tank top and super short hot pants, her figure was exceptionally hot. He exudes a strong youthful vibe. "I'll think about it." Xie Xiuwen glanced at the other person indifferently and answered in a cold tone. "Junior, if you join our dance club, we guarantee you a minimum monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. How about that?" Another senior student standing nearby quickly spoke up. She was wearing a pink stepmother dress and a pair of black-trimmed, red-soled stilettos. Her curvaceous figure was accentuated by the dress, making her look exceptionally sexy. Anyway, Li Fan on the side was starting to feel the strain. He reached out and patted Xie Xiuwen on the shoulder, giving him a wink. I understand what Li Fan means. In addition, Xie Xiuwen had already planned to join the dance club, so he slowly nodded. "I can join. But I have to be treated like one of your brothers. He joined with me, so you have to give him 3,000 yuan a month too." As he spoke, he pulled Li Fan over and introduced him. "This is my brother." The two female students immediately focused their attention on Li Fan's face. Looking at his ordinary appearance and slightly chubby figure, a hint of hesitation flashed in their eyes. This man looks so ordinary. Their dance club only likes handsome guys with good physiques. This person seems to be pushing himself too hard. However, the two of them turned to look at Xie Xiuwen again. Looking at his charming figure and handsome appearance, they nodded. "Okay, we agree." After saying that, the senior in tank top and hot pants stepped forward. She extended her delicate hand to Xie Xiuwen. "Hello, junior. I am the president of the dance club and a sophomore in the School of Economics. My name is Fan Lingling. It's nice to meet you." Xie Xiuwen glanced at Fan Lingling but did not extend his hand to shake hers. He simply said, "My name is Xie Xiuwen, a freshman in the School of Finance." Xie Xiuwen's behavior made Fan Lingling feel somewhat embarrassed. However, she has encountered this kind of scene far too many times over the years. "So I've gotten used to it long ago." She quickly recovered. He reached out to Li Fan, his smile somewhat forced. "And this junior is?" "Hi senior, my name is Li Fan, I'm also a freshman in the School of Finance. And I'm Xie Xiuwen's roommate." Li Fan reached out and shook hands with Fan Lingling, then introduced himself with a smile. "You know what? The dance club president has such soft hands." Fan Lingling didn't react much to Li Fan's self-introduction. But when she heard that he was Xie Xiuwen's roommate, her eyes suddenly lit up. She unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand and said with a sweet laugh, "Hello, Junior Li Fan, it's a pleasure to meet you." "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Senior." Li Fan chuckled. After Fan Lingling finished her introduction, the senior student in the stepmother's dress stepped forward and smiled at Xie Xiuwen. "Hello, Junior, my name is Zhang Yaqian, and I am the vice president of the dance club." Xie Xiuwen nodded to her indifferently and then looked away. Seeing this, Zhang Yaqian was not discouraged. Over the past 2 years, she has been rejected by countless handsome men. It already has a strong ability to withstand pressure. In today's society, high-quality handsome men are even rarer than giant pandas. Being rejected a few times is not shameful. She turned to look at Li Fan and extended her hand to him as well. "Hello, Junior Li Fan, it's nice to meet you." Although this junior was too ordinary looking and not his type. But he's Xie's roommate. Since Xie is so aloof, let's start with his roommate. He bribed and got his roommate under control. Wouldn't her chances of success be very high then? "Hello, Senior Yaqian, it's nice to meet you." Li Fan also shook hands with Zhang Yaqian with a smile. Just as I was about to pull it open, the other person's smooth, delicate hand tightened its grip on his hand slightly. Zhang Yaqian raised her delicate eyes and winked at Li Fan. "Junior Li Fan, you look just like my neighbor's little brother. It feels like we've known each other forever. How about we become sworn siblings? You can come to me if you need anything at school." Before Li Fan could answer, Fan Lingling interjected, "Yaqian, this isn't right. This is the first time Li Fan has met us." Fan Lingling naturally understood what Zhang Yaqian, that little devil, was thinking. She would never allow the other party to have the advantage of being in a good position. A handsome guy like Xie Xiuwen is a rare find in schools these days. She wouldn't give it up so easily. Even though the two usually have a good relationship. When it comes to fighting over a man, even sisters can instantly become enemies. Chapter 8: Two God Sisters. What's wrong with that? Can't I get along with Li Fan, my junior? Zhang Yaqian turned her head and stared at Fan Lingling with piercing eyes, a hint of threat flashing in her eyes. Fan Lingling completely ignored the other person's gaze, a cold smile playing on her lips. Xiang Zhuang's sword dance was aimed at Lu Bang. "I think some of them are just putting on an act, pretending to be righteous." "Fan Lingling, who are you being sarcastic about? Say it again if you dare." Zhang Yaqian's pretty face flushed red, her eyes narrowed, and she stared coldly at Fan Lingling. "Everyone knows who I'm talking about." Fan Lingling did not back down at all. Li Fan, standing to the side, watched the two beautiful senior students vying for attention. I couldn't help but shake my head. Is it really necessary? Isn't it all for a man? With their looks and figures, these two senior students would definitely have been top-tier beauties in their university department in their previous lives. A beauty of this caliber, fighting like this over a man? Cough cough. Li Fan coughed lightly twice, looked at the two women speechlessly, and said, "Senior sisters, please stop arguing. Could you please share your opinion?" Hearing Li Fan speak, the two looked at each other and then stopped. "All right, Junior Li Fan, I'll give you that face." Zhang Yaqian glanced at Xie Xiuwen secretly, then turned her gaze to Li Fan and nodded. "Junior Li Fan, you absolutely mustn't trust Zhang Yaqian. She's approaching you with ulterior motives." Fan Lingling reminded her. "You, Fan Lingling?" Hearing Fan Lingling's words, Zhang Yaqian's anger began to rise again. She clenched her fists, ready to teach this woman a lesson. Seeing that Zhang Yaqian was about to explode, Li Fan quickly stepped forward and grabbed her arm. "Senior Yaqian, please don't be angry. I feel a strong connection with both of you. How about I recognize both of you as my god sisters? What do you think?" "Ah!" Fan Lingling exclaimed in surprise, a hint of joy flashing unconsciously in her delicate eyes. "Originally, I just didn't want Zhang Yaqian to succeed, but who would have thought that such a good thing would happen? As long as you get along well with Junior Li Fan. Wouldn't she then have complete knowledge of all of Xie Xiuwen's information? Then she can prescribe the right medicine to pursue Xie Xiuwen's literary brother more precisely." "I have no objection, Junior Li Fan. I also think you seem very approachable." Fan Lingling nodded with a smile. Zhang Yaqian looked down at Li Fan's hand holding her arm, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. She gently pulled her hand away from Li Fan's and nodded lightly. "Of course I have no objection." "That's great. Li Fan laughed loudly. From today onwards, I have 2 more god sisters. I hope my 2 god sisters will take good care of me at school. After saying that, he reached out and tugged at Xie Xiuwen behind him. Oh right, and Xiuwen too. Zhang Yiqian looked up at Xie Xiuwen, her eyebrows slightly raised. Of course, no problem, brother Li Fan, brother Xiuwen. If you encounter any problems at school in the future, just ask your older sister. I'll definitely help you take care of it. Upon hearing Zhang Yiqian's way of addressing him, Xie Xiuwen's brows furrowed involuntarily. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but after glancing at Li Fan, he remained silent. Then Xiuwen and I will thank Sister Yiqian in advance. Li Fan chuckled. Sure. Zhang Yiqian nodded with a smile, her eyes full of joy. She was really drooling over Xie Xiuwen, such a charming and handsome young man. Fan Lingling, who was standing to the side, saw that Zhang Yiqian had stolen the limelight. His brow furrowed unconsciously. He quickly said, Brother Li Fan, brother Xiuwen Xue, you can come to me if you encounter any problems in the future. If Zhang Yiqian can help, I definitely can, and I can help even better. Okay, then we'd like to thank Sister Lingling in advance. Li Fan smiled and thanked Fan Lingling again. After chatting for a few moments, Li Fan looked at the 2 women and said, Sisters, shouldn't we join the club first, and then add each other on WeChat? Oh, right. Zhang Yiqian quickly came to her senses. He quickly picked up the stationery and pen from the table behind him and handed them to Li Fan. Junior, fill out this application. As for the 50 yuan membership fee, you don't need to pay it. Good. Li Fan took the paper and pen and began to fill it out. Seeing this, Fan Lingling immediately followed suit, picking up paper and a pen and handing them to Xie Xiuwen, saying with a smile, Junior Xie, could you please fill this out? Xie Xiuwen nodded indifferently, his expression unusually cold. He'd really had enough of those 2 women. If he hadn't been there with Li Fan, he would have turned around and left long ago. After filling in the information, Li Fan looked up at Zhang Yiqian and Fan Linglong. Sister Yiqian, Sister Linglong, let's add each other on WeChat. Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately took out their phones from the table behind them, opened the WeChat QR code, and placed it in front of Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen. Li Fan smiled and stepped forward to scan the QR code. Xie Xiuwen, however, stood still, unmoved. Seeing this, Fan Linglong looked at Xie Xiuwen with some confusion and tentatively asked, Junior brother Xie, why don't you add me as a friend? I'm not interested, you can add Li Fan. Xie Xiuwen spoke coldly. All right. Fan Lingling nodded slightly. Being rejected by handsome guys had become a habit for her, so she was no longer bothered by it. After adding each other as friends, Li Fan said goodbye to Zhang Yiqian and Fan Lingling. I then went to visit other clubs with Xie Xiuwen. They discovered that there were no clubs or organizations that interested them. He then went back to the dormitory with Xie Xiuwen. Back in the room, Li Fan smiled and opened WeChat. Zhang Yiqian's WeChat ID is waiting for one person's heart. He seems quite devoted. But judging from her attitude towards Xie Xiuwen this morning, it's clear that she's not devoted to him. Instead, she's a loyal simp, always eager to fawn over any handsome guy she sees. Zhang Yiqian's WeChat profile picture is a selfie. Li Fan clicked into her WeChat moments and found that it was mostly videos of her dancing in the dance studio. I randomly clicked on one. In the video, Zhang Yiqian wore a tight white tank top and super short white hot pants, dancing a hot girl group dance. Various sexy movements such as hip twisting, waist swaying, and leg touching look extremely alluring. Seeing the beautiful senior student with a hot figure in seductive poses in the video, Li Fan's eyes lit up, and his throat tightened involuntarily. Those dance students are fucking alluring. He launched into a scathing critique for 10 minutes before reluctantly closing the page. After reading Zhang Yiqian's WeChat moments, Li Fan then opened Fan Lingling's WeChat messages. ID sadness alone. Her WeChat moments are completely different from Zhang Yiqian's. There are no those hot dance videos. Instead, they were mostly self-pitying posts. Sigh, I ran into another handsome guy today, and unsurprisingly, I got rejected again when I asked for his WeChat. I've been rejected 25 times. God, when will you finally give me a handsome guy? No wonder these 2 can hang out together, they're truly birds of a feather. Looking at the 2 people on WeChat, and recalling the 2 senior students who carried his luggage that morning, Li Fan couldn't help but sigh to himself, looks like in this world, you still have to make a living by modeling. As long as you have outstanding looks, beauties of this caliber will throw themselves at you. Chapter 9. Joe Schwer's impression of Li Fan improved somewhat. Turn off your phone. Li Fan changed into a loose-fitting tracksuit and prepared to go for a run on the track. No matter how sexy and beautiful the two female seniors are, it has nothing to do with him. She didn't even think much of him. Instead of doing that, it's better to improve yourself as soon as possible. Li Fan walked along the school's main road and arrived at the playground. It was no different from the sports field I remembered from my university days in my previous life. A spacious football field, covered with green plastic turf, surrounded by several red plastic running tracks. A foul plastic smell permeated the air. It makes some people want to back away. It is now late summer and early autumn. The weather remains hot. Most of the playground was bathed in the scorching sun. Li Fan was wearing a white sports short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Enter through the small gate in the playground. Looking at the plastic track that was dyed golden by the sunlight, I could feel the waves of heat emanating from the surroundings. He instinctively wanted to turn around and go back to his dormitory. On such a hot day, wouldn't it be better to stay in the dorm with the air conditioning on, sleep, and play games? But then I thought of the two senior girls who came to the dormitory this morning and the two godsisters I just met in the dance club, and their completely different attitudes towards Xie Xiuwen and him. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and his resolve hardened. They can't even endure this little difficulty. It would be better not to time travel at all, and just stay in your previous life as a beast of burden. His eyes were resolute, his teeth were clenched, and he started jogging slowly along the rubber track. The air was incredibly hot. The sunlight felt like someone was gently scraping my skin with a knife. It wasn't very painful, but it still gave me goosebumps. One lap of the synthetic track is 400 meters. The system's daily check-in task is 5 kilometers. That's a full 12.5 laps. Run 12.5 laps in this weather and under this sunshine. For Li Fan, who has never exercised, this is definitely a double challenge, both physically and mentally. As he ran, he secretly asked the system in his mind, "System, can I pay for these 5 kilometers in installments? For example, I run 3 kilometers now, and then run another 2 kilometers at night?" No. The system's response was indifferent and bland. A strong physique is the foundation of a male god. If the host doesn't even have this much willpower, then he might as well just be an ordinary person. Yes. Even with a system. But you can't expect a reward without putting in the effort. The tasks assigned by the system are definitely not difficult. But what if you don't even have the slightest determination to change? All they think about is lying around, being lazy and good for nothing. Then what's the point of obtaining the system? Li Fan suddenly understood. The system ultimately only provided him with steps. Whether he can transform himself depends on him. After all, one must be strong to succeed. The sun was still blazing, and sweat poured continuously from Li Fan's body. His athletic t-shirt, shorts, and even his underwear were all wet. My body gradually became weak and powerless, and my pace slowed down. But the light in his eyes grew even brighter. In any case, this 5-kilometer stretch is the system's first test. No matter how hard or tiring it was, he had to grit his teeth and persevere. 40 minutes later. The 12.5 laps of the long-distance run has ended. Li Fan was soaked to the bone, and water could even be squeezed out of his hair. He collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath. Although he was exhausted, a faint smile remained on his lips. Host, Li Fan. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 150 g 75 kgs. Strengths, 12. Physical fitness, 36 plus 1 out of 100, normal score is 50. Durability, 1/5/15 for average people, no upper limit. Main quest, strengthen your body. Build physical fitness, run 5 kilometers for 3 consecutive days. Mission reward, 1 constitution enhancement potion, 5,000 gold. Current check in progress 1-3. Constitution +1. Today's check in progress is complete. Everything is difficult at the beginning. The hardest first day is over. He was confident that he could win the remaining 2 days. Thinking about the first reward he would receive in 2 days, Li Fan felt a little excited. I wonder what my body will become after using the physique enhancement potion rewarded by the system. Li Fan, Jr.? Just as Li Fan closed his eyes and was daydreaming about the future, a clear, melodious, yet somewhat uncertain voice suddenly reached his ears. He subconsciously opened his eyes and saw a graceful and youthful figure standing tall not far away. It was Joe Schwer, the senior student who had led him to register that morning. Senior Joe, what a coincidence! Li Fan rolled over and got up from the ground, smiling and waving at her. He never expected to run into Joe Schwer here. By the way, I didn't realize Joe Schwer had such a great figure this morning. She wore a light pink tracksuit and white Nike running shoes. Her arms were long and slender, her legs were white and straight, and her flat stomach was covered with beads of sweat. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with 7 colors. As expected of a young women's college, full of youthful vigor and vitality. Junior, did you just finish running? Joe Schwer looked up at Li Fan, a hint of surprise on her pretty face. In her impression, most boys are pampered and don't like sports. Many girls exercise actively to maintain their figure in order to attract boys. But this junior student in front of me came to the playground to exercise on the first day of school? That's incredibly self-disciplined. Yes. Li Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm a little chubby, so I'm planning to lose weight. This junior is really hard-working. Joe Schwer smiled slightly and praised Li Fan. Her features were delicate, with bright eyes and white teeth. She looked extremely beautiful. Coupled with her shapely figure, she looks youthful, beautiful, sexy, and alluring. Li Fan glanced at it and quickly looked away. She asked, Senior, are you here for a run too? Yes. Joe Schwer smiled and turned around in front of Li Fan. Don't I look like I'm here to train? Of course not. Li Fan scratched his head, his face slightly flushed. I just think my senior already has a great figure. This is the result of my daily hard work and exercise. Joe Schwer's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of pride and arrogance flashed in her eyes. As the saying goes, a woman dresses up for the man who appreciates her. She got such a great figure, naturally, so that men could admire her. Although Li Fan wasn't particularly good looking and wasn't her type. But he's a man too, and it's possible to earn his praise. She felt that all her years of training had not been in vain. She stepped forward and gently patted Li Fan on the shoulder. He encouraged him, Junior Li Fan, keep at it. I believe that one day you'll have a great physique like me. By then, you'll probably have countless girls who like you. The image quality is so-so, but you'll have to accept it. Even though I know the other person was just being polite. But Li Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. Because he knew that all of this would be achieved soon. Having a system, he absolutely cannot be defined as an ordinary person. Maybe in a few days. He completely changed as a person. Thank you so much, Senior. I'll take your kind words with me. Li Fan smiled. Looking up at Joe Schwer, who was wearing high-top sneakers, she was considerably taller than him. He tentatively suggested, how about you add me on WeChat, Senior? Once I've successfully lost weight, I'll definitely treat you to a big meal. Joe Schwer hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She had already rejected Li Fan once. It would be really bad to refuse again. Moreover, Li Fan was somewhat different from the image in her mind. She had initially thought he was the typical, ordinary man. Taking advantage of their gender, they are lazy, gluttonous, and couch potatoes. It turned out that he was not what she had imagined. After all, in this environment where there are more women than men, the phrase men lying flat has become a fixed social term. The league also conducted a special survey of 5,000 boys. 60% of them have mild to severe obesity symptoms. Even though they're so lazy, they're still not afraid of not having girls who like them. Some even had girls vying for them at the same time. Li Fan, on the other hand, was able to persevere in exercising under the scorching sun on his very first day of university. In her opinion, this perseverance surpasses that of many men. Her impression of Li Fan improved somewhat. Although the other person still did not meet her criteria for choosing a partner. However, being friends who get along well is also a great option. In an era where there are too many monks and not enough porridge, having a male friend makes me feel quite proud. Chapter 10 Handsome Guy, Shall We Be Friends? Joe Schwer's WeChat ID, Snowflakes Falling, seems relatively normal. She's at least much more normal than those 2 senior students in the dance club. After adding each other as friends, Li Fan looked up at Joe Schwer and said with a smile, Senior, you can continue your training. I'm going back to my dorm to take a shower. Goodbye, Junior. Joe Schwer smiled and waved to Li Fan, then started jogging slowly along the rubber track. The pink, tight-fitting sportswear accentuated her curvaceous and youthful figure, making her look exceptionally sexy. Standing behind her, Li Fan swallowed hard as he looked at her sexy and alluring back. This senior is so alluring. After leaving the track and field stadium, Li Fan ran straight back to his dormitory. Since I was already soaked through, I didn't care about sweating a little more. When he pushed open the dormitory door, Xie Xiuwen was lounging on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through short videos. Xie Xiuwen was taken aback when he saw Li Fan enter, completely soaked. He asked instinctively, "Old Li, where have you been? You look like you've been pulled out of the water." "I'm going for a run. It's not that I'm a little overweight and want to lose weight to improve myself," Li Fan said with a smile. "Oh." Xie Xiuwen curled his lip in disdain. "Old Li, I'm not trying to criticize you, but with our high status as men, why would we need to train and improve ourselves? Look at me, I never exercise, yet so many women still throw themselves at me." As he spoke, he looked up at Li Fan and said earnestly, "In my opinion, you should spend more money on cosmetics, skincare products, and beauty products, take good care of your skin and makeup, and improve your appearance. As long as you're good looking, women will pounce on you like mad dogs." Upon hearing this, Li Fan's face darkened, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Makeup and skincare? How can a grown man like him bear this? In his previous life on Earth, he never wore makeup. At most, I just use facial cleanser to wash my face and remove the oil. In his view, a man should stand tall and upright, instead of focusing on one's face all day like a woman. I got a pimple today. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to get a tan tomorrow. Rather than doing that, it's better to just cut yourself off. Take some estrogen and completely transform into a woman. Of course, Li Fan doesn't yet have a clear enough understanding of this world where there are more women than men. He also didn't know what most men in this world were like. So he didn't refute Xie Xiuwen's words, but just smiled faintly. "Hee, let's lose weight first. We'll think about these things after we've lost weight." "All right. Then go take a shower right now. You stink." Xie Xiuwen flicked his pinky finger, gently fanned the air around his nose, and said with a frown. Li Fan nodded and quickly walked into the bedroom. Even after Li Fan left, a faint smell of sweat lingered in the air. Xie Xiuwen felt a wave of nausea upon smelling the odor. He walked into the room with a frown and picked up a bottle of Chanel No. 6 men's perfume. Back in the living room, I started spraying things around the sofa. Sizzle, sizzle. I sprayed it carefully all around, after confirming that the perfume completely masked the body odor. A slight smile played at the corners of his lips as he muttered to himself, "All right, now it's tasteless." He placed the perfume on the coffee table. He lay back down on the sofa and started leisurely scrolling through short videos. If you look closely, they are all videos of male beauty and fashion bloggers sharing their tutorials. "Hey handsome guys, look here. This is Whoopi's makeup tutorial. Today, Whoopi will teach you how to create a subtle, natural-looking makeup look. Boys, please be careful to protect yourselves when you're out. Dress conservatively, there are too many tempting women out there these days." 6:30 p.m. After having dinner at the South Campus cafeteria, Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen went to classroom 505 in Building 3 of the teaching building. An hour earlier, both of them received a text message from their counselor, informing them to meet in classroom 505 at 7 p.m. Having experienced university life in his previous life, Li Fan naturally understood that the purpose of this gathering was to allow students to get to know each other and elect temporary class officers. In his previous life, Li Fan was of very ordinary appearance and family background, and he was also insecure. "I was so nervous when I introduced myself, how could I possibly have the courage to compete for class officer?" In this life, Li Fan has a system. We have gained confidence in a promising future. However, he still has no intention of running for class officer. Given the current social situation, men enjoy such high welfare benefits. Even if you attend a mediocre university, you won't have to worry about not finding a job after graduation. Why should he become a class leader and work like a slave for his classmates and teachers? Enter the classroom. Groups of students were already gathered together, chatting and laughing. Li Fan casually glanced at everyone. I roughly understood. There are more women than men, and more monks than porridge. There are more than 20 girls, but only one boy. Including him and Xie Xiuwen who just came in, there were a total of 3 boys. This is happening at a finance-related university, and the male-to-female ratio is already this alarming. If it were a nursing school or a teacher training school, just thinking about the scene would make one's kidneys feel exhausted. When the girls in the classroom suddenly saw Li Fan and Xiexuan appear, their eyes lit up with an unusual light. Boys. Too still. You're in luck from now on. Most of the girls focused their attention on Xiexuan. He was stylishly dressed, had delicate features, and a gentle demeanor. They clearly need their comfort. A girl with shoulder-length short hair and blue runes on her arms and neck whistled at Xiexuan. Hey handsome, wanna add me on WeChat, let's get to know each other. As soon as he said this, the classroom erupted in laughter. All the girls stared at Xiexuan with great interest, wanting to see his reaction. Upon hearing this, Xiexuan's face instantly turned red. He lightly flicked his orchid-like fingers, pointing at the woman with the blue runes. I'm warning you, this counts as one-time harassment of me. If you commit this 3 times, you can expect to go to jail. After saying that, he angrily glanced at the group of girls and casually found a seat to sit down. The classroom fell silent instantly. In order to protect the rights of men, the laws of the Dragon Kingdom stipulate that women may not woo men more than 3 times in public. If you are rejected 3 times, any subsequent advances will be considered sexual harassment and will be subject to criminal charges. The woman with runes paused, taken aback by Xiexuan's words. Her eyes narrowed, and she suddenly stood up from her seat, ready to cause trouble for Xiexuan. The girls around her quickly pulled her away. Hey, it's alright, it's only the first day of school, don't get angry. Boss, this guy's pretty handsome. Handsome guys are all like that, they have big tempers, so please be understanding. Ultimately, the matter of Rune Girl was dropped. The story of Xiexuan did not repeat itself in Li Fan's life. The girls in the class glanced at Li Fan, and a hint of disappointment flashed in their eyes. A short, ordinary-looking chubby boy, even though he was a boy. But they just couldn't muster any interest. Li Fan didn't care about the girls' stares. He walked over and sat down next to Xiexuan. He chuckled and gave him a thumbs up. Old Xia, you're awesome. Let Li Fan be the temporary class monitor for the boys in Chapter 11. After listening to Li Fan's words, Xiexuan rolled his eyes and said, Old Li, you've seen how lewd these women are, haven't you? This is absolutely outrageous. If I hadn't used the law to protect myself, they would have taken advantage of me long ago. In this world, boys have to be extra careful when they're out and about. Otherwise, we really wouldn't even know how we died. Li Fan's lips twitched slightly as he echoed, you're right. He observed it carefully. There are 2 pretty girls in the class. Most of those who egged him on and teased him were of average appearance. As for the Rune woman, her makeup was 2 heavy smoky eyes, dark circles, he couldn't see her face clearly. Okay, that's all for now, I'm going to play on my phone. Xiexuan greeted Li Fan. He lowered his head and lay on the table, continuing to scroll through short videos. Li Fan glanced at him, then shook his head with a smile. Next. One by one, more students entered the classroom. The majority are still girls, with boys being extremely rare. Ring ring. Soon, it was 7 o'clock, and the school bell rang. The classroom was almost half full. Li Fan counted them. There were 40 people in total, but only 4 were boys. When you calculate it this way, the ratio is indeed close to 10 to 1. The other 2 boys were sitting on the other side. They sat together, seemingly trying to find warmth in each other's company. One of them was tall and had a fleshy face. He was estimated to weigh over 300 pounds. The other one was short and thin, with an average appearance, about the same as Li Fan. If we were to choose a class heartthrob, Xiexuan truly lives up to his name. After the bell rang, a while passed. Suddenly, a tap-tap-tap sound came from outside the corridor. The sound was crisp and clear, like the sound of high heels clicking on the ground. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the doorway. Soon, a tall and graceful figure came into everyone's view. A sexy woman wearing a white shirt, a black pencil skirt, and glossy black stockings walked gracefully into the classroom in light gray stilettos. She has delicate features and wears light makeup. She had willow leaf eyebrows, a high and straight nose, and red lips as luscious as cherries. There was also a small beauty mark near the corner of her eye. She looks dignified, beautiful, and has an intellectual air about her. The woman stood on the podium, smiling as she looked at the crowd. Hello students, I am your counselor Chen Xiaoqiao. It's nice to meet you all. As the beautiful woman spoke, she picked up the chalk from the lectern, turned around, and wrote her name and phone number on the blackboard. Squeak squeak squeak. The sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard was crisp yet jarring. The soft light shone on her back, making her figure appear even more sexy. This is my phone number. Students who need it can write it down. As Chen Xiaoqiao spoke, her gaze swept across the classroom. When she saw Xie Xiuwen, her expression suddenly paused. A strange light flashed in his eyes unconsciously. Li Fan, standing to the side, only glanced at her for 0.5 seconds before looking away. Chen Xiaoqiao's stunning beauty clearly shocked all the students in the class. Many girls couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy when they looked at the female counselor on the podium, who had delicate features and a slender, sexy figure. Only the two pretty girls and the rune-wielding woman showed no change in expression. As for the boys, there was a hint of emotion in their eyes. Such a beautiful woman, and she's also my counselor. There are always some strange thoughts in my mind. Only Xie Xiuwen remained aloof and indifferent. His eyes were fixed on his phone, as if he had no interest in women at all. Chen Xiaoqiao continued, introducing the history and culture of the school and its departments. After giving a brief introduction, she began to announce the tasks for tonight's gathering. Students, military training will begin tomorrow. I still don't know any of you. Now, please come up to the stage in an orderly fashion and introduce yourselves. After the introductions, everyone can volunteer to run for temporary class officers, and then we'll vote. Soon, the self-introductions began from the first row on the left. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Qing, I'm 18 years old, and my hobby is cosplaying anime. Hello everyone, my name is Yu Xiuxiu, I'm 19 years old. I like singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. I hope you'll all take good care of me in the future. Soon, it was Xie Xiuwen's turn. He stood up from his seat, and most of the girls in the class immediately cast their burning gazes at him. That's the charm of the class heartthrob. Xie Xiuwen walked slowly to the podium. I am Xie Xiuwen, I am 18 years old this year. I know my charm and I also know that many girls have feelings for me. However, I want to say that I won't be dating during college, so you're all destined to be disappointed. After saying that, he went straight back to his seat, completely ignoring the classroom that had erupted in chaos. What? Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you're all that great. Wow. So handsome. I love him. Doesn't he date? Then I have no chance. Wa'ada. A murmur of discussion arose among the girls. Some praised him, some criticized him, and some sighed with regret. In short, it caused a great stir. The other two boys standing nearby looked at Xie Xiuwen with a hint of jealousy in their eyes. There is such an outstanding man as a precedent. It completely overshadowed their brilliance. He. Xie Xiuwen is really something else. Counselor Chen Xiaoqiao glanced at Xie Xiuwen with a charming smile and said, "Students in the back, please speed up your pace, or there won't be enough time." Next, Li Fan stood up and walked onto the podium. Hello everyone, I'm Li Fan. It's a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope we can get along well during our university life together. A very ordinary self-introduction. Unsurprisingly, the girl's response was lukewarm. Short stature, chubby face, slightly overweight, average looks. Aside from being a man, there's really nothing special about him. He's far inferior to Xie Xiuwen. This is what many girls truly think. Despite it being a society with more women than men. Despite the high status of men. But women have always been driven by appearances. Most people's values are influenced by their physical appearance. Soon, the remaining two boys also went on stage and introduced themselves. Although he was far inferior to Xie Xiuwen. But at least they both received some scattered applause. Compared to Li Fan, the difference in their abilities is immediately apparent. Xie Xiuwen sat in his seat, feeling indignant on Li Fanling's behalf. Old Li, those two men are nowhere near as good as you. Are these women blind? Li Fan smiled faintly. It's alright, they look down on me, and I look down on them too. To be honest, the girls in the class are really quite ordinary. Apart from the two relatively prettier ones, one named Lai Yiyan and the other named Xiao Chun, they can reach 7.5 points. The rest are all below 6.5. Even in his previous life, Li Fan would have looked down on these people. Not to mention in this parallel world where there are more women than men. Zhou Shuer, Zhang Yaqian, and Fan Lingling are all far superior to them. After the students finished their presentations, Chen Xiaoqiao stood on the podium again. With a smile, she said, "Now that everyone has introduced themselves, let's begin the temporary class monitor election. Military training starts tomorrow, so we need a temporary squad leader to be my assistant. Originally, there should have been one boy and one girl, but there are too few boys in our class, so I'll just announce that Xieshouwen will be my assistant. As for the girls, if any students are interested, please raise your hands to volunteer. If there are enough people, let's decide by vote. As soon as Chen Xiaoqiao finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. Most of the girls immediately turned their attention to the counselor. A faint hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Is the counselor taking advantage of their proximity to the source to get what they want? Teacher, I refuse. Xieshouwen's loud voice suddenly rang out in the classroom. He stood up, looked at Chen Xiaoqiao, and explained, I've always been a rather lazy person, and I'm not interested in this kind of thing. So, please, counselor, pass this important task to someone else. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Fan beside him and winked at him. My roommate Li Fan is great. He's a very responsible guy. If he were to be the teacher's assistant, he would definitely be able to handle it. Upon hearing Xieshouwen's words, Chen Xiaoqiao's face showed a hint of embarrassment. She didn't expect the boy to reject her so cleanly and decisively. Instead, he recommended the chubby boy next to him. You two have a deep brotherly bond. But I'm the one who's embarrassed. Chen Xiaoqiao took a deep breath, looked at the many students below, and forced a smile. All right, then let's do as Xieshouwen said, and have Li Fan serve as the temporary class monitor for the boys. Chapter 12 Xiao Jun. Soon, the girls' group also elected a temporary class monitor. She is Xiao Jun, one of the two beauties who scored 7.5 points. She had delicate features and wore a pair of exquisite platinum earrings. She was wearing a white t-shirt on top and denim shorts on the bottom. She was wearing white sneakers. She looked youthful, beautiful, and vibrant. When she went on stage to recommend herself, her tone was calm and unhurried, and her speech was methodical and organized. Her aura was completely different from that of these ordinary freshmen. She looks more like a female white-collar worker who has been working in the corporate world for many years. Even Li Fan couldn't help but glance at Xiao Jun a few more times. He felt that this girl was different from Zhou Xuer, Zhang Yaqian, and others. She exudes a strong sense of self-confidence and assertiveness from the inside out. This brought her score to 8 points in Li Fan's mind. For the average person, an 8 out of 10 is definitely considered a great beauty. After both temporary class leaders were selected, Chen Xiaoqiao asked Xiao Jun to create a WeChat group and add all the classmates to it. To make working together easier, Xiao Jun even added Li Fan on WeChat. This stirred a faint ripple in Li Fan's heart. Once everything is in place, Chen Xiaoqiao stood on the podium again and waved her hand. Come on, a few female students, go with Xiao Jun to move the military training uniforms and shoes. Counselor, I'll go. I'll go too. And me, I'm incredibly strong. Several tall and strong girls eagerly raised their hands. As they spoke, they subconsciously glanced at several boys. It was as if they were trying to attract their attention. Xieshouwen didn't even bother to look at them. He kept his head down and scrolled through short videos in his seat. Li Fan's face also twitched slightly. He thought to himself, do these girls think that being strong will attract boys? What a bizarre idea. But then he suddenly had a change of heart. This is a world where there are more women than men. Many of the jobs in the military and manual labor are done by women, so it seems reasonable for women to have this idea. Li Fan, you have to go too. Suddenly, Xiao Jun walked over to Li Fan's seat and said to him, although there are only 4 sets of clothes for the boys, I can't get them. Okay. Li Fan nodded, got up, and followed Xiao Jun outside. Soon, the group arrived at the place where they would receive their military training uniforms. This is a large warehouse made of cement. A wooden table was placed on each side of the warehouse. There was also an elderly woman sitting on each of the chairs. He looks like the warehouse manager. Boys, come this way, girls, go that way. Take them separately. The older woman on the left saw the students arrive and quickly spoke up to remind them. Li Fan approached the older woman on the left and chatted with her for a few minutes with a smile. They quickly received 4 sets of military training uniforms. The older woman was very friendly to him. She even asked to add him on WeChat, saying, meeting is fate, and there will be opportunities to meet again in the future. Although Li Fan found it strange, he couldn't bring himself to hit someone who was smiling at him. He didn't refuse. After adding him on WeChat, he went outside the warehouse to wait for the girls from his class. There are more than 40 girls in the class. Only 4 girls, including Xiao Jun, came. On average, each girl needs to take more than 10 sets of military training outfits. Several tall, strong women easily took the land. Xiao Jun, however, has fair skin, a slender build, and relatively little strength. Carrying his military training uniform, he walked with a shaky gait. It looked as if it would be blown over by the wind at any moment. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Fan, out of a sense of male responsibility, instinctively walked up to Xiao Jun. He said, "Xiao, let me help you." Ah? Xiao Jun was startled at first, but after realizing what was happening, her pretty face instantly turned red. What kind of guy helps a girl move her things? She protested, "If I do that, other girls will talk behind my back." Sure enough, Xiao Jun had just finished speaking. Then, the sarcastic voices of 3 girls nearby rang out. Wow, squad leader Xiao is really charming. She can even get men to help her carry things. I've never seen anything like it before. TSK TSK TSK. I didn't expect the class monitor to have this kind of taste. In their eyes, Li Fan was a rare man. But he's really too ordinary. Average height, average looks, average temperament, average build. If the score is 100 points, they would give him a score of 50 at most. Their goal is to find a handsome guy like Xie Xiuwen, and they don't care if they have to share him with someone else. As for an ordinary man like Li Fan, only those desperate, ravenous old ladies would be interested in him. Xiao Jun heard what the girl said and saw Li Fan's smile gradually turn cold. A hint of apology flashed silently in his eyes. She looked up at the group and retorted, "Shut up. What I do with Li Fan is none of your business. Li Fan offered to help me move it because he's a nice and kind person, so what's wrong with letting him do it?" As she spoke, she gave half of the military training uniform in her hand to Li Fan. "Li Fan, thank you so much." She blushed and said something, then quickly walked towards the classroom. After Xiao Jun left, the 3 girls exchanged glances. They all burst into laughter. The sound was rough and noisy, practically polluting to the ears. Hearing their laughter, Li Fan could no longer contain his anger and exploded, "Fuck you, you 3 mutts, all you do is bark. Just you wait and see, with your looks, no man will ever want you. Ugly people are always up to no good. I don't know what kind of shameless people have to laugh like this. If I were one of you, I would have already hanged myself." Upon hearing this, several girls' faces instantly turned a deep shade of liver. They glared at Li Fan, their fists clenched tightly, wishing they could beat him up. But something must have occurred to her. In the end, no one dared to step forward. The Men's Association promulgated the Men's Protection Law. Any woman who assaults a man in public will be considered a criminal offense. Depending on the severity of the injuries sustained by the male, the sentence can range from 3 months to 10 years in prison. In other words, as long as they dare to touch Li Fan. Li Fan called the police, regardless of whether they had actually assaulted him. The facts of the crime have already been established. The success rate in adjudicating cases is as high as 99.7%. This means that as long as they stand next to Li Fan, they can then go to jail. Under such oppressive punishment, they didn't dare to provoke Li Fan at all. Seeing the 3 women frozen in place, not daring to approach, Li Fan couldn't help but sneer. "Ha, 3 good-for-nothings, they don't even dare to fight back when someone insults them right in their faces, what a disgrace." Upon hearing this, the 3 men clenched their fists even tighter. But there was still no follow-up. "Idiot. Mud dog." Li Fan uttered a couple more curses, glanced at them indifferently, and left with his military training uniform. Back in the classroom, Xiao Jun was already distributing military training uniforms to the girls. Seeing this, Li Fan walked up to the other 2 boys and handed them their military training uniforms. The taller boy took the military training uniform and glared fiercely at Li Fan. Li Fan ignored him and returned to his seat with the 2 sets of military training uniforms. "Old Xie, here you go." He handed the set that was too small to Xie Xiuwen. Xie Xiuwen kept his eyes glued to his phone screen, casually reaching out to take the military training uniform. Li Fan curiously leaned over for a look. What came into view were 2 effeminate-looking boys with heavy makeup, facing each other and dancing intimately together. Li Fan got goosebumps instantly and frowned as he looked at Xie Xiuwen. "Old Xie, you like this?" A hint of unease flashed in Xie Xiuwen's eyes, and he subconsciously explained, "Of course not, I just thought they danced well and wanted to learn." Li Fan sneered inwardly, thinking, no one would believe that. Damn, so this guy is gay. No wonder he doesn't like those pretty female students. She dresses so provocatively every day she might even be a bottom. Although that's what he thought in his heart, Li Fan didn't show it on his face at all, and said with a smile, "I see, then you should study hard." Just then, Chen Xiaoqiao on the podium suddenly spoke. "Students, military training will begin at 8 a.m. tomorrow. After we distribute the uniforms, please go back to your dormitories to rest. I have to go now. If any of you have any questions, please feel free to call me." After saying that, Chen Xiaoqiao turned around and left with her long legs in black stockings. After the counselor left, a commotion instantly erupted in the classroom. The rune war god who had just flirted with Xie Xiuwen was named Zhou Haina. She stood up from her seat, whistled, and gave Xie Xiuwen a playful glance. Afterwards, she left with a few of her girlfriends. Seeing this, the surrounding students also got up and walked out in groups, organized by dormitory. Li Fan reached out and nudged Xie Xiuwen. "Old Xia, let's go back to the dorm. We have military training tomorrow morning." Chapter 13 Military Training. The next day, Li Fan got up at 6 a.m. He quickly changed into a tracksuit, grabbed a towel and draped it around his neck, then jogged out of the dormitory. My fitness level increased by 1 after yesterday's 5 kilometers run. Today, he felt incredibly motivated. The morning light was warm and the breeze was cool. It was perfect weather for a run. At this moment, the sun has just risen in the east. The midday heat was gone, and the air felt warm against my skin. It might be because it's too early. There were very few pedestrians on the road. You can only see 1 or 2 people carrying books occasionally. Upon arriving at the track and field stadium, Li Fan noticed that there were already groups of people jogging slowly on the bright red synthetic track. He took a closer look and saw that most of them were girls, some fat and some thin, some tall and some short. It seems he was the first boy? However, when he thought about how men are treated in this world, he felt that it was quite normal. He smiled slightly and started to join the jogging group. The girls who were running soon spotted Li Fan as well. They were initially in high spirits, ready to make a good impression on the boys. But when she saw Li Fan's physique and appearance, that thought instantly faded. At 7 a.m., the 5-kilometer run ended. Li Fan subconsciously checked the panel. Host, Li Fan. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 149 g, approximately 749 kgs. Strengths, 12. Physical fitness, 37 plus 1 out of 100, normal score is 50. Durability, 2515 for average people, no upper limit. Main quest, strengthen your body. Build physical fitness, run 5 kilometers for 3 consecutive days. Mission reward, 1 constitution enhancement potion, 5,000 gold. Current check in progress, 2-3. 149 pounds. I've lost 1 pound. Durability has increased by 1. Li Fan's eyes shone brightly. It feels so good to see myself getting better little by little. Let's go back to the dorm first, military training starts soon. Li Fan chuckled, wiped his sweaty forehead with a towel, and slowly walked towards the boys' dormitory building. Back in the dormitory, Li Fan took a quick shower, changed into his military training uniform, and gently knocked on Xie Xiuwen's door. Knock, knock, knock. Golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor. The crisp knocking on the door woke Xie Xiuwen from his sweet dream. Who is it? Knocking on a ghost so early in the morning. He rubbed his eyes, grumbling as he opened the door. Old Xia, hurry up and get up and change your clothes. It's 7:38, we need to go have breakfast. Otherwise we'll be late for military training. Li Fan urged eagerly. Today is the first day of military training, and he doesn't want to leave a bad impression on the instructors. Upon hearing this, Xie Xiuwen's mind cleared up a bit, and he quickly nodded, go to the cafeteria and get me some food. I'll wash up quickly and come right away. Okay, I'll be going now. Li Fan nodded and strode quickly toward the cafeteria. It was already 7:55 when I finished breakfast in the cafeteria. The two dared not delay and ran towards the playground without stopping. Chen Xiaoqiao has already posted an announcement in the group that everyone should gather at the track and field stadium at 8 a.m. this morning. Fortunately, the distance between the cafeteria and the track and field is not far. At 7:59, the two finally arrived at the playground. Li Fan has excellent eyesight and quickly found his class among the many teams. At this time, most of the students in the class have arrived. The girls stood in 3 rows, each wearing a dark green military training uniform, their hair tied up tightly inside their hats. As for the boys, there were only two bald ones. Standing together, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, they looked like two clowns. Li Fan pulled Xie Xiuwen along and quickly joined the group of boys. At this moment, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Counselor Chen Xiaoqiao and a woman in a dark green military uniform with an extremely tall figure walked side by side from a distance. Chen Xiaoqiao wore the same outfit as last night. White shirt, black pencil skirt, plus black stockings and stiletto heels. Her cool and capable demeanor was unmistakable. As for the woman next to her, she was wearing a military cap with the brim pulled low to the ground, so Li Fan couldn't see her face clearly for a moment. The two quickly walked to the front of the group. Chen Xiaoqiao pointed to the woman next to her and introduced, "Hello everyone, this is your instructor, Ling Yan. Please give her a round of applause." The words had barely left his mouth. A soft clapping sounded. The girls, led by Zhou Haina, looked up at the sky with haughty expressions and didn't clap at all. Xie Xiuwen and the other two boys did not applaud. Li Fan, looking at Ling Yan's well-proportioned features, heroic expression, slightly bronzed skin, and tall, slender figure under her military cap, slapped his hand on the ground with a loud slap, instantly catching Ling Yan's attention. She glanced at Li Fan with gratitude in her eyes, stepped forward, and said, "Classmates, this is the first time I'm meeting you all, so we're still a little unfamiliar with each other. So it's normal for people to be somewhat resistant to me. However, we'll be spending the next 2 weeks together, and I hope we can get along well and hopefully become friends." Chen Xiaoqiao chimed in, "Instructor Ling is right, students, let's give Instructor Ling another round of applause." Slap slap slap. This time the applause was noticeably louder than the first. Chen Xiaoqiao nodded in satisfaction and looked at Ling Yan, "Instructor Ling, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. I'll leave the rest to you." Ling Yan nodded, "Don't worry, Teacher Chen, I will definitely train them well." Chen Xiaoqiao left. The grueling military training has officially begun. Who are the class monitors for the boys and girls? Ling Yan stood in the middle of the line, head held high and chest out, as if she were a completely different person, and asked in an unusually serious tone. Upon hearing this, Li Fan and Xiao Jun immediately stepped forward and approached Ling Yan. "Teacher, I am Li Fan, the class monitor for boys." "Teacher, I am Xiao Jun, the girls' class monitor." Ling Yan glanced at the two of them and said seriously, "After training, please add my contact information. I will notify you promptly of any issues regarding military training. Get back to the team." "Yes, instructor." The two men saluted respectfully and jogged back to their ranks. The temperature in September is still very high. The golden sun hung scorchingly in the sky, seemingly intent on peeling away a layer of skin from people. Ling Yan, head held high and chest out, led the students to a relatively shady spot. Then, formal military training began. The first day of military training was relatively simple. Standing at attention, standing at ease, and forming ranks were all very easy movements. However, the scorching heat and intense sunlight still caused the students to complain endlessly. The girls are all fine. But the other three boys, besides Li Fan, collapsed on the ground like dead dogs after a few training sessions, and couldn't be woken up no matter how much they were called. The girls couldn't help but feel a hint of disdain when they saw this. That's incredibly weak. Will she really be able to handle this kind of figure? Li Fan, on the other hand, is relatively chubby. But he still stood upright in the queue. Despite being soaked to the bone, with beads of sweat on his forehead and his legs trembling slightly, he gritted his teeth and refused to give up. His unwavering spirit earned him the respect of several girls in the class. Xiao Jun's exquisite eyes couldn't help but linger on Li Fan for a few more seconds. Although Li Fan was of average appearance, for some reason, she always felt that he was different from the other boys. Chapter 14: Ling Yan's Regret. Instructor Ling Yan also noticed this scene. She strode up to the three boys, looked down at them, and warned them sternly, "I'm going to count to 10. Get up now, or you'll have to run 10 laps around the track." Xie Xiuwen is quite handsome, but it seems to be invisible to her. Upon hearing this, the three of them had no choice but to reluctantly get up. Xie Xiuwen put his arm around Li Fan's shoulder, panting heavily as he complained, "Old Li, military training is simply inhuman. It's practically killing me." Li Fan chuckled, "Old Xie, hang in there, lunchtime is just around the corner." Before long, the morning military training ended. Students flocked to the nearby number 2 canteen. Li Fan told Xie Xiuwen to leave first, while he and Xiao Jun stayed behind to add the instructor's WeChat. Soon, both of them added Ling Yan as a friend. Ling Yan smiled and looked at the two of them. "Li Fan, Xiao Jun, let's have a meal together." I have something to tell you both. It's on me. The midday sun shone on the beads of sweat on Ling Yan's neck, reflecting a golden halo. Looking into the other person's bright eyes, Li Fan smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll do whatever the instructor says. A smile appeared on Xiao Jun's fair face. I'm fine with anything. The three of them went to the second floor of a nearby cafeteria. There are small restaurants here that specialize in stir-fried dishes. Ling Yan found a restaurant that looked decent and went inside. The three of them ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers, spicy chicken, seaweed and egg drop soup, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Soon, the food was served. Ling Yan served each of them a bowl of white rice and smiled. Eat up, you must be starving from the morning's military training. Li Fan smiled and nodded. Instructor, it is indeed tiring, but it is also very fulfilling. After 2 days of running 5 kilometers each, Li Fan gradually began to enjoy the feeling of sweating profusely after exercise. Of course, it's still because there's a system. For him, exercise is equivalent to liver proficiency. As long as he exercises, he can improve himself. These tangible changes are what truly motivate him to move forward and persevere. Tomorrow is the last day. He will receive a physique potion after running 5 kilometers tomorrow. He is looking forward to what changes will occur in his body after taking the potion. Li Fan, you're unlike any other boy I've ever met. Ling Yan looked up at Li Fan, her tone revealing a hint of admiration. This era is too lenient towards men. They have no worries about food and drink. I won't have to worry about not having women. Therefore, there are plenty of lazy people out there. There really aren't many guys like you these days. I agree with the instructor. Xiao Jun chuckled sweetly. Li Fan, I really admire your willpower. In the morning, I saw your legs shaking several times, and many times I thought you were going to collapse, but you still persevered. This perseverance is admirable. Li Fan chuckled and joked, have you been secretly watching me the whole time? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jun's handsome face turned red instantly. She glared at Li Fan, then retorted angrily, no way. What nonsense are you talking about? The platinum earrings on her ears swayed incessantly with her movements. Ling Yan watched this scene with a smile, a hint of amusement suddenly appearing in her eyes. She looked at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun, I think Li Fan is pretty good. Why don't you consider him? Xiao Jun's face turned even redder, and she shook her head repeatedly. Instructor, even you're teasing me. If you think he's good enough, why don't you go for it yourself? As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Yan's ears turned a blush. She glanced at Xiao Jun and said, I'm your instructor, don't be so disrespectful. Li Fan interjected, come on, ladies, just joke around with me, don't drag yourselves into this. I know my own limitations. I never expected to gain your favor. Let's just be friends. Both of them paused upon hearing this. Xiao Jun quickly waved his hand. I'm sorry, Li Fan, that's not what I meant. A hint of apology appeared on Ling Yan's face. Li Fan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have joked about you. Fine. Li Fan chuckled and placed a piece of stir-fried pork with chili peppers on each of their plates. Hurry up and eat, I'm starving. Xiao Jun looked at the large slices of meat in the bowl and nodded silently. Thank you. As she spoke, she picked up a slice of meat and stuffed it into her cherry-like mouth. Ling Yan didn't say anything, but she also shoveled the few slices of meat into her mouth along with the white rice. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes. She felt she really shouldn't have made that joke. After a satisfying meal, Ling Yan briefly explained the tasks and precautions for military training to the 2 men before settling the bill and leaving. After Ling Yan left, the atmosphere between Li Fan and Xiao Jun became noticeably awkward. Xiao Jun stayed for 1 minute, then made an excuse and left. Li Fan was not surprised at all by this. Given his current appearance, the probability of a beauty like Xiao Jun being interested in him is extremely low. Women, most of them are practical creatures. You need either good looks or money. You can have at least one of them. He has nothing now, so there's no need for him to force anything. Despite the fact that this is a world with more women than men, beautiful women are still popular. Just like in my previous life in China. There are far more men than women. Tens of millions of men cannot find wives. But those handsome men are still pursued by a lot of women and rich women, and they don't worry at all about not having women who like them. Although ugly women don't have trouble getting married, the men who marry them are usually men of the same social standing and background. Therefore, in this world, if Li Fan wants to eat fine food, improving himself is the only option. Keep going. Once I become better, plenty of beautiful women will come after me. Li Fan had an exceptionally clear understanding of things. The afternoon military training passed quickly. 6 p.m. Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen returned to the boys' dormitory. Upon entering the room, Xie Xiuwen immediately flung his hat off, walked to the sofa, and lay down heavily. The soft leather sofa dipped slightly downwards. Ugh! I'm exhausted. He uttered a weary voice, oldly, today is only the first day. We'll have to endure this for another 2 weeks. What are we going to do next? Li Fan changed into slippers, stuffed his army green cloth shoes into the shoe cabinet, and said with a smile, so be it. Go to hell. Xie Xiuwen laughed and cursed. Just then, Li Fan's cell phone suddenly made a dong 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 sound. Oldly, someone's making a video call to you. Xie Xiuwen subconsciously spoke up to remind him he was all too familiar with that ringtone. When he was in high school, his homeroom teacher would video call him every night. She said she could only fall asleep if she could see his face. He was speechless. This also makes him extremely sensitive to video call audio. A wave of doubt washed over Li Fan. He quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket and answered the call. Chapter 15 Fan Lingling's Invitation. Hi. Brother Li Fan. A clear and melodious voice rang out, and then the delicate face of Fan Lingling, the president of the dance club, appeared on the screen. Li Fan was taken aback at first, but quickly came to his senses. She greeted me with a smile, hello, sister. Since he's already recognized her as his god-sister, he can just call her whatever he wants, and she probably won't mind. Little brother, have you eaten yet? Fan Lingling asked with a charming smile. Not yet. We just finished military training and got back to the dorm. Lao Xia and I are exhausted. Upon hearing Li Fan's answer, Fan Lingling's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, how about I treat you and junior brother Xia to dinner tonight? Li Fan instantly understood what the other party meant. Inviting himself to dinner was just a pretense. His real intention was to bring Xie Xiuwen along. He knew he was just a pawn used by the other side to get close to Xie Xiuwen, but he didn't care at all. He turned his head and glanced indifferently at Xie Xiuwen on the sofa. This guy was gay. No matter how hard Fan Lingling tries, she can't succeed. Okay, sister, I'll ask Lao Xia if he's going. As Li Fan spoke, he looked at Xie Xiuwen with a smile. Old Xia, Senior Fan Lingling is treating us to dinner, are you going? I'm not going. Xie Xiuwen replied coldly. On the screen, a hint of disappointment flashed in Fan Lingling's eyes upon hearing these words. Seeing this, Li Fan quickly walked to Xie Xiuwen's side and reached out to pull him. Old Xia, your senior sister is just trying to be kind, why don't you come along? I'm not going. Xie Xiuwen slapped Li Fan's hand away, showing no sign of being persuaded. Old Xia, if you agree to go, I'll let you slack off for half an hour during military training tomorrow. Li Fan suddenly spoke. As the class monitor, he was responsible for managing the military training of several boys when the instructor was not present. Therefore, his words did indeed have a practical effect. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xie Xiuwen immediately got up from the sofa. Old Li, is this really true? I'd be a dog if I lied. Li Fan glared at him and asked, are we going now or not? Go! 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 Xie Xiuwen nodded quickly. As he spoke, he rushed into the room. I'm going to change my clothes. Li Fan turned the screen back to himself, smiling as he looked at Fan Lingling. Sister, Lao Xia agreed to go. Fan Lingling raised her delicate eyebrows slightly, her face beaming like a flower. Good little brother, you've worked hard. I'll definitely repay you properly later. Recalling the other person's years of dance practice and her graceful, well-proportioned figure, a strange light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. He chuckled lightly, sister, these are nothing. You can leave it to me to arrange for Lao Xia to go out with you from now on. Okay little brother, thank you in advance, see you later. See you in a bit. After hanging up the phone, Li Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. Given Lao Xia's sexual orientation, Fan Lingling would never be able to win him over in her entire life. And he would always be there whenever Fan Lingling extended an invitation, otherwise, Lao Xia wouldn't have gone. In other words, all future dates will be dates for the three of them. Half an hour later. Xie Xiuwen finally came out of the room. Her face was covered in exquisite makeup, her skin a pale pink, which contrasted sharply with her slightly dark neck. Old Li, look at how sunburned my arms and neck are. Xie Xiuwen frowned as he walked up to Li Fan and showed him the results of a day's military training. Li Fan smiled slightly and pointed to his own body. It's okay, me too. It makes me look more manly. Go to hell with you, I don't want to. Xia Xiuwen shook his head. I'm going to bring the whole bottle of sunscreen with me tomorrow and reapply it every now and then. I refuse to believe I'll still get sunburned. Alright, stop arguing. Our senior is still waiting for us at the school gate. Let's hurry up and go. Li Fan urged him on, then turned and strode quickly outside. Xia Xiuwen frowned, wanting to say something, but then remembered Li Fan's promise to him. She kept quiet and followed Li Fan's footsteps. 6:40 p.m. The two met Fan Lingling at the school gate. She was wearing a white cotton t-shirt, denim shorts, and white sneakers. Her long, white, straight, and long legs were extremely eye-catching. Fan Lingling. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her, bathing her in a golden light, making her appear even more radiant and beautiful. Xia Xiuwen noticed this scene, but his expression remained unchanged. He didn't even glance at Fan Lingling. Instead, his gaze unconsciously swept over a handsome man walking past the door. Li Fan greeted Fan Lingling with a smile. Sister Ling, you look so beautiful today. When am I not beautiful? Fan Lingling rolled her eyes and glared at Li Fan, but out of the corner of her eye she was secretly observing Xia Xiuwen next to Li Fan. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Li Fan gently patted his face and said apologetically, Sister Ling is beautiful no matter when. That's more like it. Fan Lingling gave a coquettish snort and said, Alright, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Let's hurry up and grab a spot, or we'll have to wait in line. I'll do whatever you say, Sister Ling. It's your treat, so you decide. Li Fan chuckled, while Xia Xiuwen remained silent, not even bothering to greet Fan Lingling. Led by Fan Lingling, the three of them arrived at a small restaurant next to the school. Wan Yan Restaurant. What a great name. The three stood at the restaurant entrance. Li Fan looked at the red signboard above them, its lettering slightly blurred and glistening with oil, and said, It's often these kinds of hole-in-the-wall restaurants that hide the real culinary gems. Brother Li Fan is right. Fan Lingling nodded. This shop is the most popular one around our school. The food is delicious, the portions are generous, and it's affordable. Plus, the owner is kind and beautiful. It's simply a perfect restaurant. Our dorm's foodies usually choose this place when they have a get-together. As she spoke, she turned to Xia Xiuwen as if by accident. Junior Xia, the food at this restaurant is a bit spicy. I wonder if you can handle spicy food. Xia Xiuwen stared intently at his phone, not even bothering to respond. In his eyes, dealing with this kind of woman was a complete waste of time. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Fan Lingling's expression stiffened. Li Fan quickly stepped in to smooth things over, and also gave Fan Lingling a way out. Sister Ling, that's just his temper, don't mind him. Come on, let's go inside. He. Fan Lingling gave an awkward smile and led the way into Wang Yan's restaurant. Chapter 16 Little brother, are you blushing? The restaurant space is indeed not very large. It's only about 10 square meters. 6 gleaming solid wood tables are arranged symmetrically in the restaurant space. At the very back is the steaming kitchen. The kitchen walls were slightly blackened and had a faint oil stain. When the three of them came in, all 5 tables were already full of students, with only one empty table in the corner. Li Fan glanced at them briefly and saw that they were mostly female students. At the table on the far right sat a tall, fairly handsome young man, surrounded by 5 beautiful young female college students. Li Fan, Xia, let's sit over there. A look of surprise flashed across Fan Lingling's face as she pointed to the empty seat in the corner. Walk. Li Fan nodded, pulled Xia Xiuwen, and followed Fan Lingling to their seats. Just as the three of them sat down, a voluptuous and sexy woman wearing a bright red cheongsam walked over gracefully. She was probably in her early 30s, with jet black curly hair, striking features, and slightly upturned eyes, making her extremely beautiful and alluring. What would you three like to eat? The woman looked at the three of them with a smile, her gaze mainly fixed on Xia Xiuwen. Hey! This handsome young man looks a bit unfamiliar. She suddenly giggled and said something. Xia Xiuwen looked up at her but did not answer her question. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the woman's face, while Fan Lingling couldn't help but smile. Well, now someone else is in the same boat as me. Li Fan greeted her with a smile. You must be the proprietress? My name is Wang Yan. You can just call me Sister Wang. The woman turned to look at Li Fan and said with a smile, Young man, you are much more polite than this handsome young man. My roommate is rather introverted. Li Fan explained. Giggle. Wang Yanjie laughed and said, in today's society, it's not a good thing for a handsome guy to be introverted. He's easily targeted by people with ulterior motives. She then stopped discussing the topic and turned to Li Fan and the others. Tell me, what would you like to eat? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll waive the bill. Really? Fan Lingling's eyes widened, and she turned to look at Wang Yan. Boss lady, then we won't stand on ceremony? Point. Fan Lingling inquired about Li Fan's dietary restrictions, but she didn't dare ask Xie Shouwen, fearing she would be rebuffed. Then, they quickly ordered 4 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers, braised fish chunks, stir-fried turtle, stir-fried romaine lettuce, and tomato and egg soup. The first few dishes were all the restaurant's signature dishes. Alright, just wait and see. Wang Yan chuckled, glanced at Xie Shouwen intentionally or unintentionally, swayed her plump waist, and walked gracefully into the kitchen, handing the recipe to the chef inside. After the proprietress left, the atmosphere at the dining table quieted down. Xie Shouwen kept his head down, playing on his phone, oblivious to his surroundings. Li Fan glanced at Fan Lingling and said, Senior, we've joined the dance club, right? I wonder when we can start club classes. Fan Lingling glanced at Li Fan's figure, covered her mouth and laughed. Little brother, do you want to go to class early? I guess so. Li Fan nodded. I have gained a little weight, and I'm currently on a diet. You freshmen still have military training. Let's talk about it after that. Fan Lingling tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Military training isn't easy. If you have to practice dancing after military training, I'm afraid your bodies won't be able to handle it. If something goes wrong, our dance club can't afford the responsibility. Hearing this, Li Fan could only nod. Okay, I understand, thank you, Sister Ling. Fan Lingling smiled slightly. We're like siblings. There's no need to thank me. She thought the chubby boy was quite sensible and a nice person. Although he's not particularly good looking, it's still a good relationship since I don't date him, but treat him as a wingman and a good friend. Soon, the dishes for the 3 of them were served. It has a bright color and a fragrant aroma, but it's slightly pungent. Looking at the 3 bowls of meat and vegetables covered in chili peppers, Li Fan's heart began to pound. He can handle a little spice, but this dish, which looks extremely spicy, seems a bit challenging for him. Xie Shouwen, who had been looking down at his phone, also looked up at this moment. Looking at the 3 bowls of vegetables with more chili peppers than meat, he frowned and said, How can we eat this? I'm not eating it. With that, he stood up and left without even saying goodbye to Li Fan. At the dinner table, Fan Lingling was stunned. After regaining his senses, he couldn't help but complain to Li Fan, Little brother, this Xie Jr. has such a bad temper. Not only does she ignore people, but she also throws tantrums at the drop of a hat. She's so hard to approach. Wang Yan, the proprietress who had just finished her work, also came over and noticed that Xie Shouwen was nowhere to be seen. She asked instinctively, Hey, where's that handsome young man from earlier? He. Li Fan chuckled awkwardly and explained, Boss lady, my roommate has some things to take care of, so he'll head back first. Oh. Remember to bring him here for dinner next time. Wang Yan smiled at Li Fan and walked away with her long, voluptuous legs. After the proprietress left, Li Fan turned to Fan Lingling and said, Senior, he's a handsome guy, so be understanding. He has the right to be arrogant. These days, handsome men are a rare resource. If you want to win the favor of a handsome guy, you have to go through 81 tribulations. Fan Lingling thought about it and realized it made sense. There were far more women than men, and far more monks than porridge. If you don't want an ordinary man and want to find a handsome man to marry, then you have to tolerate all the handsome man's flaws and quirks. Little brother, you're right. Wang Yan raised her water glass and winked at Li Fan. I'll toast you with water instead of wine, to thank you for reminding me. Li Fan smiled slightly, picked up his water glass, and clinked it against Fan Lingling's. Cheers. When they clinked glasses, Li Fan accidentally touched the other person's fair and smooth fingers, which felt very nice to the touch. Fan Lingling paused for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. It was just an accident. She didn't take it seriously. Next, the two began to enjoy the dishes in front of them. Although it's spicy, the flavor is so addictive that you'll want to keep eating it. Later on, Li Fan disregarded his image and began to eat heartily. My lips were slightly swollen from the spiciness, and sweat dripped down my forehead like rain. Fan Lingling on the other side was much better off. Seeing the sweat dripping from Li Fan's forehead, she instinctively pulled out a tissue from the side and began to wipe it off for him. Night gradually fell. The restaurant's bright white lights shone into Fan Lingling's pupils, reflecting Li Fan's ordinary figure. A faint fragrance wafted to his nose, and a slight touch lingered on his forehead, instantly startling Li Fan. He realized that Fan Lingling was wiping his sweat, and his face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Having been a virgin twice in my life, this is the first time I've been this close to a girl. Sister Ling. Thank you. He lowered his head and said something in a low voice. Looking at the shy little chubby boy in front of her, Fan Lingling couldn't help but burst out laughing. Little brother, are you blushing? Is Chapter 17 thinking about women? Fan Lingling's features are naturally delicate and pretty. Bright and clear eyes, a high and straight nose, and cherry-like lips. Her sudden, radiant smile made her appear even more youthful and captivating. Li Fan's eyes widened, and he was momentarily stunned. The intense gaze fell on her face, causing Fan Lingling's ears to blush unconsciously. She waved her hand in front of Li Fan's face and teased him with a smile. Little brother, don't look at me like that, I'm not interested in you. I like Xia, the junior. Li Fan quickly came to his senses, scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, and said, Sorry, Sister Ling, I didn't mean anything by it. You're just too beautiful. I couldn't help myself for a moment. Li Fan's expression was utterly sincere. Although his words were somewhat flippant, Fan Lingling felt no anger at all. Instead, there is a sense of joy in having one's beauty recognized by others. Okay, I'm not angry with you anymore, let's eat. Fan Lingling chuckled and picked up her chopsticks, placing a large slice of meat into Li Fan's bowl. She stared intently at him. Little brother, I'm entrusting my happy life to you from now on. Li Fan found it amusing upon hearing this. I wonder what Fan Lingling would think if she knew Xie Xiuwen was gay. Although he thought this way, Li Fan didn't show it on his face. She smiled and nodded. No problem, Sister Ling, I'll take care of everything from now on, including making plans with Xie Xiuwen. It's just, I have to come along every time. Li Fan hesitated slightly as he spoke. You've seen his personality. If I hadn't come out with him, he wouldn't have come at all. It's okay, let's just have the three of us go on a date together. Fan Lingling said with a smile, I feel more at ease with you here. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that his words will choke me to death when we're together. Ha ha ha. The two smiled at each other, and their relationship seemed to have taken a step further. Knock knock knock. Just as the two were chatting happily, Fan Lingling's cell phone suddenly rang. She pulled her phone out of her denim shorts. The pale white light shone from the ceiling onto the phone screen, reflecting off her long, plump legs and her pert breasts. Li Fan inadvertently caught a glimpse of this scene, and a faint ripple of emotion unconsciously stirred within him. No wonder she studied dance, her figure is amazing. Hey, Yakian. Fan Lingling answered the video call and spoke with a smile. Lingling, where are you? Zheng Yakian's clear and pleasant voice came through the phone. The image of the other person's graceful and fiery figure flashed through Li Fan's mind in an instant. I'm at the usual spot. Do you want to come over? Li Fan's brother is here too. As she spoke, Fan Lingling flipped the camera, and Li Fan's ordinary, round face instantly came into Zheng Yakian's view. Wait for me, I'll be right there. She left him with those words and quickly hung up the phone. Yakian is coming right away. Fan Lingling put down the phone and looked at Li Fan with a smile. Little brother, let's eat quickly, and let this little girl eat the leftovers later. Sister Ling, this isn't quite right. Li Fan hesitated before speaking. Why don't you eat first? I'll wait for her to arrive before we talk. Upon hearing this, Fan Lingling squinted at Li Fan, her tone tinged with suspicion. What? You're already feeling sorry for your other god sister? Do you have feelings for her? Outside the restaurant, the night was dark. The surrounding neon lights flashed incessantly, and the bustling nightlife around the school officially began. Li Fan looked out the window and shook his head. Sister Ling, Sister Yakian is also my godsister. After all, it's the first time I'm having dinner with them, so I should still show them the proper manners. Fan Lingling paused for a moment, then nodded silently. Alright, I'll listen to you. I'll wait for her for a while. After Fan Lingling finished speaking, she raised her delicate eyes and glanced at Li Fan. She thought to herself, in today's society, there are really not many men like Li Fan who are polite and have a gentle temper. Looking at Li Fan's rather ordinary features, she sighed softly to herself. It's a pity, this face is really too ordinary, not her type at all. She admits that she is a looks-obsessed person and only focuses on appearance at first glance. The two waited quietly in their seats. Not long after. A tall, graceful figure walked into the restaurant from outside. The person who arrived was Zhang Yaqian. She had long, flowing hair with neat bangs framing her face. She was wearing a light white dress with a white ribbon tied around her waist. Her slender waist was accentuated by the ribbon, making her look like a pure white flower, exceptionally eye-catching. Zhang Yaqian. Yaqian. Over here. Fan Lingling noticed Zhang Yaqian immediately and waved to her with a smile. Zhang Yaqian's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly walked to the dining table and sat down next to Fan Lingling. Lingling, you're so unfair. You didn't even invite me when we went out to eat. Zhang Yaqian frowned and complained, then quickly changed her expression and smiled at Li Fan. Hey, Li Fan, it's nice to see you again. Hello, Sister Qian. Li Fan nodded politely to her. By the way, why isn't Junior Xia here? Zhang Yaqian looked at Li Fan and asked subconsciously. They thought the food was too spicy and left without eating a single bite. Fan Lingling explained helplessly, then turned to Zhang Yaqian. I originally wanted to get to know Xie Shuedi better before you did. But his personality is really something else, he's too cold and too unapproachable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaqian giggled, he. You've really tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice instead. She picked up her chopsticks, took a small piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. As she chewed, she said, if you ask me, we're all in this together. It'll be better if we attack together in the future. Anyway, the country doesn't prohibit polygamy now. If the two of us sisters work together, we can easily win over Xie Shuedi. As she spoke, she turned to look at Li Fan beside her and asked with a smile, Junior Li Fan, don't you think that makes sense? Li Fan's gaze swept over Zhang Yaqian's delicate, fair face, and he nodded with a smile. Sister Qian is right, teamwork is always better than working alone. Giggle. Zhang Yaqian chuckled and gently patted Li Fan's shoulder. Junior, you really know how to talk. If you were a handsome guy like Xia, I would definitely be the first one to pursue you. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth, subconsciously wanting to tell the two beautiful senior students from the dance club that perhaps he would be different from who he is now in a short time. But the words stuck in his throat. Things are accomplished in secrecy, and ruined by being revealed. Why show off something that's not even finished yet? That will only invite criticism from others and disrupt your own rhythm. Besides, he wasn't sure how effective the Constitution Potion and Beauty Pills the system reward would actually be. What if the effect is not obvious? I can complete the first main quest tomorrow morning. After I finish my task tomorrow, I'll get a makeover, do a haircut, change my clothes, and buy some basic men's skincare products, like oil control face wash and toner, to improve my skin's condition. Li Fan thought to himself. The second task stipulated by the system is to achieve an image score of 60 points. Image is determined by appearance, figure, skin, and temperament. He only has a rating of 25, so he needs to improve his performance in many ways. There are still 6 days left today, but by tomorrow there will only be 5 days left. Raising the image score from 25 to 60 within 5 days is a long and arduous task. Li Fan's younger brother? Fan Lingling's call promptly pulled Li Fan back from his thoughts. He quickly snapped out of his reverie, looked up at the two women, and apologized. Sorry, ladies, I was just lost in thought. What are you thinking about, Junior? You're not thinking about women, are you? Zhang Yaqian winked at Li Fan and asked with a half smile, what kind of woman do you like, Junior? Tell me, and with your smooth talk, I'll definitely help you with this important life event. Chapter 18 Skyscrapers rise from the ground, change arrives. Upon hearing this, Fan Lingling also became interested. Turning to Li Fan, she smiled and said, little brother, although we may not be the most handsome or beautiful, with your character, your eloquence, and the current social situation where there are more women than men, I'm sure there will be plenty of girls who like you. Tell us, what type do you like? Big breasts, tall stature, or perky? Upon hearing these lewd words, a hint of shock flashed in Li Fan's eyes. These two senior students are pretty fierce. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and touched his rounded chin before saying, Senior, I don't really care about that, as long as we like each other. It's pleasing to the eye. This is such a perfunctory job. Zhang Yaqian frowned and looked at Li Fan with dissatisfaction. Junior, we were genuinely trying to introduce you to someone. You should know that the girls in our dance club are all of very high quality. There are plenty of beautiful women with great figures out there. Are you sure you want to give up this opportunity? What if I said I liked both of you? Li Fan grumbled inwardly. However, he dared not say this in front of the two of them. Firstly, the three of them weren't at the point where they could joke around freely. Secondly, he was self-aware. Thank you both for your kindness. Li Fan smiled and said, right now, I just want to focus on military training and my studies. I haven't thought about that yet. Can we ask you two older sisters for help when we need it in the future? Oh well. Zheng Yeqian shook her head, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. We won't ask you anymore, but you'll have to help us arrange to meet up with Xieshui Jr. in the future. That's natural. Li Fan smiled and nodded. Sister Qian, I already promised Sister Ling about this, so you can rest assured. It turns out it was just an exchange of benefits after all. I wondered why Zhang Yeqian was so kind as to introduce me to a girlfriend. It turns out it was all for Xieshuowen's sake. Li Fan was speechless. He couldn't understand why Xieshuowen, a 1.65 meter tall, thin, pretty boy, was so popular. Fortunately, he's gay. Whenever Li Fan thought of this, he secretly felt fortunate. Okay, that's enough talk, let's eat. Zhang Yeqian chuckled, looked up at the two of them, and gestured for them to start eating. The two of them weren't full to begin with, so they picked up their empty bowls, filled them with white rice, and ate it with some delicious side dishes. The meal was ultimately paid for on a free basis. When it was time to pay the bill, the voluptuous and sexy proprietress walked up to Li Fan, smiled, and extended her hand to him, saying, "Young man, welcome back next time. Remember to bring that handsome guy next to you." Li Fan smiled and shook hands with the proprietress, feeling that her hands were exceptionally soft and smooth, like the finest Hatian jade. Thank you for your hospitality, ma'am. I'll definitely bring him next time. He simply waved goodbye to the proprietress and followed the two beautiful female students out of the restaurant. Back in my dorm room, I took a quick shower. At 10 p.m., Li Fan went to bed on time. I slept without any dreams. The next day, at 5:30 a.m. As dawn broke, Li Fan opened his eyes. A full 7 hours of sleep left him feeling refreshed and full of energy. He quickly got out of bed and quickly washed up. He changed into a black tracksuit, draped a sweat-absorbing towel around his neck, and slowly ran towards the track and field. After running for 2 consecutive days, today's 5 kilometers was not too much of a challenge for him. During the running process, he gradually learned to regulate his breathing and heart rate. He completed his 5-kilometer run in just 50 minutes. After finishing his run, Li Fan sat on the plastic grass beside the track, covered in sweat. Soon, a heavenly electronic sound echoed in his mind. A strong physique is the foundation of a male god. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, Strengthen Your Physique. The quest reward, Physical Enhancement Potion, has been sent to your system inventory. Simply think of it in your mind to view and use it. A towering skyscraper rises from the ground. The host has taken the first step towards becoming the perfect male god. An extra 3 attribute points are awarded to the host. Nice. Li Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, 3 more attribute points. This is truly an unexpected bonus. Attribute points can be added to any data. He looked at his 170 centimeters height, pondered for a moment, and chose to increase his strength by 1 and his height by 2. After adding it, a faint coolness suddenly spread through his body, as if his body was slowly changing in some mysterious way. He glanced at his data on the blue electronic screen. Height, 172 centimeters. Strengths, 13. A slight smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. It's getting better, it's slowly getting better. Li Fan was happy for a while, then turned his attention to the Constitution Enhancement Potion in his system backpack. System, use Constitution Potion. Li Fan silently recited the name in his mind. The next second, a cool, thick liquid slowly flowed into his throat. Immediately afterwards, a warm, burning sensation slowly rose from his limbs and bones. He felt that subtle changes were taking place inside his body. The muscles are slowly swelling, accompanied by a feeling of soreness. Fat is burning rapidly, resulting in fatigue and a burning sensation throughout the body. This feeling is both wonderful and painful. Li Fan sat silently on the grass, his fists clenched and his teeth clenched, enduring the strange sensation. His body, already drenched in sweat, now produced even more sweat, as if flowing like a stream. Finally, 2 minutes later, everything came to a standstill. Li Fan looked down and carefully examined himself, his eyes flashing with surprise as he looked at his much thinner belly and his muscular arms. I did it! I've lost so much weight! He exclaimed in surprise and quickly turned his gaze to the blue electronic screen in front of him. Host, Li Fan. Age, 18. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 130-149-19 gene. Strengths, 13. Physical fitness, 50-36 plus 14 out of 100, 50 for a normal person. Durability, 8-2 plus 6-5-15 for average people, no upper limit. Attribute points, 0. Main quest incomplete so far, self-modification. Task objective, raise the host's image rating to 60 points within 1 week. Image score is determined by a combination of appearance, skin, figure, and temperament. Host's current image rating, 3525 plus 1060. Task deadline, 37 days. Mission reward, 1 beauty pill can improve the host's appearance, 10,000 coins. 130 gene. I lost almost 20 pounds. Is this the effect of the body strengthening medication? Li Fan's eyes were filled with excitement. Besides my weight, my physical condition has also reached the threshold of ordinary people, and my endurance has even surpassed that of ordinary people. Oh right, take a look at my face. Li Fan thought for a moment, then quickly took out his phone from his pocket and turned on the camera's selfie mode. On the phone screen, a slightly rugged face came into view. Her eyebrows were slightly thick, her eyes, though not large, were bright and piercing, and her lips were slightly full. Of all his faces, only his nose bridge was high and straight, which could be considered outstanding. However, her previously rounded chin has disappeared, replaced by a slightly defined jawline. Her face is much thinner, and she looks like she's lost a bit of weight compared to yesterday. Nice. Your face looks thinner too. Li Fan couldn't help but smile. Although he's still not very handsome, at least he's finally gotten rid of the fatty label. Chapter 19. Can I run these 3 laps in his place? My image score also went from 25 to 35. Li Fan was secretly delighted. Now, I'm only 25 points away from 60. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time. It was exactly 7 a.m. The barbershops near the school aren't open yet. Forget it, let's finish today's military training first. After training ends in the evening, I'll go out and get a makeover and buy some clothes. My score will definitely improve then. Li Fan became happier and happier as he thought about it, and his steps were much lighter on his way back to the dormitory. Pushing open the dormitory door, the living room was quiet. Golden sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the white floor of the living room, casting a soft glow. Xia Xiuwen was indeed still fast asleep. Li Fan quickly went back to his room to shower and changed into his dark green military training uniform. I walked over and sat down on the soft sofa in the living room. He opened a short video app and typed a few words into the search bar: how to make a guy handsome quickly. Soon, a series of short videos came into view. It only takes 1 step for a guy to become handsome. Makeup. A few tips for guys to become more handsome. Being handsome is a definition. Men also need to be elegant. They were all slick-haired young men, their faces painted deathly pale, dressed in either leather pants or gauze shirts, sleazy and utterly unbearable to look at. Li Fan felt like his eyes were about to go blind. Most male bloggers on short video platforms around the world are so polished and saccharine, it's terrifying. Quickly scrolling past these disgusting bloggers, Li Fan's eyes suddenly lit up when he reached the last page. Making a guy handsome is actually quite simple: a balanced diet, regular exercise, smooth skin, a suitable haircut, and reading more books. It's very simple, but very practical. A combination of diet and exercise can improve your physique, reduce body fat, make your facial contours more defined, and enhance your overall appearance. Men, unlike women, do not need to take such good care of their skin. But a clean and fresh-looking man is always more attractive to women than a man with an oily face. For men, hairstyle is no less than a second face. Reading can increase knowledge, improve cognition, and enhance a person's temperament from the inside out. These points can be said to fully summarize the 4 aspects of image scoring. Li Fan nodded to himself, exited the short video, opened his notes app, and began planning his goals for the next period of time. 10 a.m. The track and field stadium at Haicheng University of Finance and Economics has turned into a dark green sea. Freshmen from all majors at the university gathered together, sweating profusely under the scorching sun. Attention! At ease! Right dress! A series of solemn and dignified commands rang out. The freshmen stood tall and performed various standard movements in accordance with the instructor's commands. Anyone whispering or daydreaming will soon be caught by the stern-faced female instructor. Standing is punishment, running is punishment, push-ups, sit-ups, all sorts of punishments were given in turn. The students complained bitterly, but had no choice but to obey the rules. Li Fan stood out conspicuously among the boys in the finance class 1 group. He stood tall and straight, his eyes fixed solemnly ahead, his posture and movements extremely standard. The sweat on his forehead glistened faintly in the scorching sunlight. But he didn't care at all and continued to cooperate with the instructor's command, training in an orderly manner. The other 3 boys in the class, including Xie Xiuwen, were in stark contrast to him. They were all lazy and perfunctory. Not only are their movements not up to standard, but they also often slack off and try to cheat. Given the social situation where there are more women than men, and the higher status of men, plus the fact that Counselor Chen Xiaoqiao had instructed us to take care of a few boys, Instructor Ling Yan didn't dare to be too strict with them, so she could only turn a blind eye. But she was very strict with those girls. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among the girls. Rune God of War was the first to step forward. She raised her hand and looked at Ling Xiao, reporting, "Instructor, I have something to report." "What's up?" Ling Yan turned to look at her. "Instructor, I want to report these 3 boys for slacking off during military training and for performing incorrect movements. Please punish them." Rune God of War pointed at Xie Xiuwen and the other 2, his eyes fixed on them with piercing intensity. These words immediately resonated with many girls. "Instructor, I want to report this too." "Instructor, and me too. This isn't fair. Why can they slack off?" Upon hearing this, the 3 boys' faces immediately turned ashen. Xie Xiuwen glared angrily at the Rune God of War. "Go to hell. What we do is none of your business. Why don't you just mind your own business? Why bother worrying about others?" Rune God of War nodded and pointed to Li Fan beside him. "Look at Li Fan, his movements are very standard. They don't slack off, they train hard, unlike you bunch of spineless cowards. I can't stand looking at the 3 of you. You're not happy? What are you going to do about it? Want to fight?" One of the 3 boys, Li Chang, who weighed over 300 pounds and was tall and strong, stared at the Rune God of War and asked, "Let's do it. I've never been afraid of anyone." With that, Rune God of War rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Her followers followed slowly behind. Seeing the situation getting increasingly chaotic, Ling Yan shouted, "Shut up, all of you." This stern shout immediately silenced the situation. Ling Yan's legs appeared long and strong under her dark green military trousers. She walked up to Xie Xiuwen, Li Chang, and the other 2, staring at them seriously, and said calmly, "You 3, your movements and postures are not up to standard. Go to the playground and run 3 laps as punishment." Xie Xiuwen's brows furrowed unconsciously. He was already physically weak and had been training all morning, so he was exhausted. Where would he get the strength to run 3 laps? "Instructor, I can't run anymore." He hesitated for a moment, then quietly reported to Ling Yan. The other 2 boys simply started walking and headed towards the adjacent rubber track. "What do you mean you can't run? You have to run." "Yes, not running is embarrassing for a guy." The girls launched into a barrage of blatant mockery. Seeing this, Li Fan stepped forward. Xie Xiuwen is his roommate after all, and they have a good relationship for the past 2 days. He has to help him with this. Reporting, Instructor. Li Fan raised his hand and looked at Ling Yan. "I am Xie Xiuwen's roommate. He is a little weak, and I'm afraid he will suffer from heatstroke. Can I run these 3 laps in his place?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Xiuwen was stunned. He slowly raised his head, looking at Li Fan with disbelief. "Old Li, you." "Fine." Li Fan nodded to him. The girls around them also had their pupils shrink, their faces filled with shock. They never imagined that in this kind of society, there would still be a man like Li Fan who was selfless and dedicated to others. Xiao Jun stood in the first row of girls, her eyes fixed on Li Fan, filled with admiration. She looked Li Fan up and down carefully and suddenly felt that he seemed a little different from yesterday. Looking at the slightly defined jawline on Li Fan's face, a thought subconsciously popped into her mind: he seems to have lost weight? Ling Yan stared at Li Fan for a while, then turned to look at the Rune God of War. Seeing that he didn't speak, she stood there blankly. She smiled and nodded. "All right, Li Fan, then it's my fault for taking the punishment for Xie Xiuwen." "It's okay, my body can handle it." Li Fan smiled faintly, took a step, and slowly ran outside. 3 laps are only 1,200 meters, which is nothing to him. Time flies. The day's military training ended quickly. 6 p.m. Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen returned to their dormitory one after the other. Xie Xiuwen was panting heavily when he entered the room and went straight to the sofa. He finally let out a heavy sigh of relief after collapsing onto the sofa. Ah, that feels so good. A satisfied smile spread across his handsome face as he looked up at Li Fan. Old Li, thank you so much for today. I've remembered your kindness, and I'll repay you when I have the chance. Hi. Li Fan went to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water, gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing, don't worry about it. I have something to do later, so I'll talk to you later. As Li Fan spoke, he stepped into his room. The last rays of the setting sun shone through the curtains onto his face, making his rather ordinary face seem more attractive in the golden light. Chapter 20 Image Rating, 55. After taking a shower, Li Fan changed into a black t-shirt and sweatpants and walked out of the room. He has already booked a styling studio near the school online. I specifically chose the 268 package, which was personally styled by the hairstylist. It's a bit pricey, but you have to give up something to gain something. Li Fan willingly paid the money. In the living room, Xie Xiuwen lay quietly on the sofa like a dead dog. Seeing Li Fan come out, he subconsciously asked, Old Li, what are you doing dressed so smartly? Going on a date, are you? You'll find out when I get back. Li Fan smiled mysteriously, did not answer him, and quickly left the dormitory. The footsteps faded into the distance. Xie Xiuwen sat up quickly on the sofa, turned to look at the closed door, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. What's all this secrecy about? Li Fan arrived at the styling studio soon. When I opened the door, the studio was completely empty. 2 young women with elaborate makeup were sitting there chatting. Upon seeing someone enter, one of the women, a slender woman wearing white leggings, quickly stood up and hurried to greet them. Handsome, wanna get a haircut? The woman's eyes were fixed on Li Fan, filled with eagerness. She hadn't been open for most of the day, and now that she'd finally attracted a big spender, she had to serve him well. I have an appointment with your salon's head hairstylist. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly turned to look at the other woman still sitting there. Director, they're looking for you. They're here. Another woman stood up with a smile and walked gracefully towards Li Fan in a black stockings and bodycon skirt. Handsome, have a seat. Tell me your requirements. Li Fan slowly sat down in the chair, looking at his face in the mirror where his jawline was slightly defined, and said, I want you to design a hairstyle that best suits my face shape. Smack. The female director snapped her fingers, a smile spreading across her heavily made-up face. Handsome, don't worry, I've got it covered. The female director has a very voluptuous figure. She wore a light pink bodycon dress with her chest high and rounded, her legs wrapped in shiny black stockings, and her feet in high heels. He exudes a flamboyant aura from the inside out. While getting a haircut, a faint scent of mature woman's perfume wafted into Li Fan's nostrils. His face involuntarily flushed red. The other person's figure was clearly visible in the mirror. Li Fan thought to himself, is this a barbershop or a massage parlor? When they reached the back of my head, a soft, smooth sensation came from my shoulder. A hint of doubt flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and he subconsciously glanced at himself in the mirror. The next second, he was so frightened that he immediately closed his eyes. Good heavens! This is so awesome! The female director looked at Li Fan's slightly flushed face in the mirror, and couldn't help but smile slightly. He looks like a young boy from school, easily provoked. She found it increasingly interesting. After that, she played a few more rounds with Li Fan until he couldn't keep up anymore, and she finally distanced herself from him. The styling is almost finished now. Handsome guy, it's done. Are you satisfied? The female director stood behind Li Fan, arms crossed, smiling at him. In this pose, her already impressive assets are accentuated, making her even more alluring. Li Fan glanced briefly at the female director in the mirror, then his eyes whitened suddenly. Do not look at what is improper. Do not look at what is improper. He muttered to himself twice, quickly snapping back to reality and focusing his gaze on his face. What comes into view is a handsome young man with his hair standing on end and curled. Although her features aren't exactly chiseled, her jawline is well defined and her nose is high and straight. Combined with this hairstyle, she looks quite stylish. Handsome guy, your face shape is more suitable for this American-style front thrust. The female director stepped forward and gently touched the back of Li Fan's head. You look much more energetic now. Li Fan subconsciously shrank his neck, looked at himself in the mirror, and nodded in satisfaction. How much? 268, right? The female director winked at Li Fan with a half smile. Actually, we don't have to pay. You just need to come in and have some fun with me, handsome young man. As she spoke, she pointed to the interior of the studio. The dim light illuminated the scene over there. Li Fan could vaguely see through the gauze curtain that it was a spacious double bed. Go to hell. What the hell is this clucking shop? Li Fan was speechless for a moment, then quickly shook his head. I'll pay. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and scanned the QR code next to him. After paying 268 yuan, Li Fan strode away from the studio as if fleeing. As he reached the door, he heard a charming voice behind him. Handsome, come get your haircut sometime. Next time, I'll give you a free haircut. How thirsty must she be? She must be starving. Walking along the path beside the road, Li Fan pondered as he went. Although he had never eaten meat, he was a little hungry. But I don't dare to eat this kind of meat that I don't know anything about. What if the other party is some kind of biochemical mother? Wouldn't his life be completely over? Fortunately, my image score has improved to 45 points. Looking at the image rating of 4560 displayed on the blue LED screen in front of him, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. Okay, haircut complete. Next, let's go buy some outfits. As the saying goes, Buddha is made of gold, and people are made of clothes. A good sense of style is also crucial to a person's image. Li Fan currently has a little over 10,000 yuan in his bank account. Although I can't afford the really high-end brands, I can still consider Meters Banui and Samir, which cost a few hundred yuan apiece. If that doesn't work, Uniqlo will do. Li Fan had searched on the map and found that there was a Uniqlo in the shopping mall next to the school. Walking straight along the road, Li Fan soon arrived at the entrance of Uniqlo. As soon as I walked in, a female sales assistant who looked like an 18 or 19-year-old student greeted me with a smile. Welcome to Uniqlo, handsome. Are you here to buy clothes or something else? I'd like to buy a few outfits, could you give me some suggestions? Of course, no problem. The saleswoman's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. Handsome, what kind of style do you like? Modern? Retro? Or? Li Fan stated his preference. I prefer that Korean trendy style. You can help me put together an outfit based on my body type. I don't need those effeminate clothes, I prefer something more powerful and masculine. The saleswoman nodded repeatedly, looked Li Fan up and down carefully, and said with a smile, handsome, leave it to me, I'll go pick something out for you right away. After the female sales assistant finished speaking, she walked to the men's section to help Li Fan choose clothes. Li Fan stood quietly in place and waited. Anyway, his fashion sense isn't great, it's even a bit tacky. Instead of choosing yourself, it's better to let professionals help you with the matching. A short while later, the female sales assistant returned, dragging large and small items in her hands. Handsome, I've put together 3 outfits for you. She handed Li Fan a plain black cotton blend crew neck t-shirt and a pair of light blue straight leg pants, saying, here, try this outfit on first. Li Fan took the clothes, went into the changing room next door, quickly changed his clothes, and came out. Although he is only 172 centimeters tall, Li Fan has a well-proportioned body. With her belly smaller, she definitely looks different in this outfit. She looks more energetic, more composed, and more charming. So cool. The saleswoman's eyes lit up instantly, and she smiled and exclaimed, handsome guy, this outfit suits your style perfectly, you look absolutely stunning. Li Fan looked at himself in the mirror and could hardly believe it. It's true that clothes make the man. Once I put on this outfit, along with my American-style front tattoo, I was ready to go. She looks so much better than she did this afternoon. He could even be considered a handsome young man. I'll take this set, and then I'll try the other 2. Okay. The saleswoman, with a bright smile on her face, deftly handed the clothes and pants in her hands to Li Fan. The next few minutes, Li Fan kept changing clothes in the fitting room. It just goes to show that professionals are professionals. The other 2 outfits the female sales assistant chose were still very suitable for Li Fan. In the end, Li Fan bought all 3 outfits. When it came time to pay, the total bill came to over 2,000 yuan, and the saleswoman's smile never faded. When Li Fan left, she even saw him off to the door. He then respectfully said goodbye, handsome, take care, and welcome to come again next time. When Li Fan came out of Uniqlo, he was wearing the first outfit that the sales assistant had suggested. A plain black crew neck t-shirt and light blue straight leg jeans. And that was paired with the white sneakers he was wearing. Walking inside the mall, I noticed that I was frequently being stared at by women. This was the first time Li Fan had experienced something like this in his 18 years of life. A flicker of excitement crossed his mind, and he subconsciously glanced at his data panel. Image rating, 5560. Chapter 21 Advanced Quest. 55 points. Only 5 points away. Li Fan's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. At this pace, the system's second main quest is about to be completed. My hairstyle and outfit changes have boosted my overall score a lot, so now I need to work on my skin and overall demeanor. Charm is something that can't be explained or defined, it can't be changed overnight. Therefore, we must start with the skin. Li Fan lowered his head and looked at the skin on his arms, which had been tanned in patches of black and white from the military training over the past 2 days, and immediately made a decision. He took the escalator to a large beauty product chain store on the first floor of the mall. On the recommendation of the saleswoman, I bought a sunscreen, a refreshing oil control facial cleanser, and a moisturizing toner. Men's skincare routines differ from women's. It doesn't require complicated procedures. Just wash your face frequently to keep it clean and non-greasy, and that's enough. Seeing that Li Fan had bought 3 skincare products in one go, the saleswoman in the black office lady suit stepped forward with a smile and winked at him. "Handsome, would you like a bottle of men's cologne? Your appearance and temperament are already great. If you add a refreshing perfume, you'll definitely be irresistible to both women and men." Li Fan stared at the saleswoman's pretty face for a while, until she blushed, before nodding and saying, "Okay, then I'll recommend a perfume that suits me." Ultimately, Li Fan chose a citrus-scented men's fragrance. This fresh and vibrant fragrance is perfect for a male college student like him. When it came time to pay, it cost a total of over 500 yuan. Li Fan's net worth has dwindled to around 7,000 yuan. However, he wasn't bothered at all. In addition to the beauty pill, you will also receive a reward of 10,000 yuan once you complete the latest main quest. You only get a return if you put in the effort. I just grabbed a bowl of noodles outside. When Li Fan returned to his dormitory, it was already 8 p.m. Pushing open the dormitory door, Xie Xiuwen was half reclining on the soft sofa, staring intently at his phone. His hands tapped rapidly on the screen, and he shouted, wait for me. I'll be there after I finish this group of wild horses." Hearing the door open, he instinctively turned to look at the doorway before quickly turning back to the screen. But the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. She tossed her phone aside, slowly raised her head, and stared incredulously at the young, trendy man who walked in. "You are, old Li?" He scrutinized Li Fan for a while before tentatively asking. Li Fan smiled slightly and nodded. "Old Xia, now you know what I'm going to do." "Wow, it really is you." Xia Xiuwen quickly stood up and walked over to Li Fan in a few steps. He scrutinized the man's face, hair, and clothes, his tone filled with shock. "You must have flown to South Korea. You've changed so much in just half a day. You look much better now than before. Even compared to me, they're only a tiny bit off." As he spoke, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Li Fan didn't notice Xie Xiuwen's look and waved his hand casually. "It's not as exaggerated as you say. I just got a new hairstyle, changed my clothes, and exercised and dieted these past few days, so I've lost a little weight." "You're not just a little thinner." Xie Xiuwen reached out and touched Li Fan's stomach and chest, feeling the slightly hardened contours. His eyes widened slightly. "Wasn't all that flabby fat before? How come it's all turned into muscle now?" "Running makes you lose weight faster." Li Fan had already prepared his excuse. "I've been running 5 kilometers every morning these past few days, plus the military training is exhausting, and I haven't been eating much at night." "Awesome. Old Li." Xie Xiuwen gave Li Fan a thumbs up, looking at him with admiration. "I struggled to run 800 meters, and you ran 5 kilometers, plus a whole day of military training afterward. You're a tough guy." "Alright, I'm not talking to you anymore." Li Fan smiled faintly, picked up a few plastic bags and waved them at Xie Xiuwen. "I have something to do, Lao Xia. Go back to your room and take a shower first. Let's go to the cafeteria for breakfast together tomorrow morning." "It's on me." "Okay. Wake me up tomorrow morning." Xia Xiuwen smiled broadly. The next day, at 5:30 a.m., Li Fan was woken up by his biological clock on time. After a quick wash, running water, and rinsing my face with facial cleanser, I was able to get some fresh water. Li Fan changed into a black tracksuit, draped a small towel around his neck, and left the dormitory. It was still too early, and there were very few pedestrians on either side of the school's main road. Occasionally, 1 or 2 older cleaning ladies would pass by, and Li Fan would smile and nod at them. Soon, Li Fan arrived at the track and field stadium. Although the system's task has been completed. But Li Fan doesn't want to give up his 5-kilometer run every morning. These 3 days of long-distance running not only trained his body, but also his will and spirit. He wants to continue this sport in the long run. Bite. Just then, a crisp and pleasant electronic voice rang in Li Fan's mind. A strong physique is the foundation of a male god. To become the perfect male god, you must first have a strong body. The host has completed the initial task, physical training. Updated advanced quest, strengthen your physique. Build physical strength. Within a month, run 10 kilometers, do 100 push-ups, and 100 jumping jacks every day. Task reward, perfect male god physique, 8-pack abs, clearly defined V-line, shark line, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. Current check in progress, 30 days check-in can be done on the treadmill in the indoor gym on rainy days. An advanced quest. Perfect timing. It's here just in time. Li Fan chuckled, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I had already decided to stick to running, and now I'm officially on paid duty. Moreover, the reward was incredibly tempting to him. A perfect male god-like physique. Isn't this the kind of physique he saw on short videos in his previous life? People like Chao Go Outside, Jia, and Professor Liang are all of this type. Keep checking in for a month. It's just 10 kilometers and 100 push-ups. I'll do it. Li Fan's eyes narrowed, and he started jogging at a steady pace along the track. 6:30 a.m. Zhou Shuer, dressed in a pink tracksuit, arrived at the track and field for her usual run. The morning sun was warm and a gentle breeze was blowing. The golden light shone on Zhou Shuer's curvaceous body, as if she were draped in a golden veil. Running is a good habit she has developed over the past 3 years. In order to maintain a good figure and for the sake of her health, Zhou Shuer usually goes jogging at the track and field, except in bad weather. Sometimes I run for half an hour, sometimes for 45 minutes. Zhou Shuer pushed open the gate to the track and field stadium in the corner and slowly walked towards the synthetic track. She had known for a long time that she needed to warm up before running. She walked to the edge of the plastic track, spread her arms wide and swung them a few times, then put her hands on her waist and twisted her slender waist from side to side. Then she started kicking her legs back and forth. Suddenly, a black figure running on the nearby rubber track came into her view. The figure was dressed in a black tracksuit. He wasn't particularly tall, but he was upright and well proportioned. The face was a little blurry, but the clean and neat hairstyle made her think that the other person must be a handsome guy. Gradually, the figure got closer and closer to Zhou Shuer. She finally got a clear look at the other person's face. That person looks so familiar. It felt like I'd seen it somewhere before. A thought flashed through Zhou Shuer's mind unconsciously. She frowned, her eyes looking to the upper right, trying hard to recall the memories in her mind. That's strange, I don't seem to remember knowing a guy like that. Zhou Shuer muttered, her eyes full of confusion. She felt that the boy running looked familiar, but she just couldn't recognize him. At this moment, Li Fan, who was sweating profusely on the track, also recognized Zhou Shuer. Without a second thought, he stopped, walked up to Zhou Shuer, and greeted her with a smile. Senior Zhou. What a coincidence. Chapter 22 Li Fan, can I add you on WeChat? You are Junior Li Fan? Zhou Shuer scrutinized Li Fan for a long time before tentatively asking a question. No wonder she didn't recognize her. The Li Fan she had met a few days ago had messy hair, a slightly chubby figure, and a round face. He was just an ordinary chubby boy. The boy in front of me had a clean-cut American-style spiky hairstyle and a clearly defined jawline. A light sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he had a faint, refreshing citrus scent. Although her facial features are not particularly outstanding, her bright eyes and high nose bridge are enough to make her quite pleasing to the eye. He's completely different from the chubby kid from a few days ago. If it weren't for the slight resemblance in their eyes and eyebrows, Zhou Shuer really wouldn't have dared to call out Li Fan's name. It's me. Li Fan chuckled, Senior, we're really destined to meet. We've bumped into each other twice in just a few days. Hearing the boy in front of her admit that he was Li Fan, Zhou Shuer still felt a little incredulous. It's only been 3 days. How can a person undergo such a drastic change? Li Fan, Jr. Zhou Shuer's face flushed slightly, and she asked somewhat shyly, how did you become like this? What I mean is, you've lost a lot of weight and look better than before. How did you do it? Zhou Shuer's tone was somewhat flustered. Looking at the clean-cut boy in front of her, Joe Schwer felt her heart pounding like a drum for some reason. Oh, so that's what it is. Li Fan smiled slightly and applied the same explanation he used for Xie Xiuwen to Joe Schwer. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with this explanation. Losing weight is simply about controlling your diet and exercising more. Some people have special physical qualities, so they lose weight quickly, which is perfectly reasonable. After listening to Li Fan's explanation, Joe Schwer gave him a thumbs up. Junior, you're really amazing, I admire you. Li Fan looked Joe Schwer up and down carefully, her graceful figure encased in a pink tracksuit. He shook his head and smiled. Senior, I should be the one admiring you. Your great figure is the result of years of consistent exercise. I can only learn from your perseverance. Joe Schwer's pretty face flushed red instantly. Under Li Fan's intense gaze, she felt a tingling sensation all over her body, as if insects were crawling on her. She quickly turned around, her back to Li Fan, and said in a flustered tone, Junior, well, it's getting late, I need to continue my run, let's end our conversation now. As she spoke, she started running along the track. Li Fan stood there, watching Joe Schwer's youthful and energetic body gradually disappear into the distance. He smiled slightly and followed after her. Li Fan quickly caught up with Joe Schwer. Senior, wanna have dinner together tonight? It's on me. Li Fan tentatively extended an invitation. Judging from Joe Schwer's attitude towards him today, he felt that he should have a chance. Have a meal. Joe Schwer was panting as she ran, her pretty face flushed, whether from exercise or something else, it was hard to tell. Good. Joe Schwer hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing. She couldn't find a reason to refuse. Moreover, she did indeed feel a sense of curiosity about Li Fan. Okay, senior, let's keep in touch via WeChat tonight. Li Fan smiled at Joe Schwer and quickened his pace to overtake her. The goal has been achieved, so there's no need to cling to each other. A suitable distance can actually enhance the relationship. After having breakfast with Xie Xiuwen, the two went side by side to the track and field for today's military training. Throughout the journey, Xie Xiuwen had a big smile on his face, seemingly in a very good mood. She would occasionally turn her head to glance at Li Fan, making Li Fan act strangely. Old Xie, is there some good news at home? You seem so happy. Upon arriving at the track and field stadium, Li Fan finally couldn't help but ask. No. Xie Xiuwen shook his head and reached out to pat Li Fan's chest. Seeing this, Li Fan dodged to the side, avoiding the other person's groping hand. Just talk, don't get physical. Xie Xiuwen's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and frowned slightly. Old Xie, we're good brothers, what's wrong with touching you a few times? You're gay, so I'm actually afraid of you touching me. Li Fan sneered inwardly. He said, don't do this kind of thing between two grown men. Let's go, we're going to be late. With that, Li Fan strode towards the class line. Xie Xiuwen watched Li Fan's retreating figure from behind, gritted his teeth, and followed. In the southeast corner of the track and field stadium, in front of the Finance Class 1 team, Instructor Ling Yan, dressed in a dark green military uniform, looked dashing and exuded an extraordinary aura. She stood with her hands behind her back, her gaze casually sweeping over the students. Meanwhile, the girls in Finance Class 1 stood in small groups, whispering to each other. Wow, that's someone from the School of Management, right? That guy is pretty handsome. He's quite handsome, but not quite as good as Xie Xiuwen. I still prefer Xie Xiuwen's type, gentle and delicate, he just makes me want to protect him. Xie Xiuwen is indeed good, but... As a slightly chubby girl was speaking, she suddenly saw two figures in dark green military training uniforms walking towards her from a distance, one after the other. The one in front had a clean, sharp American-style spiky hairstyle, a high-nose bridge, and a glint in his eyes. The golden sunlight shone on his face, giving him a faint golden glow. She recognized the face very well, but at that moment she could hardly believe her eyes. The one behind, walking slowly, was none other than Xie Xiuwen, the class heartthrob. Hey, Shanshan, is that Li Fan? The slightly chubby girl suddenly reached out and tugged at her friend next to her. Upon hearing this, the girl next to her quickly looked in the direction the slightly chubby girl was pointing. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened. I guess so. Her voice was somewhat hesitant, and her face showed a hint of disbelief. The two turned to look at each other and quickly told the girls around them the news. When Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen reached the side of the Finance Class 1 line, Li Fan suddenly realized that all the girls in the class were staring at him. Most of them looked shocked. Some of the girls even had a burning desire in their eyes. My hair? Li Fan was slightly bewildered. But he quickly came to his senses, met those burning gazes, and walked to the front of the line. These are the seats for the 4 boys in the class. At this moment, the other 2 boys had not yet arrived. Xie Xiuwen glanced at Li Fan, then quickly walked to his side and stood close to him. Li Fan frowned and took a step back from Xie Xiuwen. Xiao Jun, the female class monitor, stood in the second row, her eyes also fixed on Li Fan, her heart already filled with turbulent emotions. Is this really Li Fan? Instructor Ling Yan also showed a look of surprise on her face. When she invited Li Fan and Xiao Jun to dinner that day, she chatted with Li Fan face to face. She clearly remembered that the other person was a chubby little guy. Her face was slightly chubby, and her chin was round and plump. She looked really ordinary, even a little ugly. But the clean-cut boy in front of me had a high nose bridge and a clearly defined jawline. Although he's not exceptionally handsome, he's the kind of person whose looks grow on you. Is this really the same person? Li Fan, can I add you on WeChat? After the initial shock, a weak voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Chapter 23 The Rune God of War invites you to dinner. Li Fan, can I add you on WeChat? The tiny sound was like a large stone hitting the surface of a calm lake, instantly creating a huge splash. Li Fan, I've added you directly in the group chat. Please accept my request. Me too, Li Fan. A murmur of discussion arose from the girls' group. Even the Rune God of War who had flirted with Xie Xiuwen looked at Li Fan with a strange gaze. She thought to herself, to be honest, looking at him this way, Li Fan is actually quite stylish. Li Fan turned his head, slowly scanning the girls around him, his brows furrowing slightly, but he did not choose to answer them. To be honest, the girls in the class were too ordinary. Aside from the class monitor Xiao Jun being somewhat good-looking, there was really no one else who appealed to him. He had absolutely no interest in them. However, he did get to experience the pleasure of being a handsome guy. The feeling of being pursued by girls is indeed quite intoxicating. It was the joy of having one's vanity satisfied, a feeling of comfort that shot straight from the soles of one's feet to the top of one's head. Having lived 2 lives, this was truly the first time Li Fan had experienced this feeling. That saying is absolutely right, improving yourself is the best investment. A flash of understanding crossed Li Fan's eyes. Beside Li Fan, Xie Xiuwen looked at the chattering and noisy girls around him, a hint of disgust and inexplicable hostility rising in his eyes. Quiet. The noisy procession attracted the attention of surrounding classes, and Instructor Ling Yan had to speak up to stop it. Class, those who want to add Li Fan on WeChat can do so during the break. Now, everyone stand at attention. We're about to begin military training. As she spoke, Ling Yan raised her hand and glanced at her watch. It's 7:55 now, 5 minutes left. Anyone who's late today will have to run 10 laps as punishment. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, the girls had to suppress their excitement, and one by one they stood tall and straightened their backs, forming a proper line. However, their eyes seemed to drift towards the boy in the first row. At 7:59, the other 2 boys in the class finally arrived. The entire finance class 1 has finally arrived. The September sun was still scorching hot. The scorching heat not only baked the lush green grass of the track and field, but also the delicate and naive nature of the freshmen. The morning's military training ended quickly. Unlike the previous 2 days, no one slacked off or complained during this morning's military training. Everyone simply followed the instructions of Instructor Ling Yan silently, freely sweating profusely. Many people's shirts were already soaked. Even Ling Yan's green military uniform had turned dark, and the color of her underwear could be faintly seen through the thin shirt. Black. These 3 words flashed through Li Fan's mind subconsciously. Of course, it was just a fleeting glance. The other party was his instructor, and he had no other thoughts about Ling Yan. Students, that concludes our morning military training. We'll meet again at 2 p.m. Everyone, you may now disperse. Ling Yan said something to everyone, then turned and left. Wow! As soon as Ling Yan finished speaking, a gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. Afterwards, the students left in 2s and 3s, or in groups. Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen were also preparing to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Just as he was about to leave, Rune God of War walked over with several female followers. Rune Warrior, as the name suggests, is covered in green tattoos, with patterns drawn all over his arms, legs, and even neck. If you look closely, those tattoos include dragons, tigers, flowers, skulls. They all look pretty intimidating. She strode up to Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen with an air of indifference and stopped them. Hey you two, how about we grab lunch together? It's on me. Looking at the green arm in front of him, Xie Xiuwen frowned and turned to stare coldly at the rune god of war. Hey you, let me tell you, this is sexual harassment, and if you keep doing this, I'm calling the police. Upon hearing this, the rune god of war burst into laughter. Her followers behind her also burst into laughter. Oh dear. I'm so scared. Rune god of war shrugged dramatically, looking mocking. She finally understood that she couldn't simply tolerate someone as arrogant as Xie Xiuwen. You have to be firm and toughen him up. Xie Xiuwen, I forgot to tell you, my mother, Zhou Sanli, is the director of the police station near the university town. The rune god of war stared directly at Xie Xiuwen with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, and slowly spoke. After saying that, she reminded Xie Xiuwen, by the way, my name is Zhou Haina, not that other person. Li Fan was also shocked when he heard this. So he's the son of an official, no wonder he's so arrogant. Although the head of a police station is not considered a high-ranking official. But for ordinary people, it is definitely a level they have to look up to. I noticed that Xie Xiuwen's face was slightly pale. Li Fan looked at the rune god of war and said, Zhou Haina, it's just a meal together, no problem. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria, it's my treat. The school cafeteria offers a 10% discount on meals for male students, so treating these few people wouldn't cost much at all. Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Xie Xiuwen's expression froze. When she turned to look at him, her gaze was somewhat complicated. Rune god of war's eyes lit up, and his face clearly showed joy. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Li Fan's arm. Li Fan, you agreed. I knew you were easy to get along with, she said excitedly. The rune god of war chuckled, his eyes burning with fervor as he looked at Li Fan. She made up her mind she was going to pursue someone else. Xie Xiuwen is arrogant, difficult to get along with, and most importantly, he deserves a beating. Li Fan is so easy to talk to. Besides, Li Fan looks quite heroic and strong. She prefers sunny, handsome men. There are just too few men out there. There are even fewer handsome guys. Having no other choice, they turned their attention to Xie Xiuwen. This comparison makes it clear at a glance which is stronger and which is weaker. Hee, we're all classmates, no problem. Li Fan casually broke free from Zhou Haina's hand and walked towards the entrance of the track and field stadium. Let's go. Hurry to the cafeteria. Otherwise, there won't be any food left. Seeing Li Fan leave, Xie Xiuwen glared at Zhou Haina and quickly followed. Zhou Haina didn't care at all, and followed behind with a few followers, all smiles. The group finished getting their food and sat down at their seats. The 6 people fit perfectly around a table. The surrounding area was mostly filled with female freshmen undergoing military training, who noticed Zhou Haina covered in runes. And with Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen's impressive appearance, I couldn't help but steal glances at their table. Li Fan noticed the prying eyes, but he didn't care at all and continued to eat his meal with his head down. Xie Xiuwen felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, his whole body was covered in thorns. She sat there fidgeting for a while. He suddenly stood up, turned around, and scanned his surroundings, raising his voice several decibels. I'm warning you women, stop staring at me, or I'll have reason to suspect you have bad intentions towards me. If I find out again, I'll call the police and even sue you. Then you can expect to go to jail. Upon hearing this, the female freshmen around immediately lowered their heads and ate in silence. They dared not look at Li Fan's table again. Li Fan was greatly shocked upon seeing this. Isn't this the subway girl from her past life? Just because someone glanced at her in the crowd, she threatened to call the police and falsely accused them of having malicious intentions towards her. Good heavens, Xie Xiuwen has really taken the reversal of heavenly principles to a whole new level. Awesome. Li Fan felt only admiration and disdain for his roommate. Zhou Haina and her female followers couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Xie Xiuwen, their eyes filled with anger. This man has such a foul mouth. Xie Xiuwen, can you shut up? Zhou Haina stared coldly at Xie Xiuwen, her tone unfriendly. What do you mean by lower-class woman? If you dare say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Chapter 24 Zhou Haina's Transformation. Upon hearing Zhou Haina's threat, Xie Xiuwen instinctively wanted to retort. But he swallowed the words back down his throat. The other party's mother is the head of the nearby police station. He was, after all, an official. As an ordinary citizen, it's best for him not to offend her. I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about those people. Xie Xiuwen hesitated for a while, then pointed around and whispered an explanation to Johanna. "You son of a bitch." Before Johanna could finish her swearing, Li Fan interrupted her. "Johanna, my roommate is just annoyed by the girl Ningdi, he probably didn't mean anything by it. We're all classmates, why don't we just let this go?" Upon hearing Li Fan speak, Johanna nodded, her face immediately breaking into a beaming smile. "Li Fan, since you said that, what else can I say? I'll listen to you." The overhead light shone on Johanna's beaming face. It cast a soft light upon her. Li Fan took a closer look at the other person's features under the heavy smoky makeup and found that they were surprisingly good looking. "Johanna, tattoo photos not allowed to be approved." Actually, it's not Li Fan's fault. From the moment Li Fan first saw Johanna, he was drawn to the greenish-blue tattoos on her body. Moreover, she always wore smoky eye makeup, so all you could see was dark eyeshadow, making her look like a ghost. Only now, looking at her closely in person, do I realize that Johanna's looks are in no way inferior to Xiao Jun's. Her facial features are even more refined. Xiao Jun, on the other hand, exudes a more capable and efficient air. When compared, the two are evenly matched and neither can be considered superior. How about we get in touch with Johanna? A thought suddenly flashed through Li Fan's mind. Once the thought appeared, it grew wildly like weeds, quickly spreading throughout his entire mind. In this world where there are more women than men, polygamy can be achieved with just an application. Therefore, he felt no resistance or pressure. Since we're already here, let's make the best of it. Since we're already here, let's just get used to it. Li Fan quickly made a decision to decisively launch an attack on Johanna. He smiled slightly, picked up a piece of chicken from the plate with his chopsticks, and put it into Johanna's bowl. "Johanna, thank you for your understanding. I'll treat you to some chicken." This scene caused Johanna's female followers to scream. Wow! They started making a ruckus. There was even a girl who secretly tugged at Johanna's clothes from under the table. Johanna is usually very outgoing, but at this moment her face was burning red. The blush even spread to the base of her ears. She never expected Li Fan to serve her food. I still used his chopsticks to pick up the food from his plate. Those chopsticks had just passed through his mouth. It took Johanna quite a while to calm herself down. She bowed slightly and said to Li Fan, "Thank you." Her voice was barely audible, with a faint tremor. Li Fan smiled at her, ignoring the girl's teasing, and continued eating. He's been on a diet lately, so his diet is very light. A little bit of rice, stir-fried chicken breast with chili peppers, and a vegetable salad. Beside him, Xie Xiuwen's expression had completely changed. He couldn't help but turn to look at Li Fan and mutter to himself, "Why don't you give me any when you give her some? I'm your roommate, your brother." Although they were speaking softly, the whole dining table was only so big. So, everyone heard it. Several girls looked at Xie Xiuwen with disdain. Ever since that moment, they have had a very bad impression of Xie Xiuwen. Although he was quite handsome, they couldn't have him, and on top of that, he spoke rudely. Therefore, they are now banding together to despise Xie Xiuwen. Johanna raised her head slightly, glanced at Xie Xiuwen, and then focused her gaze on Li Fan. Now, she only has eyes for Li Fan. She thought Li Fan was really great. He's energetic and quite handsome anyway, she likes him a lot. She is eloquent and has a gentle and easygoing temperament. This is an extremely rare occurrence in today's society. She was determined to win him over. She would do anything to get him. Upon hearing Xie Xiuwen's words, Li Fan froze, and the food in his mouth instantly spat out. Is this even human language? Li Fan really wanted to curse, dog shit. However, considering that Johanna and several other girls were present, he held back. His face darkened, and he reached out and slapped Xie Xiuwen's shoulder hard. Xie Xiuwen's frail body was almost knocked to the ground. "Old Xie, we're all men, help yourselves." Li Fan said something but didn't bother to pay attention to him. He then lowered his head to clean up the food that had been sprayed on the plate and the table. Xie Xiuwen glanced at Li Fan with displeasure and said nothing more. Johanna hurriedly pulled a pack of tissues from her pocket and handed it to Li Fan. "Li Fan, here are some tissues, use them to wipe your face." Li Fan said thank you, took the tissue with its fresh scent and faint body fragrance, and began to clear the table. As he wiped the table, he thought to himself, "It seems like I'm the only one who misunderstood. No one else seems to have grasped the other layer of meaning in those words." However, the more I think about it, the more disgusted I get. Li Fan shook his head, quickly wiped the table clean, and handed the remaining tissues to Johanna. "Johanna, thank you for the tissue. When Johanna reached out to take the tissue, she accidentally bumped into Li Fan's broad palm. Warm, rough, and exuding a strong masculine aura. Johanna's face flushed instantly, and her slender arm, adorned with the image of a fierce tiger with blue face and fangs, abruptly retracted. Li Fan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Johanna lowered her head and apologized, her voice trembling slightly. In this world, men and women are not allowed to have physical contact. A woman is not allowed to touch a man without his permission. If the male student appeals, the case will be taken to court. There is a 99.7% chance that it will be classified as sexual assault. The thought of possibly sitting behind bars and crying filled Johanna with fear. As for her mother, who was the head of the police station, she had long forgotten about her. It's okay, it's normal for men and women to have some contact, you don't need to worry about it. Li Fan spoke with a smile that Johanna saw as the smile of an angel. She nodded obediently, I understand. The female followers around them stared in disbelief at the scene. I spent a few days hanging out with Johanna, the rune goddess. They also knew her personality and temperament. Fiery temper, easily angered. A girl accidentally knocked over her water glass and was scolded and slapped several times. But today, in front of Li Fan, they really opened their eyes. Johanna is like a completely different person. It really is true that everything has its counter. The idea flashed through their minds simultaneously. As for Xie Xiuwen, he stared coldly at Johanna, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. After the meal, the two sides parted ways at the entrance of the cafeteria. Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen went to the upscale and luxurious boys' dormitory, while Johanna and several girls went to the relatively ordinary girls' dormitory. Johanna turned back reluctantly, her gaze fixed on Li Fan, as if she were longing for him. One of the petite female followers, wearing black-rimmed glasses, joked, "Boss, stop looking. He's already gone far away. Why don't you go back with him and warm his bed?" Chapter 25 Johanna's proactive attack. Johanna's pretty face instantly turned red. He turned and glared at the girl who had spoken. "Xiao Jia, are you asking for trouble? Should I loosen your skin for you?" Xiao Jia shook her head dejectedly, covered her mouth, and dared not tease Johanna any further. As the leader of this girl group, Johanna has absolute authority. Aside from the fact that she has a mother who is an official, she herself is a formidable character. He practiced martial arts with his mother from a young age. Her kung fu is quite impressive. 2 or 3 girls are usually no match for her. "Hey bro, didn't you add Li Fan on WeChat? Send him a message when you get back to the dorm." Another slightly chubby girl suddenly spoke up. As the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is as easy as piercing a thin veil. "I think Li Fan seems quite interested in you. You should strike while the iron is hot, establish contact with him, and once the relationship is established, invite him out for dinner. Then find an opportunity to have a heart-to-heart talk with him, and you'll be able to get started." The slightly chubby girl gave Johanna a knowing smile as she spoke. The girls around them smiled knowingly. Upon hearing this, Johanna's eyes lit up. She walked up to the slightly chubby girl and patted her shoulder with a smile. "Shuya, your idea is really good. I'll take your suggestion. I'll bring you a YSL lipstick when I get back to the dorm." "Thanks, boss." A look of surprise flashed across Shuya's face, and she bowed deeply to Johanna with excitement. Several girls around Shuya looked at her with envy upon hearing this. YSL is a luxury brand. People from ordinary families can't afford such expensive cosmetics. Johanna noticed the expressions on their faces and said with a smile, "Sisters, you don't need to envy Shuya. Please help me with my ideas in the future. As long as you make a contribution, you will be rewarded. If you help me win over Li Fan, you'll each get a YSL lipstick." "Wow. Thanks, boss. Long live the boss." A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the small group. On the other side, Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen had already returned to their dormitory. Xie Xiuwen still looked like a dead dog. He took off his hat and collapsed onto the sofa. "Ah. I'm so tired." He sighed, turned to look at Li Fan, and asked casually, "Oldly, have you figured out what Johanna is thinking?" "What are you thinking?" Li Fan changed into slippers, walked to the dining table, and poured himself half a glass of water. After gulping down the drink, he looked at Xie Xiuwen and asked, "Old Xie, what do you mean?" "Oh my. Can't you tell she's interested in you?" Xie Xiuwen clicked his tongue and said, "I saw her secretly staring at you several times during the meal. She definitely has feelings for you." You'd better watch out. Oh? Li Fan chuckled, that's great, I happen to have some feelings for her too. Although she has some runes on her body, she is really beautiful. I think she is about the same as Xiao Jun, and she is my type. Upon hearing this, Xie Xiuwen's expression changed instantly. He frowned and turned to look at Li Fan. Oldly, there are plenty of girls in this world, you don't need to make a choice in college. Give yourself a chance. There will be plenty of beautiful women out there once you graduate. It's fine, since polygamy is allowed anyway, I'll just marry them all. Li Fan smiled slightly, completely ignoring Xie Xiuwen's words. Although he found Xie Xiuwen a bit strange, he couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. Anyway, being a gay guy won't affect his ability to pick up girls. Since Zhou Haina is interested in him, he should step up his efforts and try to win her over as soon as possible. He sheds his identity as an innocent young boy from 2 lifetimes. Old Xia, you. Xie Xiuwen wanted to say something more, but Li Fan had already turned and walked into the bedroom. It's 1 o'clock now. I'll take a half-hour nap, otherwise I'll feel sleepy in the afternoon. Li Fan lay in bed, set the alarm clock to 1:30 p.m., and silently closed his eyes. Ding dong. Just then, a WeChat notification sound suddenly went off. Li Fan subconsciously opened his eyes, picked up the phone next to him, and turned on the screen. A WeChat message suddenly appeared on the screen. Li Fan, thank you for the chicken you put on my plate at noon. I think it's the best chicken I've ever eaten in my life. The source is a pure and innocent young girl. Pure Girl is Zhou Haina's WeChat name. Li Fan added her this morning and still remembers her a little. Upon seeing this message, Li Fan began to believe Xie Xiuwen's words. It seems this rune god of war is really interested in him. Indeed, looks and figure are everything. If he were still that chubby little guy, he believed Zhou Haina would never give him a second glance. He hesitated for a moment, then replied with a message, it's okay, there's no need to be so polite between classmates. Although Li Fan had intended to make a move on Zhou Haina, now that she had taken him as her prey, he would play along with her act. It's important to understand that a skilled hunter always appears as the prey. Li Fan's message was sent out and received a reply instantly. There are still 2. Li Fan, I want more than just to be your classmate. What do you think of me as a person? Upon seeing these 2 messages, Li Fan was initially taken aback, but after regaining his senses, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. So they've started taking the initiative to attack? It seems Zhou Haina is quite eager. At the same time. Room 509, Girls' Dormitory Building. The scorching sun outside the window shone directly on the earth, as if it were about to set the earth ablaze. A slight, undulating heat wave permeated the air. Inside the window, several girls dressed in cool, dry pajamas huddled together, enjoying the air conditioning and chatting. I sent it as you suggested, will he think I'm too direct? Zhou Haina's pretty face flushed slightly as she sat on her bed, with her several little followers in front of her. Some of them were her roommates, and others were from the dorms next door. But now, they all share the same identity, her strategist. He was responsible for giving her advice and suggestions. Boss, don't be afraid. Shuya, a slightly chubby girl, looked at Zhou Haina and smiled. I did a survey on the school forum, and many boys said they like girls who are straightforward. You're so beautiful, I don't think he'll ever refuse you. What if he rejects me and says I'm a slut? Zhou Haina said sullenly with a pained expression. She felt that being so direct wasn't a good idea, but she was a novice in relationships and really didn't know how to talk to the other person. Boss, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Let's wait for his reply. If he refuses, I have a plan. Shuya smiled slightly, as calm and confident as Zhuge Liang, who held a secret plan in his hand. Seeing that smile, Zhou Haina felt as if she were infected by it, and she immediately calmed down. Ding dong. Just then, Zhou Haina's phone rang. She panicked, lost her grip, and the phone flew through the air. Fortunately, a girl nearby reacted quickly and caught her phone. Boss, take a deep breath, take it slow. The girl smiled and handed the phone back to Zhou Haina. Thank you, Qianqian. Zhou Haina nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and unlocked her phone. With a whoosh. Many eyes around us turned to the small line of text on the screen. You're great, very pretty, and have a good figure, it's just that you have a lot of tattoos. Li Fan's reply was very fair, he was telling the whole truth. Zhou Haina's entire body. He has tattoos from his neck to his feet. Upon seeing this message, the girls around immediately turned their attention to Zhou Haina. Boss, Li Fan really likes you, but he doesn't seem to like your tattoos. Shuya, a slightly chubby girl, stared at Zhou Haina and tentatively asked, "Can your tattoo be removed?" "These are stickers." Zhou Haina rolled her eyes, reached down to her neck, and gently tore at the right spot. The greenish-blue tattoo on her neck was instantly torn off, revealing her fair, jade-like skin and faint marks underneath. Ah! The girls around them all widened their eyes in surprise. I just thought it was more intimidating, and I had also watched a few gangster movies before, so I started to like tattoos. But I'm afraid of the pain, so I didn't dare to get a tattoo. Instead, I bought a lot of stickers and put them on my body. As she spoke, Zhou Haina tore off the stickers from her body. As the temporary tattoos covering her body were peeled off, her fair skin, as white as fine jade, was exposed to the public. She has a delicate, petite face, a high, straight nose, a graceful and well-proportioned figure, and fair skin. Against the backdrop of a light pink silk nightgown, she looked like a beauty straight out of a painting, making one's imagination run wild. "Boss, you're so beautiful." Shuya spoke for all the girls present. "Well enough." Zhou Haina blushed and quickly changed the subject. "Alright, now is not the time to discuss this. Let's think about how to reply to Li Fan's message." "That's easy." Shuya chuckled confidently and said, "Boss, take a selfie and send it to him. Also, explain the origin of your tattoos. I guarantee he won't escape your grasp." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haina's pretty face flushed slightly. "Taking selfies, is that a bit inappropriate?" She reached out and rubbed her smooth, tender face, asking shyly. "No way." Shuya smiled and shook her head. "Boss, you have no idea how charming you are. You'll know once you try." As she spoke, Shutan turned to look at the other girls. "Sisters, what do you think of my suggestion?" "I agree." "Boss, I agree too." Shuya's suggestion was endorsed by everyone. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Zhou Haina nodded slightly, mustered her courage, took a selfie of her upper body, and sent it to Li Fan. Then, I explained to him the origin of my tattoo. After sending the message, she let out a long sigh of relief and gently put down her phone. Only then did I realize that my palms were sweaty, slippery, sticky, and very uncomfortable. Seeing Zhou Haina's expression and actions, the girls around her couldn't help but smile slightly. It was the first time they had ever discovered that their leader had such a cute and timid side. On the other side, in the boys' dormitory, Li Fan's eyes widened, and he sat up straight in bed. Looking at the stunning photo on the screen, his eyes shone with intense passion. The tattoos on Rune Warrior are all fake, they're stickers. This was incredibly good news for Li Fan. He quickly picked up his phone and replied, "Zhou Haina, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So, what does Li Fan think of me now?" "Very good, very beautiful. How about we have dinner together tonight?" "I have plans tonight, how about tomorrow?" "I'll treat you tomorrow night." "Okay." Waiting for your message, a playful emoji. After ending the chat, Li Fan leaned against the headboard, unable to fall asleep again. I never imagined that Rune God of War was the hidden boss in our class. He now feels that Xiao Jun seems to be a little worse than Zhou Haina. A beauty of this caliber would have been a star in my past life. She's 100 or even 1,000 times better than those actresses who debuted based on their innocent image. If he hadn't invited Zhou Shuer to dinner that evening, he would have agreed to her invitation immediately. He abandoned the concepts of hunter and prey. Faced with such stunning beauty, this innocent young man indeed lost his reason. "Call." Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had never felt so good. He used to be as ordinary as the roadside weeds. Let alone a pretty girl like Zhou Haina, even ordinary girls wouldn't be interested in him. But in just a few days, only the first task of the system has been completed. I lost weight, changed my hairstyle and clothes, and I never expected to see such a big change. My score is already 55. Keep it up. I'll exercise and take good care of my skin these next few days and try to raise it to 60 to complete the system's second task. Li Fan clenched his fist and cheered himself up. He can't be considered a handsome man in the standard sense right now, he's just good-looking and pleasing to the eye. Moreover, his current physical attributes are not good enough. Height, physique, stamina, and even the very symbols of manhood are all barely passable. If he gets the rewards from the second and third missions, his overall attributes will be greatly improved. His face will also change, and that will be the moment he truly takes off. These are just the most basic steps of the perfect male god system. After that, he still has a lot of tasks to do and can improve himself in all aspects. Thinking of this, a glint of brilliance flashed in Li Fan's eyes. He looked forward to becoming a better version of himself in the future. Let me record my feelings today, hoping that when I stand at the top in the future, I will still remember the path I came from. Li Fan chuckled, opened his phone, tapped on the Notes app, and poured out all his current thoughts and feelings. A lengthy 800-word essay. It represents the extraordinary transformation of an ordinary chubby boy. The afternoon military training proceeded as scheduled. After several days of scorching sun, someone finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted. This person was not a girl, but Li Fan's roommate, Xie Xiuwen. As the male class monitor and Xie Xiuwen's roommate, Li Fan had the obligation and responsibility to take him to the infirmary for treatment. Xie Xiuwen is 165 centimeters tall and thin, so Li Fan easily carried him on his back. As Li Fan walked along the tree-lined path to the school clinic, he pushed open the door. A mature woman in a white lab coat, her chest adorned with ample bosom, happened to walk out and bumped right into Li Fan. Chapter 26: Li Fan's death. Ouch! The woman gasped in surprise, swayed, and staggered back 2 steps. Beneath the white coat, her ample figure rippled gently like water. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Li Fan, with Xie Xiuwen on his back, looked apologetically at the woman. I'm sorry, doctor, I didn't mean to. When Jiang Lily looked up and saw Li Fan, her anger vanished instantly. Wow, he's quite a handsome young man. A feeling of joy welled up inside her without her even realizing it. I've been working at Haicheng Finance and Economics College for several years now, and most of the patients who come to me for treatment are female. Very few boys came. Even if there are any, they are all of average appearance. Handsome guys are treated like treasures. If anything serious happened, they would have been sent to Haicheng First People's Hospital long ago. It's not her place as a school doctor to treat them. Hey, it's okay, come in. Jiang Lily called out, only then noticing Xie Xiuwen with his eyes closed on Li Fan's back. Wow! Another handsome guy. Am I having a lucky day? Li Fan carried Xie Xiuwen into the clinic. The comfortable air conditioning dispelled the outdoor heat. Li Fan instantly went from hell to heaven, feeling incredibly refreshed. Hey kid, what's wrong with your clothes? Jiang Lily walked over and closed the door, then turned to look at Li Fan and asked gently. He fainted. It's probably heat stroke. Li Fan said helplessly, the sun is too strong outside. This weather is really killing us during military training. Jiang Lily chuckled, finding the young man's words quite amusing. Student, put him on the bed over there and then take off his clothes. As Jiang Lily spoke, she walked to the window and reached out to open it. If someone faints due to heat stroke but doesn't experience convulsions or vomiting, it's usually not a serious problem. All you need to do is cool them down, ventilate the room, and replenish their electrolytes. Upon hearing this, Li Fan carefully laid Xie Xiuwen flat on the bed. Jiang Lily walked over, reached out and gently pried open Xie Xiuwen's eyelids, then checked his body temperature. You said, it's nothing serious. Let him rest for a while. He should wake up soon. Thank you, doctor. Li Fan sniffed the strong, mature woman's scent made his nose itch slightly. He turned his gaze to the woman and then noticed that her white coat was slightly open. Inside was a light-colored, tight-fitting bodycon skirt. Her ample bosom was so prominent it almost made his eyes pop out. Do not look at what is improper. Do not look at what is improper. Li Fan silently recited a couple of sentences to himself before turning his gaze away with difficulty. For a pure and innocent young boy like him, this alluring scene was simply too tempting. It's really hard to resist. Women are always sensitive to a man's gaze. Jiang Lily clearly noticed Li Fan's seemingly casual gaze, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. A naive young boy, timid and hesitant, clearly a beginner. It's actually quite tempting. Jiang Lily knows all too well how rare high-quality men are these days. Not to mention they're beginners. She didn't want to let this handsome young man go. She hesitated for a moment, then her legs suddenly gave way, and she fell face to face with Li Fan. Li Fan was looking around with his head down at that moment. He never expected this scene. By the time he looked up and saw Jiang Lily, she had already tackled him to the ground. Li Fan was used as a cushion, his buttocks colliding violently with the pristine white tiles. Jiang Lily then plopped down on Li Fan's stomach, her upper body completely covering Li Fan's face. Call. Li Fan took a few deep breaths. I felt an unusual softness on my face, and a faint milky scent wafted from my breath. Excuse me, classmate, I lost my balance. John Lily looked at Li Fan with an innocent expression, her tone full of apology. However, she remained seated on Li Fan and did not get up immediately. "It's okay, doctor, it wasn't an accident." Li Fan smiled and shook his head, "We're even now." He didn't mention asking the other person to get up. The warm, moist sensation on his stomach felt very comfortable, and he subconsciously didn't want to give up this enjoyment. After a while, John Lily reluctantly got off Li Fan, and Li Fan, without saying a word, stood up as well. "Excuse me, my name is John Lily. What's your name?" John Lily smiled and extended her hand to Li Fan. "Li Fan." Li Fan reached out and shook hands with John Lily, then boldly looked at her. After what just happened, he became a little bolder. He had a vague feeling that the other person didn't seem to dislike him. There was even a hint of indulgence. When he fell, his whole face was buried in her arms, but she didn't react at all. Is this woman trying to seduce me? A thought suddenly flashed through Li Fan's mind. The clinic is small but cozy. The air conditioner was blowing loudly, driving away the sweltering heat completely. Li Fan and John Lily's hands are still together. The temperature between the two gradually rose. A faint sense of ambiguity lingered between the two. "Li Fan, how about you become my godson?" John Lily stared at Li Fan for a while, then suddenly said, "I feel like you're a lot like a childhood playmate of mine. I feel like we've known each other forever. There's a strange sense of familiarity to it. How about we become god siblings? From now on, I'll be your god sister, and you'll be my god brother." "Older sister? Older sister?" Li Fan looked up at the other person's beautiful, alluring face and full red lips, and unconsciously swallowed. "I can do anything." How could a young man like him, who had just come of age, possibly resist the temptation of such a mature woman? It has nothing to do with anything else, it's purely a physiological attraction. Both were at their peak, a match made in heaven. Giggle. John Lily chuckled, released Li Fan's hand, and instead stroked his cheek, gently caressing and tracing it. "Little brother, let's exchange contact information. Come visit me when you have time, or you can come here. Come to my house, I'll cook for you." Her voice was charming and alluring, like a soft feather gently brushing against Li Fan's heart. Li Fan nodded blankly, reached into his pocket, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and handed the QR code to the other party. "Sister, please add me." Click. WeChat friend added successfully. John Lily returned the phone to Li Fan and then kissed him on the cheek. Smack. A faint lip print appeared on Li Fan's face. Li Fan's eyes widened suddenly, and his breathing became rapid. It can't be here. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Xieshouwen, who was lying quietly on the hospital bed, feeling a mix of excitement and anticipation. "Johanna, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I have to give up here first." Li Fan silently closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly, quietly waiting for what was to come. John Lily stood in front of Li Fan and saw that he had his eyes closed and looked like he was bravely going to his death. She couldn't help but giggle. Giggle. "Little brother, what are you thinking about?" "I'm just saying goodbye. I'm about to get off work." She blinked, looking at Li Fan mischievously, her eyes full of laughter. Forehead. Li Fan opened his eyes instantly, his face turning red. "I just felt like the society was going to die. Damn innocent little boy." He vowed to get rid of this identity as soon as possible. Well, sister, I have something to do, I'll be going now." As Li Fan spoke, he quickly turned around, covered his face, and walked towards the door. This was so shameful that he couldn't bear to look John Lily in the eye. As he reached the door, John Lily suddenly called out to him. "Little brother, wait a minute, your classmate is still here with me." "It's alright, let him go back to class by himself when he wakes up." With his back to John Lily, Li Fan waved his hand, left those words behind, and walked away without looking back. Now that Xieshouwen is confirmed to be alright, he no longer needs to worry about him. John Lily crossed her arms and watched Li Fan's departing figure with great interest, her eyes full of smiles. She's got her hands on this adopted younger brother. Today is the first day she met Li Fan, and the environment isn't very convenient. Otherwise, she would have pounced on her long ago. "The last time I slept with a man was 3 years ago. Wait, little brother, next time I come, I'll definitely take advantage of you." John Lily muttered something to herself, then turned her gaze to Xieshouwen on the hospital bed. This guy is quite handsome, and she likes him a lot. Chapter 27 I'm afraid I'll die. Not long after Li Fan returned to the team, Xiaowen came back. However, his face was still somewhat pale. When instructor Ling Yan saw this, she specially granted Xiaowen a 2-day leave. Upon receiving the leave slip, Xiaowen's face instantly flushed. After smiling and saying goodbye to Li Fan, he slowly left alone. The other students in Finance Class 1 continued their training. Learning from Xiaowen's example, Ling Yan no longer dared to let everyone march in formation or practice drills under the scorching sun. The group moved freely in a dark corner. Soon, the day's military training came to an end. Li Fan quickly returned to his dormitory, took a quick shower, and changed into a stylish outfit. Then he used a hairdryer and hair clay to create a standard American-style spiky hairstyle. He learned this on his own by following online tutorials. While I wouldn't say I've perfectly imitated it, my technique is still quite good. After everything was settled, Li Fan stood in front of the large floor-length mirror, looked at himself in the mirror, and nodded in satisfaction. The young man is quite handsome. Li Fan opened the door and came out of the bedroom. Xiaowen, who was lying on the sofa like a corpse, was instantly startled. He stared at Li Fan with wide eyes and asked instinctively, "Why are you dressed so flamboyantly?" "Let's go on a date." Li Fan smiled faintly. "I've made plans to have dinner with a pretty senior student." "You went on a date by yourself and left me in the dorm. That's so unfair of you." Xiaowen frowned. "I'm your brother, I don't care, I'm going too." Seeing Xiaowen's lifeless state, Li Fan thought of a blogger named Yuan San from his previous life on Douyin TikTok. The thought of that round-faced, unshaven, and sleazy Saw gang made him feel nauseous. "Get lost. I'm going on a date, what's it to you?" Li Fan coldly uttered a sentence and strode quickly away from the dormitory. Xiaowen stood in front of the sofa, staring blankly at Li Fan's back. He let out a heavy sigh and slumped backward. At the same time, Room 206, Building B, Girls' Dormitory. Zhou Shuer stood in front of the shared full-length mirror in the dormitory, looking at herself from left to right. Her face was delicate and beautiful, and she wore a pure white dress and white sneakers. She was like a pure and flawless white flower, exceptionally fresh and captivating. "Xiao Shuer, are you dressed up so beautifully to see your boyfriend?" Just then, a teasing voice came from behind. Zhou Shuer subconsciously turned her head. Seeing the teasing smile on her roommate Fan Lingling's face, her pretty face flushed slightly. "He's not my boyfriend, he's just a junior I've known for only a few days." Zhou Shuer lowered her head and said softly. "Junior?" Fan Lingling stepped forward, squinted, and carefully examined Zhou Shuer. "Shuer, if I remember correctly, this is the first time you've gone out with a boy, right? Tell me, are you interested in him?" Zhou Shuer shook her head. "No. It's just that I haven't seen him for the past few days, and he's changed a lot. I'm just curious, so I wanted to chat with him." "Is that junior handsome?" Fan Lingling suddenly asked. He's not bad looking." Thinking of Li Fan, whom she had met that day, Zhou Shuer spoke truthfully. In her opinion, Li Fan's changed appearance was indeed quite pleasing to her, as she thought he was quite handsome. "Wow! Handsome guy." Fan Lingling's eyes lit up instantly. She reached out and took Zhou Shuer's hand, whispering sweetly, "Shuer, take me with you. I want to meet this handsome junior too." Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Zhou Shuer frowned slightly. "Lingling, didn't you say you had a crush on a junior? Why don't you ask him out?" "Don't even mention it, he completely ignores me." Fan Lingling said with a bitter face, "I've sent him so many messages, but he never replies. I'm so desperate." That won't work either." Zhou Shuer instinctively defended her food. "My junior and I were just chatting, it's not what you think. I'm going to be late, I have to go." Without waiting for Fan Lingling's reply, she quickly grabbed her bag and ran out of the dormitory. Her long legs moved swiftly, and she soon disappeared from Fan Lingling's sight. "What? I didn't do anything. Why do you have to treat me like I'm a wolf?" Fan Lingling sighed helplessly. "Humph. Stingy guy. I'll go with you next time. I want to see just how handsome that junior really is." 6:30 p.m. At the entrance of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, people come and go in a bustling crowd. The young and beautiful female college students were dressed in revealing outfits: tank tops, bodycon skirts, shorts, miniskirts, black stockings, white stockings. They walked in twos and threes, joking and teasing each other. Occasionally, a few ordinary boys would pass by, but the girls would ignore them completely. Conversely, a well-dressed, handsome man is often surrounded by a large group of beautiful women. The rules of this world are clearly written down. Li Fan was wearing a black cotton crew neck t-shirt, simple straight leg jeans, and canvas shoes. I stood quietly in the corner by the school gate. Several female college students with good figures but less than ideal looks surrounded them. "Hey handsome, wanna add me on WeChat? Little brother, you look young. Which college are you in? Tell your big sister, I'm in the student council, and I'll arrange some perks for you. Hey handsome, wanna hook up? I'm amazing in bed." Several female college students teased Li Fan with giggles, leaving him looking rather helpless. He used to crave the opportunity to be pursued by women. But now, he finally understood Xiexuowen's troubles. Having too many women can also be a problem. "No need, seniors, my girlfriend will be out soon. You can go about your business." Li Fan smiled and declined. "What's wrong with having a girlfriend? We don't care. The law even allows for polygamy." The slightly chubby girl in the front, wearing black stockings and a bodycon skirt, laughed and said, "Handsome, if you agree, the three of us will play with you. How about it, want to consider it?" Li Fan's eyes widened suddenly. He turned his head and glanced at the three of them, then silently shook his head. "Forget it, I'm afraid I'll die." "Ha ha ha." The three girls burst into laughter. "All right, Junior, I'm not teasing you anymore. We're off now, bye." The slightly chubby girl winked at Li Fan, then reached out and pulled her two companions by the arms. "Let's hurry up, they've already rejected us, let's not waste our time, let's move on to the next group." Li Fan. The three girls left, and Li Fan stood silently in the corner by the door, feeling a chill creeping over him. Is this world really this crazy? These female college students are so wild. Just as Li Fan was sighing, a clear shout suddenly came from behind him. "Junior brother Li Fan." Li Fan subconsciously turned around. The next second, a figure as white as snow, as pure and beautiful as a celestial maiden, came into his view. Suddenly turning around, I found that person in the dimly lit place. Chapter 28. Zhou Shui's unnamed anger. "Senior." Li Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked up to Zhou Shui, looking at her with a smile. "You look so beautiful today, senior." These words truly came from Li Fan's heart. Zhou Shui exudes the purity and brightness of a young girl, coupled with her stunningly beautiful face and flawless, fair skin. She was one of the most beautiful women Li Fan had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he could only admire a beauty of this caliber from afar. I simply couldn't muster the courage to go up and talk to her. "Thank you, Junior." Hearing Li Fan's straightforward praise, Zhou Shui felt a surge of joy in her heart. A woman dresses up for the man she loves. Receiving Li Fan's praise made all the effort she had put into makeup and dressing up for nearly half an hour worthwhile. "What would you like to eat tonight, senior?" Li Fan looked up at Zhou Shui. After all, he was just a freshman and didn't know much about the environment around the school. He had absolutely no idea where to find good restaurants or where the food was good value for money. Moreover, when inviting a girl to dinner, you should of course ask about her preferences first. Therefore, it's best to let Zhou Shui make her own choice. "I'm not good at making choices. You can decide for me, Junior." Zhou Shui lowered her head slightly and said softly. For some reason, standing in front of Li Fan today, she felt her heart pounding wildly. The boy in front of me is clearly the same person as the chubby boy from a few days ago. But her thoughts were completely different from when she first met Li Fan. "Can you eat spicy food, senior?" Li Fan asked with a smile. I originally wanted to hear Zhou Shui's thoughts, but she pushed the initiative back. Since that's the case, there's no need to dwell on it. Men should be assertive and take the initiative in making decisions. "Sure, I'm from Hunan province." "Good heavens. Turns out she's a hot girl." Li Fan's eyes lit up instantly. The structure of this parallel world is similar to that of my previous life. The girls from Hunan province are known for their beauty, sweet voices, and strong emotions. They are also famously popular throughout China. Since you can handle spicy food, then Wang Yan restaurant is definitely a good place to go. "Well, let's go, senior, I've decided what to eat." Li Fan smiled slightly and walked ahead. Zhou Shui watched Li Fan's tall and straight back and slowly followed behind him. Soon, the two arrived at Wang Yan restaurant. Unfortunately, the store was full of customers at that moment. There were even a few girls queuing up at the restaurant entrance. Upon seeing Li Fan, the girl's eyes lit up instantly. I subconsciously wanted to ask for a WeChat message. When they saw Li Fan turn around and talk to Zhou Shuer behind him, they hesitated again. Looking at that angelic beauty, a sense of inferiority welled up in my heart. Although in today's society, it's not uncommon for several girls to share one boyfriend. No girl wants to share a boyfriend with a girl who is much better than herself. That would only cause them immense psychological torment. Senior, the place is full, you have to wait in line. Li Fan stood at the restaurant entrance, his brows slightly furrowed, and looked at Zhou Shuer. How about we go check out another place? Zhou Shuer shook her head, smiled gently, revealing her bright white teeth. Junior, I really didn't expect you to bring me here to Sister Wang's place. I know Sister Wang quite well, let's eat here, we'll just wait in line for a bit. Okay. Li Fan smiled and said, then I'll go queue up first. Senior, wait here for me for a bit. I'll call you when it's my turn. Okay. 10 minutes later. The two finally entered the restaurant. The proprietress, dressed in a tight-fitting light black pencil skirt, stood next to the standing air conditioner, gently fanning herself. The soft light from the ceiling bathed her, perfectly outlining her voluptuous and alluring figure. Upon seeing Zhou Shuer appear, Wang Yan's eyes lit up instantly, and she gracefully walked towards her. Hey, Shuer, what wind blew you here today? Hello, Sister Wang. Zhou Shuer smiled politely at Wang Yan and explained in a low voice, I went out to eat with a junior today, and he happened to choose your restaurant. I figured it had been a week since I'd last visited, so I came uninvited. Giggle. Our little Shuer is dating now. And she's dating a younger guy from her school. Hey Junior, you're in great spirits and have plenty of energy. You're definitely capable of great things. Wang Yanjiao teased Zhou Shuer with a smile, making Zhou Shuer's pretty face flush with embarrassment. Although she had never had a boyfriend, she already knew a lot about those things between men and women. The perverted girls and lechers in the dorm had already taught her a lesson. Fan Lingling, in particular, even demonstrated several specific positions to her. She couldn't bear to watch. While chatting and laughing with Zhou Shuer, Wang Yan secretly glanced at Li Fan beside her. She felt that this handsome guy looked familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. Hello, boss lady. Li Fan stepped forward and greeted Wang Yan, asking with a smile, do you still remember me, boss lady? I ate at your shop a couple of days ago. Handsome guy, who are you? This was the spot that night. Li Fan smiled and pointed to a table next to him. I still remember that you were wearing a red dress that day, madam. Splash. Scenes flashed rapidly through my mind like a slideshow. After more than 10 seconds, it stopped with a thud. Wang Yan's eyes widened instantly, her gaze filled with surprise and uncertainty as she looked at Li Fan. You're that chubby kid? Put. Hearing this, Zhou Shuer, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Fan nodded helplessly, that's right, it's me. But, boss lady, could you please give me a different nickname next time? Little Fatty is such a lame name. Giggle. Wang Yan couldn't help but giggle. She stepped forward, walked up to Li Fan, and carefully scanned his face. His eyes were full of amazement. It really is you, little fatty. Wow, it's only been 2 days, and you've changed so much I don't recognize you. As she spoke, she reached out and gently touched Li Fan's chin a few times. I remember your face was quite chubby that day, how come your jawline is so defined now? You didn't eat some kind of magic pill that makes you lose weight, did you? You have a really good eye for people. Chang Yuan's words flashed through Li Fan's mind subconsciously. Under the system's immense power, he was indeed no different from someone who had taken an elixir of immortality. Cough cough. Li Fan coughed lightly twice. I didn't do anything special, I just exercised a lot these past few days, controlled my diet, and did some grueling military training, so I naturally lost weight. Then you have to teach me. The mature and beautiful proprietress placed her hand on Li Fan's muscular chest, her gaze fixed on him. In an eager tone, I feel like I've gained some weight recently. Why don't you come and give me some pointers for a few days so I can lose a few pounds? Zhou Shuer stood beside the two, her brows furrowing slightly as she watched the intimate distance between the proprietress and Li Fan. Why is Sister Wang like this? If you want to lose weight, just go to the gym and find a professional trainer. Why do you have to drag Li Fan along? Don't other people have military training? A sudden surge of anger welled up from the bottom of my heart. Sister Wang, next time for sure. Li Fan smiled and took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Wang Yan. Wang Yan exuded a strong, mature woman's fragrance. He was getting too close to her, and this innocent young man was finding it hard to resist. He still remembered that he was treating Joe Schwer to dinner tonight. We can't afford to lose such a fine piece of jade just for 2 watermelons. Seeing that Li Fan had taken the initiative to distance himself from Wang Yan, Joe Schwer visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, my junior isn't the lecherous type. Wang Yan's figure is so voluptuous that even she couldn't help but envy her. Li Fan's ability to resist temptation and refuse her is enough to show that he is a virtuous man. This made Joe Schwer's feelings for Li Fan rise a little further. Wang Yan, though slightly disappointed after hearing Li Fan's words, still smiled broadly. Alright, I'm not kidding anymore. Wang Yan pointed to the same table in the corner where Li Fan had sat last time. You two go sit down first. It's my treat today, I'll serve you all the good dishes in the restaurant. No need, Sister Wang. Joe Schwer shook her head and refused. There are only 2 of us, we can't finish it. It's alright, I'll join you for dinner later. Wang Yan chuckled, and before the 2 could speak again, she turned and strode away. Day. The sound of high heels clicking on the ground is pleasant and melodious, like stepping on one's heart. Li Fan subconsciously looked at Wang Yan's back. Under the bright yellow light, it was clear that the other woman's full, voluptuous figure was faintly visible under the light, hidden beneath her black bodycon skirt. Li Fan even saw a scene unsuitable for children. His eyes widened instantly, and his expression became slightly blank. Joe Schwer noticed the expression on Li Fan's face and subconsciously asked, Junior, what's wrong? Did something happen? The sound instantly woke Li Fan. He shook his head vigorously. It's nothing, Senior, it's just that I haven't had watermelon in a long time, and I'm craving some. How dare she be so blatant? Li Fan could only sigh inwardly. The women of this world are truly wild. Chapter 29. Schwer, will you be my girlfriend? Soon. One after another, tempting dishes, steaming hot and with a mix of green and red hues, were served on the table. Spicy stir-fried pork, braised turtle, stir-fried pork kidney, dried tofu, and celery. Each dish is easily paired with 2 bowls of rice. After the waiters served all the dishes, Wang Yan walked gracefully to Li Fan's side, her long, voluptuous, and sexy legs swaying with her movements. She bent down, smiling at him, and said, Handsome young man, may I sit next to you and eat with you? Upon hearing this, Joe Schwer's throat tightened, and she stared intently at Li Fan. She secretly hoped he would refuse Wang Yan's request. In any case, the other party had paid for this meal, so Li Fan was naturally embarrassed to refuse. He nodded casually, Of course, Sister Wang, this is your shop, you can sit wherever you want, no need to ask me. Giggle. Wang Yanjiao laughed and said, Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. As she spoke, she reached out and pulled up the hem of her skirt, then plopped down next to Li Fan. After sitting down, Wang Yan greeted the 2 with a smile. Schwer, Li Fan, hurry up and start eating, it tastes best while it's hot. Thank you, Sister Wang. Joe Schwer responded indifferently, picked up her chopsticks, and casually put a small piece of meat into her mouth. It was soft and smooth, and the texture was indeed very good, but Joe Schwer found it somewhat tasteless. She looked up and glanced at Wang Yan. Her mature and charming features exude a captivating allure, and her figure, accentuated by the black bodycon skirt, is undeniably sexy and alluring. The slightly burning gaze she gave Li Fan when she turned to look at him clearly told Joe Schwer that this mature and charming proprietress had also developed feelings for Li Fan, her junior. That's right. There are more women than men in this society. High-quality male resources are scarce, and most of them are somewhat effeminate. There aren't many guys like Li Fan anymore who have such a strong sense of masculinity. If I don't hurry, Li Fan might really be snatched away by someone else. After realizing this problem, Joe Schwer suddenly felt a little flustered. She originally planned to spend some time getting to know Li Fan better. Once both parties are sufficiently familiar with each other, they can naturally get together. Ideals are lofty, but they are initially quite unrealistic. Now that things have come to this, Joe Schwer has no choice but to strike first. She picked up the chopstick she had just licked in her mouth, picked up a large piece of pork kidney, and put it into Li Fan's bowl. He said softly, Junior, you've had a tough time with military training lately, so eat some more meat. Li Fan was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Smiling and nodding, Thank you, Senior. As he spoke, he followed suit and picked up some food and put it in Joe Schwer's bowl, saying, Senior, you should eat more too. Thank you, Junior. Wang Yan witnessed the intimate scene between the 2. She looked up at Joe Schwer with a half smile. Schwer, you just told me that Li Fan isn't your boyfriend. See? Now the deception has been exposed. Zhou Shuai feigned shyness and said, Sister Wang, please don't joke with me. You know I'm a timid person, and I don't like to talk about things with others. Her implication was that she acknowledged Li Fan as her boyfriend. Li Fan listened from the side, somewhat bewildered. However, he quickly realized what was happening. Is this how the competition between females begins? I must say, it tastes really good. He and Zhou Shuai clearly don't have any relationship yet. Just because of Wang Yan's few words and a few intimate actions, Zhou Shuai felt a sense of crisis. This is when they start protecting their food. Indeed, food tastes best when everyone is scrambling to eat it. He. Li Fan chuckled inwardly. He turned his head and glanced at the two beauties on the table. A pure and lovely girl, like a lotus bud about to bloom. One is passionate and fiery, like a blooming rose. He wants both of them. However, let's start with Zhou Shuai. He. Wang Yan clearly understood the implication in Zhou Shuai's words, and a sense of displeasure rose in her heart. But she still smiled and said, Shuai, alright, I won't tease you anymore. However, Li Fan is so handsome, you'd better keep a close eye on him. Be careful, or you might get seduced by some vixen one day. Thank you for reminding me, Sister Wang. I know. For the rest of the time, the two women chatted idly, one sentence after the other. Li Fan could clearly sense the sarcasm and hostility in their words. However, he did not react. He just kept his head down and ate his rice. I must say, the scene of two women competing is quite entertaining. After the meal, Zhou Shuai took the initiative to link arms with Li Fan. She smiled and said goodbye to Wang Yan, Sister Wang, my junior, and I will be leaving now. We'll come back for dinner when we have time. But you absolutely mustn't treat us to a meal next time. Wang Yan leaned against the doorway, her delicate eyes shining even brighter under the streetlights. She smiled and said, Okay, take care. Li Fan and Zhou Shuai left hand in hand, with Zhou Shuai leaning against Li Fan as they departed. Wang Yan stood at the entrance of the restaurant. He watched their retreating figures, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Zhou Shuai, I thought you were some kind of celestial fairy. I didn't expect her to be just like any other woman when it comes to jealousy. Snort. You still want to have Li Fan all to yourself? Dream on. Wang Yan lowered her head slightly, looking at Li Fan's WeChat profile picture, and an idea gradually formed in her mind. He's just a handsome young man, can he resist the temptation of such a sexy woman? Once she was out of Wang Yan's sight, Zhou Shuai immediately let go of Li Fan's arm. She instinctively took a step back, her tone full of apology. I'm sorry, Junior Li Fan, I didn't mean to pretend to be your girlfriend. I just don't want you to have anything to do with Sister Wang. It's okay. I don't mind. Li Fan chuckled and said softly, Senior, I understand. You're doing this for my own good. I'm just a freshman, and there are many things I don't understand. I'll need you to teach me more in the future. Li Fan's words clearly surprised Zhou Shuai. Her eyes widened slightly, adding a touch of cuteness to her delicate face. Junior, is that really what you think? Of course. That's good, that's good. Zhou Shuai patted her firm, rounded chest and asked with a smile, Do you know what nickname Sister Wang has on our school's forum? What? Li Fan subconsciously turned his head, a look of confusion on his face. He was just a freshman, how could he know so many anecdotes about famous people both on and off campus? Black Widow. Zhou Shuai leaned closer and whispered in Li Fan's ear, according to people on the forum, her husband is a rich second-generation heir. She is a top student from a prestigious university. The two were college classmates and started dating in their freshman year. It is said that her husband is very devoted and only treats her well, never even glancing at other women. Zhou Shuai's voice was soft and sweet, and her warm breath tickled Li Fan's ear as she spoke. However, right now, his attention is entirely focused on Wang Yan's story. So, her husband is a good man. Li Fan made a timely comment. Yes. I also like men who are devoted to one person. As Zhou Shuai spoke, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted into Li Fan's eyes. Li Fan didn't respond. Do you expect him to be devoted to one person in this world? What are you thinking about? Zhou Shuai was slightly disappointed at not receiving a response from Li Fan, but she didn't mind and continued, they got married right after graduating from university. It's strange, I heard that on the night of the wedding, when they enter the bridal chamber. Sister Wang's husband suddenly died. Ah. Wind? Li Fan subconsciously asked a question in return. I don't know about that. Anyway, it was all revealed by a guru on the forum. From then on, Sister Wang's reputation as a black widow and a jinx spread. The male-to-female ratio is already imbalanced in today's society, so under these circumstances, no man would dare to approach Sister Wang. Besides, Sister Wang is at that age, so her little actions towards you today were all intentional. She's trying to seduce you. I didn't want you to suffer this loss or fall into this trap, so I. By the end of her speech, Zhou Shuai's pretty face was starting to flush. In his previous life, Li Fan was a staunch atheist. He only believed in people's hearts and never in ghosts or gods. He knew, of course, that this was nonsense, but right now, in front of Zhou Shuai. But he said this, "Thank you, senior. If you hadn't reminded me, I might really have succumbed to Sister Wang's temptation." Li Fan took the initiative to reach out and hold Zhou Shuai's fair hand. Feeling the cool, soft, and smooth touch of those small hands, a surge of warmth welled up inside him. "Senior, I have a question I'd like to ask you." You said. Zhou Shuai glanced at Li Fan, then immediately lowered her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. My heart was pounding like a drum. She probably realized what Li Fan wanted to ask. The excitement inside seemed to burst out of my chest, releasing the emotions that had been buried for 20 years. She didn't know why she felt this way, but anyway, she really liked Li Fan, her junior from elementary school. The first time I met him, he seemed so ordinary and unremarkable. She really looked down on him. But their chance encounter at the track and field stadium that afternoon changed her opinion of him. In today's somewhat distorted world, a hard-working and diligent man will always attract more attention. When they met again, the other person seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. It's completely different from the first time I saw it. At that moment, Zhou Shuai's heartstrings were slightly plucked. Having never eaten with a boy before, she instinctively accepted Li Fan's invitation. Zhou Shuai's thoughts raced through her mind. Li Fan was also somewhat excited. Having lived 2 lives, he has never confessed his feelings to any girl. Tonight, the timing is perfect. We must not let this opportunity slip by, no matter what. Call. Li Fan took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and looked up at Zhou Shuai. His gaze was full of sincerity and affection. Senior, do you believe in love at first sight? Boom. Zhou Shuai's mind exploded with a boom. She gripped Li Fan's hands tightly, her palms sweaty and sticky. But at that moment, neither of them was paying attention to it and didn't notice anything. Actually, I fell in love with you the moment I saw you on my first day at school. Li Fan laughed and said, I even asked you for your WeChat back then, but you refused. Our encounter on the track and field later showed me another side of you, youthful, energetic, and sporty. To be honest, a large part of the reason I was able to lose weight so quickly is because of you. I want to lose weight, I want to become a better version of myself so I can appear before you and confess my feelings. Tonight feels like a good night, and I don't want to wait any longer. Shuai, will you be my girlfriend? Chapter 30. I'll just hug you, and do nothing else. Li Fan's confession was like a poisoned dagger, piercing straight into Zhou Shuai's heart. Her body trembled slightly, as if an electric current was passing through her. A surge of joy that ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head instantly filled her mind. She opened her mouth almost instinctively. I'm willing, Junior. I like you too. The two were standing on the sidewalk outside the school. At 8 p.m., the night was as dark as ink. The surrounding neon lights flashed incessantly, as if witnessing the couple's love. Several pedestrians on the road couldn't help but stop and watch the scene with smiles on their faces. Upon hearing Zhou Shuai's agreement, Li Fan could no longer contain his excitement. He stepped forward, swept Zhou Shuai up in his arms, and spun her around with a smile. Shuai, I'm so happy. Li Fan lowered his eyes to look at the exquisite beauty in his arms, his tone overflowing with undisguised joy. 2 lifetimes. Finally, I have a girlfriend. Or, a girlfriend as beautiful as an angel. The excitement and joy he felt were comparable to the feeling he had when he first received the system. Giggle. Zhou Shuai reached out and hugged Li Fan's neck, letting out a clear and melodious laugh. Li Fan, I'm very happy too. I was so angry when I saw Sister Wang trying to seduce you last night. As she spoke, her little mouth pouted slightly. Humph, why didn't you refuse when she said she wanted to sit next to you? Ah. Li Fan was taken aback. Was he already starting to act like his girlfriend? That's incredibly jealous. Shuai, dinner was paid for by someone else. She's sitting next to me, how can I say no? That's not very polite, don't you think? Li Fan smiled and looked at Zhou Shuer. Zhou Shuer frowned slightly, her nostrils flaring, even if what you say makes sense. But next time you go to their house for dinner, you have to stay far away from her. I'm really afraid she'll affect you. Yes, sir. Li Fan chuckled and put Zhou Shuer down. In just a short while, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered around. He really didn't want to be the butt of people's jokes. Li Fan, it's still early. How about we go for a walk somewhere to digest our food? Zhou Shuer stood in front of Li Fan, looking down at him slightly. Li Fan is currently 172 centimeters tall, Zhou Shuer is 175 centimeters tall, and with a pair of high-heeled sneakers, their height is close to 178 centimeters. This put some pressure on Li Fan. He thought to himself, next time, I must use all my attribute points to increase my height. Although it might seem a bit conspicuous, you can just admit to wearing height-increasing insoles when people ask. Okay. Let's go to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Li Fan thought for a moment and said, I only caught a glimpse of the pavilion in the middle of the lake on the first day of school. I've been busy with military training these past few days and haven't thought about going out to play. This is perfect timing to go with my girlfriend. Hey! Who's your girlfriend? You shameless thing. Zhou Shuer blushed and gave Li Fan a charming glare. She finally understood the true meaning of flirting in romance novels. That kind of flirtatious back and forth between men and women is truly irresistible. Even if it's your first relationship, there are some things that you don't need to learn at all, you're born with them. The two flirted and teased each other all the way, and soon arrived at the intersection of the artificial lake in the center of the school. There is only one road here, leading directly to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Li Fan, holding Zhou Shuer's hand, slowly walked along the wooden railing to the center of the lakeside pavilion. The night was quiet, with only the faint chirping of insects around. There was no one in the pavilion. By the moonlight, Li Fan could roughly see the road ahead. Zhou Shuer followed behind Li Fan, the moonlight gently shining on her cheeks, making her already delicate features even more beautiful. Like a serene moon goddess in the moon palace, she is unlike any other beauty in the mortal world. Li Fan pulled Zhou Shuer to sit down on the stone platform in the dim moonlight. He found her lips precisely and kissed them passionately. Zhou Shuer clearly hadn't anticipated Li Fan's actions. He stood there dumbfounded. Neither advancing nor retreating is an option. This was her first kiss, and she really didn't know what to do next. She had overheard her roommates talking about some rather vulgar topics in the dorm before, even though she knew about matters between men and women. However, this knowledge is limited to theoretical understanding. In other words, she was a giant in theory but a dwarf in practice. After dawdling for a while, Li Fan was also a little confused. It was his first kiss too. But men are born warriors. After exploring Zhou Shuer's soft, sweet, and slightly spicy mouth, Li Fan quickly grasped the key point. Once the culprit was caught, they harassed and teased him relentlessly. 2 minutes later, the two novices had to let go of each other because they were suffocating. Whoosh whoosh. Under the moonlight, in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Li Fan and Zhou Shuer looked at each other, unable to help but gasp for breath. Li Fan, you're such a pervert. I just asked you to walk with me, and this is how you treat me. Zhou Shuer's pretty face flushed red in the darkness, and she scolded Li Fan with a touch of shyness. Shuer, you're so beautiful. I can't help myself. Li Fan grinned mischievously. If you ask me, this is your fault. If you look like Sister Phone, I guarantee I could have resisted. Ah. I'll beat you to death, you pig. Zhou Shuer looked embarrassed and annoyed, and reached out her fair hand to touch Li Fan's chest. Bang. Smack. Each tickle felt like a gentle itch, sending a tingling sensation through Li Fan's heart. He couldn't hold back any longer and reached out to pull Zhou Shuer into his arms again. While kissing, his rough hands roamed over the other's smooth, supple skin. Li Fan's marks were everywhere on her firm, shapely back and slender waistline. Zhou Shuer's pretty face turned bright red all the way to her ears. She nestled in Li Fan's arms, breathing heavily with emotion. Li Fan, no, this isn't a good place. Zhou Shuer's weak voice pulled Li Fan back from his loss of control. He took a deep breath, suppressing his surging desire, and reached out to hug Zhou Shuer's slender waist. Baby, I know, I'll just hug you, I won't do anything else. Zhou Shuer didn't even have the strength to answer him, she could only let out a soft sound through her nose. The two embraced tightly as they sat on the stone platform of the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The moonlight shone down on their delicate faces, reflecting their expressions. Li Fan smiled with satisfaction, while Zhou Shuer blushed with sweetness. Shuer, shall I call you baby from now on? Li Fan lowered his eyes to look at the beauty in his arms and asked softly. Okay. Zhou Shuer smiled sweetly. Then what did you call me? Li Fan. Or your junior would also be fine. I can't exactly call you senior, can I? Zhou Shuer told a really lame joke. Li Fan chuckled, neither. How about calling me husband? No. We just officially became a couple today, and what I just did was already a treat for you. You can't take advantage of me. Zhou Shuer pouted and looked at Li Fan. Let's see how you perform next. If you do well, I'll consider it further. Yes, sir. Chapter 31 Fan Lingling's Little Schemes. When we came out of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, it was already 9:30 p.m. Li Fan has to get up early to run and do military training tomorrow, so we need to make sure it doesn't affect him. Zhou Shuer took the initiative to suggest going back to the dormitory. Li Fan nodded and took her directly to the girls' dormitory building. In his past life, when Li Fan was in college, he often saw the scene downstairs in the girls' dormitory. At that time, he was just an ordinary passerby, as ordinary as could be. Watching those handsome and beautiful young men and women kissing and hugging each other, I felt nothing but envy and deep inferiority. He knew he would never have that day. But who would have thought that in this life, he would truly become the protagonist? Li Fan, I'll head back now. You should go home and get some rest. Your health is the most important thing. In a corner near the entrance to the girls' dormitory, Zhou Shuer looked at Li Fan with reluctance and whispered something. Okay, go ahead, see you tomorrow. Li Fan also felt a little reluctant. But he took it all in stride. We all have military training coming up, so there's not much of a holiday. Let's put it aside for now. When I get a vacation, I'll take my girlfriend out to a hotel and end my innocent young man life. Sweetie, let's go. Seeing Zhou Shuer standing there blankly, Li Fan reminded her again. Wa'ada. Zhou Shuer suddenly let out a soft sob, and when she looked up, her eyes were slightly red. Li Fan, I can't bear to part with you. Her delicate face was full of longing for Li Fan. She reached out and hugged Li Fan's waist, her body trembling slightly as she nestled in his arms. Sweetie, don't cry. Li Fan treated him like a child. He gently stroked Zhou Shuer's back while softly comforting her in her ear. We'll see each other tomorrow, sweetie, go back and rest now. Women are easy to please. Li Fan's sweet words made Zhou Shuer feel as sweet as if she had drunk honey. Mum. She nodded gently, like a cat whose fur had been stroked by its owner. Is this what it feels like to be in love? I want to be with him all the time. I'm so happy. As Zhou Shuer nestled in Li Fan's arms, inhaling the faint scent of his shower gel, a thought unconsciously flashed through her mind. All right, baby, it's time to get up. The two hugged for a minute. Li Fan reached out and helped Zhou Shuer up, saying softly, go back now, see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Junior. Zhou Shuer subconsciously wanted to call out husband, but she quickly realized her mistake halfway through the sentence. She blushed, waved to Li Fan, and then ran into the dormitory as if fleeing. Li Fan stood at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, watching her panicked back, smiled slightly, and turned to leave. Click. Use the key to open the dormitory door. As Li Fan walked in, he was surprised to find Xie Xiuwen sitting on the sofa staring at him. Her eyes held a mixture of anger and grievance, like a wronged young wife. Holy crap! What's going on here? Li Fan was startled. He was utterly speechless about his roommate. What a pathetic state a man has become. However, considering that the other person was gay, he felt that it seemed reasonable. A submissive is just a punching bag or a scapegoat. As a 0, I accept the judgment and punishment of a 1. Why aren't you asleep yet? It's so late. Li Fan changed into slippers and sat down next to Xie Xiuwen. I have military training tomorrow. If I don't get enough sleep, my body definitely won't be able to handle it. I don't have to do military training. Xie Xiuwen shouted, did you forget that the instructor gave me 2 days off? Sorry, I really forgot. Li Fan chuckled awkwardly, alright then, you get some rest for a couple of days, I'm going back to take a shower and go to bed. I have military training tomorrow. With that, Li Fan got up and walked towards the room. Just as he reached the door, Xie Xiuwen's voice suddenly rang out from the living room. Li Fan, do you still consider me a brother? Li Fan turned his head with a puzzled look. Why do you ask that? Did I do something to offend you? You? Xie Xiuwen's tone suddenly faltered. She looked Li Fan up and down carefully, and said in a low voice, you went on a date with a girl tonight, and you didn't even take me with you. I'm so bored in the dorm all by myself. What kind of brother acts like this? Then what do I want? Li Fan was speechless. According to you, I should bring you along as a third wheel, and then when I go to a hotel with a girl, you stand guard at the door? Or help push his butt? You? Xie Xiuwen's face turned a deep shade of liver with anger. He pointed at Li Fan and said furiously, vulgar and obscene, Li Fan. I never thought you were this kind of person. What's the difference between you and those women who sleep with men like that? I'm a man. A straight man as straight as can be. There's absolutely nothing wrong with what I'm saying. If you don't like it, you don't have to listen. He. Li Fan sneered, too lazy to pay him any attention, and turned to push open the door and go inside. He always felt that Xie Xiuwen's behavior and tone were a bit strange. To avoid being targeted, he gave a warning in advance. He wasn't from Rongqing in his previous life, so he wasn't into homosexuality. After Li Fan left, Xie Xiuwen sat blankly on the soft leather sofa. Staring silently at Li Fan's tightly closed door, her long fingernails unconsciously scratched across the sofa, making a soft sizzling sound. Sigh. It seems I'm getting a little rushed. He sighed inwardly. On the other side. Girls' dormitory building, room 206, building B. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The upbeat DJ dance music has a pleasant melody and a strong rhythm. Fan Lingling lay on the bed with the curtains drawn, watching a dance video and gently swaying her body to the rhythm of the music. Her graceful, well-proportioned figure was accentuated by the pink silk nightgown, revealing a touch of sexiness. To avoid disturbing the other girls in the dorm, she kept her phone volume very low. You couldn't hear it unless you listened carefully. The curtains were also drawn around the beds. As for whether the girl inside was sleeping or doing something else, we have no idea. Creak. Just then, a clear, crisp sound suddenly rang out. The next second, Zhou Shuer hummed a little tune and pushed open the door to walk in. Upon hearing Zhou Shuer's voice, Fan Lingling's body reacted as if to stress. He quickly sat up, drew back the curtains, and turned his gaze over. Lingling, good evening. Still awake? Seeing Fan Lingling's face, Zhou Shuer smiled and greeted her. Not yet. Shuer, why are you in such a good mood today? Fan Lingling stared at Zhou Shuer with a half smile. It seems that you've already won over that junior. What do you mean by take it down? That sounds so awful. Zhou Shuer blushed, but didn't bother to refute. We're mutually in love, okay? He confessed to me first. Wow. Looks like this junior is quite proactive. These days, there aren't many handsome guys who take the initiative. Fan Lingling said with a charming smile, Shuer, when are you going to introduce your boyfriend to the girls in our dorm? That's right, Shuer, we also want to see what your boyfriend looks like. Count me in. And me. The curtains on the beds were all pulled back, and girls peeked out, joining the discussion with smiles. Zhou Shuer glared at Fan Lingling, but seeing that her roommates had all spoken, she couldn't very well refuse. In any case, their dormitory 206 is a group. If you refuse, it's like being a loner. I'll talk to him about it sometime, and then we can have a meal together. Zhou Shuer carefully considered her words before speaking. Yeah. Very good. A burst of cheerful cheers erupted in the dormitory. Fan Lingling leaned lazily against the headboard, arms crossed, a smile playing on her lips. Little Shuer, now you can finally see your junior's true colors. Chapter 32 Shen Maoan. The next morning, Li Fan got up at 5:30 as usual. After washing up and taking a shower, I changed into a black track and field uniform and went to the track and field for my regular training. 10 kilometers run, push-ups, jumping jacks. Life lies in movement, and the key to movement is perseverance. Whether it's to complete the system tasks or for his own health, Li Fan has the perseverance to keep going. Sigh. My image score is still 55 points. It's been 2 days already. Is it really that hard to raise those 5 points? After exercising, Li Fan lay on the grass, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, feeling somewhat anxious. Including today, there are still 2 days left. If I don't raise my score to 60 within these 2 days, will I not be able to get my beauty pill? System, are you there? After pondering for a long time, Li Fan decided to directly interrogate the system. Bite. Host, is there anything I can help you with? The system's electronic voice remained cold and indifferent, but its tone became more humane and polite, even using the word please. I'd like to ask, how can I improve my image score from 55 to 60? Li Fan asked in confusion. I've been taking care of my skin these past 2 days, and I even applied sunscreen before military training. I exercise every day, but my score is stuck at 55 points. Image as an art. A man's image isn't about a specific talent, but rather a unique feeling or impression. A stylish hairstyle and appropriate attire are one aspect, elegant demeanor and refined speech are another, and inner confidence, composure, calmness in the face of adversity, and the courage to confront difficulties head-on are yet another. Host, don't just focus on superficial appearances. Try improving other things that might have unexpected benefits. After listening to the system's reminder, Li Fan's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? Appearances are just the most superficial thing. True handsome should be a confident glow that emanates naturally from within a person. Physical appearance is just the foundation. A man's inner soul is what makes him most attractive. Of course, being ugly is another matter. You still need to meet the basic requirements for physical appearance. Behavior and mannerisms cannot be changed overnight. The only thing I can change is my own heart. The windows to the soul are the eyes. People with strong inner strength often have firm, sharp, and profound eyes, and they don't easily let others see their thoughts. Maybe I should try changing the way I look in my eyes. Li Fan suddenly remembered Wang Yangming, the sage of the Ming dynasty, in his previous life. His philosophy of mind advocates starting from the heart, that the heart is principle, and that the heart is all things. If he focuses on studying the philosophy of mind these next 2 days, it might really help him improve those last 5 points? However, that was in the past life. How could there be books on the philosophy of mind in this world? Thinking of this, Li Fan took out his phone from his pocket and searched for mind studies online. To his surprise, the concept of mind philosophy actually existed, and its founder was none other than Wang Yangming. It seems like even God is on my side. A bright smile appeared on Li Fan's lips. Forget it, I won't get involved with women for the next couple of days. I'll focus on my studies. Whether we can succeed in the second task or not, we'll find out in 2 days. Having set his goal, Li Fan's resolve was exceptionally firm. After the morning military training ended, he grabbed a quick bite in the cafeteria. He then rushed to the school library. Honestly, this was his first time visiting the library. The librarian on the first floor was a woman in her early 30s. She was dressed in a pure black office lady uniform, with delicate and pretty features, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Her overall demeanor exudes an intellectual and capable air, with an indescribable scholarly air about her. The woman noticed Li Fan the moment he entered. There was no way around it, the dark green military uniform was just too conspicuous. Excuse me, do you want to borrow a book? The woman's voice was soft and delicate, exuding the air of a refined young lady, like a young lady from a noble family in the past. Li Fan paused for a moment, then nodded. Teacher, hello, I'd like to find some books on the study of mind. The study of mind. Shin Maoan paused for a moment, raised his delicate eyes and carefully looked Li Fan up and down, then slowly said, Classmate, there are very few people who study the philosophy of mind these days. Not to mention the boys. The library does have a set of books on the philosophy of mind, but it hasn't been opened yet. Are you sure you want to study it seriously, and not just have this whim? Teacher, I'm serious. I want to read books, I want to learn. Seeing the sincerity and thirst for knowledge in Li Fan's eyes, Shin Maoan felt a touch in his heart. These days, there aren't many students this eager to learn. He was a freshman participating in military training. Okay, come with me. Shin Maoan nodded and stood up from his chair. She strutted along with her beautiful legs in black stockings, leading Li Fan toward the elevator entrance on the side. Day. The light black high heels made a crisp sound as they stepped on the floor. Li Fan followed behind her, looking at the voluptuous, rounded curves beneath the black uniform skirt, a deep sense of shock flashing in his eyes. This size is way too big. He just wants to focus on his studies now and has already stopped thinking about women. But his eyes seemed to be drawn by a magnet, unable to control themselves, subconsciously glancing at that overly full and rounded area. This teacher looks really serious, but her figure is just too unfair. Li Fan sighed inwardly as he walked. The two entered the elevator. They stood in a front-to-back formation. Li Fan stood at the back, and Shin Maoan stood at the front. Smell. A faint fragrance wafted to my nose as I looked at the tall, shapely female teacher before me. Li Fan felt as if someone was tickling his heart, making him feel uncomfortably itchy. Well, I can only blame myself for being so young and full of vigor. She has an extremely short temper and gets easily angered. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, forcibly controlling himself from becoming distracted. Shin Maoan stood quietly in front, like a tranquil orchid, completely unaware of what was happening. Seeing that Li Fan didn't speak, she said calmly, "Classmate, the set of books on psychology is in the warehouse on the 5th floor. I haven't had time to organize them yet. You've come at just the right time. However, I'm a little curious, why do you want to study the philosophy of mind?" "I want to focus on learning something, broaden my horizons, improve my cognition, and incidentally, elevate the depth of my thinking." Li Fan carefully considered his answer. Chapter 33: Hanging up the phone. After hearing Li Fan's answer, Shin Maoan nodded indifferently. "Great idea. It's excellent that you have this thought. Society is too restless now. The emergence of short video platforms has left people's brains with no time to rest. Their attention is completely attracted by all sorts of things. It may provide short-term psychological satisfaction, but the damage to the brain is irreversible. It's excellent that you can calm down and focus on reading, studying, improving yourself, and broadening your horizons." As he spoke, Shin Maoan turned slightly to look at Li Fan, his refined eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses gleaming with wisdom. "I happen to have some knowledge of the philosophy of mind, so feel free to ask me if you have any questions. I usually spend all my time in the library when I don't have anything else to do." Upon hearing this, Li Fan quickly nodded. "Thank you, teacher." He glanced at Shin Maoan, his tone hesitant. "Teacher, can I add you on WeChat? If I don't understand, can I ask you directly on WeChat?" Shin Maoan gave Li Fan a deep look, then took out his phone from his jacket pocket. "Okay." Li Fan quickly took out his phone and added Shin Maoan on WeChat. Just then, the elevator arrived at the 5th floor. Bite. The sound of the door opening rang out, and Shin Maoan stepped out of the elevator first. "Come with me." Li Fan quickly followed, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the other woman's ample breasts. It wasn't that he deliberately looked at it, it was just that the curves in that area were so prominent that the visual effect was stunning. Humans are visual creatures by nature. I simply can't resist those overly striking sights. Shin Maoan led Li Fan to a secluded room on the 5th floor. She took out her key, opened the door, and then went inside on her own. The other person didn't speak, and Li Fan didn't follow them inside. After waiting for 1 minute, Shin Maoan came out of the room, carrying a stack of brand new, unopened books. This summarizes the entirety of the philosophy of mind, including the unity of knowledge and action, the record of learning and practice, and more. Take a look first, and register it with me when you leave, that's all. Shin Maoan handed the book to Li Fan, who quickly took it, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. "Thank you, teacher. I'll go read my book now." Li Fan chuckled, picked up the books, and turned to walk towards the stairwell. He needed to find a quiet place to study it carefully. Only by truly reading the book, absorbing its content, and understanding the essence of the philosophy of mind and Wang Yangming's thought can one truly grasp its meaning. Only then can he have a different understanding of the world and himself from the bottom of his heart and from the root of his being. A wise and insightful gaze doesn't rely on superficial pretense, but on genuine knowledge, insight, and magnanimity in one's mind, allowing one to analyze the essence and underlying logic of things from a detached perspective. Shin Maoan stood there, looking at Li Fan's tall and sturdy back, a faint curiosity suddenly rising in his heart. A freshman, and a good-looking guy at that, should be very popular with girls. At their age, they should be eating, drinking, having fun, and falling in love. How come this classmate is so studious? Shin Maoan couldn't understand it, but she held a slight admiration for Li Fan. Li Fan arrived at the study room on the 3rd floor of the library. "I found a corner to sit down and opened the first book, Unity of Knowledge and Action. This is Wang Yangming's life experience, and also a concrete manifestation of his core idea of unity of knowledge and action. He used his life to demonstrate to people what true unity of knowledge and action really means." The atmosphere in the library was very quiet. The only sounds around me were the scratching of a pen on paper and the rustling of pages turning. Most of the people sitting around Li Fan were girls. Several girls couldn't help but secretly glance at a handsome guy who suddenly sat down next to them. But Li Fan didn't look up at all. His gaze had been focused on the book since the beginning. He put himself in Wang Yangming's shoes to experience his eventful life. Time passed slowly. An hour passed quickly. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Li Fan was reading about Wang Yangming being demoted to Guizhou and enlightening himself in Longchang, his cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. The ringing of the bell was like a thunderclap in the silent study room. The girls around him immediately turned their attention to Li Fan. Li Fan frowned and took his phone out of his pocket. On the screen, the name Zhou Shuer instantly appeared. A flicker of joy flashed unconsciously in Li Fan's eyes. But he soon remembered the goal he had set for himself that morning. No, I can't give up halfway. Li Fan's eyes narrowed, and he decisively hung up the phone. Fearing that Zhou Shuer might overthink things, he typed a few more words to explain to her before turning his attention back to his book. On the other side. Room 206, Building B, Girls' Dormitory. Zhou Shuer sat blankly on the edge of the bed, her expression slightly forlorn. She wore a pink silk nightgown, her figure graceful and radiant, her skin as white as jade. Her slender arms, soft and smooth calves, and delicate collarbones were all exposed, making her look both innocent and sexy. Li Fan didn't answer the phone. Why isn't he answering his phone? Does he not like me anymore? Zhou Shuer's gaze wandered through the air as she muttered to herself, feeling a surge of irritation. Buzzing. Just then, the Fan's iPhone, which had been smashed onto the bed, suddenly vibrated. Upon hearing the sound, Zhou Shuer quickly picked up her phone and turned on the screen. When she saw the message from Li Fan, her face instantly brightened and became cheerful. So that's why. A smile appeared on Zhou Shuer's lips. She touched her chin, pondered for a moment, and then sent a message to Li Fan. Okay, Junior. I won't bother you for the next couple of days. I'll contact you again when you're done with your work. Across from Zhou Shuer's bed, Fan Lingling witnessed everything. She guessed that Zhou Shuer was chatting with her boyfriend. She didn't make fun of Zhou Shuer. Instead, she became more interested in Zhou Shuer's boyfriend. I've been classmates with Zhou Shuer for several years. She's always been aloof, self-disciplined, and doesn't talk much. She has a rather low-key personality. But in the past 2 days, Fan Lingling has seen a completely different Zhou Shuer. Could this be the magic of love? Fan Lingling was secretly wondering, I've been pursuing handsome men for so long, but none of them have been interested in me. Should I lower my standards and set my sights on some more ordinary men? Sigh, let's just forget about it. Fan Lingling shook her head inside. The thought of hugging and kissing a fat, big-eared, or big-nosed man made her feel nauseous. Let's meet Zhou Shuer's boyfriend first. If he really suits my taste, then I'll shamelessly beg Shuer. We're such good friends, she should be willing to make an exception. Thinking of this, Fan Lingling's mood suddenly brightened up again. As expected, I still prefer handsome guys. Chapter 34. I have a bold guess. Time flies, and the afternoon's military training quickly came to an end. Because instructor Ling Yan had something to do, she disbanded the team early. 5 p.m. While other classes were still practicing diligently, cheers erupted from the Finance Class 1 team. Guided by the 2 class leaders, the students left the track and field in an orderly manner. There were only 4 boys in total, and Xie Xiuwen was absent due to taking leave, so Li Fan's job was unusually easy. After arranging for the evacuation of his men, he also began to walk away. Li Fan! Just then, a hurried shout came from behind Li Fan. He subconsciously turned his head and saw Rune Goddess Zhou Haina walking up to him from not far away. Li Fan, where shall we have dinner tonight? Zhou Haina looked up at Li Fan, her pretty face slightly flushed. Behind her, several other girls were gathered together, watching her with smiles. Li Fan took a closer look at Zhou Haina and realized that she was different from usual today. Previously, she had tattoos all over her arms, calves, and neck, making her look like a rune mage. But today, her skin was snow-white and translucent, with a radiant glow. All the tattoos on his body have disappeared. Her face wasn't covered in heavy smoky makeup. Instead, she wore light makeup. If she was a rebellious young woman before, she is now like a girl next door, beautiful and charming. However, Li Fan was only focused on completing the system task as soon as possible and did not want to be distracted by it. He hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, Zhou Haina, I'm really sorry, I have some personal matters to attend to these past few days, so I might not be able to have dinner with you. How about I treat you after I'm done with my work? Ah? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, a flash of disappointment crossed Zhou Haina's eyes. But she quickly realized what was going on and nodded with a smile. "It's okay, Li Fan, you go ahead and do what you need to do, I'm available anytime." His humble demeanor and tone reminded Li Fan of the simp from his past life. A sudden wave of guilt washed over him. "I promised to treat her to a meal, but now I've gone back on my word, which is really inexcusable." Zhou Haina, how about we set the date for the day after tomorrow? I'll book the restaurant and send it to you then." Li Fan suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haina's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. Okay, Li Fan, whatever you say, I'm fine with it." "Okay, I have to go now." Li Fan smiled at Zhou Haina, then turned and walked away. He had only taken 2 steps when he stopped again, turned to look at Zhou Haina, who was still standing in the same spot. "By the way, your makeup is great today, you look beautiful." After saying that, Li Fan left without looking back. Zhou Haina was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up with ecstasy. She ran quickly to her followers, her voice slightly excited. "He praised me. Li Fan said I'm pretty. Boss, it seems like Li Fan has a thing for you. Boss, you're already beautiful. Boss is awesome. Take down Li Fan." The group of followers praised Zhou Haina so much that she almost didn't recognize herself anymore. Finally, it was Shiya, the top henchman and head of the think tank, who spoke up. "Boss, calm down first. Did he tell you where he's meeting for dinner later? Aren't we eating today?" Zhou Haina shook her head. "He said he has something to do these 2 days, so the meal will be rescheduled for the day after tomorrow. He will book a restaurant and treat me." This. Shiya frowned, looking in the direction Li Fan had left, her expression grave. "Boss, I have a bold guess, you should be prepared." "You say?" Zhou Haina's tone was slightly flustered. From that day on, she began to trust Shiya and regarded her as her emotional strategist. Seeing her expression now, I had a bad feeling. Based on my years of experience reading romance novels, I think he's just giving you the runaround. Shiya said with a serious face. "Boss, think about it, we are all freshmen who have just entered university. We don't know anyone in this city. What could possibly happen to us? Besides, you're just having a meal, it won't take up much time. If he rejects you like this, it's obvious he doesn't want to have dinner with you. I reckon he'll use the same excuse to fob you off the day after tomorrow. As for why he did this, I think it's because he knows your family background and doesn't dare to offend you, so he came up with this delaying tactic." As soon as Shiya finished speaking, the girls around her nodded in agreement. "Boss, I think Shiya is right. These days, all the handsome guys are so arrogant and haughty. He's probably just saying that on purpose because he doesn't want to agree to your request." "I agree with Xiajie. I agree." After the girls launched into a long, rambling discussion, Zhou Haina was completely flustered. She frowned and looked at Shiya. "Shiya, are you overthinking this? Maybe Li Fan really is in trouble?" "Boss, trust me, I've been reading romance novels since elementary school, I know men's thoughts all too well." Shiya said with a proud look. "In my opinion, Li Fan is a typical two-faced man. He says one thing and means another. Don't be fooled by his appearance." "So what should we do now?" Zhou Haina asked with a worried expression. "Boss, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. We need to discuss this carefully." Shiya stared intently at Zhou Haina. "I'm hungry. How about we eat first, and then go back to the dorm to discuss this properly?" "That's a great suggestion. I'm starving after a day of military training." "Count me in. I want a big chicken leg." Several henchmen then began to respond. Although Zhou Haina was anxious, she could only nod and say, "All right, let's go to the cafeteria then. Help yourselves to whatever you want to eat, I'll pay." Yay! Long live the boss. Boss, you're amazing. You're beautiful and generous, we'll definitely make the right choice following you. I love you, boss. Zhou Haina. She thought to herself, you guys can't even come up with an idea, but you're all about sucking up to me. What a bunch of gluttons. Li Fan ate a quick bite in the cafeteria and headed straight for the library. When he left the library at noon, he didn't take the books with him, but left them with Shin Maoen. The library closes at 9:30 p.m. He planned to read until 9:30, and then borrow the book when he went back. While you can read books back in your dorm, the environment and atmosphere of the library are more suitable for serious study. Moreover, there's Shin Maoen, a master of mind learning, around, so he can go and ask him directly if he encounters anything he doesn't understand. It's important to understand that asking in person and asking on a mobile phone are two different things. Many profound things cannot be conveyed through words. Even language cannot convey the message. The saying, "it can only be understood intuitively and cannot be explained in words," is not just a saying. The wisdom of the ancients far exceeds our imagination. Only when you stand at a certain angle and your understanding reaches a certain level can you realize that we are standing on the shoulders of giants to see the world. Chapter 35. I was born before you were born, and you were born after I had grown old. When Li Fan arrived at the library, it was exactly 5:30. Shin Maoan was sitting quietly reading a book. The setting sun shone through the window, casting its light on her, as if draping her in a hazy golden veil. Li Fan stood quietly in place, unwilling to disturb this beautiful scene. It was Shin Maoan's sixth sense that detected someone watching her, and she subconsciously looked up, only then noticing Li Fan's figure. "Li Fan, you're here." She smiled slightly and folded the page she was reading into a bookmark. He then stood up, walked to the side, and handed him several books on the philosophy of mind from the table. "Look, I've already registered you. You can take it with you tonight." "Thank you so much, Teacher Shin." Li Fan chuckled and took the book. When they left at noon, the two briefly introduced themselves. Li Fan learned that her name was Shin Maoan, and that she was the school's librarian and associate professor in the Department of Literature. Her position as an associate professor in the literature department was only nominal. Her main job was library management and book borrowing. "Have you got a meal yet?" Shin Maoan suddenly spoke. Li Fan was a little confused, then nodded. "I just came from the cafeteria." "Okay then, I ordered takeout and said I'd order one for you if you hadn't eaten yet." Shin Maoan's tone was slightly flustered. "Go ahead and do your work, I won't bother you anymore." "Okay, goodbye, Teacher Shin." Li Fan, holding the book, walked towards the elevator. After Li Fan walked away, Shin Maoan suddenly reached out and gently patted his lips. "Shin Maoan, have you taken the wrong medicine? How could you ask Li Fan such a question? What does it matter to you whether they've eaten or not? You're 30 years old, and they're just a freshman in college. What are you thinking?" It took Shin Maoan quite a while to calm down. Returning to my seat, I gracefully turned to the bookmarked page and began to read intently. The crimson sunset shone through the curtains onto the book Shin Maoan was holding. The brand new cover features several large, gilded characters: "Flowers are not flowers, mist is not mist." At 9:30 p.m., announcements of the library closing were broadcast over the loudspeakers on every floor. The female students gradually got up from their seats, packed their books and backpacks, and gathered at the elevator entrance. Li Fan, carrying several books, walked to the elevator lobby on the third floor and waited quietly. He was wearing a simple military green training suit and cloth shoes. His clean and sharp American-style front spiky hair made him look sunny and stylish. The only drawback is that he is only 172 centimeters tall. Nevertheless, the girls waiting for the elevator around them still cast glances of amazement, admiration, or eagerness from time to time. Bite. The sound of the elevator arriving was crisp and pleasant to the ear. As the elevator doors opened, everyone entered the elevator in an orderly fashion. Li Fan was the last to enter the elevator, so naturally he stood at the front. Snap. The elevator doors slowly closed. The next second, Li Fan suddenly felt a soft touch on his arms and back. The texture was smooth and soft, like someone was squeezing you with a sponge. He frowned and subconsciously turned his head. He noticed that there was a girl standing close to him on his left, right, and back. The three girls were pretty, and their faces were slightly flushed at the moment. Seeing Li Fan's gaze sweep over them, they quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Holy crap! This is sexual harassment. Li Fan instantly understood what that sensation was. To this crazy world, all he wanted to say was, "Bring on the storm. I can handle it." Soon, the elevator arrived at the first floor. The three girls who had taken advantage of Li Fan earlier walked out of the elevator with flushed faces, practically running away. Seeing this, Li Fan simply smiled faintly, since he wasn't at a disadvantage anyway. As Li Fan passed by the front desk with his books in his arms, he was surprised to find that Shin Maoan was still there. This afternoon, when she was asking questions, Li Fan chatted with her for a while. He knew that besides Shin Maoan, there was another young librarian, a girl who worked part-time while studying. Shin Maoan usually works the night shift until 6:30 p.m., then hands over to the girl, who then takes over the night shift and is usually the one who locks the door. It's already 9:30 today, and the other person is still in the library. Li Fan couldn't help but admire this dedication. Teacher Shin. Li Fan stepped forward and greeted Shin Maoan. It's so late, aren't you off work yet? I'm off work now. Shin Maoan gave Li Fan a deep look and smiled slightly. How was the inspection tonight? Did you encounter any problems? It's all right. Li Fan scratched his head. Thanks to your guidance this afternoon, teacher, I now have a deeper understanding of Mr. Yangming's thoughts. I have come to understand the true meaning of the mind as the principle, and I have also come to realize the difficulty of unity of knowledge in action. I also know that I should use extending one's innate knowledge to demand of myself. Although this society is restless and people's hearts have become corrupted, I don't care what others do, I just need to take care of myself. Excellent. Well said. Shin Maoan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze toward Li Fan filled with eagerness, as if he were looking at a rough, unpolished piece of jade. All the things, all the troubles, and all the negative emotions in this world originate from the human heart. The power of the inner self is boundless, it can make or break a person. When we study the philosophy of mind, we are cultivating our own inner self. Look inward, and you will see the world, all living beings, and yourself. Li Fan, you have great talent, keep it up. Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Shin. Li Fan blinked, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. It feels like being rewarded with a little red flower by your teacher when you're in elementary school. The sense of accomplishment is unparalleled. He. The two chatted for a few more minutes. Seeing that it was 9:40, Li Fan said goodbye. Teacher Shin, I had a very pleasant chat with you today. I am honored to have met you. Stop. Shin Maoan frowned and glared at Li Fan. Li Fan, I'm only about 10 years older than you. Could you please stop using such honorifics with me? Ah. Li Fan was taken aback at first, but quickly waved his hand and apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Shin, I'm clumsy with words, I made you sound old. It's okay, just be more careful next time. Shin Maoan nodded lightly, picked up his bag from the table, and looked at Li Fan. I'm about to leave too, want to come together? I couldn't ask for more. Li Fan chuckled, picked up the books, and followed Shin Maoan out of the library. The night was as dark as ink. Under the orange streetlights of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics, a man and a woman walked side by side. The man had a youthful face and an upright posture. Dressed in a simple military uniform, carrying several books in his hands, he walked with steady and powerful steps, displaying a mature demeanor beyond his years. The woman beside him was tall and graceful, wearing a black office lady uniform, with delicate and pretty features, and an air of scholarly refinement about her. Her delicate, bright eyes were hidden behind black-rimmed glasses. She was carrying a medium-sized Chanel handbag, and her lower body was accentuated by a bodycon skirt that highlighted her exceptionally voluptuous figure. From a distance, she looks like an urban white-collar worker who has just finished get-off work, with an intellectual and capable demeanor. Upon closer inspection of her figure, she seemed like a uniformed hostess working in a nightclub. Teacher Shin, where do you live? I'll be there soon. Li Fan pointed to the boys' dormitory building not far away. I live over there. Let's go, I live over there too. Shin Maoan smiled slightly but did not answer with a specific address. Li Fan felt a pang of doubt. There are only a few male dormitory buildings over there, and the female dormitory is on the other side. So, when Teacher Shin said over there, what did he mean? The two walked for another minute and finally arrived at the entrance of the boys' dormitory building. Li Fan scratched his head and asked, Teacher Shin, there are only boys' dormitories here. You don't mean the boys' dormitories when you say this area, do you? Put. Shin Maoan chuckled, his white porcelain teeth gleaming warmly under the dormitory entrance light. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I live in an apartment outside, it's just outside this small door. Li Fan then realized what was going on. Okay, Teacher Shin, I won't bother you anymore. Good night. With that, he waved to Shin Maoan and turned to walk into the dormitory. Shin Maoan stood quietly at the door until Li Fan's figure completely disappeared from sight before she took a step and walked back the way she had come. Actually, she doesn't live here at all. She just found Li Fan interesting and wanted to chat with him a little longer. She hadn't met such a like-minded and compatible man in a long time. No, he's just a little boy. Thinking of Li Fan's age, Shin Maoan's delicate eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses dimmed. With a soft sigh, she said, I was born before you were born, and you were born after I had grown old. Chapter 36. Did you fly to South Korea last night? I slept without any dreams. The next day, at 5:30 a.m., Li Fan was woken up by his biological clock on time. Get up and run the water. As Li Fan stood in front of the mirror at the sink, a crisp electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Byte. Main quest Transform Yourself has been completed. Mission rewards, beauty pill and 10,000 renminbi in cash have been issued. Please check your accounts. Upon hearing this emotionless announcement, Li Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly opened his personal panel. On the light blue LED electronic light screen, the rating for the image section has changed to 60/60. I did it! An overwhelming joy overwhelmed Li Fan. Yes. He clenched his fists and swung them forward sharply. Indeed, there is a wealth of knowledge in books. I only studied the philosophy of mind for half a day, and I made up the remaining 5 points. Of course, I also have to thank Teacher Shin. Thinking of Shin Maoen's help to him yesterday, Li Fan couldn't help but feel grateful. How about we buy her a gift today as a way of thanking her for her guidance? Li Fan had an idea in mind. However, none of these are the most important things right now. There are more important matters to attend to. Li Fan silently told himself, open the backpack. The next second, a pure white pill with a warm, lustrous sheen appeared in his hand. This is the beauty elixir? Li Fan took a deep breath, looked at the exquisite and flawless pill in front of him, and without the slightest hesitation, threw it directly into his mouth. They chewed carefully for a while, crunching away. Only after turning all the pills into powder and swallowing them did Li Fan's excitement gradually subside. Now, let time tell. 10 minutes later. In front of the large mirror at the wash basin. Li Fan's eyes were wide open, his gaze fixed on the face in the mirror. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a full forehead, a high nose bridge, and features that looked as if they had been carved by a knife and axe. Add to that a clean and sharp American-style front barb, and what a ruggedly handsome guy. This face was taken from Li Fan's original face, so that he wouldn't be unrecognizable. However, every part of the face was meticulously sculpted and polished. This made his original appearance score of only 50 points easily reach 85 points. Having lived 2 lives, he had an ordinary appearance and a timid and cowardly personality, and was never liked by girls. At this moment, it seemed that a complete transformation had taken place. Call. Li Fan let out a long breath, staring intently at himself in the mirror, a slight smile spreading across his lips. Now, it's my turn to perform in this world. After a 10-kilometer morning run and 100 push-ups, Li Fan sat on the edge of the track and field, panting heavily. A pale blue LED light screen appeared before my eyes. Host, Li Fan. Age, 18. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 125-135 gene. Strengths, 13. Physical fitness, 60-50 plus 10 out of 100, 50 for a normal person. Durability, 11-8 plus 3-5-15 for average people, no upper limit. Attribute points, 0. Unfinished task, strengthening physical fitness. Build physical strength, within 1 month, run 10 kilometers daily, do 100 push-ups, 100 jumping jacks, and 200 Kegel exercises daily. Task reward, perfect male god physique 8-pack abs, clearly defined V-line, shark line, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. Current check-in progress, 3 days check-in can be done on the treadmill in the indoor gym on rainy days. I've lost another 5 kilograms, and my physical fitness and endurance have both improved. A look of joy appeared in Li Fan's eyes. Indeed, exercise is the best way to lose weight. Of course, this also includes the fact that I've been eating chicken breast with vegetable salad every day for the past few days. Among these rows of encouraging data, the words height 172 stand out a little. Li Fan frowned slightly. Now, my appearance and figure are all good, but my height is really too short. Next time I get attribute points, I must add them to my height as soon as possible. Anyway, I'm only a freshman in college this year, and I'm still in puberty. Even if someone suddenly grows a few centimeters taller, it's perfectly reasonable. Thinking of attribute points, a question suddenly arose in Li Fan's mind, right? Didn't I complete the second main quest today? Why didn't I gain any attribute points? System Daddy, are you there? Li Fan shouted instinctively. Exist. The reply was simple and cold. The system remained the same. Li Fan even suspected that it was a product of an advanced civilization, most likely artificial intelligence. However, this artificial intelligence technology has completely exceeded the limits of what humans can imagine. I'd like to ask why I didn't get any attribute points today? Li Fan spoke frankly. The system fell silent, and so did Li Fan. After a while, a still cold voice echoed in Li Fan's mind. Sorry, the scanning process malfunctioned. 2 attribute points will be reissued. Bite. Attribute points have been credited. Li Fan's lips twitched slightly, and he nodded calmly. Thank you for your help. Now he was absolutely certain, the system was indeed an artificial intelligence from an advanced civilization. However, none of this matters. In any case, the system was just a platform for him to post tasks. He only needs to complete the task on time to receive the system's reward. Li Fan silently recited the command and added 2 attribute points to his height. Soon, a subtle, gradual movement began to work on his body and bones. The effect was negligible. Li Fan didn't even feel it. 2 minutes later, the blue light screen flashed suddenly. Looking back at his personal information, his height has changed to 174 centimeters. That feels so good. Li Fan chuckled, stood up, and continued exercising. 7:30 a.m. After returning to his dormitory, Li Fan took a shower, changed into his military training uniform, and began banging hard on Xie Xiuwen's door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound was like a war drum, completely chasing away Xie Xiuwen's sleepiness inside the room. Yesterday afternoon, before leaving, the instructor specifically instructed Li Fan to bring Xie Xiuwen to military training today. Li Fan readily agreed. Who is it so early in the morning? Xie Xiuwen squinted his sleepy eyes, complaining as he walked over and opened the locked door. As for why he locked the door, Li Fan said he didn't know. Old Xie, hurry up and change into your military training uniform. Let's go have breakfast, or we'll be late. Li Fan frowned and looked at Xie Xiuwen, urging him on. What kind of military training? Didn't I not have to do military training? Xie Xiuwen rubbed his eyes and looked at Li Fan. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes filled with disbelief. No. Who are you? He pointed at Li Fan, his lips trembling slightly, and his voice became even higher pitched. What, don't you recognize me? Li Fan's lips curled up slightly, and he winked at Xie Xiuwen. We're best buddies, don't you even recognize your best buddy? Good brother. Xie Xiuwen opened his eyes wide and scrutinized Li Fan's face for a long while. It wasn't until those familiar features came into view that he realized the person in front of him was indeed his roommate, Li Fan. Li Fan, did you fly to South Korea last night? Chapter 37 Zhou Haina's Contrast. Li Fan, did you fly to South Korea last night? Xie Xiuwen asked with an incredulous look on his face. In his memory, Li Fan was quite handsome yesterday. But he looks much more handsome today than yesterday. The angles and curves of his facial features are more defined. My skin condition is also much better than yesterday. If it weren't for the fact that Li Fan's features were similar to before, he would have suspected that the person in front of him was a different man. He. Li Fan just smiled faintly. Maybe it's because my exercise and skincare routine these past few days have worked. My skin is better, and my facial contours are more defined. Li Fan was too lazy to talk about this topic anymore, and urged again, Alright, Lao Xie, stop babbling and hurry up and wash up. If you're not done in 5 minutes, I'm not waiting for you anymore. If you're late, you'll have to run laps as punishment. Upon hearing this, Xie Xiuwen's throat tightened. Being late for military training will result in being punished by running 10 laps. 1 lap is 400 meters, and after 10 laps, he would be half dead. He nodded and quickly went back to his room to change his clothes and wash up. After everything was settled, it was exactly 7:35. The two quickly ran towards the cafeteria. I grabbed a quick bite at the cafeteria and then rushed off to the track and field stadium. 7:55. Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen finally arrived at the track and field stadium. As dawn broke, the rising sun hung high in the sky. It bathed the earth in a golden glow. The sun wasn't too harsh at this time, and it felt warm and cozy on my skin. On the track and field, the teams from each college and class were basically lined up neatly. Li Fan's gaze swept across the many lines, and he easily found the position of his class. The two quickly arrived at the front of the finance class 1 line. Reporting, instructor. Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen reporting for duty. Li Fan stood tall and gave Ling Yan a respectful military salute. Xie Xiuwen followed suit and saluted. Upon hearing their voices, Ling Yan and many other girls in the class instinctively turned to look at them. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. Under the golden sunlight, Li Fan held his military cap in one hand and saluted with the other. His handsome face and bright, deep eyes were like a beautiful landscape painting, clearly imprinted in everyone's mind. Ling Yan's mind was also in a daze. She pursed her lips, stared at Li Fan for a long while, and then tentatively asked, "Are you Li Fan?" Li Fan nodded calmly. The entire class erupted in chaos. Is this handsome guy really Li Fan? His looks, his physique, this is the man I've been searching for. How come I never noticed Li Fan was so handsome before? I should have asked him for his WeChat sooner. A murmur of chatter arose from the group of girls. Zhou Haina was equally unsettled at that moment. She stood in the first position of the second row, very close to Li Fan. A pair of delicate, bright eyes stared intently at Li Fan, her lips trembling slightly. His eyes were filled with excitement and joy. Xiao Jun, the female class monitor, stood next to Zhou Haina, her gaze also somewhat lost in thought. Is this handsome guy really Li Fan? She had interacted with Li Fan a few times and actually had some impression of his appearance. But now, they dare not recognize it. Quiet down, all of you. Hearing the noise from the group, Ling Yan sternly shouted to stop it. Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen, get back to the team, we'll start training right away. Yes, instructor. Li Fan walked to the front row, facing the intense gazes of the girls in his class. Standing in the line, even though I couldn't see behind me. Li Fan, however, was certain that all the girls' eyes were on him. This feeling of being a hero in front of others greatly satisfied Li Fan's vanity. After living an ordinary life for so long, a sudden transformation has astonished the world. Soon, military training began. The sunlight gradually became hot. Through the combined fatigue and sweat of the training, the students gradually adapted to the intensity of military training. 11:30 a.m. The morning military training has ended. As soon as Ling Yan finished saying disband, the girls surged towards Li Fan like waves. Soon, Li Fan was surrounded by girls. Xie Xiuwen, who was next to him, was pushed out of the crowd. He was so angry that he put his hands on his hips and stood there cursing. But his voice was completely drowned out by the noise. Li Fan, would you like to have lunch together? Li Fan, can I get your contact information? Let's hang out sometime. Ling Yan stood to the side, frowning as she watched this scene. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't. It's outside of class time now, so these students aren't under her jurisdiction. Get out of my way. Just then, an angry shout suddenly came from the crowd. Everyone, including Li Fan, instinctively turned to look, only to see Zhou Haina with a cold expression, leading several girls as she walked over. All of you, stay away from Li Fan. Zhou Haina pointed at the girls around Li Fan and said sternly, if anyone dares to disobey, they can forget about being in school. Zhou Haina's top henchman and strategist, Shuya, chimed in, did you hear that? Quickly back away and stay away from Li Fan. If any idiot wants to die, we won't hesitate to teach her a lesson. The girls had never seen anything like this before and were all a little stunned. However, they quickly came to their senses and instinctively stepped back. With the help of her followers, all the girls in the class knew that she was the daughter of an official, and no one dared to offend her. Seeing that the girls knew what was good for them, Zhou Haina nodded in satisfaction, you all better leave now and not bother me and Li Fan. Upon hearing this, the group quickly left. Seeing this, Ling Yan also turned and left. She was just an instructor, these things had nothing to do with her. After everyone left, Xie Xiuwen, who had been pushed to the side, quickly walked to Li Fan's side and stood next to him. Zhou Haina looked up at Li Fan, her pretty face slightly flushed. I'm sorry, Li Fan, I'm not actually like that, it's just... It's okay, you don't need to explain. I understand. Li Fan chuckled, I should thank you for getting me out of that predicament, otherwise I really wouldn't know how to get away. Then Li Fan continued, to thank you for your help, and also because I stood you up the night before last, I'll treat you to lunch at the cafeteria. Don't mind. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Zhou Haina's beautiful eyes. She nodded quickly, okay, I don't mind. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. The followers behind her all looked at her with envy. Shuya was a perceptive person and took the initiative to say, boss, then I'll go with them first, you guys carry on. After saying that, she called to her sisters and quickly left. Seeing this, Li Fan thought to himself, Zhou Haina's followers are quite savvy and have potential. He turned to Xie Xiuwen beside him and said, old Xie, you go ahead. I won't have lunch with you. Xie Xiuwen's expression changed instantly. He frowned at Li Fan and gritted his teeth, saying, old Li, you're a traitor who's blinded by lust. You'd rather have a woman than your brothers. Upon hearing this, Johanna involuntarily lowered her head, her pretty face turning even redder. In front of Li Fan, she was like a little girl experiencing her first love. She showed none of the imposing aura she had displayed earlier. Alright, we have something to talk about. Go find somewhere cool to stay. Li Fan waved his hand, too lazy to pay attention to Xie Xiuwen, and turned to Johanna. Let's go to the West District cafeteria, the food there is better. Aha! Johanna nodded and slowly followed behind Li Fan. Seeing the two figures disappear into the distance, Xie Xiuwen stood there angrily, jumping up and down. Li Fan, you just wait, I will definitely bring you back. Chapter 38. Would you be my second girlfriend? The West Campus cafeteria is located next to the girls' dormitory building. The first floor here is the normal window area for serving food, while the second floor is a small stir-fry restaurant. Li Fan led Johanna to the second floor of the cafeteria and randomly picked a restaurant to go into. After ordering, the two sat down facing each other. Johanna lowered her head slightly, somewhat unable to meet Li Fan's gaze. Li Fan was so handsome today that it made her uneasy. Li Fan looked at Johanna, who was standing like an ostrich, and couldn't help but curl a wicked smile into his lips. This adorable little girl is surprisingly aggressive towards other girls. Trembling in front of yourself, you've got a knack for creating a contrast. Johanna. Look up at me. Li Fan suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. Ah. Johanna suddenly raised her head to look at Li Fan, her bright and delicate eyes revealing a hint of confusion. What's wrong? Li Fan? Fine. Li Fan chuckled, revealing his pearly white teeth. I noticed you've been looking down the whole time, and I wanted to remind you that this can easily lead to cervical spondylosis. Oh. I understand. Thank you. Johanna replied, at a loss for words. She didn't know why she was like this, but she felt that Li Fan was too dazzling today. She was somewhat afraid to look at him. The atmosphere between the two became somewhat awkward afterward. Johanna's heart was pounding, and her body was tense. She dared not move at all. Li Fan, on the other hand, is a complete novice when it comes to relationships. Although he was interested in making a move on Johanna, he really didn't know how to bring it up. Until the arrival of the waiter broke the awkward atmosphere between the two. Please enjoy your meal, gentlemen. The waiter finished serving the last stir-fry dish and left with a smile. Li Fan took a pair of disposable chopsticks from the side and handed them to Johanna, saying, Eat up, I'm starving after all this morning's military training. Thanks. Johanna reached out to take the chopsticks, but her fair hand accidentally touched Li Fan's palm. I'm sorry. Li Fan. She apologized instinctively. No need to be so polite. Li Fan picked up a piece of chicken and put it in Johanna's bowl, smiling as he said, We're classmates, let me treat you to some chicken. Johanna looked up at Li Fan, noticing the smile on his lips and the gentleness in his eyes. I gradually relaxed. I love eating chicken the most. She chuckled softly, seemingly regaining her previous composure. Then I'll give you a few more pieces. Li Fan smiled and put a few more pieces of chicken into Johanna's bowl. Johanna thanked her with a charming smile. As the temperature in the air gradually rose, the relationship between the two became increasingly intimate. After the meal, Johanna's delicate eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Li Fan, mustering her courage to ask, Li Fan, I want to ask if you have a girlfriend? Got it. Li Fan smiled and nodded. She's a sophomore, and we just started dating a couple of days ago. Upon hearing this, Johanna's flushed face turned deathly pale in an instant. Her eyes were slightly red, and her hands under the table were trembling unconsciously. I understand, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Johanna lowered her head, her tone filled with regret and frustration. Do you like me? Li Fan suddenly asked. Like? Johanna suddenly looked up, her bright eyes filled with tears, yet her expression was exceptionally firm. Li Fan, I really like you. I like you not only for your looks, but also for your character and personality. You're not as arrogant as those men, instead, you're approachable. I feel very comfortable and at ease chatting with you. However, I was still a step too late. Her tone was somewhat disappointed. If I had known, I would have taken the initiative to add you in the first place and asked you out. On the first day, I was just an ordinary chubby little guy, and you didn't even give me a second glance. Li Fan chuckled inwardly. In this world, looks matter. If he were still that chubby little boy, this scene would never have happened. So what deep affection is there? We've only known each other for a few days. It's nothing more than lust at first sight. It's okay that I have a girlfriend. Li Fan stroked his chin and looked at Zhou Haina with a smile. Anyway, there are more women than men now, and the country also promotes polygamy, so having a few more girlfriends doesn't matter. He took Zhou Haina's soft, fair hand and placed it in his own palm. He looked at her earnestly and asked, "Would you be my second girlfriend?" If Li Fan had said this in his previous life, it would have been considered the epitome of a scumbag. But in this world, it seems perfectly natural. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haina was stunned, staring blankly at Li Fan. "Li Fan, what did you say?" "Fine, I didn't hear you." Li Fan smirked and stood up, pretending to be serious. The next second, Zhou Haina quickly stood up and threw herself into his arms. I do, Li Fan." Inside the restaurant, many female students noticed the sweet scene and couldn't help but applaud. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted. The waiter who had just served the food also started clapping. Because Li Fan had his back to them, none of the female students could see his face. After he released Zhou Haina and turned around, a collective gasp suddenly filled the large restaurant. Hiss. Immediately afterwards, a series of sour voices intertwined in the air. Holy crap, I regret clapping. What does this woman have that she deserves to be with a guy of this caliber? They pulled out the whole thing, and this woman is just average looking. What makes her so special? I'm so envious. I don't care, I'm going to find a handsome guy, even if he has 10 girlfriends, I'm going to sleep with him. Li Fan did not hear these comments. At that moment, he held Zhou Haina tightly in his arms. He placed his hands on her small waist. I just felt that her waist was so soft and slender, like a water snake, and it felt incredibly good to the touch. He subconsciously pinched her a few times, and Zhou Haina's pretty face immediately turned red and her body went limp. Li Fan, stop pinching. People are watching. She spoke in a barely audible voice to Li Fan, but her eyes gleamed with undisguised joy. Okay, let's go first, then we'll find a secluded spot for me to pinch your nipples later? Li Fan looked down at the beauty in his arms and asked. Zhou Haina has delicate features, a straight nose, and small, cherry-like lips that are both beautiful and luscious. Her skin was as white as the finest mutton fat jade, and she exuded a youthful and vibrant aura. She would be a top-tier beauty regardless of the dynasty she lived in. Zhou Haina nodded, her face flushed, a hint of shyness flashing in her bright, clear eyes. The girls around them stared intently at Li Fan and Zhou Haina, their teeth practically grinding together. Why aren't these handsome guys theirs? Chapter 39 Li Fan's dejection. After finishing the meal, amidst the envious and jealous glances of the girls around him, Zhou Haina followed Li Fan out of the West District cafeteria. Her fair little hand was tightly enveloped by Li Fan's slightly rough big hand. My heart was beating uncontrollably. Zhou Haina, calm down. She kept telling herself this, but she couldn't hide the smile on her lips. It was midday. The harsh sunlight pierced through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Li Fan took Zhou Haina's hand and walked to the shaded area at the entrance of the cafeteria. Turning to her, I said, "Honey, it's so hot outside. We'll probably have to stay in an air-conditioned room in this weather. How about we go out and get a room, and enjoy the air conditioning?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Haina's pretty face instantly turned red. Despite her arrogant and domineering attitude towards girls, she is essentially just a smooth talker who has never been in a relationship. She was a little nervous about having to go to a hotel room so soon after they started dating. Li Fan, isn't this too fast? She looked up at Li Fan, asking with a mixture of shyness and nervousness. What are you thinking? Li Fan looked at Zhou Haina with a half smile. The temperature outside is at least close to 40 degrees Celsius. I just wanted to find a comfortable place to have a good heart-to-heart talk with you. Really? Zhou Haina asked innocently. Of course. We have military training this afternoon. Li Fan gently rubbed Zhou Haina's small hand. We can just find a decent hotel around the school and get a room. I see. Zhou Haina nodded obediently. She looked up at Li Fan and said shyly, "Then I'll make a phone call to book a room. My dad's hotel is right next to the school." Upon hearing this, Li Fan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly shook his head. "No need to trouble yourself, honey, we can just find any hotel. It might be too late to make a call. Go to her family's hotel. If her dad catches her, she's definitely doomed. Men understand men best." Can a man really take a woman to a hotel room just to have a heart-to-heart talk? After listening to Li Fan's words, Johanna silently put down her phone and nodded. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Li Fan chuckled, took Johanna's soft, boneless hand, and slowly walked towards the exit of the school's west campus. 15 minutes later. Room 608 at the home and hotel off campus. Li Fan sat at the foot of the pristine white double bed, smiling as he looked at Johanna not far away. Baby, come here. He reached out and patted the seat next to him. I have something I want to tell you. He appeared serious on the surface, but Li Fan was actually a little nervous inside. Having lived 2 lives, he is still a pure and innocent young boy today. All the techniques I learned before were from short films. Today, it's time to truly put it into practice. Johanna pursed her lips and walked up to Li Fan, her voice trembling slightly. WH. What is it that you have to come closer to say? Li Fan smiled slightly and gently stroked Johanna's slender waistline. Rough palms slowly caressed it. Sweet words. As he spoke, he pulled Johanna into his arms. A pleasant, fresh scent of young girl wafted towards me. Johanna couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her pretty face suddenly flushing crimson. She lowered her head and nestled in Li Fan's arms, her body going limp. Actually, she already knew what was going to happen when she arrived. However, she didn't dare to refuse Li Fan. She'll definitely regret missing out on a guy as handsome and kind as Li Fan. He held a sweet and lovely little beauty in his arms. Li Fan could no longer contain his excitement. It was originally intended as a sacrifice for Zhou Shuer. But right now, I really can't hold back anymore. Since we're already here, we must take off our hats today. Both sides were a little nervous. After taking a few deep breaths, Li Fan calmed himself down. He reached out and cupped Johanna's smooth face, closed his eyes, and kissed her. Her luscious red lips were like soft cherries with each bite, the fragrance lingered on her teeth. The two got along better and better, and Johanna even got a little carried away towards the end. She straddled Li Fan's lap and responded to him warmly. The bright white light shone on her face, adding a touch of softness to her pretty features. The air conditioner whirred, and clothes were gradually removed. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and the air was filled with the scent of burgeoning hormones. 3 minutes later. Game over. Li Fan sat blankly on the bed, looking lost and frustrated. I'm a useless person. He muttered to himself, his heart filled with bitterness. When I was learning from movies before, I thought I was a gifted expert. But after actually putting it into practice, only then did I realize that it was all just wishful thinking. Li Fan, are you alright? Johanna's pretty face flushed, and she looked at Li Fan with some concern. Honey, am I really useless? Li Fan looked at her with a miserable expression, his face showing utter disbelief. So what if we have a system? What's the point of exercising every day? So what if he's handsome? I am just a weakling. This is so hurtful to my self-esteem. It's okay, I think you're already amazing. Johanna gazed at Li Fan with deep affection and spoke earnestly. Her body trembled slightly, and her fair skin glowed like jade under the bright white light. At some point just now, she even felt like she was dead. Looking down at the red stain on the bedsheet, she felt both shy and sweet. Really? A glimmer of hope suddenly rose in Li Fan's heart. Of course it's true. Anyway, I'm very happy and blessed today. As Johanna spoke, she slowly leaned back until she rested on Li Fan's shoulder. Li Fan, I'm so happy to be with you. The bright white light shone on Johanna's body, making it sparkle. The firm skin and perfect waist and hip curves made Li Fan's eyes heat up, and he felt excited again. He reached out and hugged Johanna from behind. A burning kiss gently landed on her shoulder and neck. Baby, I'm so happy too. Come on, let's try it again. Li Fan was completely heartbroken. Indeed, fairy tales are all lies. Half an hour minimum, that's for other companies. He's just a nobody. He has shed his image as an innocent young boy. But even bigger troubles followed. What should he do now? Zhou Shuer, Zhang Yaqian, Fan Lingling, Xiao Jun, Chen Xiaoqiao, Shin Maoan. Wait a minute. How did Shin Maoan get in here? In short, so many beautiful women are waiting for him to conquer. But the current situation is, if he can't even handle Johanna, what makes him think he can? 1:30 p.m. Only 20 minutes passed between the two entering the hotel and making the bed. Li Fan had to get up and get dressed because he had to have military training at 2 o'clock. Zhou Haina was feeling unwell, so Li Fan told her to call her counselor Chen Xiaoqiao to ask for leave later. On the pristine white double bed, Li Fan sat on the edge of the bed, putting on his military cloth shoes with his head down. Zhou Haina leaned back on the bed, gazing at him with tender affection. "Honey, you're so handsome," she suddenly spoke, a bright smile on her lips. The term husband was something Li Fan had asked her to use during the second time they met. She thought it sounded natural, so she changed it. He. What's the use of being handsome? Li Fan replied with a look of utter despair. Right now, his heart is like that song, snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling. Bite. Just then, a familiar, cool electronic voice suddenly rang in Li Fan's ears. Li Fan shuddered, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Yes. I also have a system. The spring breeze blows, the war drums beat, but the host is simply not up to par. Due to personal reasons, the host does not meet the basic requirements of the perfect male god. A new branch task has been added to the system, perseverance. Perseverance, the host must perform at least 500 Kegel exercises, 200 squats, and half an hour of horse stance daily. Continue this for half a month. Mission reward, 1 bottle of kidney tonic. Kidney tonic, 1 bottle for eternal fatigue, 2 bottles for immortality. Current check in progress, 015. Chapter 40 Gift Giving. Upon hearing the system's first words, Li Fan's immediate reaction was, "System, come out and fight." After hearing everything, Li Fan only wanted to say one thing, "I was just joking." Ha ha ha. He roared to the heavens in his heart, unable to resist praising, "System Daddy is awesome. It's just a little bit of exercise. As long as it strengthens his kidneys, this little requirement is nothing." Honey, of course it works. Zhou Haina's clear voice interrupted Li Fan's thoughts. Li Fan suddenly snapped back to reality. What do you mean by that? If you're ugly, my mom won't accept you. Your mother? Li Fan's expression froze. What does our relationship have to do with your mother? Zhou Haina explained. Before I went to university, my mother told me that if I got a boyfriend, I must tell her immediately. I just messaged her. She didn't reply to me, she must be busy with work. Zhou Haina continued, although my mother is a righteous police officer, she is even more obsessed with looks than I am. If my boyfriend is not good looking enough to catch her eye, she will definitely break us up. She patted her firm chest and looked at Li Fan with a relieved expression. Thank goodness, honey, you're handsome. I think if she sees you, she'll definitely agree to us being together. Li Fan's lips twitched, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. He couldn't understand or comprehend the way women think in this world. Knock knock knock. Just then, the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Zhou Haina was stunned for a moment. After realizing it was his own phone, I slowly crawled over, picked up my phone, and glanced at it. Honey, that's my mom, she whispered to Li Fan. Li Fan gestured with his lips, indicating that she should take it. Snap. The call connected, and a cool, mature woman's voice came through. Honey, are you in a relationship? Yes, that's right. Zhou Haina said sweetly, Mom, I'm so happy. My boyfriend is really great. Is he handsome? Is your nose big? Is your nose bridge high? The woman asked somewhat anxiously. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's lips twitched involuntarily. Which mother-in-law's first question to her son-in-law is whether he's handsome or has a big nose? It's not like you're using it yourself. So cool. So incredibly cool. Mom. I promise you'll like him when you see him. Zhou Haina scrutinized Li Fan for a while, until he seemed a little uneasy, before she spoke. Mom, I've taken a closer look. His nose bridge is very straight, and it's neither too big nor too small. Hiss. Li Fan only heard a gasp of cold air coming from the phone. Then the woman spoke again. Baby, where are you now? Should mommy come find you? While you're at it, let's get to know your boyfriend. Mom is at the police station right now. Upon hearing this, Li Fan quickly shook his head at Zhou Haina. Zhou Haina blinked, indicating that she understood. Mom, no need, let's talk about it when we go home for the weekend. We've only just started dating, I'm afraid you'll scare him away. If my boyfriend runs away, I'll blame it all on you. After hearing Zhou Haina's words, the woman on the other end of the phone remained silent for a while. Then he said, "Alright then, baby, you have to keep a close eye on him and make sure he's not snatched away by some flashy, cheap woman out there. Women these days are like wolves, they come running at the smell of blood." "I know, Mom, I'll be careful." Johanna smiled and agreed. "Then I'll hang up now, moi. Love you." Johanna slammed the phone down. She climbed up to Li Fan with a smile, leaned forward, and kissed him on the lips. "Honey, I'll do as you say, I won't let my mom come." "Good." Li Fan gently rubbed Johanna's head and said softly, "Alright, I have to go to military training. You can rest here this afternoon. I'll go back to the dorm when I feel better." A hint of reluctance flashed in Johanna's eyes. She reached out and pulled Li Fan's large hand to her pretty face, saying, "Husband, I can't bear to part with you." Her red lips pouted slightly, and her tone was somewhat coquettish. "I don't want to be apart from you for even a second right now." "Can you not leave?" "Obedient." Li Fan frowned. "If you're late for military training, you'll have to run 10 laps as punishment." As soon as she finished speaking, Johanna quickly released Li Fan's hand. "Honey, I don't want you to get punished. Hurry up and go, don't be late." Li Fan's heart softened suddenly, and he stepped forward to kiss Johanna's smooth forehead. "Sweetie, I'll make it up to you properly when the holidays come." Bye-bye, honey." After Li Fan left, Johanna sat blankly on the edge of the bed, laughing intermittently. The dazzling light shone on her fair skin, as if draping her in a white veil, making her look absolutely stunning. The afternoon of military training passed quickly. During military training, Johanna's followers kept glancing at Li Fan, their eyes filled with inexplicable meaning. Li Fan noticed it, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Their leader was already under his control, the few underlings were no big deal. After the team disbanded, besides a few girls from his own class, several girls from other classes also came up to add Li Fan on WeChat. Li Fan refused them all. He returned to the dormitory with Xie Xiuwen. "I took a quick shower, changed into some suitable clothes, and scratched the front spike again." The dashing Li Fan left the school from the south gate. He planned to go to a nearby shopping mall to buy a gift for Shin Maoen. Without the other party's help, he wouldn't have been able to grasp the philosophy of mind so quickly. He owes this favor and wants to repay it. The system's 2 tasks rewarded a total of 15,000 yuan, plus 5,000 yuan for the act of bravery. Li Fan still has more than 20,000 yuan on him. This is an absolute fortune for a freshman. He thought for a moment and decided that the gift he would give to Shin Maoen could not be too expensive. He couldn't afford it, nor could he bear to part with it. But it can't be too cheap. Ideally, it should be something that offers good value for money and suits the other person's personality. Li Fan carefully recalled Shin Maoen's appearance, figure, and temperament, and pondered for a long time, but his mind was still somewhat blank. Then, a woman with a curvaceous figure, dressed in a light black office lady uniform, walked past him. He looked at the light white silk scarf around the other person's neck, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. A silk scarf, isn't that a great choice? Chapter 41: An unexpected encounter with the landlady. The goal has been set. Without further hesitation, Li Fan quickly headed to the nearby Baida shopping mall. This is a newly built luxury shopping mall. Li Fan only came across it by chance on a short video platform and decided to come and check it out. Entering the mall, the luxurious and grand decor immediately caught Li Fan's eye. The soaring atrium extends upwards, with a huge stained glass dome. The air is filled with the carefully blended scents of cedar and white musk from the fragrance system. Underfoot is a gleaming mosaic marble floor. In the corner, there were several life-sized blue and white porcelain vases, and the whole place was filled with an atmosphere of ingenuity. Standing in the center of the hall, looking at the luxurious surroundings, Li Fan unconsciously clenched his fists. It's an innate sense of inferiority. In my past life, when I was a food delivery driver, whenever he receives an order from a luxury shopping mall, he wears a yellow delivery uniform and takes the mall elevator to pick up the food. Looking at the glamorous and distinguished young men and women in the elevator, he would always subconsciously lower his head, avoiding eye contact with them. He was afraid of seeing the disdain in their eyes. But soon, this sense of inferiority was shattered by a surprised and incredulous exclamation. Li Fan's younger brother? The sudden sound from behind him snapped Li Fan back to his senses. He subconsciously turned his head and saw a plump and voluptuous figure standing gracefully not far behind him. She was wearing a bright red halter neck bodycon dress, with glossy black stockings on her legs and about 6 centimeters high heels with black trim and red soles. Her voluptuous and shapely figure was perfectly accentuated by the bodycon skirt. Wang Yan, the restaurant owner. Sister Wang. Li Fan exclaimed in surprise, then walked over with a smile. What a coincidence, Sister Wang, you're also shopping at Baita Mall. Wang Yan's mouth was wide open, but she did not answer Li Fan's question. Her bright, expressive eyes were fixed on Li Fan's face, filled with shock and joy. There was also a faint, almost imperceptible heat. Are you really, Li Fan's younger brother? Wang Yan swallowed hard and asked uncertainly. It's me. Li Fan chuckled. Sister Wang, you've already called out my name, are you still not sure? I just thought you looked a bit like you from a distance, that's why I called out to you. Who knew you'd become so handsome? Wang Yan's tone was somewhat hesitant, and her voice grew softer and softer. She seemed like a completely different person from when she was at the restaurant. Looking into Li Fan's bright, deep eyes and his handsome, charming smile, her heart suddenly started pounding uncontrollably. I came here to buy a gift for a teacher who helped me. Li Fan smiled and looked at Wang Yan, asking, Sister Wang, what brings you here? I was just browsing around. Wang Yan suddenly asked, Little brother Li Fan, is your teacher male or female, and how old is he or she? Would you like your older sister to help you with that? She's a female teacher around 30 years old. Li Fan replied with a smile, then suddenly changed the subject. However, I've already decided what I want to buy, so I won't trouble Sister Wang. You go shopping, I'll buy it myself. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's throat tightened, and she quickly said, It's okay, little brother, I'm not busy right now. What do you want to buy? I'll go with you. My sister is a regular at this mall and knows many of the shopkeepers well. If your older sister takes you, we can definitely get a discount. Upon hearing this, Li Fan was deeply moved. Who wouldn't do something that saves money? Sister Wang, are you sure this won't take up too much of your time? Li Fan asked another question. It's okay, really it's okay, little brother. As long as it's your problem, your sister will always put it first. As Wang Yan spoke, she stretched out her fair and soft hand and gently patted Li Fan's chest. In a daze, the scent of a mature woman's perfume wafted straight to Li Fan's nose. It made his brain release dopamine much faster. He had just eaten meat this afternoon. Upon smelling this scent, my heart was instantly stirred. He instantly understood Wang Yan's feelings for him. That night, in her shop, she was at least a little more reserved. But right now, it's best not to be too direct about your feelings. Sister Wang, thank you for your hard work. Li Fan chuckled, mustered his courage, and reached out to Wang Yan's ample waist. For a young man like him, a woman who is so mature is like poison, he simply cannot resist her. Li Fan's hand was in the air 1 second, and the next second Wang Yan pulled it to her waist. A radiant smile graced her beautiful face, her eyes gazing tenderly at Li Fan. Little brother, don't be shy with me, touch me wherever you want. Go ahead and investigate, I don't mind at all. My older sister really likes her younger brother. The first floor of the huge Park Plaza shopping mall is bustling with customers. The two stood in the center of the hall, and their intimate tug of war had already been noticed by those around them. Many beautiful and glamorous women who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel envious. Several girls were even itching to go up and ask Li Fan for his contact information. If that woman can do it, then they can too. Wang Yan's explicit words stirred Li Fan's heart. In a moment of impulsiveness, he even considered dragging Wang Yan to a place to start a fight right now. But suddenly, he remembered his behavior that afternoon. A bucket of cold water was poured down from the sky. He couldn't even defeat Johanna, let alone a beautiful and mature woman like Wang Yan. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. The other person is at the prime of their life, like a wolf in sheep's clothing, so he decided to pass. Thinking of this, Li Fan's mind suddenly calmed down. The burgeoning desire that had just surged vanished instantly. No rush. I'll wait half a month until I finish my system tasks, then I'll definitely have a good fight with her. Li Fan comforted himself in his heart. She then changed the subject, saying, Sister Wang, let's go pick out a gift first. I'm going to buy my teacher a silk scarf. My teacher is the intellectual, capable type of woman who prefers to wear business attire. Could you recommend some? A hint of disappointment flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. But she quickly recovered and said with a smile, Little brother, leave it to me. I'm an expert in this area, and I'll make sure to pick out the best one for you. She chuckled and took Li Fan's arm. Little brother, let's go to the third floor. It's all luxury brands there. Their scarves are fashionable and tasteful. Your teacher will definitely love the gift. Li Fan paused, then said somewhat awkwardly, Sister Wang, my budget is under 500 yuan. Would luxury brands be? Hi. How can we let my younger brother pay for such a small amount of money? Wang Yan chuckled and gently rubbed her ample breasts against Li Fan's arm. As long as my little brother likes it or needs it, I'll buy it for you, okay? Good. Li Fan nodded emphatically, inwardly sighing, this gigolo life is really delicious. He doesn't have to do anything, yet he has everything. That feels so good. That feels amazing. This patch's T0 really made him understand how to play. However, I still need to complete the side quest as soon as possible, so that I can be more comfortable in front of these women. Li Fan secretly made up his mind that he would go back to the dormitory to exercise after buying the gifts. As for the silk scarf, I'll find another opportunity to give it to Shen Maoan tomorrow. Oh right, the 2 days I agreed upon with Zhou Shuer have also expired. I need to make time to spend more time with my girlfriend tomorrow. In his previous life, Li Fan would have worried that he wouldn't be able to manage his time well with the women and that he might be exposed one day. But in this world, I'm sorry, he's invincible. From the very beginning, he had no intention of hiding it from anyone. As for the harem, he laid his cards on the table. If any girl likes to cause trouble, is jealous, or wants to have him all to herself, sorry, then you can go. The next one will be better. More obedient. Chapter 42 Xie Xiuwen's questioning. All I can say is that professionals are professionals. On Wang Yan's recommendation, Li Fan chose a Chanel 9 square camellia logo silk scarf. This silk scarf is soft and comfortable to the touch, with camellia as its central element. The 9 square grid layout perfectly showcases the exquisite elegance of the camellia, which perfectly matches Shen Maoan's temperament. Li Fan was very satisfied. When I went to pay, I saw the price was 54.38. Good heavens, a silk scarf costs over 5,000 yuan, that's faster than robbery. Capital is capital. They spend a lot of money to package themselves, build a brand, and then sell their low-cost products at high prices to the rich. They call it, this is the value of the brand. Although Li Fan understood the ins and outs of this, he wasn't really interested in it. Fortunately, Wang Yan paid for the scarf. When it came time to pay, she took out a gold card. Judging from the shocked expression on the saleswoman's face, Wang Yan must be someone extraordinary. Li Fan even suspected that the small restaurant was just something she opened for fun. Her true identity may be that of an unknown wealthy woman. After buying the silk scarf, Li Fan was ready to leave. Today, no. He has no intention of developing any relationship with Wang Yan beyond friendship over the next 2 weeks. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare. A man's dignity should still be respected. 8 p.m. The south gate of the University of Finance and Economics. A handsome man and a beautiful woman stood facing each other. Li Fan stood quietly on the cement floor. The warm yellow streetlight shone on his face, making his handsome features appear even more dashing. In front of Li Fan, Wang Yan gazed at him tenderly, her eyes filled with affection and reluctance. Little brother, I really can't bear to part with you. Why don't you come stay at my house for the night? My sister has a cat that can do backflips. Why don't you go take a look? After you're done, I'll bring you back, okay? Li Fan's lips twitched. He thought to himself, this trip might be the last time I come back. Forget it, with my current skill level, I'd better not play high-level games. Let's talk about it in 2 weeks. Sister Wang, I have military training tomorrow. I really can't. Li Fan frowned and said, how about next time, I'll definitely come to your house to see the cat, okay? Can. Wang Yan wanted to try again, but seeing Li Fan's increasingly furrowed brows, she quickly changed her mind. Little brother, I understand. I won't force you today. But you must come to my house next time. Don't worry. Li Fan nodded, sister, I definitely will. As Li Fan spoke, he picked up his Chanel handbag and waved it at Wang Yan. Sister Wang, thank you for the gift. I'll give you one next time I have the chance. It's all right, little brother, it's not worth much. Wang Yan chuckled, then suddenly added, but I'm really looking forward to the gift you'll give me, little brother. You'll find out when we meet next time. Li Fan smiled faintly and waved to Wang Yan, then I'll be going now, goodbye Sister Wang. Bye-bye. Li Fan turned and walked into the school. Wang Yan stood there, staring blankly at his back, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. These days, being able to hook up with such a handsome young man is like having one's ancestors' graves emitting auspicious smoke. Back in the dormitory, Li Fan changed into slippers and prepared to walk into the room. It's too late today, so he's not going to go to the track and field to exercise. He can do 500 Kegel exercises, 200 squats, and half an hour of horse stance in his room. After finishing, I took a shower and went to bed. Just as I passed through the living room, Xia Xiuwen's voice suddenly came from inside. "Old Li, what land are you holding?" Li Fan turned his head and then noticed Xia Xiuwen reclining on the sofa. "Old Xia, why are you so quiet, like a ghost?" Li Fan muttered a speechless complaint, placing the Chanel bag he was holding on the coffee table. "This is a gift I bought for a teacher." "Gift? Chanel?" Xia Xiuwen frowned and looked at Li Fan. "Old Li, this is a luxury item, it must be expensive, right?" "Thank goodness, it's only a little over 5,000. Li Fan replied casually, "Anyway, it's not my money, so it's really fine for me." "Is 5,000 plus considered okay?" Xia Xiuwen looked at Li Fan with a strange expression. "Old Li, have you struck it rich?" "Not really. Someone gave it to me as a gift." "Was it a gift from someone, a man or a woman?" Xia Xiuwen asked subconsciously. "The woman, you've met her before, she's the owner of Wang Yan restaurant." Li Fan answered honestly. Xia Xiuwen was one of his few friends, although he had some issues with his sexual orientation. Overall, however, the two got along well. There's no need to hide this from him. When Li Fan mentioned Wang Yan, Xia Xiuwen naturally pictured a tall, voluptuous, and sexy woman. Thinking about what might happen between the other person and Li Fan, his brows furrowed unconsciously, and his fists clenched involuntarily. "Old Li, why are you accepting gifts from others?" Xia Xiuwen casually tossed the Chanel handbag onto the coffee table, turned to look at Li Fan, and spoke with a slightly questioning tone. "Is there a problem?" Li Fan sneered, his face also showing displeasure. "Does the country have a rule that I can't accept gifts?" Xia Xiuwen paused for a moment. He pursed his lips and said, "That woman has no good intentions towards you. She's quite old, and all she has is a big chest. Don't let her bribe you with a little money. Alright, you don't need to worry about that. You should worry about yourself." Li Fan shook his head speechlessly, stepped forward, picked up the Chanel handbag, and strode towards the room. He regretted arguing with Xia Xiuwen. This guy has something wrong with his brain. Watching Li Fan leave, Xia Xiuwen quickly called out, "Wait, Lali, I still have a question to ask. Was the teacher who gave you the gift male or female? Tell me." Bang! The only response Xia Xiuwen received was the sound of the door slamming shut. The bright white light from the living room shone on the tightly closed metal door, as if coating it with a cold light. Xia Xiuwen took 2 steps back, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, and slumped softly onto the sofa. The soft leather sofa sagged slightly. "What should we do now? So many women are coming at me aggressively, what am I supposed to do?" Chapter 43 Zhou Shui's video call. The next day, at dawn, Li Fan was woken up by his biological clock as usual. After a quick wash and a quick trip to the water, he changed into sportswear and left his dormitory for the track and field. He currently has 2 system missions, a main mission, refine your physique, and a side mission, perseverance. Fortunately, it was all just simple exercise. Li Fan has already planned that he will spend his mornings completing the main quests and his evenings completing the side quests. This way, we can proceed simultaneously and work on both fronts at the same time. 2 weeks later, the kidneys became stronger. A month later, her figure also changed. Only then can he be considered an all-around warrior without any weaknesses. At 7 a.m., Li Fan returned to his dormitory after finishing his workout. The living room remained quiet. Xia Xiuwen's door was tightly closed, and he seemed not to have woken up yet. The warm sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains onto the white tiles in the living room, as if gilding the floor with a warm golden glow. Just as Li Fan was about to change into slippers, his phone suddenly vibrated violently in his pocket. He instinctively took out his phone. What comes into view is Zhou Shui's pure and beautiful face. On the screen, Zhou Shui was leaning against the headboard, her lips slightly pursed. Her clear eyes were fixed on the screen, and she seemed somewhat uneasy. Li Fan smiled slightly and clicked to connect. "Good morning, Shui. I'm not good." When Li Fan appeared, a hint of grievance instantly welled up in Zhou Shui's eyes. "Li Fan, we haven't seen each other for 2 days, don't you miss me at all?" As she spoke, she pouted her red lips angrily and turned her head away from Li Fan. Li Fan quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Schwer, I've really been busy these past 2 days. Now that I'm done with everything, I'll come find you today. Real? Zhou Schwer squinted at the screen, looking at her with a "I have serious doubts about you" expression. Really? I promise. Li Fan smiled and nodded, his clean, even teeth gleaming warmly. That ray of light shone straight into Zhou Schwer's heart. Her heart started pounding wildly. Li Fan on the screen. With his sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, high nose bridge, and sculpted jawline, he looked even better than when the two of them confirmed their relationship a couple of days ago. Li Fan, did you turn on the beauty filter? Zhou Schwer asked subconsciously. She didn't think much of it, only that Li Fan looked exceptionally handsome and good-looking today. Li Fan didn't answer directly, but smiled slightly, keeping everyone in suspense. You'll know when we meet today. What, all mysterious? Zhou Schwer frowned and gave a soft snort. Li Fan, don't you like me anymore? How could I not like my girlfriend who is so beautiful and sexy? Li Fan said softly, I want to give you a surprise. My dear Schwer, I'll come find you after my military training this morning, and we can have lunch together, okay? Okay. Zhou Schwer bit her lip and nodded shyly. Then I'll wait for you. Please don't tell me you have something to do again. Don't worry. I still have military training to do, I'm hanging up now. Okay, bye-bye. After the call ended, Zhou Schwer's body went limp, and she instinctively leaned back against the cold metal railing. She looked down at the now darkened phone screen, a charming smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. That stinky Li Fan, so secretive. She muttered something under her breath, sat up straight, and prepared to get up and get dressed. Hey, Xiao Shuer, chatting with your boyfriend? Just then, a chuckle and teasing voice suddenly came from the opposite bed. Zhou Schwer reflexively raised her head and met Fan Lingling's ambiguous smile. Lingling, you're making fun of me again. Zhou Schwer's pretty face flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Fan Lingling. You'd better find a boyfriend soon, or you'll make me laugh to death. I wanted to. When this topic came up, Fan Lingling put away her teasing of Zhou Schwer and sighed helplessly. You have no idea how high the standards are for those handsome guys. Looks and figure aside, they also want you to be rich and willing to spend money on them. Besides traditional holidays, I need gifts for everything. May 20th, Men's Day, 618, 718. If the gift doesn't arrive, they'll say we're not sincere and don't care about them. If that's all, then so be it. What's most infuriating is that they also crave a sense of ritual in romance. Sigh. I'm really tired. I don't want to take the initiative anymore. As she spoke, she looked up at Zhou Schwer. Schwer, does your junior have any roommates? Why don't you introduce us? I'll see if I can find an opportunity through him. Zhou Schwer frowned and pondered for a while, her little face full of confusion. As her roommate and best friend, she was actually willing to help Fan Lingling with this favor. But as a woman, she felt uneasy. Lingling is a dancer. She's beautiful, has a great figure, and is very flexible. She can do splits and back bends. If Li Fan takes a liking to her, wouldn't I be losing out? Thinking of this, Zhou Schwer's expression tightened, and she quickly said, Lingling, I'm sorry, Li Fan told me he lives alone and doesn't have any roommates. Well. Fan Lingling then sighed, it's just my bad luck, Schwer. I won't trouble you anymore. I'll look for another opportunity. Lingling, keep it up. You're so pretty and have such a great figure, you're sure to find a boyfriend. Zhou Schwer encouraged her. I hope so. 11:30 a.m. The morning military training is over. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, indiscriminately assaulting the earth. A wave of heat swept through the air. The outdoor temperature at the track and field stadium reached as high as 40 degrees. After the team disbanded, Li Fan stood in the shade by the track and field and gulped down water. Beside him, Xie Xiuwen complained with a bitter face, this damn high temperature. Are they really trying to kill us with heat? His originally fair skin now glowed with a rosy light. On the neck, the skin has even started to peel off. These are all consequences of prolonged exposure to the sun. Li Fan comforted him, saying, military training is like this all the time. There's still a little over a week left. Just hang in there and it'll be over. Just then, Zhou Haina walked over from the shade of a tree not far away with several followers. Old, Li Fan, classmate. She subconsciously wanted to call Li Fan husband, but when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she realized that it wasn't appropriate to call him that in this situation, so she quickly changed her address. Li Fan glanced at Zhou Haina with amusement, not caring at all, walked over, put his arm around her waist, and kissed her delicate face. "Alright, honey, there's no one else around. What are you afraid of?" Zhou Haina was taken aback at first, but after realizing what was happening, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She gazed at Li Fan tenderly, nodded with a sweet smile, and said, "Honey, I'll do whatever you say." Behind Zhou Haina, several of her followers, led by Shuya, looked at her with envy. When Xie Xiuwen saw this, his mouth opened so wide that he could have swallowed an egg. What did he see? He couldn't believe his eyes. He always thought Li Fan was innocent. But this stark reality dealt him a heavy blow. "Oh, heavens, how cruel you are to me." He sighed inwardly. He finally found a target that caught his eye, but does he really still have a chance? Li Fan and Zhou Haina were affectionate for a while, oblivious to everyone else. Then Zhou Haina said, "Honey, are you hungry? Shall we eat together?" "I'm not eating with you." Li Fan reached out and touched Zhou Haina's face. "I made an appointment with a senior student. You and your girlfriends go eat. I'll contact you again when I have time." A hint of disappointment flashed in Zhou Haina's eyes. But she didn't say anything. Instead, she smiled, stepped forward, and kissed Li Fan on the lips. "Okay, honey, I'll be going now, bye-bye." "Bye-bye." Zhou Haina and Li Fan waved goodbye and left with their entourage. After the group left, Xie Xiuwen didn't say a word, and didn't even say goodbye to Li Fan before leaving. Li Fan stood there, watching Xie Xiuwen's retreating figure, and shook his head in bewilderment. Crazy. I took out my phone and checked the time, 11:40 a.m. That's about enough, time to go find Schwer for lunch. He muttered something to himself, picked up his military cap, put it on, and strode towards the West Canteen under the scorching sun. He and Zhou Schwer agreed to meet at 11:55 a.m. at the entrance of the West District cafeteria. If we rush over now, the timing will be just right. Chapter 44: Zhou Schwer's happiness and Fan Lingling's regret. On the way to the cafeteria, Shuya followed behind Zhou Haina, her eyes fixed on her back, hesitant to speak, yet still wanting to. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Boss, didn't you hear Li Fan say he was going to have dinner with his senior?" "Yeah, boss, I was just about to ask that." "Count me in, I also think this isn't like the boss's temperament." Several followers echoed this. Zhou Haina didn't turn around upon hearing this, but simply shook her head slightly. "Of course I heard you. I understand what my husband means. But there's nothing I can do. Don't you understand the state of society today? My husband is so handsome, the women who like him could line up all the way to France. You think I'd expect him to be devoted to me? Don't be ridiculous." Zhou Haina smiled and said, "My husband just mentioned my senior in front of me on purpose. He wanted to test my feelings, but I'm not falling for it. I'm not going to leave him anyway. I don't care how many women he has, as long as he likes me and is with me, that's enough. A single conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study." Zhou Haina finished speaking. Several of her followers looked at her with eyes that seemed to admire a great person. Shuya couldn't help but say, "Boss, that's what you call brilliant. We were just thinking too superficially." Giggle. Zhou Haina raised an eyebrow and said in a sweet voice, "Actually, what I just said was something my mother reminded me of on the phone last night. I was just relaying it." Shuya. The henchman. Shuya thought to herself, this makes sense. If the boss is really this smart, how am I supposed to be the strategist? 11:52. Zhou Schwer, dressed in a light white dress, stood at the entrance of the West District cafeteria, looking left and right with an anxious expression on her face. Why hasn't Li Fan arrived yet? She muttered something, her tone revealing a hint of anxiety and panic. She was afraid that Li Fan would be unable to come today because of something else. Not far from the entrance of the cafeteria, in a secluded corner, Fan Lingling hid behind the wall, secretly peeking at Zhou Schwer. She and Zhou Schwer used to have lunch together. But today, Zhou Schwer said she had something to do and asked her to leave first, which made Fan Lingling suspicious. So he secretly followed Zhou Schwer and came here. She had been observing Zhou Schwer for quite some time. Judging from her expression, she guessed that she was definitely waiting for her lover. Xiao Schwer, today I'll personally unveil the mystery of your boyfriend." Fan Lingling chuckled to herself. 11:54 a.m. Li Fan arrived at the West District cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and there were many students coming and going at the entrance of the cafeteria. Li Fan searched carefully in the crowd for a while. Before long, a pure and beautiful figure, as lovely as a lotus flower, came into his view. She had long, slightly curly hair, delicate features, and skin as white as snow. Wearing a pure white floral dress, her tall and well-proportioned figure was accentuated by the fitted waist of the dress. Zhou Shui'er. This woman was Zhou Shui'er. Li Fan smiled slightly, but did not call out to her. He secretly walked towards Zhou Shui'er. Not long after, Li Fan came up behind Zhou Shui'er. Zhou Shui'er was still looking around and didn't notice anyone behind her. Li Fan reached out and gently patted Zhou Shui'er's fair shoulder. It's soft, smooth, and has a surprisingly good feel. Noticing the unusual movement in her body, Zhou Shui'er subconsciously turned her head. The next second, her delicate eyes suddenly narrowed, and her cherry-red lips opened wide uncontrollably. You are, Li Fan? Zhou Shui'er covered her red lips with her hand, her bright eyes filled with shock and joy. Li Fan chuckled, honey, you don't even recognize your boyfriend after just 2 days? Ah. It really is you. Upon receiving confirmation from Li Fan, Zhou Shui'er could no longer contain her excitement and threw herself into his arms. She held his waist tightly with both hands, her pretty face flushed with a bright spring glow. At that moment, she felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. She received Li Fan's surprise and was very happy. Li Fan, how did you become so handsome? Zhou Shui'er nestled quietly in Li Fan's arms, asking a question that was half mumbled and half talked. Then I wouldn't know. Li Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Maybe it's because I've been eating healthily lately and exercising every day. My internal health is better, so my appearance has naturally improved. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhou Shui'er in his arms with a half smile and asked, Baby, do you like me now? Zhou Shui'er nodded without hesitation, I love it so much. The students passing by couldn't help but cast curious glances at the two embracing each other. But when their eyes met Li Fan's handsome face, their curiosity instantly turned into amazement and envy. In the corner by the door, Fan Lingling stood there, her arms slightly outstretched, her bright eyes filled with disbelief. That's Li Fan? I'm not seeing things, am I? Fan Lingling rubbed her eyes, seemingly skeptical, and peered over again. Looking at the man's angular face and the familiar features, she lost all hope. It really is Li Fan. Fan Lingling felt a deep sense of loss. It seems to be 10 million. No. 100 million has slipped through my fingers. I failed to grasp it. Xiao Xuera's boyfriend is actually Li Fan. He looks so good after losing weight. He's 100 times better looking than Xie Xiuwen. I regret it so much. Why didn't I see his potential back then and instead focused on that bastard Xie Xiuwen? Fan Lingling's thoughts were extremely complicated and chaotic at this moment. She kept blaming herself in her heart, thinking about her previous little actions. He deliberately recognized Li Fan as his sworn brother in order to get close to Xie Xiuwen. She just found it funny and sneered. It turns out that the best person had always been right in front of her. She's just blind and can't see. No. I absolutely cannot give up now. After regaining her senses, a firm fighting spirit rose in Fan Lingling's heart. I'm now Li Fan's god sister, so he shouldn't refuse if I ask him out. I need to quickly make a good impression on him and show him my best side. I still have a chance. Yes, I still have a chance. Tonight. I'll ask him out tonight. Fan Lingling's eyes were incredibly resolute, like the tall, unyielding poplar trees by the roadside. She had been pursuing handsome guys for so long, but she had never been so determined. She was determined to get what had slipped through her fingers back into her hands. Chapter 45, Zhou Shui'er's Tradition? Lu's Snack Shop, 2nd floor, West District Cafeteria. Li Fan and Zhou Shui'er sat facing each other on either side of a small wooden table against the wall. Several tempting and exquisite side dishes were laid out on the table. Beside them, a middle-aged woman, probably in her 40s, stood at the cashier, resting her chin on her hand and watching the two of them with a smile in her eyes. It's been so long since I've seen such a handsome and well-matched young couple. Lu Mei thought to herself, and couldn't help but smile like an ant. Come on, Shui'er, eat more pig's trotters. This skin is full of collagen, which is good for beauty and skin health. Li Fan picked up a piece of richly colored pig's trotter and put it into Zhou Shui'er's bowl, looking at her with a smile. Thank you. Zhou Shui'er blushed and glanced at Li Fan. Meeting Li Fan's bright and spirited eyes, a feeling of shyness seemed to well up from the bottom of her heart. She picked up her chopsticks, took a small, red, and tempting piece of pig's trotter, and slowly put it into her mouth. Her posture was elegant, even the way she spit out bones looked beautiful. "Sweetie, you look so beautiful." Li Fan stared intently at Zhou Shuer and praised her sincerely. It's all right." Zhou Shuer was caught off guard by Li Fan's praise and replied softly with her head down. "Have you been missing me these past few days?" Li Fan suddenly asked. His blunt tone was like a sharpened dagger, piercing straight into Zhou Shuer's heart. Her already slightly flushed face turned even redder, reaching her ears. "I've thought about it." She nodded shyly. "How much do you want to?" Li Fan continued to press him for answers. "I really want to." Zhou Shuer's fingers twisted together, slowly making a pinky promise. "I even dreamt about you last night." She looked up at Li Fan, gently biting her lower lip. "In my dream, you were so naughty. It was at the pavilion in the middle of the lake that it happened to me. Zhou Shuer couldn't continue speaking after that point. A blush spread across her fair, delicate face. The shop owner at the cashier's counter watched the two young people whispering to each other, and the girl's face turned bright red again. I subconsciously started to fill in the blanks in my mind. Are these two handsome men and beautiful women telling dirty jokes? After listening to Zhou Shuer's words and seeing her shy yet welcoming gaze, Li Fan's heart couldn't help but flutter. "Honey, shall we meet at the pavilion in the middle of the lake tonight?" Li Fan smiled and looked at Zhou Shuer. "I've missed you too, it's been 2 days. How about we take a walk over there after dinner tonight to digest our food?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuer's heart skipped a beat, and her breathing became rapid. She didn't know why she told Li Fan about the scenes in her dream. Anyway, she didn't want to refuse Li Fan's request. "Okay." She nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation rising in the depths of her eyes. Li Fan was overjoyed to receive the satisfactory reply. He picked up another piece of pig's trotter and put it into Zhou Shuer's bowl, looking at her tenderly. "Baby, eat it quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold." "Thanks." The two ate and chatted, creating a harmonious yet ambiguous atmosphere. After the meal, Li Fan took the initiative to get up and walk to the cashier to pay the bill. The proprietress, Lu Mei, smiled and nodded to Li Fan. "Handsome, your total bill was originally 189 yuan, but since male customers get a 90% discount, you only need to pay me 18 yuan. 18 yuan. So cheap." Li Fan shook his head, took out his phone to scan the code. For boys, the school cafeteria was practically paradise. A meal consisting of 4 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup costs only 18 yuan. In my past life, 18 yuan wouldn't even have been enough to afford braised pig's trotters. When Li Fan paid, Lu Mei turned to Zhou Shuer and praised her with a smile. "Beautiful lady, you are so pretty. You and your boyfriend are a perfect match." When asked by outsiders, Zhou Shuer felt a little shy. Blushing, she said, "Thank you, and I wish you continued success in your business." He. Lu Mei's smile widened even more. "Beautiful lady, handsome gentleman, I wish you both a wonderful relationship." On the other side, Fan Lingling has returned to her dormitory. Ever since she found out that Li Fan was Zhou Shuer's boyfriend, she has lost her appetite completely. She kicked off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, hugged her knees with both hands, and rested her chin on her knees. Beneath Fan Lingling was a soft pink air conditioning quilt, and her 2 crystal clear little feet were kicking haphazardly on the quilt. Her pretty face wore a cold expression. Zhou Shuer. She gritted her teeth, secretly harboring resentment towards her good friend. From the start of the semester until now, it's been less than a week. Zhou Shuer, whom she once thought was an innocent and naive girl, quietly won over Li Fan. He kept avoiding her, not giving her any chance to get close to Li Fan. Humph. How despicable. He told me this morning that my boyfriend doesn't have any roommates. It's all a lie, utter nonsense. Fan Lingling bit her lip, thinking, Li Fan's roommate is clearly Xie Xiuwen. She deliberately lied to me. It's disgusting. The more Fan Lingling thought about it, the angrier she became. No. I can't just sit here and wait to die, I must get my revenge. Besides snatching Li Fan away, I also want to slap her face hard. I'd like to see how interesting her expression will be then. Fan Lingling couldn't help but smile as she began to ponder her next plan. Zhou Shuer had no idea that her best friend in the dormitory had her eye on her. At that moment, she was saying goodbye to Li Fan at the entrance of the cafeteria. The midday sun was fierce and scorching, baking the bodies of pedestrians on the road until they felt weak. The two stood on the steps at the entrance of the cafeteria, right in the shade. "Li Fan, I'll be going now. See you tonight." Zhou Shuer waved to Li Fan while holding up a parasol. A hint of reluctance flashed unconsciously in her eyes, but that reluctance was quickly replaced by anticipation. A brief separation is for the sake of the next reunion. Li Fan has military training this afternoon. She didn't want to bother him. After Zhou Shuer finished speaking, she took long strides to leave. Etc. Li Fan called out to her, "Baby, what did you just call me?" "Li Fan, ah." Zhou Shuer turned to look at Li Fan, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. "She called me that night too, is there anything wrong with that?" Li Fan paused for a moment before saying, "Baby, could you use a different way to address me? I don't think calling me by my first name like this is the way intimate lovers address each other. So, what would you like to hear me call you? How about calling me, husband?" Li Fan spoke with a wicked grin. "Ah. I knew you were up to no good." Zhou Shuer's face flushed instantly, her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Li Fan, muttering softly, "We're not married. I can only call you that after we get married. We have to wait until the wedding?" Li Fan frowned, thinking, is Zhou Shuer that kind of traditional girl? What about the prohibition of premarital sex and cohabitation? If that's the case, then he really needs to consider whether this relationship is worth continuing. "Shuer," Li Fan asked cautiously, "what if I wanted to have a more intimate relationship with you?" Intimate relationships. Upon hearing these 4 words, Zhou Shuer's already flushed face became even more radiant. She turned her head and looked around for a while, and only when she saw that there was no one around did she cautiously speak. "A little intimacy is perfectly fine. But if you want that kind of thing." Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Li Fan. "Well, not yet. Our relationship hasn't reached that point yet. When our relationship has truly reached the point where it's ready to blossom, I'm willing to give myself to you." Upon hearing these words, a sense of disappointment flashed through Li Fan's mind. Zhou Shuer meant that the decision was in her hands. She would only be willing to have sex with him when she felt that things were going well between them. In other words, he needs to spend time with her and cultivate feelings for her. Perhaps we also need to consider her feelings. For example, showing concern and care when someone is sick, and offering timely comfort when someone is feeling down. I felt so sorry for her, I hugged her and felt sorry for her. Isn't that essentially being a simp? I'm living in a world where there are more women than men, why should I still be a simp? Li Fan sneered inwardly. Of course, he didn't show it on his face. "All right. Shuer, I respect your opinion." Li Fan said calmly, "Then you can go first. See you tonight." Her tone was slightly distant, but Zhou Shuer didn't notice. He waved with a smile, "See you tonight, Li Fan." Chapter 46. Maybe I should just accept it. The sweltering heat made the afternoon of military training unbearable. 6 p.m. Li Fan returned to his dorm, took a quick shower, and changed into a white t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes. I picked up my Chanel handbag, left the dormitory, and headed towards the library. He planned to go to Shen Maoan and give her the gift. The crimson sunset still hung in the western sky. People come and go on the main road of the school. Most of them were female students who spent 2 or 3 days together, or in groups. Li Fan's tall and upright posture, outstanding temperament, handsome eyebrows and eyes, deep eyes, and chiseled facial features naturally attracted the attention of countless girls. On the way from the dormitory to the library, a total of 37 girls came up to Li Fan and asked for his WeChat. Among them are many beauties whose look score is 7 out of 10. But Li Fan refused them all without exception. Having been with several girls, including Zhou Shuer and Zhou Haina, his standards have now risen. He doesn't really have a thing for ordinary girls. Of course, this is just one point. Another point is that, who knows how many men she has behind her back, or whether she's a clean person, when she takes the initiative to ask for WeChat. What if it's a biochemical host that takes revenge on society, infecting more than 300 people in 3 months? Wouldn't he be in trouble? He has a long life ahead of him, and there's absolutely no need for him to lose sight of the bigger picture. 6:10. Li Fan arrived at the library. Pushing open the crystal-clear glass door, you'll see a tall, sophisticated figure at the front desk. Shen Maoan was still wearing that fitted black office lady uniform. Her voluptuous figure was perfectly outlined by the uniform. Her delicate features were hidden behind black-rimmed glasses, and her hair was simply tied in a single ponytail, revealing her intellectual and capable temperament. At this moment, she was casually resting one hand on the table, her eyes fixed on the book in front of her. He exuded a strong scholarly aura. Hearing the noise coming from the doorway, Shin Maon subconsciously looked up. The next second, a flicker of surprise flashed in her delicate eyes behind the black-rimmed glasses. She suddenly stood up and looked at Li Fan with a bright smile. "Li Fan, you're here." Her tone was one of surprise and excitement, as if she were welcoming an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time. Li Fan smiled and nodded. "Teacher Shin, I'm sorry, I had something to do yesterday and couldn't come." As he spoke, he handed the Chanel handbag to Shin Maon, saying, "This is a small token of my gratitude for your help that day. Please accept it." Respect? Seeing the huge Chanel logo on the handbag, Shin Maon subconsciously waved his hand. "No, Li Fan, this is too valuable, I can't accept it." As a woman who frequently shops at luxury stores, Shin Maon naturally knows the prices of these luxury items very well. Although it's unclear what's inside the handbag, anything with a Chanel label is bound to be expensive. Li Fan was just a freshman, and she didn't want him to spend money on this. "Li Fan, listen to me, you can still get a refund if you take the invoice to the store now." Shin Maon looked at Li Fan and said seriously. A teacher's role is to impart knowledge, instruct in skills, and resolve doubts. As a teacher at the University of Finance and Economics, you are my student, and I have an obligation to answer your questions. Therefore, I don't need your small tokens of respect. Your frequent visits to the library to discuss issues with me are the best reward you can give me. Seeing the other person's serious expression, Li Fan knew that if he didn't put in some effort, he really wouldn't be able to give this gift away. All I can say is that Teacher Shin is too upright. Li Fan smiled faintly, opened his handbag, and took out a soft silk scarf with camellia as its central motif. "Teacher Shin, the theme of this silk scarf is camellias. She is elegant, graceful, and beautiful. I think she is very suitable for your temperament, so I decided to buy her. I don't know where I threw the price tags. If you don't like this scarf, then I'll just throw it away." As he spoke, Li Fan made a gesture as if to throw the silk scarf into the trash can next to him. Shin Maon looked flustered and quickly said, "Wait." Li Fan stopped in his tracks and turned around in confusion. "Teacher Shin, is something the matter?" Forehead. Shin Maon took a deep breath and carefully spoke, Li Fan, this scarf is a token of your appreciation. It seems a bit wasteful to just throw it away." "Maybe I should just accept it." "Certainly." She raised her voice. "I can't just take advantage of you like that. I'll give you a gift of equal value in return. If you agree, I'll accept this scarf." Li Fan smiled slightly. "Deal." As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Maon breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Her delicate eyes secretly glanced at the white camellia scarf in Li Fan's hand, her gaze filled with affection and excitement. Hearing Li Fan say that this silk scarf was specially chosen for her. Hearing the other person's praise made her feel sweet inside. That tasted even sweeter than honey. Li Fan noticed Shin Maon's gaze and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "I didn't expect Teacher Shin to be so different. I originally thought she was the kind of aloof and unapproachable woman." Li Fan stepped forward and handed the silk scarf to Shin Maon. "Teacher Shin, please keep this. I have something to do today, so I'll be leaving now." With that, Li Fan turned to leave. He and Zhou Shuer had arranged to meet at the Lakeside Pavilion tonight. Although I already had some reservations about Zhou Shuer. But since I've already promised, I can't be the one to break my promise. It's still early, but he hasn't eaten yet. He planned to go to the cafeteria for a meal first. Then I took a walk around the school to digest my food. Around 8 o'clock, we headed to the pavilion in the middle of the lake for our appointment. "Li Fan, wait." Just as Li Fan reached the glass door, Shin Maon's courageous voice suddenly came from behind him. Li Fan paused, and subconsciously turned around. "That's how it is." Shin Maon said hesitantly, "Since you've given me such an expensive gift, could I treat you to a meal?" Her pretty face was slightly flushed, though it wasn't very noticeable in the dim light of the library. Li Fan didn't notice. Li Fan smiled and nodded. "Of course, Teacher Shin. I haven't eaten yet, and I'm just about to go to the cafeteria to eat." "Very good." Shin Maon's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with a smile, "Then, Li Fan, I'll treat you to a meal in the cafeteria, please don't mind." "How could this be? I eat at the cafeteria every day." Li Fan smiled and shook his head. To be honest, I think the food in the cafeteria is really delicious. The atmosphere instantly became cheerful. Shen Moan smiled and nodded, I think so too. She stepped out from behind the table and walked gracefully to Li Fan. Come on, Li Fan, let me treat you to the West Campus cafeteria. My colleagues say the food there is better. Good. Shen Moan strode ahead, while Li Fan followed behind with a smile. His gaze, however, always seemed to drift intentionally or unintentionally toward the other woman's excessively voluptuous breasts. A thought flashed through his mind unconsciously, wide hips than shoulders, happiness like that of a god. Chapter 47 Shen Moan's Regret. The two entered the first floor of the West District cafeteria. A cacophony of chattering noises immediately reached my ears. There were sounds of fighting, chatting, and people cutting in line and yelling, creating an extremely chaotic atmosphere. Looking at the scene before him, Shen Moan subconsciously frowned. Accustomed to quiet, she naturally felt somewhat out of place in this market-like environment. Teacher Shen, this is how it is on the first floor. There are too many people, so it's naturally noisy. Li Fan looked at Shen Moan and pointed to the distance, the stairs are over there. Let's hurry up to the second floor. It'll be quieter there. Okay, let's go quickly then. Shen Moan nodded and walked quickly toward the stairwell side by side with Li Fan. One of them is handsome, and the other has a cool and intellectual air about him. Walking together, they seem quite well matched. Day. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground was pleasing to the ear. After climbing more than 10 steps, the two arrived at the second floor. Just as Shen Moan had said, the environment had improved considerably. Although there were still a few students around, the noisy, headache-inducing noise was gone. Looking at the rows of small restaurants around him, Shen Moan felt a pang of indecisiveness. She hesitated for a moment, then turned to Li Fan. Li Fan, this is my first time in this cafeteria. I don't know which restaurant is good. Could you recommend one? Li Fan pointed to a small restaurant not far away and said with a smile, Teacher Shen, the food at this restaurant is quite good. Then let's go to that one. The restaurant Li Fan pointed to was Lu Ji Snacks, which was also where he had lunch with Zhou Shuer. The shop was still the same, but the beautiful woman beside Li Fan had changed. The two entered the snack shop, and when they saw Li Fan, the proprietress Lu Mei's eyes suddenly lit up. He greeted me with a smile, handsome, you're here again. Thank you for patronizing my business. Li Fan chuckled, boss lady, your cooking is delicious, so of course I'll come more often. Thank you. Lu Mei chuckled, her gaze inadvertently shifting to Shen Moan beside her. It wasn't the pretty girl from noon that I saw, but a mature woman with a cool and aloof demeanor. She was clearly taken aback. This woman looked quite old. Did this young man have such unique tastes? These days, it's normal for a good-looking guy to have several girlfriends. Lu Mei didn't find this strange at all. She snapped out of her daze, smiled, and took 2 bottles of cola from the freezer, handing them to Li Fan and Shen Moan. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, it's so hot outside, have a Coke to cool off. These 2 bottles are on me, no need to pay. Thank you, ma'am. Li Fan chuckled as he took the Coke, twisted the cap open with a snap, and gulped it down. The cool liquid goes down your throat and into your stomach, dispelling most of the summer heat inside your body. Ah! That feels great. Li Fan didn't want to, but he couldn't help but burp. Beside him, Shen Moan took the cola and whispered thank you. She had a feeling that it wasn't her treating Li Fan to dinner today, but rather Li Fan treating her. Handsome, please find a seat. The store isn't very busy tonight, so please make yourself at home. The proprietress said with a smile. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Li Fan nodded and sat down with Shen Moan at a table by the wall. I briefly inquired about Shen Moan's preferences. After learning that the other person couldn't eat spicy food, Li Fan thoughtfully ordered several non-spicy dishes. The proprietress walked into the kitchen with a smile to start cooking. Shen Moan looked at Li Fan with some guilt. Li Fan, I'm sorry, I said it was my treat, but I don't know anything about it. It's all right, Teacher Shen. Li Fan shook his head and smiled, everyone has their own expertise. It's normal for you to have some difficulties adapting to life outside of academics, given your high level of academic achievement. No one is omnipotent. You've helped me so much, it's only right that I treat you to this meal. No. Shen Moan quickly waved his hand, I have to pay for this meal, otherwise I won't eat. She shouted it out with a somewhat excited expression. Beneath her black-rimmed glasses, her delicate face flushed slightly with excitement. Her fair and delicate earlobes were also tinged with red. Okay. Seeing this, Li Fan stopped arguing with her. Teacher Shin, we'll do whatever you say. You're in charge. Shen Maoan nodded, her face flushed, her cool and intellectual demeanor completely gone. Li Fan glanced at her a few times, seemingly unintentionally. Gazing at her hunched posture, the curves of her voluptuous waist and hips outlined by her uniform, a sudden glint of desire flashed in his eyes. Miss Shin's figure is truly the best of the best, it's so alluring. When Shen Maoan looked up, he happened to notice Li Fan's somewhat unrestrained gaze. She glanced down at her excessively voluptuous figure, and her already flushed face grew even hotter. At that moment, she felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her chest. Besides feeling tense and flustered, I also felt a little happy and joyful. So, Li Fan likes my body. A thought flashed through her mind. Student, teacher. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. The more I think about it, the more shy I feel. Later, Shen Maoan kept his head down and didn't dare to look Li Fan in the eye. Seeing the other person's expression, Li Fan assumed that he had been caught peeking and felt somewhat embarrassed. He turned his head, looking left and right, too embarrassed to look at her. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two was quite subtle. A young and handsome student interacts with a university professor who is in the prime of her life. This kind of relationship is more likely to develop into an ambiguous one. The food is here. The proprietress's shouts interrupted the delicate atmosphere between the two. The two quickly came to their senses, and couldn't help but look at each other before going their separate ways. A strange feeling spread through Li Fan and Shen Maoan's hearts at the same time. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, all the dishes are served, please enjoy your meal. The proprietress greeted him briefly, then left with a smile. Li Fan said thank you, and after the proprietress left, he picked up his chopsticks and looked at Shen Maoan. She spoke cautiously, Teacher Shin, please eat. It's no wonder Li Fan was so excited. After all, he had never experienced anything like this before. Shen Maoan is different from young girls like Zhou Haina and Zhou Shuer. Her age, her identity, her knowledge, and her status were all things that Li Fan looked up to. Good. Shen Maoan's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and he responded softly before slowly picking up his chopsticks. The meal was tasteless and bland for the two of them. It's not that the food is bad. His mind wasn't on the food at all. Li Fan felt a little flustered, afraid that he had left a bad impression on Shen Maoan. The other party was, after all, a teacher at the school and an associate professor in the literature department. This stark difference in status made Li Fan hesitant to speak to Shen Maoan without fully understanding what was going on. But Shen Maoan felt more ashamed and timid. She probably realized that she had fallen for Li Fan. However, the gap between the two meant that she could not take the initiative. How could a woman a full 12 years his senior be so shameless? She really didn't know how to face Li Fan. After finishing their meal, the two came out of the cafeteria. It's time to say goodbye. Li Fan mustered his courage, looked Shen Maoan in the eye, and said, Teacher Shin, thank you for treating me to dinner today. I'm very happy. He didn't bring up those other things. Shen Maoan felt relieved upon hearing this. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she slowly said, Li Fan, I'm happy too. Thank you for the scarf. I will definitely cherish it. At the same time, a sense of disappointment flashed through my mind. She hoped Li Fan would say something outrageous to her, that's what she wanted to hear. Well, goodbye, Teacher Shin. Li Fan waved to Shen Maoan and turned to leave. This damn atmosphere is so awkward. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, his mind was still blank, and he didn't know what to say. Li Fan is gone. Shen Maoan stood there, staring blankly at his back, a sudden feeling of reluctance and sadness rising in her heart. In the end, nothing happened? She reached up and took off her black-rimmed glasses, her beautiful, clear eyes gleaming under the streetlights. A hint of regret flashed in her eyes, if only I had said it myself. Even being shameless and brazen is better than being a coward. Chapter 48. Let's end it here. On his way back to the dormitory from the cafeteria, Li Fan's mind was in turmoil. Shen Maoan is a university teacher and associate professor in the Chinese department. He is erudite and has a reserved demeanor. She's beautiful and has a fantastic figure. To be honest, Li Fan didn't have any bad intentions at first. But now, just thinking about the shy expression on her face when she was eating earlier makes his heart itch. She realized that the other person might have noticed her gaze. He felt a sense of social annihilation again. Perhaps the other party just sees me as a student. Wouldn't it be inhuman of me to do this? Call. Li Fan let out a long breath and didn't bother to think about it anymore. Since things have come to this, let nature take its course. I glanced down at the time. It was already 7:30. I met Joe Schwer at the Lakeside Pavilion at 8 o'clock. Thinking about what Joe Schwer had said during the day, Li Fan felt a little annoyed again. If Joe Schwer really intends not to have a relationship with him before marriage, then should he really kick her to the curb? After all, she was his first girlfriend, and she was so beautiful. If we kick it out, wouldn't that just benefit someone else? This deal is a losing proposition no matter how you look at it. Or should we try to change her mind? 7:45. Girls' Dormitory, Building B, Room 206. Joe Schwer, dressed in a pink tight-fitting sportswear, stood in front of a large full-length mirror, posing sideways. Under the warm white light, her tall, graceful figure was accentuated by her clothes, making her look exceptionally sexy. Fair, jade-like skin and youthful, curvaceous figure. She had long, flowing black hair and a slender neck as white and elegant as a swan. She exudes the charm of a young girl in the bud. Inside the dormitory, the girls were all busy with their own things. Some were reading and studying, some were playing games, and some were watching short videos. Fan Lingling sat at her desk, her eyes fixed on Joe Schwer, and subconsciously asked, "Schwer, it's so late, are you going out dressed like that?" "Yes, Lingling." Joe Schwer giggled, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised. "I'm going for a night run to lose weight. I've been eating a lot these past few days and I think I've gained a little weight." These words immediately caused an uproar among the girls. "Wow, Schwer, this is so Versailles. You have such a great figure, and you still want to lose weight? How are we supposed to live?" "No, I need to lose weight too. Count me in. After I finish this chicken leg, I'll start my diet." In the dormitory with 8 people, whispers and murmurs rose and fell. Fan Lingling frowned as she looked at the joyful and lively expression on Joe Schwer's face. He thought to himself, this woman almost never goes for a night run before, but she suddenly wants to go for one today. There's definitely something fishy going on. Maybe she's just going on a date with Li Fan in a dark and secluded place. No, I have to go after them and see. Having made up her mind, Fan Lingling began taking clothes out of the closet. It's just a tracksuit. Everyone has one. I have even sexier ones. Fan Lingling chose a white yoga outfit. He put it on in front of Joe Schwer. Joe Schwer looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Lingling, why did you change your clothes too? Are you coming with me?" "I'm not going. I'm going out to buy something." Fan Lingling gave a perfunctory answer. She knew very well that even if she said she would go, Joe Schwer would find an excuse to refuse. This woman is a liar. She will never believe her again. Oh. Joe Schwer breathed a sigh of relief and took out her phone to check the time. Then, he waved to everyone. "Sisters, I'm going for a night run now, see you later." "Schwer, bye-bye." "Bye-bye." After Joe Schwer left, Fan Lingling followed her out like a gust of wind. A female student standing nearby stared blankly at the dormitory entrance. "Lingling, is she haunted?" 8 p.m. sharp. The night was as dark as ink. Li Fan stood in the center of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, waiting quietly. There are no streetlights at the pavilion in the middle of the lake, only the bright moonlight shines down, casting a faint glow. The chirping of insects could be heard all around. To Li Fan's surprise, there were no buzzing mosquitoes. Logically speaking, mosquitoes should be most abundant in such a wild place. Day. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from not far away. From far to near. When Li Fan turned around, a blinding light almost blinded him. "Li Fan!" Joe Schwer called out softly. "I'm here, turn off the lights quickly." Li Fan frowned as he spoke. Upon hearing Li Fan's voice, Joe Schwer subconsciously shone the light on Li Fan, and she could vaguely see the figure in the center of the lake pavilion. Her face lit up with joy, and she ran quickly toward Li Fan, turning off her flashlight along the way. When she reached the center of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, she suddenly took off into the air. "Ah!" She gasped in surprise with her eyes closed. It turned out that Li Fan had picked her up. "Honey, you smell so good." Li Fan held Joe Schwer tightly, and a complex fragrance wafted to his nose, like the scent of shampoo. It also smells like a young girl's natural scent. In short, it smells great and is very addictive. Giggle. Zhou Shuer giggled, it tickles. Li Fan, don't rub your nose against me. Zhou Shuer's sportswear was made of very thin fabric. After holding her for a while, Li Fan's hands soon began to wander unconsciously. He clearly had a purpose in choosing this place for their date that evening. Ah. Li Fan no put me down quickly. Feeling the tingling sensation in her body, Zhou Shuer's heart trembled, and she struggled to get off Li Fan. It's still too early for her. Ah. Zhou Shuer gasped again, her voice trembling, Li Fan, no, you can't do that there. You really can't. If you try to force me, I'll get angry. Her last sentence was tinged with coldness. Li Fan regained his senses instantly, took a deep breath, and put Zhou Shuer down. Shuer, I'm sorry, you're too beautiful, I couldn't control myself. Li Fan apologized softly, his voice low and somber. You've gone too far. Zhou Shuer glared at Li Fan with a stern face. We've only known each other for a week at most, and we've only been officially dating for 3 days. If I hadn't stopped you just now, were you going to rape me? Zhou Shuer's tone carried a hint of disappointment. She never expected her junior to be this kind of person. Li Fan's expression also turned cold. He said slowly, Shuer, let me correct you. Only when a woman attacks a man can she be convicted. Men don't punish women this severely at most, they get fined or detained for a few days. Hearing this, Zhou Shuer became even angrier. She opened her eyes wide and glared at Li Fan. Why? This isn't fair. Why can you boys do whatever you want? Why should the world revolve around you? As she spoke, her eyes reddened and her voice trembled with tears. Li Fan, I told you, we can only have sex when we're married. Can't you even show me some respect? I feel we don't know each other well enough, I want to go further. Alright. I respect you. Li Fan interrupted Zhou Shuer, I'm sorry, what happened tonight was my fault, and I sincerely apologize to you. He took 2 steps back and bowed to Zhou Shuer. Let's call it a day. I had originally planned to have a proper talk with Zhou Shuer, but now it seems there's no need to. If you don't want to give it, then don't. She sounded so aggrieved. You are not the only woman in this world. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. Let's part ways amicably. I'll make it up to you with chapter 49. Let's call it a day. Li Fan's words were like a thunderbolt, instantly exploding in Zhou Shuer's mind. She stood there stunned for a moment. Coming to her senses, she slowly raised her eyes, looking at Li Fan with disbelief. Li Fan, what did you say? What do you mean by this is the end? Her eyes were red, and her voice was tinged with sobs. That's exactly what you mean. Li Fan spoke calmly, his voice neither hurried nor slow. Let's break up. As he spoke, Li Fan ignored Zhou Shuer. I took a step, ready to leave. Just as she took a step, Zhou Shuer suddenly came to her senses and abruptly hugged Li Fan from behind. Tears streaming down her face, she cried, No. I don't agree. You're breaking up with me just because of this. I absolutely refuse. Li Fan stood quietly in place, waiting for Zhou Shuer to calm down. He reached out and pried open her long, slender, fair hands. Then he turned to look at her and said, Zhou Shuer, we're not a good match. There's no need to force it. Since you're a traditional person, you should find a traditional boyfriend. I'm sorry, I'm not. To tell you the truth, I have other girlfriends besides you, so let's just leave it at that, and wish each other well. Li Fan looked at Zhou Shuer intently, his deep eyes shining even brighter in the moonlight. I'm leaving. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Fan left without looking back. After Li Fan left, Zhou Shuer stood in the middle of the pavilion in the lake, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tears flowed like crystal spring water. I don't agree to break up. We've only been together for 3 days. She muttered to herself, stunned and speechless. On the lakeside path not far away, Fan Lingling craned her neck and secretly looked in the direction of the pavilion in the middle of the lake. In the quiet of the night, their voices, though soft, reached her ears clearly. Upon hearing Li Fan say, Let's break up, Fan Lingling's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Like a dazzling light flashing in the darkness. A surge of excitement and joy welled up within her. Good heavens! Happiness came so suddenly. Fan Lingling thought to herself, Zhou Shuer, you're such a fool. What era are we living in? Why are you still pretending to be innocent? A man like Li Fan, who's incredibly sought after outside, and you're still thinking about slowly cultivating a relationship? Dream on. Since you don't cherish it yourself, then I'll accept it for you. At that moment, Li Fan happened to walk out of the pavilion in the middle of the lake and arrive at the intersection of the pavilion and the road. Upon seeing this, Fan Lingling quickly ran over to Li Fan. "Little brother Li Fan!" she exclaimed with feigned surprise, her pretty face beaming with a smile. What a coincidence! Li Fan was stunned for a moment, and didn't recognize who it was at first glance in the darkness. When Fan Lingling got closer and stood in front of him, he finally saw her face clearly. "Sister Ling?" A hint of surprise flashed in Li Fan's eyes. He casually glanced at Fan Lingling's outfit and asked with a smile, "Are you out for a run this late?" "Yeah." Fan Lingling smiled and nodded. "Little brother, we really are destined to meet. We even bumped into each other while jogging. It's quite a coincidence." Li Fan nodded slightly. However, remembering that the other party's target was Xie Xiuwen, he suppressed the ripples in his heart and looked up at her, saying, "I had some business to attend to today, old Xie didn't come with me. If you want to ask Lao Xie out." Before Li Fan could finish speaking, Fan Lingling interrupted him. "No, no, no." Fan Lingling hurriedly waved her hand and explained in a flustered manner, "Little brother, I'm not looking for Xie Xiuwen. I'm just so happy to have met you. How about we go grab some late-night snacks together?" "Night snack?" Li Fan raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment. "Sure, I was just thinking of having a beer." Li Fan wasn't sad about breaking up with Zhou Shuer, but he still felt a little unhappy. The tone of Zhou Shuer's voice when she spoke to him earlier had really annoyed him, and he desperately needed a way to vent. Drinking alcohol is obviously a good choice. "Sure, drink as much as you want, I'll keep you company." Fan Lingling giggled. "Little brother, let's go. I know a really good barbecue stall outside. Let's drink until we drop tonight." Upon hearing this, Li Fan subconsciously frowned. "Sister Ling, I have military training tomorrow, how about we drink less?" "Whatever you say, little brother." Boom! Just then, a deafening clap of thunder resounded in the sky. The next second, large raindrops fell from the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan grabbed Fan Lingling's hand and ran for his life, shouting, "Sister Lingling, let's go." Fan Lingling responded. Looking down at Li Fan's rough, large hand that was tightly gripping hers, a faint glint flashed in her eyes. The two held hands and ran quickly towards the school gate. Inside the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Zhou Shuer sat blankly on the stone bench, listening to the roar of the sky and the pattering of the rain, feeling increasingly distressed. "Did I really do something wrong?" she murmured softly, her hands twisting together in a series of circular motions. "Li Fan said he has other girlfriends. What do I do? Will he never talk to me again?" Thinking of the consequences, Zhou Shuer felt a pang of anxiety and a sense of suffocation. She regretted saying those things to Li Fan earlier. "No, I have to apologize to him. I can't lose him." Zhou Shuer quickly took out her phone from her pocket, found Li Fan's WeChat, and made a video call. Knock knock knock. The prelude to the video call was unusually long. Zhou Shuer felt that this was the most unbearable ringtone she had ever experienced. Smack! When the ringing stopped, Li Fan did not answer. Zhou Shuer's heart skipped a beat, and she dialed again. This time, the result was the same. Wa'ada! A plaintive sob rang out in the school's lakeside pavilion. Zhou Shuer's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and her heart was filled with regret. "Li Fan, I was wrong, I know I was wrong, I'll give it to you, please don't treat me like this." Meanwhile, Li Fan and Fan Linglong had arrived at Zhou Sheng's food stall outside the school. Although the rain was heavy and torrential, Li Fan reacted quickly, and the pavilion in the middle of the lake was very close to the school exit. So the two of them were only slightly embarrassed. Li Fan's hair and t-shirt were slightly damp. Fan Lingling, under Li Fan's protection, was basically not exposed to the rain. "Step into the food stall." I found a seat and sat down. Fan Lingling quickly grabbed a few tissues from the table to wipe Li Fan's hair and clothes. While wiping him, she asked with concern, "Little brother, are you alright?" Li Fan smiled and shook his head. "It's alright, Sister Ling, this little drizzle is nothing." "Fool, why did you shield me?" Fan Lingling slightly raised her beautiful eyes, staring intently at Li Fan. "If you get sick, I'll feel really bad." Fan Lingling already had a high opinion of Li Fan. After this incident, she grew to like Li Fan even more. "I'm a man, this is what I should do." Li Fan smiled faintly. The mindset formed over 35 years in his previous life could not be changed overnight. "Alright, Sister Ling, let's not talk about this anymore." Li Fan said with a smile, hurry up and order something to eat, I want a drink and have some skewers. Good. Fan Lingling nodded and shouted loudly, boss. Orders are ready. A short while later, a middle-aged woman with an afro and who looked to be in her 50s walked over. Upon seeing Fan Lingling, her eyes lit up, and she greeted her with a smile, Lingling, what brings you here today? Aunt Joe. Fan Lingling nodded slightly to the older woman and said with a smile, my brother and I are just here for a chat. I see. The older woman secretly glanced at Li Fan, a meaningful smile appearing on her wrinkled face. What would you like to eat? Little brother, would you like some? Fan Lingling handed the menu to Li Fan, who took it without hesitation and glanced at it carefully. He began, 20 skewers of beef and lamb, 5 skewers of kidney, 15 skewers of beef tendon, 10 skewers of chives, 10 skewers of corn, and finally a case of beer. Just get Budweiser beer. Li Fan is someone who loves eating barbecue skewers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to grow to 150 pounds before. Although I've been trying to lose weight recently and I exercise every day, it's okay to indulge myself just this once because I'm in a bad mood today. At worst, we can increase the intensity of the training tomorrow morning. Hearing Li Fan order so many things in one go, the old lady's eyes widened. He asked instinctively, handsome, can you finish all these skewers? My skewers are different from other places. It's okay, just go ahead and order. You can take the leftovers home. Li Fan smiled faintly, not caring at all. Fan Lingling also smiled and said, Aunt Joe, please listen to my brother. Okay, I'll go prepare right away. The middle-aged woman nodded with a smile and happily trotted into the kitchen. There weren't many people in the store at the moment, and their skewers and beer arrived quickly. Fan Lingling opened 2 bottles of beer, handed one to Li Fan, and kept the other for herself. Hey little brother, cheers! Let's toast to our chance encounter tonight. Cheers! Li Fan touched the can to Fan Lingling's and said with a smile, wishing us a happy ending. Glug glug. The golden liquor quickly went down his throat, carrying a refreshing coolness, and Li Fan felt completely refreshed. He drank the whole can in one go. He then ate a few beef skewers and reached for a beer. Fan Lingling, being very perceptive, opened another bottle and brought it up, saying, Here you go, little brother. Cheers! Cheers! Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere inside the food stall grew increasingly lively. A case of beer was quickly emptied. At this moment, Li Fan had almost reached his limit. Fan Lingling's face also flushed red, and her delicate eyes were full of tears. She would occasionally look up at Li Fan, her eyes filled with tender affection. Li Fan's mind was still hazy. He stood up and said to Fan Lingling, Sister Lingling, that's about enough for today. I should go back to my dorm. As he spoke, Li Fan took a few steps, his steps somewhat unsteady. Fan Lingling was in slightly better condition than Li Fan and quickly came over to support him. Turning to the older woman, he said, Aunt Joe, let's calculate how much it costs. The older woman chuckled and said, $869, 800 will do. Thank you, Auntie. Fan Lingling scanned 800 yuan, then helped Li Fan out of the food stall. The rain had already stopped. Under the warm yellow light, the two stood by the roadside. Li Fan's face was slightly flushed, and his eyes were glazed, clearly indicating that he was already about 70% drunk. Little brother. Still mostly conscious, Fan Lingling softly called to Li Fan, looking at him with alluring eyes, It's already 11 o'clock, the dorms should be closed by now, how about we find a room to spend the night? In his dazed state, Li Fan couldn't hear what the other person was saying at all, only muttering in his sleep, Okay, drink some more. This was the first time in Li Fan's life that he had ever been drunk. At this moment, his reason was completely shut down, and his subconscious took over his body. Upon hearing Li Fan's agreement, a radiant smile bloomed on Fan Lingling's delicate face. She looked around. Not far away, the bright orange neon lights of the All Seasons Hotel shone brightly. Fan Lingling's eyes flashed, and she helped Li Fan walk slowly towards the All Seasons Hotel. 10 minutes later. Click. The door to room 408 slowly opened. Fan Lingling helped the staggering Li Fan slowly walk in. The room card was inserted into the slot, and a bright white light instantly pierced the darkness, illuminating the room. Under the dazzling lights, Fan Lingling's black yoga outfit hugged her body, highlighting her exquisite and graceful figure honed through years of dance training. Fan Linglong struggled to help Li Fan to the bedside. As soon as he put it down, Li Fan instinctively fell backward. Bang! The pristine white double bed jolted violently, and the blanket seemed to sag slightly. "Little brother!" Fan Lingling called out, but Li Fan did not respond. The next second, she took off her sneakers and climbed into bed. A pair of long, delicate feet stepped on either side of Li Fan's body, and she sat down on his waist. "Hmm." She let out a soft hum, and her already slightly flushed face turned even redder. She reached out and lifted Li Fan's t-shirt, instantly revealing his strong and muscular abs. This is the result of Li Fan's recent training and the system's efforts. Fan Lingling gently stroked her abs, her eyes growing increasingly dreamy. "Little brother, don't blame me, you have to be mine. Before, I was blinded by my own narrow-mindedness and couldn't see the bigger picture. Now, I know I was wrong and I'm here to repay you properly. That idiot Joe Schwer lost you, so I'll make it up to you." Li Fan kept his eyes tightly closed. His handsome features were even more captivating under the bright white light. Joe Schwer stared blankly at the scene before her, unable to contain her emotions any longer. He leaned down and kissed Li Fan's lips. "The faint smell of beer mixed with the spiciness of barbecue didn't smell very pleasant to me." But Fan Lingling couldn't get enough of it, and her eyes became increasingly glazed over, as if they were about to drip water. "Hmm." She let out a soft moan and proactively extended her smooth lips, conquering and plundering between Li Fan's lips and teeth. In a daze, a rich fragrance wafted into Li Fan's nostrils. The taste was a bit strange. He subconsciously sniffed. Then, a soft stream of water enveloped him. He felt warm and comfortable. It felt as if all the fatigue in my body had been washed away at that moment. In his dream, Li Fan seemed to see a graceful fairy dancing before him. Her arms were long and slender, and her legs were fair and shapely. When she dances, her posture is absolutely beautiful. Most importantly, she would wink at him and flirt with him from time to time. Li Fan felt that she was very close to him, as if she were right next to him. He instinctively reached out to grab her. Just as he was about to touch the hem of her skirt, he opened his eyes. Chapter 50 Hunter and Prey. 5 a.m. Room 408 at the G Hotel. A soft, warm fragrance wafted to my nose. The bright white light from the ceiling was almost blinding, and Li Fan subconsciously squinted. Turning my head, I saw a face with delicate features and a slightly flushed complexion. The owner of the face had his eyes closed, his long eyelashes resting quietly on his eyelids, a satisfied smile on his lips, and his breathing even and gentle. Hiss. Li Fan took a deep breath, his mind racing through the images, going over them once. The moment was frozen in time last night when Fan Lingling and I finished off the last bottle of beer. I was drunk last night. He shook his head, feeling a slight throbbing in his temples, and subconsciously frowned. This is the first time in my life I've ever been drunk. This feeling is really quite uncomfortable. He looked down at his naked body and the porcelain white beauty beside him, as fair as mutton fat jade. A sense of absurdity suddenly flashed through my mind. Is this considered drunken misconduct? Li Fan couldn't help but smile, looking at Fan Lingling who was sleeping soundly, and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Just break up with Joe Schwer. Anyway, there are plenty of women in this world. Fan Lingling is in no way inferior to Joe Schwer. Moreover, Li Fan's gaze shifted downwards, focusing on Joe Schwer's long, shapely, fair, and plump legs. This is a dance student. You can be in any position you want. Just then, a muffled murmur came from the side. Immediately afterwards, her thick eyelashes trembled slightly, and Fan Lingling slowly opened her tightly closed eyes. Li Fan turned his head, looking at her with a smile in his eyes, without saying a word. Li Fan's eyes were bright and clear, with a hint of teasing. The moment Fan Lingling met his gaze, her pretty face flushed red. "Little brother, you are awake." She said something in a soft voice, then lowered her head, somewhat afraid to look Li Fan in the eye. "Sister Ling, what's going on?" Li Fan forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth from turning up, and looked at her with a straight face. "I remember I said I was going back to the dormitory, didn't I? How did we end up here, and with you?" "That's how it is." Fan Lingling's mind raced, and she immediately came up with an excuse. "Little brother, when we finished drinking, it was already past 11 o'clock, and the dormitory had long since closed. You were completely drunk and passed out at the time, so I had no choice but to take you to a nearby hotel and get you a room. My head was spinning at the time, and after I put you down, I couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. So, what are we doing here?" Li Fan pointed at the two bare figures, then looked up at Fan Lingling. "Could it be that nothing happened between us?" A faint scent of hormones wafted through the air. Anyone with even a basic understanding of male-female relationships can immediately sense what this scent signifies. Fan Lingling's face turned even redder, as red and hot as an apple. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her face turned pale instantly. She acted impulsively last night. But now I realize that this is a violation of the law. National laws stipulate that women cannot force men to have sexual relations against their will through violence, coercion, or other means. Otherwise, they will be prosecuted for rape and coercion. Based on her actions last night, she definitely broke the law. If the other party reports it to the police, the sentence is 3 to 10 years. Little brother. I'm sorry. I slept very soundly last night and don't really know what happened. After thinking for a long time, Fan Lingling finally spoke haltingly. For now, all we can do is pretend we don't know what happened. Looking at the expression on Fan Lingling's face, Li Fan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. That woman is such a good actress. As time passed, the events of last night replayed in his mind. It was clearly this woman who deliberately brought him to the hotel and even straddled his waist. Now, it's time to play the innocent little white rabbit. However, none of that matters anymore. She thought she was a hunter, but in Li Fan's eyes, it was about relationships between men and women. Men never suffer losses. It's still too early to say who the hunter is and who the prey is. Oh. Sister Ling, this. Li Fan sighed dramatically, looking utterly heartbroken. This is my first time. I wanted to save it for my girlfriend. How could this be? At this point, he sighed heavily again, making Fan Lingling's heart ache terribly. She quickly stepped forward, raised her delicate eyes, and stared intently at Li Fan. Little brother, this is all my fault. But what's done is done, there's no going back. She took a deep breath, reached out and took Li Fan's hand, placing it against her chest. A soft, smooth touch glides over the back of my hand. Li Fan couldn't help but squint his eyes. Little brother, how about I be your girlfriend from now on? If you agree, I promise I'll listen to you from now on. I'll give you whatever you want, whatever you say, I'll do it. Li Fan pursed his lips, not agreeing immediately. Seeing this, Fan Lingling looked flustered. She turned around, lifted the pillow, picked up her phone, found Li Fan's WeChat, and transferred 8,888 to him directly. Little brother, this isn't a lot of money, but you can take it and spend it first. If I give you this much every week from now on, will you agree to be my girlfriend? Fan Lingling's delicate eyes were fixed on Li Fan's eyes, revealing a look of expectation, pleading, and longing. The bright white light shone on her eyelashes, casting a soft halo. Li Fan suppressed a smile, looked at the exquisite beauty before him, and nodded slightly. Sister Ling, this is the only way. Wow! As soon as she finished speaking, Fan Lingling screamed and pounced on Li Fan, knocking him down onto the bed. Little brother, have you really agreed to your sister's request? Her eyes were bright as mirrors, and she stared intently at Li Fan, her eyes flashing with a mixture of surprise and delight. Certainly. At this point, Li Fan stopped acting. He raised his head and captured her luscious red lips with his own. All the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Last night, Li Fan was a passive recipient of the burden. Now, he's going to turn the tables and become the master. A few minutes later. Snap. Game over. Li Fan sat on the edge of the bed, startled, and subconsciously looked at the system. Perseverance, the host must perform at least 500 Kegel exercises, 200 squats, and half an hour of horse stance daily. Continue this for half a month. Mission reward, 1 bottle of kidney tonic. Kidney tonic, 1 bottle for eternal fatigue, 2 bottles for immortality. Current check in progress, 0:15. Damn it. I didn't exercise last night. All my progress from last day is now wiped out. Li Fan was trembling with anger and cold. He glanced down, his heart filled with unspeakable bitterness. Fan Lingling's face was flushed. Seeing Li Fan's dejected look, she quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Little brother, you've already done a great job. I love you so much, sister. Li Fan turned his head, gave Fan Lingling a deep look, and said with a look of utter despair, Sister Ling, don't try to comfort me. Just tell me honestly how you feel. Fan Lingling paused, then nodded seriously and said, Little brother, what I said is the truth. I really think you're amazing. One of the girls in my dorm has a boyfriend who's way worse than you. Really? I'd be a dog if I lied. Fan Lingling looked certain. Li Fan immediately felt relieved. If someone is far inferior to oneself, then isn't that man even more pathetic? Of course, Li Fan quickly dismissed this sentiment. He was well aware of his shortcomings. Last night was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, so let's just leave it at that. For the next 2 weeks, you must stick to your exercise routine. Chapter 51 Zhou Shui's Apology. Coming to his senses, Li Fan quickly dressed, accepted the transfer, and prepared to leave the hotel. I glanced down at the time. It was 5:25. It's almost time for him to get up. Morning exercise is also driven by systematic tasks and should not be stopped. Little brother. Fan Lingling sat on the edge of the bed and called his name softly. What's wrong, Sister Ling? Li Fan turned to look at her. No, I'm just a little reluctant to part with you. Fan Lingling looked at Li Fan with affection. Little brother, can I call you when I miss you? Li Fan smiled slightly, turned around, and kissed her smooth forehead. Of course. Just send me a message on WeChat whenever you miss me. Mum. Fan Lingling nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around Li Fan's neck, kissing him passionately. After a romantic French kiss, Fan Lingling released Li Fan. Her delicate eyes shimmered with a mesmerizing, watery light under the lamp. Little brother, you can go now, I'll sleep a little longer. Okay, bye-bye, Sister Ling. Bye-bye. Li Fan walked out of the G Hotel. At 5 a.m., the first light of dawn was breaking, and a faint chill filled the air. Compared to the scorching heat of the past few days, today is quite comfortable. One autumn rain brings a chill. It seems the weather is about to change. Li Fan walked steadily in the morning light, a slight smile playing on his lips. Speaking of which, Sister Ling looks really radiant. I exercised twice last night and haven't showered yet. The first thing Li Fan did when he got back to his dorm was to rush into the bathroom and take a shower. Warm water cascaded down from the shower head above, washing away Li Fan's fatigue. After taking a shower, Li Fan felt refreshed and full of energy, as if he had inexhaustible strength. He quickly changed into a tracksuit, draped a sweat towel over his shoulder, and ran out of the dormitory. There were very few people along the way. Upon arriving at the track and field stadium, several small puddles were visible on the bright red synthetic track. The green grass of the football field next door was still covered with light dew. This kind of weather is perfect for running. More than an hour later, Li Fan, covered in sweat, left the track and field. When Li Fan pushed open the dormitory door, Xia Xiuwen was sitting on the soft sofa in the living room waiting for him. Seeing Li Fan enter, Xia Xiuwen's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and he looked up at him. Where did you go last night? Why didn't you go back to the dormitory? His tone was a mix of worry and concern. Li Fan paused for a moment, then honestly replied, I got drunk last night and slept outside with my senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Xiuwen's eyes widened suddenly. Just as he was about to question Li Fan, he remembered the other party's attitude towards him and his own position. That momentum instantly weakened. I have no right to interfere with him. Xia Xiuwen was stunned for a moment, but didn't say anything. He just nodded lightly. All right, hurry up and take a shower. Let's go have breakfast together. It nourishes things silently. Xia Xiuwen knew that, given the current situation, he had little chance, as Li Fan was a person with a normal sexual orientation. He would never focus his attention on himself. The only way is to gradually influence him by spending time with him in daily life. Time flies. The day of military training passed quickly. During the day today, Li Fan received several video calls from Zhou Shui. He didn't answer. But the other person kept bothering him, so he got angry and deleted and blocked her. Out of sight, out of mind. Isn't she supposed to be aloof? Since that's the case, let's end it here. It's over, so don't bother me anymore. After the instructor announced the dismissal, the students left happily. Li Fan and Xia Xiuwen agreed to go to the cafeteria together for dinner. They had only taken a few steps when a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of them. She wore a white dress, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were like autumn water, her skin was like solidified cream, and she exuded a subtle and pure aura. Like a snow lotus from the Tianshan Mountains, pure and elegant. The figure was Zhou Shui. Last night she tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. This morning, in a hurry, she immediately called Li Fan. The call was rejected. I called at noon, but the call was rejected. She made more than 10 calls in a row, and when she made the last video call, a big red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. She's been blocked. Zhou Shuer felt an unbearable pang of sorrow, yet there was nothing she could do. I originally planned to apologize to Li Fan in the video. Then find an opportunity to talk to him face to face and make things clear. But now that she couldn't get through on the phone, she had no choice but to come to his door. Upon seeing Zhou Shuer, Li Fan paused. He then frowned and turned to Xie Xiuwen. Old Xie, you go first, I have some things to do. Xie Xiuwen glanced at Zhou Shuer in front of him, hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay. I'll go first then, see you at the dorm later. After Xie Xiuwen left, in order to avoid being watched by others, Li Fan led Zhou Shuer to a corner of the track and field. He stopped and looked up at her calmly. Senior Zhou, is there something you need? Zhou Shuer's eyes instantly reddened. Crystalline tears streamed down her fair cheeks. Yesterday he was calling me baby, but today he's calling me senior sister Zhou. Li Fan, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. She stepped forward and reached out to take Li Fan's hand. Li Fan subconsciously took half a step back, dodging her hand. Forget it, senior, we're not a good match. You're not wrong, and neither am I, it's just that we weren't meant to be. That half step backward was such a small distance, yet the damage was so great. Looking at Li Fan's still handsome face, Zhou Shuer felt as if her heart was blocked by sand, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe. Li Fan. With tears streaming down her face, she said, I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong, I don't want to break up with you. Let's not break up, okay? As long as you promise not to break up, you can do whatever you want to me. Even if you want me right now, I'm fine with it. How about we go to a hotel outside the school right now? No need. Before Li Fan could speak, a clear voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Upon hearing this voice, Li Fan and Zhou Shuer were stunned and instinctively turned their heads. Wearing a dark green military uniform, yet still radiant and beautiful, Zhou Haina walked smilingly to Li Fan's side and took his arm. She said sweetly, my dear husband, I've got you covered. Senior. I'm very capable, I can do everything. Zhou Haina looked at Zhou Shuer with a smile, but the provocation and disdain in her eyes were undisguised. Li Fan looked at Zhou Haina with a look of surprise and delight. Honey, what brings you here? I clearly saw you leave with those girls. I missed my husband, so I let them leave first. Zhou Haina smiled slightly and hugged Li Fan's forearm tightly. Her delicate little face rubbed intimately against Li Fan's arm. The two faced each other. Zhou Shuer watched this scene with eyes blazing with fury and eyes wide with rage. Chapter 52 New Mission. Who are you? Zhou Shuer stared intently at Zhou Haina with her exquisite eyes and asked coldly. Giggle. Zhou Haina covered her mouth and giggled. Senior, can't you tell the relationship between my husband and me? As she spoke, she slightly raised her head and kissed Li Fan on the cheek. Don't be too obvious in your swaggering and showing off. Shameless. Zhou Shuer was furious. But seeing Li Fan standing calmly beside her, she forcibly suppressed her anger. She turned to Li Fan, her tone pleading, Li Fan, are you free tonight? I'll be waiting for you at the usual place at 8 p.m, please, you have to come. I have so much to tell you. Li Fan opened his mouth, about to refuse. My husband is busy, he has to sleep with me tonight. Zhou Haina's clear voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuer completely lost it. I'm asking Li Fan, what's it to you? Her eyes widened, and she stared at Zhou Haina with hostility, her tone full of accusation and impatience. Li Fan is my husband. Asking him is the same as asking me. Zhou Haina looked up at the other person with her head held high, her aura in no way inferior. You? How could I? The competition between the two women became increasingly intense, and curious glances were frequently cast around the track and field. Seeing this, Li Fan had no choice but to intervene. Senior Zhou, let's just forget about it, we've already broken up. Li Fan looked up and stared directly at Zhou Shuer. At 174 centimeters tall, he was now about the same height as Zhou Shuer. There's really no need to force it. What's done is done. Even if you change your mind and agree, you might regret it someday. They'll just shift the blame onto me then. Rather than ruin things later, it's better to end it now and just be ordinary friends. Li Fan really didn't want to get entangled with Zhou Shuer anymore. A good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already grazed. There are so many beautiful women out there, there's no need to get hung up on Zhou Shuer. Speaking of which, fan lingling is quite good, very moisturizing. Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Zhou Haina raised an eyebrow and immediately added fuel to the fire. Hey, senior, did you hear that? My husband said he's broken up with you. Please stop sticking to me like a leech. My husband is so handsome, there are plenty of people who love and cherish him, he doesn't need you. Upon hearing this, Joe Schwer, who was already extremely upset by Li Fan's words, completely broke down. Her eyes reddened, and glistening tears welled up and spilled out. She looked up and gave Li Fan a deep look, then turned and ran away quickly. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting a corner of her dress. Joe Schwer's aggrieved and delicate figure looked exceptionally pitiful. Li Fan stood there, his eyes fixed on Joe Schwer's back, a sudden pang of self-reproach rising in his heart. Did I go too far? After all, the other party hasn't done anything wrong, they're just simply conservative in their thinking? Honey, I can't bear to part with you. Joe Haine's voice interrupted Li Fan's reverie. Li Fan snapped out of his daze, looked at the mischievous glint in her eyes, and couldn't help but reach out and gently pat her pert buttocks. You even dare to make fun of your husband. Giggle. Joe Haine's eyes narrowed with laughter, hee. If you're so capable, husband, then punish me. Alright, you just wait a couple of days. I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees. Li Fan laughed as he spoke harshly. They don't want it to be in a couple of days. Joe Haine pulled Li Fan's arm into her chest and said coquettishly, I want it tonight, okay? Not tonight. Li Fan refused without hesitation. Yesterday, I got drunk and let my guard down, so the system's days were reset to 0. Today, we must not repeat the same mistakes. The key to exercise is fighting against your own willpower. Once you let your guard down and start making excuses to avoid responsibility, you'll truly be doomed. Let's wait until the weekend. Seeing the disappointment on Joe Haine's face, Li Fan comforted her, Sweetie, I'm busy these 2 days, but I'll make sure to feed you well this weekend. This act of feeding is very spiritual. Upon hearing those 2 words, Joe Haine's mind instantly flashed back to that night of passion with Li Fan. Thinking of those intoxicating scenes, her pretty face instantly turned red and hot. Like a red apple, her face turned red from her neck to her ears. You naughty husband, you're so bad. She looked up at Li Fan secretly, her soft, boneless hand gently patting his chest. He. Li Fan smiled and put his arm around her slender waist. Women don't love men who aren't a little bad. Let's go eat together. Mum. After dinner, Li Fan and Joe Haine parted ways at the entrance of the cafeteria. Thinking that there was still plenty of time and that going back to the dormitory would be boring, Li Fan decided to go to the library to read some books and calm his mind. Since that day when he spent a day studying the philosophy of mind, he has had a different perspective on many things. Li Fan felt that reading was a very meaningful and necessary thing. Besides broadening horizons and improving knowledge, it has a significant impact on all aspects of a person's life. Moreover, there was someone in the library he wanted to see. The atmosphere between him and Shen Maoan was somewhat awkward during dinner last night. At that moment, Li Fan's subconscious reaction was to back down. The other person's identity, status, and age were all somewhat taboo for him. He dared not cross such a dangerous line lightly. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Shen Maoan felt the same way about him. What if the other person only has feelings for him like a teacher doting on a student? Wouldn't he just be making a fool of himself? Li Fan's mind was in turmoil throughout the journey. I thought it over and over again. As he walked to the library entrance, a familiar electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Bite. A towering skyscraper rises from the ground. The foundation has been successfully laid. The host has already completed most of the first step towards becoming the perfect male god. All that's left is to continue the effort. Besides good looks and physique, a perfect male god should also possess considerable knowledge and refined manners. Reading makes one wise, studying history makes one insightful. Main mission: read 5 books within a week, covering 5 aspects: economics, history, society, technology, and artificial intelligence. After completion, the system will conduct a random quiz. Passing the quizzes on 4 books will be considered mission completion. Task reward: 100,000 renminbi cash, skill photographic memory, and demeanor gentle and refined, like a spring breeze. There are no rewards or penalties for failing the mission. Li Fan stopped in his tracks. The system has issued a new task? His eyes narrowed as he carefully processed the system's message. I have a general idea of what's going on. Judging from the tasks released by the system, becoming the perfect male god is a slow and progressive process. Appearance and physique are just the basics. I've already laid a solid foundation, now it's time to move on to something more advanced. Significant knowledge and good manners can be cultivated through reading. So, reading more books is definitely the right thing to do. However, reading 5 books in a week, followed by an exam, and passing 4 books to complete the task, makes this main mission really difficult. Li Fan sighed inwardly. But his eyes lit up when he saw the system's rewards. 100,000 yuan, that's a huge sum of money. Li Fan's total assets, including the 8,888 yuan Fan Lingling gave him this morning, are only around 30,000 yuan. The system generously gave away 100,000 right away. In addition, you'll also be rewarded with a skill photographic memory. That's a really good thing. What's with this gentle and refined, like a spring breeze description? Is it like the character's outfit from a racing game? After thinking for a moment, Li Fan roughly confirmed that this was the meaning. In other words, as long as I complete this mission, my demeanor will be completely different from how it is now. Sri Lanka number 1. Li Fan once again marveled at how amazing the system was. I silently made up my mind that this task must be completed. Failure was not an option. Chapter 53 Elevator Horror. Shen Maoen's Confession. Pushing open the crystal clear glass door, Li Fan immediately saw the beautiful view at the front desk. Shen Maoen, dressed in a light black office lady uniform, sat quietly in a chair. Holding a book in his hands, his eyes were fixed on the contents of the book. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window onto her, as if gilding her with a light golden light. Her upright posture and full, voluptuous curves were perfectly outlined by the black uniform. Some people, wherever they are, become a beautiful sight. This is Li Fan's true feeling at this moment. Hearing the soft sound of the glass door being pushed open, Shen Maoen frowned slightly and subconsciously looked up. The next second, a hint of surprise flashed in her cool eyes. Li Fan. She let out a sweet cry, stood up, and went to meet him. When she got to Li Fan, she realized how inappropriate her behavior was. Teacher Shen, I'm here. Li Fan chuckled, I'm here on a mission today. Ah? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Shen Maoen's attention was quickly drawn, and he forgot his earlier embarrassment. He began, what mission? Tell me. That's right, I need to read 5 books from different fields within a week. Li Fan recounted the system's task requirements to Shen Maoen in their entirety. Reading 5 books a week was a daunting task, and he was only confident he could complete it with Shen Maoen's help. Li Fan even suspected that the system was doing it on purpose. Knowing he couldn't accomplish it on his own, he deliberately made it so difficult, his purpose being to make things difficult for him and Shen Maoen. Of course, these are all Li Fan's speculations. If it's true, then it can only mean that the system suits his needs perfectly. I don't know much about technology and artificial intelligence either. Shen Maoen looked at Li Fan apologetically, I have some knowledge of the first 3, but I really don't know anything about these 2. It doesn't matter. Li Fan waved his hand dismissively, Teacher Shen, time is tight, so let's look at the books in the first 3 areas first. Could you help me find some representative masterpieces in these areas? Let's tackle these 3 books first, and then we can conquer technology and artificial intelligence. Good. Shen Maoen nodded. Come with me, I'll take you to find the book. Day. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground was like a beautiful musical note flowing around Li Fan's ears. He followed behind Shen Maoen. Looking at her shapely, full figure beneath her fitted uniform, I couldn't help but smile slightly. Shen Maoen walked ahead, looking at the handsome face reflected on the black screen of her phone. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. On the screen, the handsome face stared intently at her lower body. Where you're looking, there's no need to question it. Li Fan, what a pervert. Shen Maoen muttered to himself, a faint joy welling up inside him. She caught Li Fan spying on her last time, and she caught him again this time. This proves that he is interested in himself. At least be interested in your own body. Thinking of this, Shen Maoen's heart trembled. The light in his eyes grew even brighter. She even considered stopping and directly expressing her feelings to Li Fan. But then I thought, wouldn't it be too abrupt for me to do this? The other person is just a young college freshman. What if I scare him? While struggling with his decision, Shen Maoen walked to the elevator on the first floor. Turning his head, he saw Li Fan looking around nonchalantly. Shen Maoen couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy is such a good actor. Hearing the laughter, Li Fan subconsciously looked at Shen Maoen and asked in confusion, Teacher Shen, what are you laughing at? Ah. I just thought of a funny joke. Shen Maoan tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, looking at Li Fan with a half smile. That person in the joke is really funny. Oh, I see. Li Fan nodded in agreement, but inwardly felt that Shen Maoan's gaze was somewhat strange. But he didn't pay any attention to it. Bite. Just then, the elevator arrived at the first floor, and the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing that the elevator was empty. The two walked in one after the other. They maintained the same positioning as before, with Li Fan standing at the back and Shen Maoan at the front. The elevator slowly ascended. Shen Maoan's destination was the fourth floor, which was mostly filled with books on humanities, geography, history, and economics. Snap! Suddenly, a slight clicking sound was heard. The elevator suddenly stopped abruptly the next second. Bang! Another sound rang out, startling the two of them. What happened? Li Fan's face turned pale, and he subconsciously reached for the elevator button. I pressed all the buttons, but the elevator didn't budge. Oh no! The elevator is malfunctioning. Li Fan said in a low voice, his tone trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Shen Maoan's face paled slightly. Li Fan, we won't. No way. Li Fan shook his head and quickly pressed the call button. Let's call for help quickly. As long as they arrive in time, everything will be fine. As Li Fan said this, he was also filled with fear and unease. But he is, after all, a man. At this moment, I knew I had to calm down and soothe Shen Maoan's emotions. Beep beep beep. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. Hello, I'm a student from the University of Finance and Economics. The library director, Shen Maoan, and I are trapped in the library's elevator. Please come and rescue us. Li Fan got straight to the point, and after he finished speaking, the other party immediately understood. Classmates, don't panic. I'll call for backup right away. Okay. Hurry up, we're waiting for you. Snap. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator lights suddenly went out. The call button also immediately became unresponsive. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Li Fan shouted a few more times at the button, but there was no response. At this moment, the elevator was completely dark. Trapped in this cramped and dark environment, Shen Maoan finally couldn't take it anymore. Li Fan. She whispered, her voice trembling with tears, are we going to die? Li Fan's heart tightened, and he reached out to feel around. Upon touching something soft, he immediately stepped forward and hugged her. Teacher Shen, don't be afraid, I'm here, we'll be fine. Shen Maoan nestled in Li Fan's arms, inhaling the faint scent of his masculine hormones, and his heart seemed to settle down instantly. The fear of the unknown and the darkness slowly disappeared. With her eyes closed, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Li Fan's waist. Li Fan, we might really die today. However, I would be content to die alongside you. What do you mean by dead? Li Fan complained helplessly, Teacher Shen, there are many elevator accidents every year, but very few people die. We can't be that unlucky. None of that matters anymore. Shen Maoan tightened his grip on his hands. Li Fan, I want to tell you something. I like you. I've liked you ever since the day you came to the library looking for the study of mind. In this era, there are very few people like you who are completely compatible with me. So much so that from your very first day here, I couldn't help but secretly keep an eye on you. Teacher Shen. Li Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected Shen Maoan to confess his feelings to him at this moment. Don't call me Teacher Shen, call me Mo1. Shen Maoan spoke softly, I don't want to be your elder, I want to be your woman. I know you've been peeking at my butt all this time. Li Fan. You like it, don't you? We're all about to die anyway, and we can't see, so the cameras are useless. How about we stay here? Take me. As those lewd and aggressive words echoed in his ears, Li Fan's heart was already in turmoil. Chapter 54. Do you still stand by your word? Take me. In the darkness, Shen Maoan's words struck Li Fan's mind like a thunderbolt. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But after a long pause, I didn't know how to reply. At a time like this, you still have the mind to do these things. Li Fan took a few deep breaths to calm his shock before slowly speaking, Teacher Shen. Listen to me, our most urgent task is to wait for rescue. Right now, there's enough oxygen in the elevator, but it will gradually become insufficient in a while. Therefore, we need to control our breathing rhythm, hold our breath for as long as possible before inhaling, and hold on until rescue arrives. Li Fan's tone was unusually serious. In my previous life, a certain company even gave these delivery men special training on similar elevator emergency procedures. It wasn't useful in my past life. In this lifetime, it just so happens to come in handy. I don't care about any of that. Seeing that Li Fan was changing the subject, Shen Maoan rubbed against Li Fan's chest a few times in dissatisfaction. Her soft, voluptuous body pressed intimately against Li Fan's. Li Fan's breathing quickened unconsciously. That smooth, warm touch travels directly from the skin's surface to the nerve center. He could even picture that alluring curve. Li Fan, I'll just ask you one question, do you like me? Shen Maoan asked. I. Li Fan felt a dryness in his throat, opened his mouth, and said, You like it, right? Ah. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Shen Maoan's eyes. It appears exceptionally bright in the darkness. Li Fan, then be my boyfriend. Even just a few minutes will do. I've never had a boyfriend in my life. Shen Maoan looked up at Li Fan. Even though he couldn't see anything in the dark, Li Fan knew that the other person's eyes were staring straight at him. At this moment, faced with such a direct and straightforward confession from his beloved, he could no longer remain unmoved. Mo1, I promise you. Li Fan replied earnestly. Then he reached out and gently stroked Shen Maoan's cheeks, nose, and lips, guided by his sense of touch. Once he located her lips, he slowly lowered his head and kissed her. Their lips touched, and a stimulating current flowed between them. Their age, identity, and status no longer exist at this moment. Inside the elevator, it was just a couple who liked each other expressing their feelings. Shen Maoan's first kiss. I studied for 20 years and earned a doctorate in literature. Even now, as an associate professor at the University of Finance and Economics, he has never been in a relationship. She used to be uninterested in men. Passionate only for knowledge. But as she entered her 30s, she gradually realized that knowledge alone was not enough. She also feels lonely and isolated, and she needs someone to accompany her. She subconsciously sought out a man who was compatible with her. But in a world where there are more women than men and more monks than porridge, she doesn't have many choices. Even if there are men who are pleasing to her in appearance, most of them are all show and no substance, empty inside and out. In her 3 years at the university, she hasn't met anyone she's even remotely impressed with. Actually, she doesn't care that much about her appearance. What she really needs is a spiritual resonance and harmony with the other person. Now, she felt that the man had appeared. Despite his young age, he was only a freshman in college. But she was absolutely certain that he was the one destined for her. The kiss was like a thunderbolt striking the earth, tender and passionate, full of love and devotion. Shen Maoan's kissing skills went from clumsy to proficient in just 1 minute. She wrapped her arms around Li Fan's strong waist and pressed her body tightly against his chest, giving herself to him without reservation. A few minutes later, the two were forced to separate due to the suffocating pressure. Call. Call. In the darkness, 2 rapid breaths rang out simultaneously. Li Fan and Shen Mo exchanged a glance and laughed at the same time. He. Teacher Shen, I still prefer to call you that. Li Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Calling you Mo1 makes me feel really awkward. Shen Maoan rolled her eyes sweetly, her bright eyes shining in the darkness. You men just like women like teachers, flight attendants, doctors, and the like. Whatever you say, my little man. Call me whatever you want, as long as you're happy. Then I can call you. Before Li Fan could finish speaking, a series of knocking sounds suddenly came from outside the elevator door. A voice called out, Hey students, are you alright? We've come to rescue you. Upon hearing this voice, both of them were overjoyed. Li Fan quickly replied, Master, we are fine now, please open the door as soon as possible. Excuse me, just a moment, our instructor is working hard. Please stand at the back of the elevator with the curator. Our technician will pry open the door from the front. Upon hearing this, Li Fan quickly pulled Shen Maoan back, while taking out his phone from his pocket and turning on the flashlight. How come I forgot to bring a flashlight? In the blinding light, Li Fan and Shen Maoan exchanged a glance, and the same thought suddenly flashed through their minds. Realizing that the other person thought the same way, the two smiled at each other, a faint sense of understanding lingering in their hearts. 10 minutes later, there was a loud bang. Light pierced through the darkness, and the two finally saw the dawn. Outside the elevator. Several middle-aged and elderly men and women dressed in black suits and wearing glasses greeted the two with smiles as they came out. "Student, Professor Shen, are you all right?" These people are all high-ranking officials at the university: the president, the party secretary, the deputy secretary, the youth league branch secretary. In short, almost everyone with a certain status and prestige at the university is here. Shen Maoan greeted the group with a smile, and Li Fan also smiled and nodded back. In any case, the two were finally rescued. After a brief exchange of greetings and pleasantries, the senior executives left. Li Fan, led by Shen Maoan, arrived at her private lounge in the library. This is a very small lounge. The decor is simple, and the room is only about 7 or 8 square meters. A simple hammock, a desk, and a chair were set up. There was also a bookshelf in the corner, filled with books. After Li Fan and Shen Maoan entered the house, Shen Maoan closed the door and locked it from the inside. Then, she took Li Fan's hand and led him to the small hammock to sit down. "Li Fan." She looked up at Li Fan, her voice trembling slightly. "Do you still stand by what you said in the elevator?" "What did you say?" Li Fan glanced at her indifferently. "It means, you'll be my boyfriend. I'll be your woman, these." Shen Maoan's pretty face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look Li Fan in the eye. Trapped in the dark elevator, she mustered her courage and spoke her mind. "At the time, I thought I might die, so I didn't think much about it. But now, we're saved." Back in reality, remembering the difference in her status compared to Li Fan, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "It doesn't count." Li Fan shook his head earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shen Maoan's face paled instantly, and his eyes were filled with panic. She subconsciously looked up at Li Fan, but noticed the mischievous smile on his lips and the faint smile in his eyes. "Oh my God, Li Fan. You scared me to death." She frowned and glared at Li Fan. The next second, a bright smile bloomed on her lips. "My dear teacher. I've made up my mind, I'll call you that." Li Fan spoke with a smile. "My dear teacher?" Shen Maoan's pretty face flushed slightly. "This sounds so strange." "I like this nickname." Li Fan chuckled and said, "This title means that you are both my darling and my teacher." "How meaningful is that?" Shen Maoan gave Li Fan a charmingly disdainful look. "Whatever, you little pervert who likes to stare at other people's butts." It's fine if Shen Maoan doesn't mention it. Since she's been brought up, Li Fan certainly won't let her off the hook. With a gentle push, Shen Maoan's soft body fell gracefully onto him. She lay face down on Li Fan's lap, her back up. Like a disobedient child being scolded by his parents. "Teacher Shen, you will pay the price for what you said." Li Fan snorted coldly and immediately began to teach her a lesson. Chapter 55: Fan Lingling's Selfie. As the saying goes, spare the rod and spoil the child. Although Li Fan didn't use corporal punishment, a meal of pancakes and hot pot made Shen Maoan deeply realize his mistake. She sat on the edge of the bed, blushing, and promised Li Fan that she would never call him little pervert again. In her heart, however, she secretly saw him as a big pervert. After a period of playing around, it was already 9 p.m. There was only half an hour left before the library closed. Li Fan put away his teasing mood and said seriously, "My dear teacher, the library is about to close. Could you please find those books for me? They are very important to me." The elevator malfunction delayed them, and they didn't get anything done. But Li Fan still remembered why he came tonight. In his view, the system's tasks always come first. "Okay, then wait here for me a moment, I'll be right back." Shen Maoan nodded, stood up from the bedside, and strode quickly outside. Da-da-day. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground gradually faded away. Li Fan sat on the edge of the narrow bed, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from the thin blanket, and looked around the small but clean and tidy restroom, feeling a slightly strange sensation in his heart. Is Miss Shen really my woman? Am I going to betray my master and ancestors? Although Shen Maoan is not a teacher in the School of Economics, she is an associate professor in the Department of Chinese Literature. Maybe, he might be able to choose her as an elective course? If that's really the case, then the scene is so beautiful. It was so beautiful that Li Fan dared not think about it too much. But a scene subconsciously popped into his mind. During the day, Shen Maoan is dressed in a black uniform, exuding a cool and noble aura. Standing on the podium in the lecture hall, teaching hundreds of students. With her temperament, figure, and looks, she is sure to become the focus of attention. To become a teacher respected by students. He was just an ordinary student, at most a slightly handsome one. I sat in my seat and listened quietly to the lecture. The two would exchange glances in unintentional eye contact. In the evening, or in private in front of oneself, Shen Maoan was a completely different person. Mature, sexy, obedient, and docile. Hiss. Thinking of this, Li Fan gasped. It felt like I was struck by a jolt of electricity. It's a tingling, numbing sensation that's both pleasant and stimulating. Sure enough, once a woman has status and position, she becomes completely different. Li Fan thought to himself. Why is there a saying passed down from a previous life, a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a stolen one, and a stolen one is not as good as one that cannot be stolen. Ultimately, it all comes down to the added advantage of one's status. Identity, in turn, influences psychology. In other words, humans experience far greater pleasure in the mental realm than in the physical realm. Forget it, I'm getting carried away by what I'm thinking about. Li Fan shook his head and chuckled, feeling that after reading The Philosophy of Mind, his thoughts had become much broader and clearer. Often, we can see the essence of things beyond their surface. They will also subconsciously think about some questions they have never thought about before. Perhaps this is the meaning of reading. A few minutes later. Day. As a series of crisp, rhythmic footsteps approached, Shen Maoan's figure slowly appeared in front of Li Fan. All the books are ready. I chose the most classic works in their respective fields for the first 3. As for the 2 books in the fields of science and artificial intelligence, I searched online before deciding on them. Shen Maoan walked gracefully to Li Fan and handed him several brand new books. Take a look. If you don't think it meets your requirements, let me know and I'll go get you a replacement. Li Fan took the 5 books and looked at Shen Maoan with bright eyes. My dear teacher, why are they all new books? Shen Maoan explained, library books are often missing pages. Sometimes a page is missing here, and sometimes 2 pages are missing there. After all, borrowing books is based on self-discipline, and teachers usually don't check carefully when returning books. I was worried you might come across this kind of book, so I took the liberty of getting you a new one. Thank you so much, dear teacher. You're so kind. Li Fan sincerely thanked him, feeling a warm glow in his heart. A mature woman knows how to care for others. No. Nothing like that. Shen Maoan's pretty face flushed slightly, and she mustered her courage to say, Li Fan, could you please not say thank you to me next time? I'd rather hear some other words than these polite phrases. Oh? Similar to. Li Fan stared intently at Shen Maoan. His gaze was like lightning, piercing straight into Shen Maoan's heart. That is. Shen Maoan's pretty face became even more flushed. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes shut, steeled her resolve, and shouted, It's those words you said when you were lecturing me. After he finished speaking, the surrounding air became quieter. Li Fan was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. A slightly playful smile appeared on his handsome face. Honey, I never thought you were this kind of person. Since you like this style, then I won't stand on ceremony. Come here, sit next to me. On his way back to his dorm from the library, Li Fan kept reminiscing. There are so many memorable things tonight. My first ever elevator nightmare, my first time shattering societal prejudices. In short, it was a rare and unforgettable night. He made a promise with Shen Maoan that, starting tomorrow, he would study with her every day during lunch break and in the evening. It's convenient to ask her if there's anything I don't understand. The system's task is to quickly read 5 books in 7 days. Li Fan also has to undergo military training and physical exercise, so this is definitely a difficult problem. However, there is a saying in The Philosophy of Mind, the more difficult the situation, the more it is a time to cultivate the mind. Li Fan believed that with the help of the associate professor in the Department of Literature, he would definitely be able to overcome this difficulty. As Li Fan approached the dormitory entrance, his phone suddenly vibrated a few times in his pocket. He took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Fan Lingling. My dear little brother, I miss you. Have you missed me? These flirtatious words really suit Fan Lingling's image. Li Fan chuckled and typed a reply on his phone. I miss my sister a little, but I want to sleep with her even more. It's all about flirting. Who's afraid of who? Buzz. As soon as Li Fan turned off his phone, it immediately vibrated. Messages are replied to instantly. Li Fan was curious about how Fan Lingling would respond, and what kind of raunchy words she would say. I subconsciously tapped the screen. The next second, a picture that made his blood boil came into view. This is a selfie of Fan Lingling. In the photo, she is wearing a cool and sexy silk slip dress, her skin is as white as snow, and her breasts are firm and alluring. She deliberately made a seductive and alluring expression on her face. Her little tongue peeked out from the corner of her mouth, and her beautiful eyes gleamed with an alluring light like a vixen. Come on, big sister is already little brother, don't feel sorry for big sister. My sister is in good health and can handle it. Chapter 56 The Clown. Looking at that alluring picture, Li Fan silently typed 2 words on the screen, awesome. In terms of flirtatiousness, the other party is definitely superior. Li Fan entered the boys' dormitory. At the same time, girls' dormitory building, room 206, building B. Giggle. Fan Lingling lay half reclined on her bed, looking at the lone word awesome on her phone screen, laughing heartily and bending over backward. Across from her bed, Zhou Shuer sat on the edge of the bed, looking sullen and with her brows furrowed. The two people's expressions formed a stark contrast. Hearing Fan Lingling's laughter, the girls in the dormitory immediately became gossipy. A girl wearing glasses and with a few freckles on her face asked, "Lingling, what's making you so happy? You've been laughing all day. Do you have a boyfriend?" Fan Lingling gave Zhou Shuer a half smile and replied, "Yeah, I also started dating a junior from my junior class. I must say, this junior is really something. He's handsome, has a great physique, and most importantly, he's so gentle. I absolutely adore him." Upon hearing this, the sisters immediately put down what they were doing and gathered around Fan Lingling's bedside. "Lingling, tell us about you and your junior. I want to hear it too. I want to hear it too. Ah. Just thinking about what you're saying makes me so excited." The sisters stared intently into Fan Lingling's eyes, asking her questions one after another. Fan Lingling greeted everyone with a smile. She answered whatever anyone asked her. "My brother and I met during the dance club's orientation. Him. I'm so heartbroken. I almost missed out. He's really great, the kind of great that couldn't be better. I didn't have much hope at first, because he already has a girlfriend. However, thanks to his breakup with his girlfriend, I seized the opportunity, and with a bit of ruthlessness. According to Fan Lingling, that junior was simply outstanding. He is handsome, tall, gentle, considerate, and has a very magnetic voice. In short, he is an extremely charming guy." The entire dormitory was filled with the girls lost in their own fantasies. They also hoped that one of Lingling's Prince Charmings would pursue them and be with them. Only Zhou Shuer's furrowed brows turned into a deep frown. As she listened to Fan Lingling's description, her small fists clenched slightly, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. "I just broke up with my boyfriend, but she's already in a relationship. She raves about it so much, but who knows if what she's saying is true." The once harmonious friendship between Zhou Shuer and Fan Lingling collapsed instantly at this moment. Of course, Fan Lingling no longer cared about Zhou Shuer. "Shuer." After a round of teasing, Fan Lingling suddenly looked at Zhou Shuer and asked, "How are things going between you and your junior?" A faint smile played on her lips, but the mockery deep in her eyes was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, all the girls turned their attention to Zhou Shuer. The freckled boy with 4 eyes asked enviously, "Shuer, your junior must be very handsome and gentle too. I'm so envious of you guys. When will God send me a boyfriend like that? Yes, yes. I want one too. Me too." The speaker was a tall and strong female warrior from Hunan province. He's over 1.8 meters tall, with a dark face and a thick neck. He's considered the dorm's top bodyguard. Of course, she also has a sweet, girlish heart. What young girl doesn't dream of love? Looking at her sister's eager, hungry eyes, Zhou Shuer felt as if her heart was bleeding. How ironic. I broke up with my boyfriend. She lowered her head and answered as if she didn't care. In front of these sisters who are inferior to her in every way, she must maintain the proper decorum. Wow. Amidst gasps of surprise, everyone's eyes widened as they rushed forward to comfort Zhou Shuer. "Shuer, don't cry, don't cry. It must be that your junior is a bad person. You're so outstanding. Shuer, it's all right, you still have us. We welcome you back." The girl who said this had an extremely bright smile on her face. Her expression seemed to say, "Sister, I'm really worried about you driving a Range Rover. Please come back, we'll all suffer together." Fan Lingling glanced at Zhou Shuer with a cold look in her eyes. He sneered inwardly, "Humph. Serves him right. You managed to break up with a good man like my brother. You're truly a man who has a mountain of gold but doesn't know it. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone returned to their respective beds. It was almost 10:30 p.m., time to turn off the lights. Joe Schwer lifted the light pink quilt and crawled inside, turning to her side and curling up into a ball. His body would tremble slightly from time to time, as if the surroundings were a harsh winter. At this moment, she felt extremely distressed. I also felt incredibly regretful. Suddenly, the image of the woman who had been with Li Fan that afternoon came to her mind. She actually called Li Fan husband. They were also very close when they were face to face. She hated herself for not being as decisive and direct as that woman, instead hesitating and wavering. I always think I need to know the outcome before I choose to make a decision. Thinking back to the indifferent look in Li Fan's eyes when he looked at her this afternoon, a nameless sadness welled up in her heart. Joe Schwer's eyes instantly reddened. Crystalline tears silently streamed down her cheeks. It flowed into the quilt, spreading out a faint ring of water. She clenched her fists tightly, adjusting her breathing to prevent herself from making even the slightest sound. She didn't want to lose face in front of her sisters, and she didn't want Fan Lingling to know about her vulnerability. Before, she envied him, and he was wary of her. But now, the situation has suddenly changed. She didn't care who Fan Lingling's boyfriend was, nor did she want to pay attention to him. In any case, for a long time afterward, she only had eyes for Li Fan. Joe Schwer made up her mind that even if it meant going through a nightmare to win back her husband, she would get back together with Li Fan. Boys' dormitory. Achoo! Li Fan sneezed loudly, then touched his nose with a puzzled look. What the heck? Do I have a cold? This weather is so unpredictable, I'll wear an extra layer tomorrow. Xiaoxiawen sat on the sofa, looking at Li Fan's bright and handsome face not far away, a faint light flashing in his eyes. The flash of light was so fleeting that Li Fan didn't even notice it. Old Li, what's going on today? Who's that girl in the white dress? Xiaoxiawen suddenly asked. That's my senior. However, we've already broken up. Xiaoxiawen was secretly delighted, but his face remained impassive. What's wrong? Why did you break up? Sigh, a little bit of personal stuff. Li Fan sighed dramatically. It's probably because we're incompatible. Anyway, I'm not really sad, at most I'm just a little disappointed. That senior was pretty, with a great figure, quite a beauty. It's a real shame she broke up with him. Xiaoxiawen nodded in agreement, then changed the subject, but then again, since we've already broken up, there's no need to dwell on it. People must look forward. Take a closer look at the people around you. In fact, many times, the people around you are the ones who are truly right for you. Li Fan said with certainty, Old Xia, you're absolutely right. From now on, I'll definitely treat Haina better. She's my first woman, and also our classmate. We spend so much time together, I'll definitely treat her well. Xiaoxiawen. A song suddenly flashed through my mind. I walked down the long street, listening to actors sing about the capital, a chaotic scene of clowns. He. Who's the clown? Chapter 57 Freshman Party. A fashion show? The following week was very fulfilling for Li Fan. Wake up early to complete the main quest military training, read books in the library and chat with Shen Maoan military training, read books in the library, complete the side quest, go to sleep. It can be said that Li Fan made the most of his 24 hours. During that time, apart from occasionally chatting with Zhou Haina and Fan Lingling on WeChat, he never rested for a moment. Of course, the harvest should also be plentiful. Under Shen Maoan's guidance, Li Fan completely absorbed the content from the 5 books in 5 different fields. Right now, he's just terrifyingly strong. Of course, physical exercise was never neglected. Main Quest 1. Build physical strength. Within a month, run 10 kilometers, do 100 push-ups, and 100 jumping jacks every day. Task reward, perfect male god physique, 8-pack abs, clearly defined V-line, shark line, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. Current check-in progress, 10 30 days check-in can be done on the treadmill in the indoor gym on rainy days. Main Quest 2. Main mission, read 5 books within a week, covering 5 aspects: economics, history, society, technology, and artificial intelligence. After completion, the system will conduct a random quiz. Passing the quizzes on 4 books will be considered mission completion. Task reward, 100,000 renminbi cash, skill photographic memory, and demeanor gentle and refined, like a spring breeze. There are no rewards or penalties for failing the mission. Check in progress, 7 days assessment at midnight sharp. Side quest. Perseverance. The host must perform at least 500 Kegel exercises, 200 squats, and half an hour of horse stance daily. Continue this for half a month. Mission reward: 1 bottle of kidney tonic. Kidney tonic: 1 bottle for eternal fatigue, 2 bottles for immortality. Current check in progress: 7-15 days. The 3 major tasks are being carried out simultaneously. The feeling of improving your skills and watching yourself get better and stronger step by step is somewhat addictive. Time quickly passed to the 7th day. This day was September 14th, the last day of the reading assignment and also the last day of military training. Starting tomorrow, military training will officially end, and freshman year will officially begin. 11 a.m. After the Finance Class 1 formation assembled, Instructor Lingyan stood at the front of the group, scanning each student from left to right. When her gaze fell on Li Fan, it paused for a moment, but she quickly continued to scan the others as if nothing had happened. Students. Lingyan spoke slowly, her tone less serious than during military training and more gentle. Our military training officially ended this morning. I've been very happy and honored to be with you all these past 2 weeks. You are all outstanding. You truly deserve to be called the sons and daughters of China, strong and resilient. However, as the old saying goes, even after seeing someone off for 1,000 miles, we must eventually part ways. Our relationship ends here. I hope that in your future university life you will be as diligent, hardworking, and persevering as you were during military training. See you again sometime, classmates. At this point, many girls in the group were already teary-eyed and sobbing uncontrollably. Parting is always a sad topic. At the beginning of military training, no one liked this serious instructor. But after 2 weeks together, everyone discovered that, apart from being a bit strict during military training, the instructor was actually a very gentle person in private. Instructor. Wah. I can't bear to part with you. A girl suddenly started crying and said. Wa'ata. Instructor, I'm still here. I can't bear to part with you either. Count me in. One sentence after another, and soon most of the class was immersed in the sadness of parting. Standing in the front row, Li Fan looked at Lingyan's slightly reddened eyes and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. After today, we will never see this dashing instructor again. Perhaps, they will never cross paths again in their lives. Beside Li Fan, Xie Xiuwen's eyes were also red. It can't stand this kind of scene. When watching movies, he would always secretly hide under the covers and shed tears when he saw scenes of farewell. In the girls' group, squad leader Xiao Jun and eldest sister Zhou Haina both lowered their heads, tears welling up in their eyes. Besides the Finance Class 1, this scene was happening in dozens of classes across the entire track and field. A strange sense of sadness permeated the air above the track and field stadium, making the air itself seem even more melancholic. Classmates, please don't cry. Lingyan said, sniffing her reddened nose. On her strikingly beautiful face, tears streamed down her cheeks like flowing water. It's fate that we've been able to spend these 2 weeks together. I serve in the Haicheng military region. If you have the chance, you can visit me at the military region on the weekend. I'll treat you to some delicious military food then. Good. Li Fan took the lead and spoke, his voice soaring to the heavens. Instructor Ling, I will definitely go. I'll go too. I'll go too. A chorus of agreement spread rapidly through the crowd like a plague. The somber atmosphere instantly transformed into one of determination. Lingyan looked up at Li Fan approvingly, then smiled through her tears. Li Fan, I'll remember your words. I'll be waiting for you at the military region. As she spoke, she looked around again and continued, classmates, I've remembered what you all said. We'll meet again. After saying that, Lingyan turned around and walked away. After taking only a few steps, someone in the crowd suddenly asked, Instructor Ling, our school is holding a welcome party for new students tonight, and some of our students are going to perform. Will you come to watch? After military training, a welcome party is held for new students, a common arrangement across universities nationwide. Lingyan stopped in her tracks, turned around, and nodded with a smile. Of course, I will go to the performance and hope to see your youthful spirit. Her gaze lingered on Li Fan for a moment longer, as if her words were carrying a hidden meaning. Upon hearing Lingyan's reply, cheers erupted from the crowd. Yeah. Very good. Registration for the afternoon gala closes. Anyone interested in performing is welcome to give it a try. An artsy girl said loudly. I want to sign up. I can sing. I want to sign up too, I'm a really cool dancer. The students rushed forward and surrounded the girl. Seeing this, Ling Yan shook her head and chuckled, then started walking away. Xia Xiuwen frowned slightly as he looked at the chaotic crowd. Old Li, what do you think? He suddenly turned to look at Li Fan and asked, do you want to sign up for the show? I heard that showing up at these welcome parties can increase your visibility at school. With your looks, even if you just casually walk the runway, you'd definitely be cheered for. Xia Xiuwen had already figured it out. With Li Fan's looks, physique, and temperament, there's no way to hide it. Gold always shines brightly. He shines like a bright morning star in the crowd. It's hard for him not to attract attention. Instead of getting caught up in those pointless, unfounded jealousies, why not try a different approach or start from somewhere else? For example, becoming his confidant? To become an indispensable person in his life and studies? This is the true meaning of nurturing things silently. Me? Li Fan crossed one arm over his chest and stroked his chin with the other, pondering, I don't know. I can't sing or dance, and I certainly can't play any instruments or do skits. If I were to sign up, which program should I choose? Xia Xiuwen smiled slightly. Old Li, I just happened to find a senior student on the school forum recruiting male models. He said in the post that they already have 9 contestants, all of whom are second or third year students, and they are still missing one male student whom they want to recruit from among the freshmen. But as you know, there are more girls than boys now, and there aren't many boys among the freshmen to begin with, so there isn't a single one willing to participate. I hadn't found it when I checked the forum 5 minutes ago. If you agree, I'll contact that senior and register you. Fashion show? Model? Runway? Li Fan was stunned, finding it hard to accept for a moment. Wasn't this something women did in their past lives? Although there are male models, they are ultimately a minority. He couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. I'm not going. Li Fan hesitated for a few seconds, then quickly shook his head. Old Li, with your looks, figure, and charisma, walking the runway is a complete game changer. Seeing that Li Fan didn't react, Xia Xiuwen urged again, moreover, I heard that the champion of tonight's party will receive a prize of 100,000 yuan each. With your brilliance, as long as you participate, you will surely become the star of the party, and the championship will be yours. You wouldn't just reach into your pocket and take 100,000 yuan, would you? 100,000? Li Fan's ears twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, 100,000, that's no small sum. Should I sign up and participate? Even if I fail, I won't lose anything. But what if Xia Xiuwen really wins the championship, as he said? Wouldn't that be a free 100,000 yuan? Li Fan made a decision immediately. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly twice, looked up at Xia Xiuwen, and said, Old Xia, I didn't want to go at first, but now I've changed my mind. I'll give it a try because of that 100,000 yuan. If I don't win the championship, I'll just consider it an experience. A smirk flashed across Xia Xiuwen's lips, but he quickly regained his composure. Old Li, believe me, you will definitely be the champion. He nodded firmly, then took out his phone from his pocket. I'll log into the forum right now and contact that senior for you. 6 p.m. Li Fan and Xia Xiuwen were having dinner on the first floor of the West District cafeteria. Li Fan did not go to the library today, because he had already thoroughly mastered the contents of the 5 books yesterday. Next, all I have to do is wait until after 12 o'clock to undergo the systems assessment. Old Li. Xia Xiuwen took a bite of the juicy greens, then turned to look at Li Fan. Senior should be here soon, so be polite when you meet him. Li Fan glared at him. I know more about manners than you do. Junior. Just then, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind them. Li Fan and Xia Xiuwen subconsciously turned their heads to look, and saw a man dressed in a black leather jacket and tight leather pants, with a snow-white face, walking towards them with a smile. Junior, you must be Li Fan. The man walked up to Li Fan with a smile, extending his hand while carefully looking him up and down. He kept nodding. Looking at his fair and rosy face, Li Fan forced himself to suppress his discomfort and shook hands with him. Hello, senior, I'm Li Fan. Okay. The man smiled broadly and said, Junior brother Li Fan, you perfectly fit my criteria. With you here, I'm even more confident about tonight's party. Then, the man introduced himself. Junior, my name is Zhou Hao, you can just call me Brother Hao. Brother Hao. Xia Xiuwen stood up promptly and said to Zhou Hao with a smile, Hello, Brother Hao, I'm the sausage turn, I'm the one who contacted you. Hello. Zhou Hao looked at Xia Xiuwen, who had an effeminate appearance, and secretly despised him, but smiled and said, "Junior, thank you for your recommendation." "It's nothing, it's all what I should do." Xiaowen waved his hand with a smile, looking like he had no backbone. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Hao suddenly said to Li Fan, "Junior, you have to come with me to the dance studio for rehearsal first. The other contestants are already waiting. Walking the runway is very simple for us, we can get on stage after just half an hour of rehearsal." Li Fan nodded calmly. "Okay, brother Hao, let's go." With that, Li Fan got up and prepared to leave with Zhou Hao. Xiaowen then stood up and asked, "Brother Hao, can I go with you and take a look?" "Okay. Let's go together." The three walked for 10 minutes and arrived at the school's dance studio. This is a very large classroom, empty and spacious, with a huge mirror on the wall. There were already 7 or 8 men inside, chatting quietly. Zhou Hao pushed the door open with a bang and led the two inside. "Hey guys." He laughed and called out, clapping his hands, "Come here, everyone. Our last contestant is here." The men quickly turned their gazes over. Their gazes swept back and forth between Li Fan and Xiaowen, and soon they all fixed their eyes on Li Fan. "This is the real deal. He's fucking more handsome than me." This was the thought that flashed through everyone's mind at the same time. "Hey guys, let me introduce myself." Zhou Hao pointed at Li Fan and said with a smile, "This is Li Fan, our junior and also one of our contestants. Everyone come up and say hello to him quickly so we can get to know each other." "Hello Li Fan, Junior. I'm Zhu Chang, a sophomore." "Hello Junior, my name is Wan Haiba, I'm a third-year student in the management department." One by one, men stepped forward to shake hands with Li Fan in a friendly manner, and Li Fan politely nodded in response to each one. As for Xiaowen, everyone has overlooked him. After a brief introduction, Zhou Hao glanced at the time and then said, "It's 6:15 now. The party starts at 7 o'clock, so it'll probably be our turn around 8 o'clock. Now, we'll start rehearsing, mainly focusing on the movements we'll make on the runway later, and paying attention to our walking posture. Since we are college students, we don't need to be that professional. We just need to follow the requirements and develop our own style." Zhou Hao pointed to a tall, bespectacled man next to him, whose looks were average, and said, "Li Mufeng, you're the gentle type, remember to walk more gracefully. Wang Haiba, you're the classy type, remember to maintain your composure." When it was Li Fan's turn, Zhou Hao pondered, chin in hand, and said, "Junior Li Fan, you don't have any requirements, just do whatever you like." Li Fan's looks and temperament are top-notch among the group, and he really doesn't know how to guide a guy of this caliber. Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Standing to the side, listening to Zhou Hao's instructions to the group, he felt a chill run down his spine, gentle, aloof, elegant, arrogant, aggrieved, and cold. "Brother Hao, I understand, I will do my best." Li Fan nodded seriously. He either doesn't do it at all, or he does it to the best of his ability. That's his requirement for himself. Since his goal is clear to earn that 100,000 yuan, he will definitely do his best. "Good." Zhou Hao chuckled and clapped his hands, then our Catwalk Club's rehearsal officially begins. Chapter 58. Zhou Hao, Li Fan. It's up to you tonight. At 7 p.m. sharp, the highly anticipated welcome party for new students of the University of Finance and Economics officially began. The hosts are a handsome couple. The woman was wearing a bright red long dress, with a curvaceous and graceful figure. The man was wearing a gray suit and shiny pointed leather shoes. He looks tall, handsome, and has an extraordinary presence. The two walked hand in hand onto the stage and, under the gaze of the crowd, gave their opening remarks with smiles. "Respected leaders, teachers, and students, welcome everyone." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the president and vice president of the university took the stage to deliver speeches. The pretentious, official-sounding tone of the speech made the audience below the stage drowsy. The freshmen complained bitterly and looked miserable. Fortunately, these tedious steps were quickly skipped. Next up is the highlight of the evening, the performance. The beautiful female host, her sexy legs faintly visible beneath her long dress, gracefully walked to the center of the stage and said with a smile, "Next, please welcome our first guest performer from the freshman welcome party, Li Han from the Foreign Languages Class 1, with her solo dance Falling Duck." As soon as he finished speaking, the stage went dark. The audience held their breath. The next second, spotlights suddenly shone brightly, flashing and changing in the air, finally shining on the center of the stage. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the ethereal, otherworldly figure on the stage. She was a girl with a cool and beautiful demeanor, dressed in a bright red traditional Chinese dress. Her features were delicate and three-dimensional, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly like stars under the spotlight. Knock, knock, knock. As the prelude begins, the girl's long sleeves flutter, and she slowly dances to the rhythm of the music. Her figure is graceful, her waist is slender, she is as gentle as water, and as light as the wind. The crowd stared in disbelief, their breaths even momentarily halting. The performance ended 3 minutes later. Wow! Clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted immediately. The most eye-catching bags in each class took the lead in shouting, and the air was filled with passion and cheers. With such a wonderful first performance, tonight's welcome party has clearly piqued everyone's interest. Even the principal and vice principal couldn't help but lean closer and whisper to each other. Tonight's party is divided into areas. Each class has its own area. The Finance Class 1 area is located in the northwest corner, which is relatively close to the stage. At this moment, Counselor Chen Xiaoqiao and Instructor Ling Yan are sitting together, watching the performance on stage and chatting idly with smiles. Instructor Ling, thank you for your hard work these past 2 weeks, Chen Xiaoqiao said to Ling Yan. She was wearing a simple work uniform, her white shirt slightly puffed out, her beautiful figure subtly revealed under the black pencil skirt. Teacher Chen, this is just my job. It's not hard work at all. Ling Yan smiled faintly. As a soldier, obeying orders is my duty. To be honest, I was quite reluctant to come at first, but after training them, I found that these students are all great and have a lot of perseverance. I'm quite happy and enjoy spending time with them. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Giggle. Chen Xiaoqiao covered her mouth and giggled, her pretty face looking quite charming in the dim light. Instructor Ling, I'm relieved to hear that. The day you arrived, I noticed the students seemed a bit unhappy with you, and I was worried that something might happen between you. Now it seems I was overthinking it. Yes. They are all a group of obedient students. Ling Yan's eyes widened slightly as the faces of the students from Finance Class 1 flashed through her mind. When Li Fan appeared, her expression softened unconsciously. Especially Li Fan, he is hardworking, kind-hearted, and always willing to help others. Most importantly, he is very persevering and tenacious, making him the best student I've taught in the past 2 years. Li Fan? A simple, unadorned face flashed through Chen Xiaoqiao's mind subconsciously. For the past 2 weeks, she has been busy with an extracurricular project and has not come to school at all, so she is not very clear about what happened during the military training. However, she still remembered the name Li Fan. If I remember correctly, he was Xie Xiuwen's deskmate and also the male class monitor he recommended. I never expected Li Fan to be so outstanding. I really didn't realize it back then. Chen Xiaoqiao said with a smile, her impression of Li Fan inexplicably improving. It seems. I shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Chen Xiaoqiao thought to herself. He is indeed very outstanding. Ling Yan nodded slightly and looked up at the stage. The second performance is about to begin. Behind the two, the students from Finance Class 1 sat neatly, their eyes also intently fixed on the stage. In the second row, Zhou Haina and Xiao Jia, along with several of her followers, sat together. She turned her head and glanced around the class, but did not find the figure she was looking forward to. Strange, why didn't my husband come to the show tonight? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, and she subconsciously picked up her phone, ready to send him a WeChat message. But as soon as his finger touched the screen, he immediately put it down. I think I'll pass. I can't let my husband find me annoying. Let's keep some distance. Zhou Haina's actions caught the attention of Xiao Jia, the top strategist. She turned to Zhou Haina and asked in confusion, Boss, why are you looking around like that? Are you looking for someone? Shut up. Watch the show. Zhou Haina glared at her irritably, and Xiao Jia immediately covered her mouth and turned her gaze back to the stage. But its two little eyes were darting around. Time flies. One wonderful performance after another came to an end, and the time quickly came to 7:50. At this moment, Li Fan and his group had arrived backstage to change clothes and put on makeup. The boys lined up one by one to have their makeup done by the makeup artist. When it was Li Fan's turn, he shook his head indifferently, I don't need it. I'm not used to these things. The makeup artist was taken aback, but when she looked closely at Li Fan's face, she suddenly understood. That's true, with this face shape, contour, and lines, there's really no need for makeup. As we all know, makeup is used to cover up imperfections on the face. However, when a person's face is already handsome enough, makeup can become a burden. Hey guys, watch out. After everyone had finished getting ready, Shohao clapped his hands and called everyone over. Don't be nervous when you go on stage. Just think of it as taking a shower. Think about what position you feel most comfortable in when you take a shower, and do that position later. Understood, Brother Hao? Get it right, Brother Hao. Brother Hao, just watch us. All the members of the T-Stage company nodded in agreement. Li Fan smiled and said, Brother Hao, I understand. Zhou Hao turned his gaze to Li Fan and suddenly said, Li Fan, come with me for a moment, I have a few words to say to you. Ah? Li Fan followed Zhou Hao to a corner of the dressing room, completely bewildered. Li Fan, listen to me, we definitely can't rely on them tonight. Zhou Hao looked at Li Fan with anticipation. Whether we can win the championship tonight depends on you. For the fashion show later, let's follow the same steps as before. When the show is halfway through, I'll have them all step back, and you'll walk alone for 30 seconds. I want you to improvise during those 30 seconds. Show off your damn masculine charm properly. Zhou Hao turned to look at the group of boys playing around nearby and laughed. Those girls are used to being effeminate. This style has long been tired of the audience and can't offer anything new. I need your masculinity. In this day and age, you have a rare quality that's hard to find. So, tonight, it's all up to you. Zhou Hao slapped Li Fan's shoulder heavily with his large hand. If we really win the championship tonight, I'll give you all my 100,000 yuan. Anyway, my family isn't short of money. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded emphatically, his eyes narrowing and becoming incredibly deep. Brother Hao, no problem, I've got tonight covered. For that 100,000 yuan, no. 200,000 yuan, he was going all out. Chapter 59. He came from the light. Beneath the dazzling stage, in the seat of the second-year economics class 1. Zhou Shuer and Fan Lingling sat next to each other, with their other roommates beside them. At this moment, Fan Lingling's eyes were fixed on the performance on the stage, her gaze focused and serious. Zhou Shuer, standing to the side, seemed somewhat distracted. His gaze kept darting around, his eyes wandering, and he seemed lost in thought. She's been in this state for the past week since breaking up with Li Fan. Absent-minded, his mind wandering. I get distracted during class and meals. She had sent messages and made phone calls to Li Fan, but she never received a response. A message with a red exclamation mark appears, and a phone call is currently busy. She also went to Li Fan's class to look for him. But he completely ignored her, which broke her heart and left her feeling helpless. Next. Just then, the female host's melodious and gentle voice suddenly rang out from the stage. Please welcome the male catwalk team from the University of Finance and Economics T-Stage Club to present their fashion show. Wow! Sri Lanka number 1. Holy crap! The moment the words were spoken, the scene erupted in excitement. In this era where there are more women than men, boys are like hot commodities, they're rarely seen in groups. Not to mention boy bands that walk the runway together. It was absolutely thrilling for the many female wolves in the audience. With a snap, the stage lights went out instantly, plunging the entire venue into darkness. Having experienced their first solo dance performance, the audience calmly took a breath, their eyes fixed on the stage, a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. Rhythmic music gradually began to play. One spotlight after another was turned on. Then, the entire stage was illuminated brightly. A pink boy dressed in a pink leather jacket and pants, with pointed pink leather shoes on his feet appeared in everyone's sight. Wow! Wolf howls suddenly filled the air. The girls were absolutely electrifying. Handsome guy. Handsome guy. Handsome guy. So cool. The crowd began to shout. This passionate scene stirred a slight excitement within Li Mufeng, the boy in pink. A surprised smile appeared on her fair cheeks. Thank you everyone. He spoke softly, and his voice was indeed in line with his persona, gentle and melodious, almost like that of an ancient lady. Coming to his senses, Li Mufeng took a deep breath, strode forward, and with a seductive, almost arrogant gait, slowly walked to the front of the stage. Wow wow! The shouts from the crowd grew even louder. Zhou Hao stood backstage, watching the reaction from the audience, his mouth practically splitting into a grin. Li Fan's expression twitched slightly as he looked at Li Mufeng's flamboyant posture. This is even more Xie Xiuwen-like than Xie Xiuwen himself. Are these people really men? If this were a past life, I would definitely be a native of Fuzhou. Male on top of male, strong man locks up male. If you run into a tough nut, you'll definitely be chained up and then given a bath with a steel wool pad. The scene is unimaginably horrific. Li Mufeng circled the stage, attracting everyone's attention. He turned around, walked to the back half of the stage, stood still, struck a pose, and waited silently. Then, the second boy came out. Soon, it was third place again. Until, the ninth position. Gentle, aloof, elegant, proud, aggrieved, indifferent, the male students at the scene were overwhelmed by the variety of temperaments among the boys. Actually, these 9 men are only considered to be of average appearance, not particularly handsome. With her pink and white makeup, coupled with her clothes and the lively atmosphere, she looked stunning. This drew cheers from countless people. Humans are herd animals. When they see others shouting, they can't help but shout along. Fan Lingling sat in her seat, looking at the male models on stage, her brows furrowed, and a sense of disdain rose in her heart. Ugh, these people are disgusting. He's nowhere near as good as my brotherly Fan. Fan Lingling was also puzzled, since she used to like this type of guy too. But ever since she had a relationship with Li Fan, she feels nauseous and wants to vomit whenever she sees this type of guy. Beside her, Zhou Shuai remained lost in thought, her eyes not on the stage at all. Her mind was completely filled with Li Fan, and there was no room for any other man. In the finance class 1. Chen Xiaoqiao and Ling Yan stared intently at the 9 male models on the stage, each with a different look in their eyes. Instructor Ling, what do you think of these boys? Chen Xiaoqiao turned to look at Ling Yan, who had a heroic and serious expression, and couldn't help but feel a mischievous thought. She asked a question. Ugly. Ling Yan thought for a long time before replying with 2 words. Ugly? Chen Xiaoqiao was a little confused. Instructor Ling, are you sure you're not mistaken? I think they're quite handsome. All that glitters is not gold, rotten cotton is inside. They were neither male nor female, dressed up in flamboyant ways, with makeup on their faces even thicker than that of girls. I could take on 10 men like that. Ling Yan said coldly. Forehead. Chen Xiaoqiao nodded awkwardly. I'm sorry, Instructor Ling, I forgot you came from the military. However, this type of guy is very popular in society right now. You may not like it, but plenty of girls do. That's because they're superficial. Ling Yan shook her head. There are more women than men, so logically, men should be physically stronger to satisfy women. But now, they all like pale-faced young men, all weak and frail, good-looking but nothing else. If this continues, the gender ratio will become increasingly skewed in the future. At that point, the social atmosphere will be even worse, creating a vicious cycle that is virtually unsolvable unless someone steps up to change it. Chen Xiaoqiao felt that Ling Yan's words were a bit absolute, so she pouted and retorted, Instructor Ling, you can't say that. Being good-looking may not put food on the table, but it's pleasing to the eye and provides emotional value. Otherwise, if you're a guy with a body as strong as an ox, but a big face, thick neck, and dark skin, who would want to be with someone like that? I'm not being absolute. Ling Yan looked at Chen Xiaoqiao with her bright eyes. I mean the kind of man who is good-looking, and at the same time has a masculine temperament and is full of manliness. It just so happens that there's one in your class. Who? Chen Xiaoqiao's attention was instantly diverted. Is that Xie Xiuwen? She thought about the thin figure in her mind, then shook her head. No, it shouldn't be him. Is it Li Chang? Thinking of that man who was 1.9 meters tall and weighed over 300 kilograms, she decisively rejected him. Since it wasn't one of those two, and considering the tone of Ling Yan's praise for Li Fan earlier, it's obvious who this person is. Li Fan? Is he the man Ling Yan described who possesses both good looks and masculinity? The image of that ordinary chubby boy flashed through Chen Xiaoqiao's mind, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Giggle. She giggled, Instructor Ling, you're really joking. How could Li Fan possibly be the kind of person you're talking about? Smack. Just then, the stage spotlights went out. Then they lit up at the same time. Amidst the dazzling lights, Li Fan, dressed in a black tight-fitting t-shirt and straight-leg jeans, slowly walked into the audience's view. He came from the light. It illuminated the boundless darkness around us. Ling Yan froze, staring blankly at the radiant figure on the stage, muttering under her breath, it's Li Fan. He's so handsome. Hearing Ling Yan's mutterings, Chen Xiaoqiao looked up at the stage with a puzzled expression. With just one glance, her soul seemed to freeze. It seemed she had actually seen the man Ling Yan had described. Look more closely at that handsome face under the spotlight, sculpted with a chiseled, artistic style. His eyes were deep and indifferent, like the ocean, and my heart suddenly pounded violently in my chest like a drum. Those eyebrows and eyes, they looked so familiar. Chen Xiaoqiao was somewhat lost in thought, turning to look at Ling Yan, who was also in a daze. It dawned on me instantly. This dazzling man, is that chubby little guy, Li Fan? Chapter 60 Schwer, didn't you say you had already broken up? Like Ling Yan and Chen Xiaoqiao, Zhou Haina, Fan Lingling, Zhou Schwer, and all the female audience members were also stunned. The moment Li Fan came out, the once bustling environment instantly became deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The students and teachers below held their breath, their eyes fixed on the dazzling figure on the stage. His eyes seemed to blaze with a fiery intensity, like the sun. Wow! That guy is so handsome. This reflects the sentiments of all the girls present, including the female teacher. Moreover, this boy's handsomeness is completely different from those previous effeminate boys. That's really cool. His simple black cotton t-shirt clung to his body, outlining his tall, strong muscles, making him look very reassuring. Three-dimensional facial features, a sharply defined jawline, thin lips, and bright, deep eyes. Every part looks like it was meticulously sculpted by an artist. It's God's favorite. Li Fan stood in the center of the stage, glancing around indifferently. His eyes looked cold and indifferent, but his slightly trembling hands showed that he was not at peace. Wow! So many people. Li Fan felt a little flustered. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had appeared before so many people. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. He hasn't undergone any special psychological training, so how could he possibly be detached from worldly affairs? Stay calm and collected. Li Fan took a deep breath, his expression unchanged, and silently reminded himself, for 200,000. All of this is for 200,000. He was in the economics class 1 seat. Fan Lingling stared intently at Li Fan, her eyes filled with love that was almost tangible. This little rascal of a brother is so handsome, he's killing his older sister with his good looks. Fan Lingling couldn't help but want to cry. She wanted to give herself a shout-out for what she did that night. If it weren't for that night, perhaps there would be nothing between her and Li Fan. Right now, the dazzling young man on stage is Fan Lingling's boyfriend, who will also be her husband and the love of her life. That feeling of pride welled up from the bottom of my heart. She instinctively turned her head, wanting to tell the girls around her, "Look, that guy on stage is my boyfriend." But when she turned her head, she saw the complicated look in Zhou Schwer's eyes. Admiration, pride, joy, regret, helplessness, longing. That was a look that words could not describe. If I tell my sisters, wouldn't that mean Zhou Schwer will know too? If she finds out that I stole her boyfriend, then there will never be a peaceful day in this dormitory again. Thinking of this, Fan Lingling took a few deep breaths, suppressed her excitement, and silently turned her head back. Meanwhile, in the finance class 1's position, Counselor Chen Xiaoqiao covered her red lips with both hands, her delicate eyes filled with disbelief. Is this handsome guy really Li Fan? I haven't seen him for half a month. What happened? How did he become like this? Her lips trembled slightly as she turned to look at Ling Yan. Instructor Ling, is the person on this, Li Fan? Ling Yan glanced over and noticed the absent-minded look on Chen Xiaoqiao's face. The corners of her mouth curved slightly. Teacher Chen, do you understand what I mean now? In my eyes, those boys from earlier were all good for nothings. Only someone like Li Fan can be considered a real man. After receiving confirmation, Ling Yan silently turned her head and continued to look at the dazzling figure on the stage. Coincidentally, Li Fan's gaze happened to sweep over here at that moment. He saw Chen Xiaoqiao and Ling Yan ahead, paused slightly, but quickly recovered. He gave the two people a barely perceptible nod, then casually took a few steps and slowly walked towards the front of the stage. Chen Xiaoqiao noticed Li Fan's gaze, and her pretty face instantly turned red. He quickly lowered his head, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, not daring to meet Li Fan's gaze. Ling Yan nodded to Li Fan, a faint smile on her handsome face. If you look closely, you can also notice the joy in his eyes. Zhou Hao instructed them to walk the runway and circle the stage once. Li Fan didn't pose intentionally. They simply followed the marching steps that Ling Yan had taught them during military training, head held high, chest out, eyes forward, legs straight, and steps forward steadily. Of course, Li Fan's arm only swayed slightly in a rhythmic manner. It doesn't seem stiff, nor does it seem deliberate. The audience, especially the female students, felt that a man exuding masculine hormones and with incredibly handsome features was slowly walking towards them. Try to enter their hearts. Their bodies. The visual impact was unlike anything they had ever seen before. Because I've never seen anything like it before, it's breathtaking. Wow. I can't take it anymore, pinch me. My idol. My idol. The quiet atmosphere was shattered, and screams from the audience soared into the sky. Even hotel guests hundreds of meters away could hear the deafening roar. My dream man. I want to have your baby. Hey handsome, what's your name? Can I get your contact information? The noise at the scene escalated, and the security guards around the area immediately took action to calm the female students who were making noise. Li Fan was also frightened by these crazy girls. But he knew he couldn't panic at this moment. If he lost his composure, he might lose the 200,000 yuan reward. He continued to take deep breaths and calm himself down. Following his previous steps, he walked to the very front of the stage, paused for a few seconds, and then turned around and started walking back. Under the dazzling and intense spotlight, Li Fan's back still appeared so upright and powerful. His fitted t-shirt and jeans accentuated his exceptionally attractive physique. Beneath the dark stage, some girls in skirts couldn't resist slowly reaching their hands downwards. Backstage, Zhou listened to the deafening shouts and watched the female student's crazy antics, his mouth agape in a wide grin. Ha ha ha. He swung his fist and slammed it against the curtain beside him. Tonight's champion is no surprise. Li Fan certainly didn't disappoint me. I never thought my catwalk company would actually come to this. Ha 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 ha. He burst into another fit of maniacal laughter, while the staff and makeup artist around him stared at him as if he were a complete idiot. Someone whispered, "What's wrong with this person? Has he gone mad? Who knows? He seems a bit off his mind. Hey, let's stay away from him, lest we get infected." The performance by the boy groups from T-Stage has ended. Li Fan and the boys bowed to the audience to take their bows in thanks, and then prepared to leave. A sexy female host in a long dress quickly walked to the center of the stage and called out to Li Fan, Wait a minute, you in black and jeans. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you." The boys stopped in their tracks at the same time and instinctively turned their heads. When everyone saw the host staring intently at Li Fan, they all sighed inwardly. Damn! That kid stole the show tonight. Li Fan pointed to himself, and the female host nodded repeatedly. Seeing that Li Fan was still standing there, she lifted her long skirt, walked in her high heels, and jogged over to the front of the stage, reaching out to pull him to the center. This scene drew countless boos from the girls in the audience. Wait a minute, why is she holding my crush's hand? I'm not having it. Let go. He's not someone you can touch. Let me handle him. From her seat in the economics class 1, Zhou Shuer watched the scene, biting her lower lip tightly, her eyes filled with resentment. Why did she dare to hold Li Fan's hand? His gaze swept over the host's curvaceous figure, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Slut. All she knows is how to be sexy." Fan Lingling happened to overhear Zhou Shuer's words, and a smile appeared on her lips. He turned to Zhou Shuer and asked, feigning interest, "Shuer, are you jealous? You have nothing to do with that guy on stage? Who said it doesn't matter?" Zhou Shuer shouted loudly, instantly attracting the attention of the girls around her. Her roommates and the girls in the next room all turned to look at her, their faces full of confusion. Zhou Shuer looked up at the tall figure on the stage under the white lights, his features appeared even more captivating. He said arrogantly, "That boy up there is my boyfriend, Li Fan." Whoosh! An uproar erupted around them. The sisters stared at Zhou Shuer with their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. "Shuer, didn't you say you two had already broken up?" Just then, Fan Lingling suddenly interjected. These words were like a sharp knife piercing straight into Zhou Shuer's heart. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Fan Lingling's words immediately drew chuckles from the women around her. They usually have a good relationship with Zhou Shuer. Naturally, they were unhappy that Zhou Shuer had gotten such a godlike man. Upon hearing that they had broken up, a feeling of schadenfreude instantly arose in every girl's heart. Why should you, Zhou Shuer, get to date a male god like that? Just because you're pretty? Pshaw. Having a boyfriend of this caliber and not cherishing him, and then breaking up with him, what a complete idiot, serves her right. A burst of laughter jolted Zhou Shuer awake. She then realized, oh right, I've already broken up with Li Fan. The reason for the breakup was that I was too conservative. Talking about conservatism in an era where there are more women than men. Am I mentally unstable? No, I must win Li Fan back. I still love him, and I want to be with him. Joe Schwer's head was throbbing, and she couldn't hear anyone else's words. She stood up from her seat and walked straight toward Li Fan on the stage. Chapter 61: Kneeling in Public. On stage. The beautiful female host released Li Fan's hand and looked at him with a smile. Young man, I thought you were very handsome from afar, but you're even more handsome up close. Could you briefly introduce yourself to everyone? Wow. Good. These words caused another commotion in the audience. Li Fan nodded slightly, a glint of light flashing in his bright, deep eyes. Hello everyone, my name is Li Fan, I am 18 years old and a freshman in the School of Economics. Hiss. A collective gasp of astonishment rang out. Everyone was stunned. The female host's long eyelashes fluttered, and her smile became even brighter. Oh, it's a junior. She continued, Junior, if you'd like to tell me, do you have a girlfriend now? The audience stared intently at Li Fan's lips. He thought to himself, no. 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 Even Chen Xiaoqiao couldn't help but think, Li Fan has only been here for half a month, he probably doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Ling Yan turned her head and glanced at Zhou Haina behind her. At this moment, Zhou Haina's hands were clenched tightly, and she was extremely excited. As Li Fan's official girlfriend, her gaze never left him from the moment he appeared on stage. Now that the host is asking this question, Zhou Haina feels both expectant and nervous. She looked forward to hearing Li Fan admit to her that she was his girlfriend under the spotlight. But she was also afraid that Li Fan would say he didn't have a girlfriend. If that's really what she said, then what about her? Boss, do you think Li Fan will admit that you're his girlfriend? The strategist Xiao Jie suddenly turned to look at Zhou Haina and asked. Yeah, boss, what do you think? Several of her female followers gathered around. I'll look at your head. Zhou Haina glared angrily at her friend, turn around and watch from the stands, don't ask me. Yes, boss. The group of followers trembled with fear. There's nothing we can do, he's the boss, after all. My mother is an official, I can't afford to offend her. I have a girlfriend. On stage, Li Fan's voice was deep and magnetic. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted from the audience. Many people fell silent, some lamented, some wept, and some turned and walked away. The female host, Xiaoya, also looked slightly downcast, but still wore a smile. Wow, so the junior has a girlfriend? That's such a pity. However, may I ask who your girlfriend is? Junior, you've only been at school for half a month, and you've already found a girlfriend in just half a month. She must be very outstanding. Li Fan scanned the crowd for a few moments and quickly found his class. Having found Zhou Haina, he winked at her and said casually, she is indeed quite outstanding. Zhou Haina noticed Li Fan's gaze, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. Several of her followers looked at her with envy. Li Fan, what about me? Just then, a clear, questioning voice suddenly rang out from the stage. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. The audience looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in a white dress with a cool and aloof demeanor climbing onto the stage from the edge and slowly walking towards Li Fan. In Economics Class 1, Fan Lingling watched the scene with an anxious expression and a panicked look on her face. It's all my fault, I should have kept quiet. Fan Lingling felt extremely regretful. I'm just causing trouble for Li Fan's brother, it's a really foolish thing to do. Who knew Zhou Shuer was so crazy? Li Fan and the female host Xiaoya also noticed Zhou Shuer not far away. Li Fan's face instantly darkened, and he asked coldly, Zhou Shuer, what are you doing here? Get off here, this is not a place for you to go crazy. This is the school's welcome party for new students. He was waiting for the judges to score him so he could get his prize money of 200,000 yuan after he finished eating. This woman is sure to cause trouble if she comes up here now. Li Fan was getting a little anxious. Xiaoya looked at Zhou Shuer with curiosity and asked, excuse me, what's your relationship with Li Fan, Jr.? I'm his girlfriend too. Whoosh. Upon hearing the words also his girlfriend, another uproar erupted in the crowd. So, does that mean Li Fan has several girlfriends? Does that mean I have a chance too? A hint of eagerness flashed in many people's eyes. Anyway, the national law advocates polygamy. Although it's still a long way from marriage, it's okay to have multiple girlfriends while dating. Zhou Shuer looked at Li Fan with tender affection and slowly said, Li Fan, we may have had some misunderstandings before. You want to break up with me, but I don't agree. I've begged you so many times, and I don't blame you for ignoring me. But today, in front of the entire school, I want to ask you to forgive me. I know I was wrong, and I will correct it. From now on, I will listen to you obediently, and you can do whatever you want. I will absolutely not have any more objections." As she spoke, Joe Schwer's knees buckled, and she knelt down. In front of the entire school, her snow-white, crystal-clear knees knelt straight on the stage floor. It made a soft sound. Bang! This scene left all the audience members, students, teachers, school leaders, and even the host Xiaoya and Li Fan themselves stunned. Li Fan quickly came to his senses and rushed over to help Joe Schwer up. He said helplessly, "Senior, you can go down now. I'll talk to you privately later." "No way. I'm not getting up today unless you agree." Joe Schwer shook her head, her expression unusually firm. She was prepared before she came. If she didn't succeed, she would die trying. "Anyway, I've been living in a daze lately. Rather than that, it would be better to put both of them on the fire pit." All she wanted was to get back to Li Fan's side. "Wow, I didn't expect this to be so exciting." Sigh. Handsome men have always been known for their romantic entanglements. "This senior is quite pitiful. Why don't you, Li Fan, just say yes?" The audience had already begun to whisper among themselves. On the podium, the faces of the school leaders and teachers gradually darkened. Seeing this, host Xiaoya strode over to Li Fan's side and whispered, "Junior, hurry up and deal with this, or we'll both get criticized later." Li Fan sighed inwardly, gave Joe Schwer a deep look, and nodded, saying, "I promise you, Senior. You go down first, I'll come find you later." "Real?" Joe Schwer glanced at Li Fan with some suspicion. "A gentleman's word is as good as a swift whip. I, Li Fan, never lie." Upon hearing this, a look of joy flashed in Joe Schwer's eyes, and she quickly got up from the ground. "Honey, I'll go downstairs and wait for you. You must come to see me tonight." She even called him husband directly, something Li Fan had asked her to say before, but she had refused. Li Fan nodded emphatically. But a wave of bitterness washed over me. The classroom of Finance Class 1. The strategist Xiajie and her friends looked at the stage with curious expressions, and saw several people talking quietly on stage. Xiaojie subconsciously turned to look at Zhou Haina. "Boss, is that woman Li Fan's other girlfriend? She looks quite pretty, with a good figure and a good temperament. I think her looks are just as good as yours, boss." Zhou Haina slowly turned her head, her eyes cold as if she wanted to kill someone. Xiaojie's body trembled violently, and she stammered as she explained, "No. Boss. I misspoke. She's so ugly, she's nowhere near as good looking as you." Snort. Zhou Haina snorted coldly, "If you talk too much again next time, I'll hang you up and give you a good beating." Xiaojie waved her hand sheepishly, "Boss, I really know I was wrong, I won't do it again next time." The group turned their attention back to the stage and found that Joe Schwer was no longer there. This matter has finally come to an end. When Xiaoya asked him a few more questions, Li Fan answered them briefly before quickly turning around and leaving the stage. Backstage. Seeing Li Fan walk off the stage, Zhou Hao quickly went up to him with a grin. "Junior, you're awesome. You're amazing. Tonight's championship is definitely ours." Li Fan looked up at Zhou Hao, his tone uncertain. "After what happened just now, won't the judges have a problem with me? How could this be? Those are all our own people." Zhou Hao laughed heartily. "The two girls on the left are both old friends of mine. The male teacher in the middle is my uncle, and the two on the far right are friends of my friends. You could say that as long as our performance is spectacular, the championship is definitely ours." Li Fan's lips twitched. "So this whole thing is a conspiracy? Wait a minute? If that's the case, why don't you just find anyone to fill in and make up the numbers?" Li Fan suddenly asked. "You just don't understand." Zhou Hao put his arm around Li Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, "You have to be strong yourself to forge iron. If our performance is terrible, even if the judges give us the championship, the audience won't accept it. We must ensure our own programs are entertaining before we make any tampering, so that no one will gossip." Li Fan was silent for a long time, then gave Zhou Hao a thumbs up. "Brother Hao is awesome." "Ha ha ha." Zhou Hao laughed loudly. "Li Fan, from today onwards, you are my brother, Zhou Hao. Don't worry, I promised you I would give it to you." "Okay." Li Fan nodded, a smile appearing on his face. "Tonight, I should be able to get away with 200,000, right? Chapter 62. I'll do whatever you say, my husband." At 9:30 p.m., the grand welcome party came to a close. T-Stage boy group unsurprisingly won the championship. Of course, there was no grand award ceremony. The prize money, medals, and other material rewards were all awarded privately. Backstage in the dressing room, the entire fashion show crew chatted and laughed about where to celebrate that night. Brother, how? Let's go to XIN food stall. Their barbecue and oysters are pretty good. Going to a street food stall is so low class. Our brother how isn't short of money, we have to choose a more upscale place. Minjiula, isn't it? Minjiula is high class enough. Minjiula is indeed excellent. The pink-faced boys started talking excitedly, one after another. Alright. Then let's go with Minjiula. Zhou Hao immediately made the decision, turned to look at Li Fan, and said with a smile, Junior brother Li Fan, you are our great hero tonight. I'm going to toast you a few times later. Li Fan wanted to refuse. Seeing everyone's high spirits, she thought for a moment and then whispered in Zhou Hao's ear, Brother Hao, I have something to do and I can go later. Why don't you guys go first? Don't you have my WeChat? Just send me the address on WeChat later. Li Fan had no idea where the Mingyu Tower they were talking about was. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded, okay, Li Fan, you'd better come early, we're all waiting to toast you. Okay, Brother Hao. Li Fan smiled and turned to the boys around him. Guys, I have some personal matters to attend to, so I'll be going now. See you tonight. Bye-bye. Li Fan, see you tonight. Li Fan had just come out from backstage when he ran into a familiar woman, the female host of the gala. She had fair skin, wore a bright red long dress, and light silver stilettos. Her features were delicate and three-dimensional, and her beautiful figure was accentuated by the dress, making her extremely sexy. She doesn't look like a female college student at all, she looks more like a glamorous music teacher at a karaoke bar. Junior Li Fan. What a coincidence! Upon seeing Li Fan, Xiaoya's eyes lit up instantly, and she exclaimed in delight. She was still thinking about Li Fan, that handsome junior. She was hoping to find him and get his WeChat or something. But now, they've bumped into each other so fresh and clean. Is this a destiny bestowed by God? Hello, senior. Li Fan didn't know the other person's name, but judging from her mature and sophisticated appearance, calling her senior sister would be the right thing to do. Giggle. Xiaoya stepped forward with a charming smile and extended her hand to Li Fan. Junior, let's get acquainted. My name is Xiaoya, and I'm a third-year student in the Foreign Languages Department. Hello, Senior Xiao, my name is. No need to repeat yourself, Junior, you already introduced yourself on stage. Xiaoya covered her mouth and giggled, her delicate eyes shining brightly under the dim streetlights. Junior, can I add you on WeChat? Li Fan paused for a moment, then quickly nodded, of course, Senior Xiao. As he spoke, Li Fan took out his phone from his pocket. Senior, should I scan your phone or will you scan mine? Go ahead and sweep me. Beep. After adding each other as friends, Xiaoya slightly raised her head and looked at Li Fan, a faint smile on her lips. Junior, if I may ask, is that girl from last night really your girlfriend? That was true before. Li Fan nodded, but we've already broken up, so we don't have anything to do with each other anymore. Oh, I see. Xiaoya winked playfully, as if flirting with Li Fan. So, Junior, can you tell me how many girlfriends you have right now? 2. Li Fan answered honestly. Zhou Haina and Fan Lingling can both be considered his girlfriends. As for Shen Maoan, that's his beloved teacher, he has nothing to do with his girlfriend. 2. So can I understand it this way, the junior student has only been in school for half a month and has already had 3 girlfriends, and has already broken up with one of them? Xiaoya looked at Li Fan with a half smile. That's fine too. Anyway, I'm just a scumbag. Li Fan shrugged and said nonchalantly. Giggle. Xiaoya clutched her chest and laughed so hard she almost fell over. Under her bright red dress, her high, firm breasts heaved like waves. Giggle. Junior, you're so cute. She took a few deep breaths, composed herself, and looked up at Li Fan. In this world, men are allowed to have multiple wives, so how can he be called a scumbag? Junior. Xiaoya suddenly stepped forward, her soft body leaning directly into Li Fan's arms. Her full, luscious red lips gently touched Li Fan's ear, and she breathed a warm breath into it. Call. Do you think my senior is pretty? Sexy? Has a good figure? This blatant flirting made Li Fan's breathing quicken unconsciously. He faced Xiaoya and almost embraced her. He could clearly smell the rose perfume on her and that faint feminine scent. This smell is quite intoxicating. Li Fan believed he had been in contact with several women. I've never met a woman so straightforward and uninhibited since we just met. To put it nicely, it's called being straightforward. To put it bluntly, it's just being provocative. Even the landlady is far less unrestrained than Xiaoya. Li Fan had to admit that this senior student did have some merits. She's good looking and has a great figure, with a prominent bust and buttocks, and big headlights. But he wasn't really interested in someone who offered themselves up right away after the first meeting. Senior. Li Fan took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Xiaoya. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Li Fan quickly turned and left. By the time Xiaoya came to her senses, Li Fan was already far away. Fuck you, Li Fan. You still haven't answered my question. Xiaoya gritted her teeth, staring at Li Fan's retreating figure, her face filled with shame and indignation. She felt insulted. Li Fan, you just wait. Xiaoya stood there and threatened, I've set my sights on you, and you can't escape me. Li Fan did not go straight back to his dormitory, but went to the school's artificial lake. He planned to settle things with Zhou Shuer at their usual spot, the lakeside pavilion. This woman is absolutely insane. Tonight, she dared to kneel before him in front of the entire school, forcing him to agree to reconcile with her. This outrageous behavior has crossed his bottom line. What if you forgive her this time, but she threatens you again using the same method next time? At 9:55, Li Fan arrived at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. He sat down on the stone bench, added Zhou Shuer back on WeChat, and sent her a message. Li Fan, I'll be waiting for you at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Buzz. The phone vibrated immediately after I put it down. Zhou Shuer, honey, I'm almost there. 2 minutes later, Zhou Shuer, dressed in a pure white dress, appeared in front of Li Fan, panting. The night was as black as ink, and the pavilion in the middle of the lake was shrouded in darkness. Even by the moonlight, one could still vaguely make out a person's silhouette. Honey. After confirming that the man in front of her was Li Fan, Zhou Shuer could no longer suppress the grievances, helplessness, and pain she had been feeling for the past week. She rushed forward and threw herself into Li Fan's arms. Wa'ada. She sobbed in Li Fan's arms, her glistening tears instantly soaking his clothes. Honey, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. This past week has been unbearable, I really can't live without you. The simple yet sincere words made Li Fan's heart tremble. I originally planned to come over and give her a good scolding, and then completely sever ties with her. But now, he felt a pang of guilt. Human hearts are made of flesh and blood after all, he sighed. Senior. Li Fan had barely uttered 2 words when Zhou Shuer immediately shook her head. Don't call me senior, call me baby, okay? I don't want to be your senior, I want to be your woman, your wife. Husband. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. She sniffed. Honey, do you want me? I'll give myself to you now, okay? From now on, you can do whatever you want to me, I'll never refuse again. After Zhou Shuer finished speaking, she lowered her head and kissed Li Fan's chest earnestly and attentively. The soft lips touched Li Fan's skin through the thin short sleeves, making him feel a little itchy. Etc. Li Fan quickly reached out and pressed Zhou Shuer down. This is the wilderness. If something happens here, the chances of being discovered are too high. He doesn't want to become a male actor on some website. Scholar, sweetheart, are you really sure about this? He reached out and cupped Zhou Shuer's delicate, innocent face, saying earnestly, there's no going back now. If you change your mind later, then I. Honey, do you love me? Zhou Shuer silenced Li Fan's mouth with a burning kiss. This time, she gave herself to Li Fan without hesitation. Her lips were still so sweet and delicious. Her body was still so soft and smooth. Li Fan held Zhou Shuer tightly, and the two kissed passionately until they were on the verge of suffocation, at which point they had to stop. Sweetie, let's go out now. A flame of desire flickered in Li Fan's eyes. This woman was too passionate tonight, she was practically a succubus, and he was really losing his temper. Of course, a sliver of reason remained in his mind. He couldn't stop working on his mission tonight. He would finish the mission at the hotel first, and then deal with this woman properly. I'll do whatever you say, honey. Chapter 63 Honey and Oil. 10:20 p.m. Room 408, Home and Hotel. This is the room where Li Fan and Fan Lingling stayed that night. Li Fan never expected things to happen so coincidentally. The room I randomly booked turned out to be exactly the same one that Fan Lingling had booked last time. That night, he took Fan Lingling's virginity. Tonight, in the same room, he again. Whoosh whoosh. Li Fan lay on the ground, exercising diligently. He'd been working on the side quests for 7 days straight, and if he stopped today, he'd have to start all over again. He couldn't afford that kind of loss. Zhou Shuer sat at the foot of the bed, her face flushed as she looked at Li Fan on the floor, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. Her fair face looked even more pure and charming under the soft light. Half an hour later. Li Fan, drenched in sweat, got up from the floor and went into the bathroom. Splash splash splash. The warm water washed away the sweat and fatigue, making Li Fan groan comfortably. After rinsing for a minute, Li Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he peeked out the door, calling out, "Honey, come here for a second." Ah? Zhou Shuer walked into the restroom with a puzzled look on her face. Just as she reached the bathroom door, a strong, powerful arm suddenly reached out and pulled her inside. Ah! A soft moan rang out. Then came rapid breathing and the sound of rushing water, mixed with soft cries of pain. After a long time, all the turmoil subsided. Li Fan sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The bright red stain on the white sheets was exceptionally eye-catching. Zhou Shuer reached out and hugged Li Fan's arm, half lying in his arms with a sweet smile on her lips. "Honey!" She let out a soft cry. Li Fan looked down at her. Her fair skin was slightly damp with sweat, and her soft hair clung tightly to her face, adding to her allure. "I'm so happy, I'm really so happy." Zhou Shuer closed her eyes and whispered, "Now I realize how silly and naive I was before. I almost lost you forever. Now I realize that being one with the one you love is the true love that touches your soul." He. Li Fan smiled faintly. A famous person named Eileen Chang once said, "The fastest way to reach a woman's heart." Ah. Zhou Shuer blushed and gently patted Li Fan's chest. "You pervert. There's no such celebrity. I've never heard of him before." He. Li Fan didn't explain, "The other party isn't from this world at all, of course you haven't heard of them." Buzzing. The two were exchanging sweet nothings when the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated violently. Li Fan instinctively picked it up and saw that it was a video call from Zhou Hao. He then remembered that he had promised Zhou Hao that he would have a celebratory dinner with them. Unable to answer a video call, Li Fan switched to a voice call. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Hao's loud voice came through. "Li Fan, why isn't he here yet? We've been waiting for over an hour." "Brother Hao, I'm coming right now." Li Fan thought for a moment and said, "Something came up, but I'll be there within 10 minutes. "Okay. Hurry up. I'm waiting for you to drink with me. Bye." Smack. The call abruptly ended. Zhou Shuer looked at Li Fan curiously. "Honey, who was it that called you out so late?" "The leader of our boy band that did the fashion show won the championship tonight and said he was going out to celebrate." Li Fan shook his head. "Actually, I don't want to go, but it wouldn't be good to stand someone up after promising to do so. Besides, I still have the bonus with him, and it wouldn't be good to ruin our relationship." "Then you should go quickly." As Zhou Shuer spoke, she got up to help Li Fan get his clothes. But as soon as she got up, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her legs, and she cried out in pain. "Ouch, it hurts." Seeing this, Li Fan quickly helped her to lie back down. "Honey, you can't move around too much right now. You need to rest more, just rest a little longer. I'll handle it myself. You stay in your room and wait for me to come back." "Mum." Zhou Shuer nodded obediently, her delicate eyes gazing tenderly at Li Fan. "Honey, you have to come back soon, I miss you." "No." Li Fan lowered his head and gently kissed Zhou Shuer's forehead. "I'm leaving now. I'll bring you a midnight snack when I get back." "Thank you, honey." Tender and affectionate, the two were like newlyweds, their love as sweet as honey. But who would have thought that before tonight, their relationship was still cold and distant? Feelings are something that can't be explained at all. At 11:10 p.m., Li Fan arrived at Ningyu Tower. This is a rather luxurious hotel. The building is magnificent and exquisitely designed, with dazzling crystal chandeliers, gleaming marble floors, and Persian carpets in deep red and gold. It exudes nobility and elegance in every aspect. Of course, this also means that the price will definitely not be cheap. Led by a waitress in a black office lady uniform, Li Fan quickly arrived at the private room at Heaven on Earth that Zhou Hao had booked. I pushed open the door and entered the private room. Besides the boy band members, there were also 2 pretty girls and a middle-aged man in his early 40s. Upon closer inspection, Li Fan realized that they were the judges for tonight's gala. Li Fan, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Li Fan enter, Zhou Hao quickly stood up from his seat and greeted him with a smile. Brother Hao, everyone, I'm sorry, something came up and I'm late. Li Fan politely nodded and apologized to everyone, which immediately made the boy band members, who were initially somewhat resentful, feel a little better. It's alright, Junior, come sit down and eat with us. It's Pink, said Li Mufeng, the boy, with a smile. Come on, Li Fan, sit next to me. Zhou Hao pulled Li Fan to sit to his left. Then, pointing to the middle-aged man on the right, he said, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Baoang, the director of our school's youth league branch, and also my uncle. Li Fan smiled and extended his hand politely, saying, Director Zhou, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello? Zhou Baoang nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. He's just a student, although he's a bit handsome, he's not worth his excessive attention. If it weren't for his nephew, he wouldn't have come out for dinner tonight. Zhou Hao then pointed to the 2 girls next to the man and introduced them. This is Guan Yu, the vice president of the student union, and this is Jiang Tingting, the secretary of the school's youth league committee. They are both my good friends. Hello. Senior Guan. Senior Jiang. Li Fan smiled and shook hands with the 2 senior female students again, this time receiving a warm response. Guan Yu shook hands with Li Fan with a smile, and even took the initiative to add Li Fan on WeChat. Jiang Tingting was even more outrageous. When shaking hands, she gently drew circles on Li Fan's palm with her little finger and gave him several flirtatious winks. Fortunately, Li Fan was in a state of enlightenment at that moment, and remained unmoved. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Fan sat down to eat. Seafood, barbecue, cooked food, they have it all. The other boys were all eating with chopsticks, taking small bites, their manners elegant. Already starving, Li Fan transformed into a glutton and devoured the food with gusto. Oysters the size of a palm can be eaten 1 bite at a time, as can beef and lamb skewers. The sight left everyone around staring wide-eyed. The boys frowned, feeling embarrassed to sit with Li Fan. The 2 female students wore amused smiles, and their gazes toward Li Fan grew increasingly bright. A handsome guy like Li Fan is handsome no matter what he does. Being the same as everyone else is meaningless, only being different from others is worth paying attention to. Zhou Hao chuckled and patted Li Fan on the shoulder, raising his beer glass. Come on, Li Fan, let me toast you. Thanks to you tonight, our club was able to rightfully win the championship. I'll do it. You can do whatever you want. Li Fan picked up his beer glass and clinked it with Zhou Hao's. Brother Hao, you flatter me. Tonight's championship is everyone's achievement. I suggest we all raise a glass. Tonight, everyone has made a great contribution and deserves to celebrate. Well said. Jiang Tingting suddenly stood up from her seat and said in a sweet voice, Junior brother Li Fan is not only handsome, but also so good at talking. Let's listen to him. Everyone stand up and have a drink. Good. This toast is to myself. Everyone stood up in agreement, including Li Fan and Zhou Hao, while only the middle-aged man Zhou Baoang remained seated. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhou Baoang calmly stood up and slowly said, Cheers. Cheers. The clinking of wine glasses was crisp and pleasant to the ear. Everyone downed their beer in 1 gulp. The atmosphere at tonight's dinner party reached its peak at this moment. Chapter 64. You're so good to me. The dinner party ended at 1 a.m. The group bid farewell at the entrance of Mingyu Tower. Li Fan, carrying a package of late-night snacks, waved to Zhou Hao, Brother Hao, I'll be going now. Okay, be careful. Zhou Hao's face was flushed with the effects of alcohol as he laughed. Li Fan, I'll transfer your 200,000 to you via WeChat tomorrow. Remember to receive it. Thanks, Brother Hao. Li Fan nodded and walked away. I had only taken a few steps when a charming voice suddenly came from behind me. Junior Li Fan, wait a minute. Li Fan subconsciously turned his head and saw Jiang Tingting, the secretary of the school's youth league committee, jogging after him. She wore a light pink bodycon dress, her ample bosom heaving violently with each step she took. That look was so striking it made one's nose bleed. Senior, is something the matter? Li Fan glanced at Jiang Tingting's 2 snow-white breasts, then immediately looked away and asked casually. Ah, it's nothing. Jiang Tingting stopped in front of Li Fan, calmed her heaving chest slightly, and said with a charming smile, "I was just saying that it's so late, the school dorms should be closed. Do you have anywhere to sleep, Junior? If you don't have one, you can come to my place. I rent a 3-bedroom apartment." She winked gently at Li Fan. "If you have any additional needs, I'm happy to help." This cannot be said too explicitly. If Li Fan were still the chubby kid he used to be, he would definitely agree without hesitation. But now, he really has no interest in this kind of thing that comes to him for free. It's too cheap. It's like roadside weeds, it's really boring. "Senior, I've already booked a room, so..." "I'm sorry." Li Fan shook his head. "It's getting late, Senior. I have to go now, goodbye." After saying that, Li Fan left without looking back. The home inn is not far from here, it only takes him 7 or 8 minutes to walk there. Jiang Tingting stood there blankly, looking down at the deep cleavage she had deliberately exposed, feeling slightly frustrated. Am I not pretty enough? Thinking of Li Fan's tall figure and handsome face, she sighed softly, alas. What a pity. How wonderful it would be to sleep with such a stunner for one night. The next day, at 5 a.m. Li Fan, who had only gone to sleep at 2 a.m., was woken up by his biological clock. Ah! He sat up straight and stretched out a big yawn. Despite having only slept for 3 hours, he was still full of energy and vitality, feeling like he had inexhaustible strength. Bite! Just then, a cold electronic voice suddenly came to Li Fan's mind. Due to the host's unexpected situation last night, the assessment has been postponed by 5 hours. The host is now required to undergo the assessment immediately, otherwise it will be considered a failure. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Li Fan remembered that there was still an assessment to be taken. System, I accept the test. Li Fan said hurriedly. He'd worked hard for a week and digested 5 books. If he failed like this, wouldn't he be furious? Question, what exactly is economics? The system's first question is straightforward and simple. This is the very first sentence in the book on economics. Li Fan smiled slightly and said, economics is a social science that studies how human societies allocate and utilize scarce resources to meet unlimited needs. Discuss the 4 fundamental questions of economics and their specific content, as well as your views on economics. Li Fan thought for a moment, then continued, the 4 basic questions of economics can be summarized as, what to produce, how to produce. After asking questions about economics, the system then posed corresponding questions from several other books. Some were easy, some were difficult, and Li Fan answered them all. 10 minutes later. Hearing that electronic voice echoing in his mind again, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. You have received a reward of 100,000 yuan in cash, the skill photographic memory, and the demeanor gentle and refined, like a spring breeze. Buzz. The system had barely finished speaking when the phone on the bedside table vibrated. Li Fan took a look and, sure enough, it was a bank notification that the money had been deposited. With this 100,000 yuan in hand, plus the 200,000 yuan from Zhouhao, I now have over 300,000 yuan in my bank account. I doubt my mom has saved up 300,000 yuan over the years. Li Fan thought to himself, now that I have money, I should buy something to show my respect to my mother. She loves sparkly things, so I'll buy her a set of pure gold jewelry to take home for her this National Day holiday. Yes. That's what we'll do. Having made up his mind, Li Fan turned his attention to the system's inventory. In the empty virtual frame, a pale blue light shone in the air, with the words gentle and refined, like a spring breeze, written on it. Is this similar to the elegant outfits in QQ show? Li Fan silently recited use in his mind. The next second, I felt something unknown change happen to my body, and I had a strange feeling. He got out of bed and walked a few steps to the bathroom. In the large mirror, a face with prominent features and a serene demeanor came into view. A faint smile played on his lips, and the angles of his face seemed very gentle, giving people a sense of inexplicable friendliness. Forget it, this vibe still doesn't suit me. Li Fan shook his head and silently said close in his mind. The next moment, he returned to his original state, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, sharp features, and thin lips slightly pursed, appearing aloof and indifferent. And what about that photographic memory skill? Li Fan muttered something to himself, and then a strange white light suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be? Li Fan tried hard to recall the classical Chinese texts he read during high school. The Yeyang Tower inscription, by Fan Zhongyan, written in the spring of the 4th year of the Qingli era, when Tang Zijing was demoted to the position of prefect of Bailing County. Those difficult articles that I couldn't memorize by rote in the past can now be recited fluently without even needing to think. The contents of those 5 books I read this week are now clearly in my mind. It can even be precise down to which page, which line, and which word. Wow! That skill is awesome. Li Fan's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. With this skill, I'll never have to worry about losing anything again. Husband. At that moment, Zhou Shuer's delicate shout suddenly came from inside the room, her tone slightly flustered. Li Fan quickly replied, "What's wrong, baby?" Hearing Li Fan's voice coming from the bathroom, Zhou Shuer patted her chest, her heart finally at ease. "It's okay, honey. I thought you didn't want me anymore again. I'm scared." "No way." Li Fan walked slowly to Zhou Shuer's side and sat down. "Now that I've promised you, I won't leave you again." As Li Fan spoke, he reached out and grasped Zhou Shuer's soft, smooth hand, looked at her, and said gently, "But, baby, it's already 5 o'clock, I have to go. I still need to go to the playground to exercise." "You can sleep a little longer and get up when you've had enough sleep." No." Zhou Shuer shook her head, struggling to get up. "I don't want to be separated from my husband, I want to go with you." "But your body." Li Fan looked at Zhou Shuer's lower abdomen with some hesitation. "Does it no longer hurt?" "No." Zhou Shuer lifted her leg, about to say it didn't hurt, when a tearing sensation came from between her legs. "Ah!" She cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. "Ouch, it hurts so much, it still hurts so much even after a whole night." She pouted and looked at Li Fan, her bright, delicate eyes even more captivating under the white light. Li Fan smiled and gently pinched her smooth, pretty face. "All right, don't push yourself. You should get some rest. Don't go to class today. You can go back to school whenever you feel better. I'll extend your room for another day, and I'll also ask the front desk to deliver your 3 meals a day." Zhou Shuer's eyes were filled with emotion upon hearing this. "Honey, you're so good to me." Her eyes were filled with love as she looked at Li Fan. "I will love you even more from now on." "Good boy. I'm leaving." Li Fan glanced at Zhou Shuer, quickly dressed, and left the room. Chapter 65. Your mom is awesome. 2 weeks of military training have ended, and today is the first day of formal classes. I go to work at 8 a.m. At 7:45, Li Fan and Xie Xiuwen, carrying their school bags, walked into the lecture hall through the back door. At this moment, the huge classroom was still empty, with only a few figures. "Oldly, look, it's so early and there are hardly any people here yet." Xie Xiuwen gave Li Fan a disapproving look. He was still sound asleep in bed when Li Fan woke him up. He quickly ate something in the cafeteria and then ran to the classroom. Today was the first class, and I thought all the students would be here early, but I should have known better than to listen to Li Fan. I should have taken another 10 minutes of sleep. I was watching videos until 2:30 last night, and I'm sleepy right now. All right, stop nagging. Li Fan waved his hand. "Since we're already here, let's quickly find a seat." "Sit there." Xie Xiuwen pointed to the last row. "Anyway, I don't want to pay attention in class, so sitting in the last row makes it less likely for the teacher to notice me." "Fine, I'll just sit in the middle then. I still want to study hard." As Li Fan spoke, he walked to the middle of the lecture hall and casually tossed his backpack onto the table. Smack! The backpack made a slight sound when it touched the table. Several female students sitting in the front rows subconsciously turned their heads. Upon seeing Li Fan's handsome face, the group blushed and quickly turned their heads away. Li Fan didn't pay any attention, sat down in his seat, opened his backpack, and took out his advanced mathematics textbook. Xie Xiuwen stood there stunned for a moment, then quickly ran over and sat down next to Li Fan. "Oldly, I'll sit with you. I'm not used to sitting alone. Didn't you say you didn't want to listen to the lecture?" A mocking smile curled at the corner of Li Fan's lips. Cough, cough. Xie Xiuwen coughed lightly twice. "It's still necessary to listen occasionally." Over the next 10 minutes, students arrived one after another. But Li Fan never saw Zhou Haina. 7:59, 1 minute before class starts. Zhou Haina finally entered the classroom, surrounded by several followers. Today, she was dressed exceptionally eye-catching. She wore a white tank top, revealing most of her fair and slender arms, delicate collarbones, and smooth, beautiful back. She wore a pair of light black skinny jeans on her lower body. The pants accentuated her full, rounded waist and hip curves in an exceptionally sexy way. She looks both innocent and alluring. Wearing military training uniform for 2 consecutive weeks was definitely torture for a girl like Johanna who loves beauty. Xiaojie, I have something to tell you. Several girls walked and chatted. It wasn't until Johanna noticed a bright gaze fixed on her from not far away that she subconsciously turned her head to look. The next second, a bright smile instantly appeared on his lips. Honey. Overjoyed, she quickly released Xiaojie's arm and strode briskly toward Li Fan with her long, straight legs. Xiaowen sat to Li Fan's right, while Johanna plopped down on Li Fan's left. Her fair little hand instinctively wrapped around Li Fan's arm. Honey, I miss you. She whispered a sweet nothing, her gaze fixed on Li Fan, her love for him almost undisguised. How much do you want to? Li Fan's lips curved into a smile. It's the kind of feeling where I really, really want to. Johanna blinked her bright eyes and said, I even dreamed about you last night. As she spoke, her pretty face flushed slightly, a little embarrassed. In my dream we did that. Li Fan's smile deepened. Which one is that? Ah. Johanna's pretty face instantly flushed, and she buried her head in Li Fan's arms like an ostrich, embarrassed. Honey, you're so naughty. You know perfectly well what they're talking about, yet you deliberately ask me. He. Li Fan chuckled and said, all right, I'm not teasing you anymore, class is about to start. We should listen carefully. Okay, honey. Johanna nodded and readjusted her posture. But a pair of soft arms clung tightly to Li Fan. Feeling the smooth, soft touch on his arm, Li Fan subconsciously looked down. The cleavage beneath the white tank top had a subtle depth that made it hard to look away. Honey, is there something wrong with your clothes? Li Fan frowned and asked. Honey, don't you like it? Johanna looked up at Li Fan with a distressed expression. I dressed up especially for you today. I spent a long time putting together an outfit in my dorm room, and I think you should like this one. It's not that I don't like it. Li Fan shook his head. It looks great, but it's just a bit too revealing. I want your beauty to be appreciated only by me, and I don't want other men to covet it. Hearing Li Fan's domineering declaration of sovereignty, Johanna felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. The distress on her pretty face vanished in an instant. Honey, I understand. I'll go back to my dorm and change after class at noon. From now on, I won't wear clothes like this out anymore. I'll only wear them in front of you and for you alone. Good. Li Fan nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Hey you two, our calculus teacher is here, can you please stop showing off your love? Xiaowen's muffled voice suddenly rang out. As he spoke, a bald, middle-aged man in a black suit and black-rimmed glasses slowly walked into the classroom. Li Fan glanced at Xiaowen, then turned to look at the advanced mathematics teacher above him, smiled faintly, and ignored him. Johanna stared wide-eyed at Xiaowen, her eyes filled with threat. Hello everyone, my name is Tang Guoqiang, and from today onwards I will be your advanced mathematics teacher. Today is our first class. Let's get to know each other first. I'll take attendance. The middle-aged, balding male teacher stood in front of the podium, said a few words with a smile, and then got straight to the point. Li Na. Arrive. Zhou Yanyan. Arrive. Perhaps because the first class was more important, all the students were present. A greasy smile spread across the middle-aged male teacher's face. Very good, everyone's here. Now, let's officially begin the lesson. At lunchtime, Johanna and Li Fan, who had changed into white cotton t-shirts, sat facing each other in the West District cafeteria. 4 exquisitely presented side dishes were laid out in front of the two of them. Honey, what that bald guy taught this morning was so hard. Functions, limits, continuity. I couldn't understand a thing. While taking small bites of her food, Johanna frowned and complained to Li Fan. What advanced mathematics? It's utter nonsense. Is it difficult? I think it's very simple. Li Fan was completely bewildered. He listened to the morning lessons, and he listened very attentively. He thought it was very simple. He understood those things like a primary school student's arithmetic problems. You don't need to use your brain at all. Honey, you're so amazing. Johanna's eyes shone as she looked at Li Fan. How many points did you get on the college entrance exam? Li Fan asked instinctively. Haicheng University of Finance and Economics is a key university, and those who can get into this school can be considered top students. Logically speaking, the other party shouldn't be unable to understand even the basics of advanced mathematics. 285 points. What? Li Fan's eyes widened, and he looked at Zhou Haina with disbelief. Say it again. What score did you get? 285. Zhou Haina covered her mouth and giggled. I didn't even get 300 points in total. My mom used her connections to get me in. Her classmate happens to be the director of our university's admissions office. To talk about using back channels so openly and honestly, it really does seem like having connections in high places makes things easier. Li Fan could only sigh. People are just different. Your mom is amazing. Li Fan smiled and praised him. Oh right, speaking of my mom, I almost forgot something. Zhou Haina suddenly put down her chopsticks and said hurriedly, Honey, my mom already knows that our military training is over. She called me last night and asked me to bring you home for dinner today. Going home for dinner? Li Fan paused for a moment. He wasn't ready to meet the parents yet. Besides, he's still young and has no plans to get married. Besides, even if he gets married, it doesn't necessarily mean he'll marry Zhou Haina. Honey, don't you want to come back with me? Zhou Haina noticed Li Fan's expression, and her eyes suddenly dimmed. That's true, we're still young. It's really a bit much for you to come home with me now. That. Li Fan opened his mouth, wanting to say something to comfort Zhou Haina, but he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. It's okay, honey. At worst, I'll just get a beating from my mom. Then, she'll come to the school to find you, and then you. Zhou Haina continued talking to herself, while Li Fan's expression kept changing. The other party is the head of the local police station, who drove a police car to the school to find me? Wouldn't that ruin my reputation? Anyone who didn't know better would think they had committed some crime. Cough cough. Li Fan coughed twice and said, Well, baby, I've thought about it carefully, and I think I'll go home with you for dinner tonight. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haina's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Honey, you said yes? Li Fan stared intently at Zhou Haina, his eyes filled with deep affection, and said, Baby, for you, I'm willing. Honey, you're so wonderful. Thank you so much. I love you. Zhou Haina excitedly stood up from her seat, ignoring the stares of those around her, and rushed straight into Li Fan's arms. It was lunchtime, and the cafeteria was packed with students. This scene instantly attracted the attention of most of the students around. Zhou Haina hugged Li Fan's strong waist and abdomen tightly, her pretty face pressed against Li Fan's chest. Honey, I'm thinking about it. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she whispered in Li Fan's ear, Class doesn't start until 2 p.m., how about we go out and get a room? I'll go along with whatever you want to do today. Li Fan glanced down at the other person's full, shapely figure encased in tight jeans, and nodded slightly. Okay, whatever you say. Chapter 66. Why don't you two just get your marriage certificate first? Zhou Haina was 18 or 19 years old, the most beautiful and vibrant age for a young girl. Her skin was as white as jade, her body as smooth as water, and her waist was soft and slender. The feel of her was simply amazing. Moreover, she is both well-behaved and obedient. She does whatever you tell her to do. Li Fan truly enjoyed boundless pleasures. The two lingered together intimately for over an hour. They only stopped fighting when it was almost time for class in the afternoon, got dressed, and walked out of the home in hand. Class time flies by. Before we knew it, it was evening. Ring ring. A crisp bell rang from the loudspeaker, and the professor on the podium put down his book with a smile. Class, that concludes today's lesson. I hope you will have time after class to preview the material for the next lesson. Well, goodbye everyone. Goodbye, teacher. Take care, teacher. As soon as the professors left the classroom, the students let loose and the classroom became a chaotic mess. Some people discussed where to eat that evening, while others went out shopping or to see a movie together. We also made plans to participate in club activities. Zhou Haina slung her bag over her shoulder, took Li Fan's arm, and said with a smile, Honey, let's go. Li Fan nodded and tossed his backpack onto the table beside him. Old Xia, take this backpack back to my dorm and put it on the sofa. I have something to do tonight and won't be back this early. Xia Xiuwen frowned subconsciously and turned to look at Li Fan. Aren't we having dinner together tonight? My husband is coming over for dinner. Zhou Haina's clear voice rang out. She raised her delicate eyes and stared at Xia Xiuwen with a half smile. Xia Xiuwen, well, thank you for your trouble. We'll be going now. Xia Xiuwen nodded, his tone very calm. Li Fan patted Xie Xiaowen on the shoulder with a smile. Old Xie, thanks, I'll treat you to a meal next time. With that, Li Fan took Zhou Haina's fair hand and slowly left the classroom. Xie Xiaowen stood there, staring blankly at the two well-matched figures, lost in thought. 6:30 p.m. A bright yellow taxi stopped at the entrance of the Haiqing police family compound. Handsome guy and beautiful lady, we've arrived at our destination. The middle-aged female driver from BYD smiled and said to the two people in the back seat. Thank you. Li Fan nodded, opened the car door, and took Zhou Haina's hand as they got out of the car. On the giant granite wall at the entrance of the residential compound, the solemn and dignified characters "Police Family Compound" are written neatly in regular script. Looking at those large characters, Li Fan felt a subconscious sense of dread. In both his past and present lives, he had never dealt with the police. Zhou Haina's mother is not only a police officer, but also the head of the local police station in the area where their school is located. Judging from the tone of the other person's voice on the phone, I can tell this person is difficult to get along with. Will I get beaten up later? Honey. Zhou Haina chuckled and took Li Fan's arm. Let's go inside. I live in room 608 of building 5. Good. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at the entrance of 608. Zhou Haina took out her keys from her bag and instinctively prepared to open the door. The moment the metal key was inserted into the slit, a click sounded. The black, imposing metal security door was opened from the inside. The next second, a voluptuous and alluring figure in a sky blue police uniform came into Li Fan's view. The woman was probably around 34 or 35 years old. She has an oval face, shoulder-length short hair, and dignified, bright features, exuding a subtle air of heroism and a commanding presence. Wearing the same sky blue police uniform that Li Fan had seen once before, her chest was undone in an excessively full curve. The woman had a faint smile on her face. When she saw her daughter at the door and a young, handsome man beside her, a glint of light flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Welcome home, my darling. Bai Jie smiled and opened her arms to Zhou Haina. Mom. Zhou Haina suddenly stepped forward and threw herself into the woman's arms, creating a huge wave of emotion. Li Fan stood there blankly, watching this scene, before awkwardly looking away. This is Zhou Haina's mother? She looks so young and beautiful. A thought flashed through Li Fan's mind unconsciously. But soon, he despised himself inwardly. Pa. That's your mother-in-law, what are you thinking? After the mother and daughter hugged, Bai Jie released her daughter, raised her wise and bright eyes, and carefully looked Li Fan up and down for a while. He asked casually, You're my daughter's boyfriend? Hello, Auntie. Li Fan stepped forward, bowed politely to Bai Jie, and said with a smile, My name is Li Fan. I'm Nana's classmate and also her boyfriend. Mom, this is Li Fan. Zhou Haina secretly observed her mother's expression, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she whispered something. Li Fan. Bai Jie smiled slightly, her bright eyes appearing even more intelligent under the light, as if they could see through people's hearts. Hello, I'm Nana's mother, Bai Jie. You can call me Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai. Li Fan obediently called out. I just felt a little strange. Hearing the name Bai Jie always brings to mind that story. Bin's high school grades weren't ideal. Upon hearing Li Fan's address, Bai Jie's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. Come in and sit down, Xiao Li. Can I call you Xiao Li? As Bai Jie spoke, she took out a pair of relatively large pink slippers from the shoe cabinet, bent down, and placed them in front of Li Fan. Sure. Li Fan smiled and nodded, Thank you, Aunt Bai. These are the biggest slippers we have in our house. Seeing Li Fan's awkward attempt to put on his shoes, Bai Jie explained apologetically, Nana's father doesn't live at home, so we don't have any shoes for him. If you're feeling unwell, shall I go downstairs and buy you a pair of slippers? No need, no need. Li Fan waved his hands repeatedly, Aunt Bai, I'm fine, these shoes fit perfectly. He pushed off with his feet, barely managing to squeeze his feet into the pink slippers, and took a few steps in the entryway. Aunt Bai, look, I'm fine. The way it looked was like a duck walking, quite comical. Put. Zhou Haina endured it for a long time, watching Li Fan's comical and adorable appearance. In the end, I couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Giggle. She covered her alluring red lips, her pretty face trembling slightly as she couldn't help it. Bai Jie's face immediately darkened upon hearing the laughter. What's so funny? She turned to look at her daughter, her tone slightly scolding. Xiao Li is your boyfriend. He came to our house as a guest today. It was your mother who was not hospitable enough. How dare you laugh at him? Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Jo Haina covered her mouth and apologized to Bai Jia. She then turned to Li Fan and said, Honey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you. I was trying so hard to hold it in, but I just couldn't. The way you were just looking at me was hilarious. As she spoke, her face twitched slightly, as if she had remembered something, and she giggled softly again. Jo Haina. Bai Jia seemed genuinely angry, and said in a deep voice, Stop laughing. Go downstairs now and go to the supermarket in the community to buy Xiaoli a pair of slippers. Or you can just go hungry tonight. Upon hearing this, Jo Haina's smile vanished instantly, and she said dejectedly, Mom, I'll go right now. She turned to Li Fan, Honey, go sit on the sofa for a bit, I'll be right back. Good. Li Fan nodded, not caring that Jo Haina was mocking him. He himself found it quite interesting. I almost laughed at myself. After Jo Haina left, Bai Jia invited Li Fan to sit on the sofa, then went to the kitchen and poured him a glass of water. Here, Xiaoli, have some water. Bai Jia placed the water glass on the coffee table in front of Li Fan, plopped down next to him, and looked at him with a smile. She had a very strong, mature woman's fragrance about her. As soon as he sat down, the smell seemed to penetrate every nook and cranny, instantly invading Li Fan's internal organs through his nasal cavity and mouth. Li Fan felt a slight itch in his nose. He scratched his nose, picked up the water glass in front of him, and gulped down the water in one go. Thank you, and bye. Li Fan gently put the glass down, looking at Bai Jia with a slightly shy expression. Because of her sitting posture, the sky blue uniform clung tightly to her body, outlining her exceptionally full waist and hip curves. Li Fan glanced at it only once before immediately looking away. I really can't bear to look. And Bai is much sexier than Jo Haina. Although his girlfriend Jo Haina was also very beautiful and had a graceful figure. But she was still too young, and she was full of youthful energy. Aunt Bai, on the other hand, exudes the charm and allure of a mature woman. This allure is captivating, and for a young man his age, it's utterly irresistible. Even though Li Fan lived for 35 years in his previous life, his mental age is not young. But he liked this style in his past life too. As a veteran police officer who has worked in the position for more than 10 years. There's no doubt that Bai Jia's gaze is quite sharp. Li Fan's gaze did not escape her keen eyes. Looking at the other party's naive appearance, as if dealing with a greenhorn, and then looking at the other party's handsome face, which was as if carved by a knife and axe. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. Looks like I still have some charm. Even handsome young men like him can't escape. As Bai Jia thought for a moment, she said, Xiaoli, I want to ask you what your opinion is on Nana? View? Li Fan hesitated for a moment before saying, Nana is great. She's beautiful and has a wonderful personality. Li Fan, drawing upon his literary knowledge, composed a great many words of praise in one go. Hearing this made Bai Jia's heart flutter with joy. Her eyes slanted slightly upwards, her bright eyes fixed on Li Fan, and she asked with a smile, Well, Li, since you like Nana so much, why don't you two get your marriage certificate first? Chapter 67 Singing. Get a marriage certificate? Li Fan's expression froze upon hearing this, and his lips moved slightly. Aunt Bai, but I'm only 18 this year. What's wrong with being 18? Bai Jia's spirited brows furrowed unconsciously. There are plenty of people getting married at 18 these days. I was only 18 when I gave birth to Nana. As she spoke, she suddenly looked up and scrutinized Li Fan with a suspicious expression. Xiaoli, you don't actually want to marry my daughter, do you? Li Fan paused, opened his mouth, and was about to speak when Bai Jia's voice rang out again. I'm warning you, if you're just planning to play around with Nana and then dump her, you're in big trouble. I don't care how the law protects you men. If you mess with my daughter, I'll make sure you regret it. At this point, Bai Jia's eyes narrowed, her gaze carrying a faint hint of danger. Seeing Bai Jia staring intently into his eyes, Li Fan's heart skipped a beat. She explained weakly, Aunt Bai, I didn't mean that. I genuinely like Nana. We've only been in school for a little over 2 weeks, so we don't know each other very well yet. What if they get their marriage certificate and then discover they're incompatible in many ways? Wouldn't Nana regret it then? Li Fan's tone was very sincere. As he spoke, he looked directly into Bai Jia's eyes, which inexplicably made Bai Jia believe what Li Fan had said. She has been interrogating prisoners for over 10 years. She can tell at a glance whether the other person is lying or not. Alright, then tell me what we should do? Bai Jia then asked, but her tone had softened. Li Fan's mind raced, and he quickly came up with an idea. I think we should use this semester as the deadline. A semester lasts for more than half a year, which is enough time for us to get to know each other. If Nana and I still love each other deeply when this semester ends, we'll get our marriage certificate right away. If it's not suitable by then, we'll. Seeing the increasingly dangerous look in Bai Jia's beautiful eyes, Li Fan hesitated to utter the last few words. Then what will you do? Bai Jia's lips curled into a cold smile. The gaze directed at Li Fan grew increasingly hostile. She suddenly realized that this guy was spouting nonsense. According to him, if you can't get along, you should break up? So after all these 6 months, hasn't this kid just been wasting his daughter's time? Bai Jia could tell that Zhou Haina had lost her virginity as soon as she came in. Although modern society doesn't place much importance on this aspect. But that's just her family's tradition. She wouldn't allow her daughter to be bullied by men for no reason. Even if this man is very handsome, it won't work. We'll talk about it later. Li Fan's tone was somewhat resentful. He always felt that Bai Jia's aura was too strong. As expected of an official, his speech carried a subtle yet authoritative air. No. You have to give it to me. Bai Jia's eyebrows shot up, and she coldly shouted. Before he could finish speaking, a crisp knock came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. This voice acted as a silencing spell, instantly shutting Bai Jia's mouth. She looked up and glared at Li Fan. Little Li, remember this, don't say anything out of line in front of Nana later. Li Fan nodded silently. After saying that, Bai Jia got up from the sofa, walked with her plump legs to the entrance and opened the door. Click. The door slowly opened. Zhou Haina walked in with a smile. Mom, I bought slippers. She waved the brand new slippers in her hand at Bai Jia. She then walked over to the sofa, looked at Li Fan, and said, Honey, I didn't know your shoe size, so I asked the shopkeeper to pick a size larger. Can you fit into a size 43? 43? That's perfect. Li Fan smiled and nodded, then got up and put on the blue slippers Zhou Haina was holding. Not too big, not too small, just right. Bai Jia stood at the door, glanced at the two of them indifferently, and said, Then you two chat first, I'll go cook, it'll be ready to eat soon. Half an hour later. 4 dishes and a soup were set on the crystal-clear dining table. Braised pork belly, spicy chicken, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, steamed sea bass, tomato and egg soup, each dish is so tempting that it makes your mouth water. Bai Jia took 3 bowls from the cupboard, filled them with rice, and placed them in front of Li Fan and Zhou Haina. Shaoli, Nana, you must be starving. Eat up. Her tone was gentle and kind, completely unlike how she had spoken to Li Fan earlier. Li Fan smiled and said, Thank you. But in her heart she was thinking, damn, I'm deliberately putting on a good motherly act in front of my daughter. You weren't treating me like this just now. Zhou Haina smiled at her mother and said, Mom, thank you for cooking. Please sit down and eat with us. Coming right here. Thanks to Bai Jia's deliberate efforts, the atmosphere of the meal was exceptionally harmonious. The 3 of them ate and chatted, laughing and talking. The scene that unfolded before Zhou Haina was that of a gentle mother-in-law and a polite son-in-law, chatting and laughing. The question and answer session was remarkably harmonious. After the meal, Li Fan offered to wash the dishes, but Bai Jia refused. At her gentle smile and request, Li Fan put his arm around Zhou Haina and sat down on the sofa to watch TV. The soft, high-end genuine leather sofa is exquisite and comfortable. Lying on it, all the fatigue of the day disappears, and the whole person seems to relax. Zhou Haina nestled in Li Fan's arms, her pretty face pressed tightly against the skin of Li Fan's chest, her smile brighter than the spring sunshine. Honey, I wasn't wrong, was I? I knew my mom would like you because of your looks. He. Li Fan smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Since Zhou Haina doesn't know her mother's true nature and actually thinks she's a gentle mother, then he doesn't need to explain anything to her. Honey, why don't you stay here tonight? Let's continue tonight. I still want to sing for you. Zhou Haina looked up at Li Fan, a faint hint of desire flashing in her eyes. Although the afternoon was very pleasant, she still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Tonight, she still wants to rekindle their romance. Bai Jia, who had just come out of the kitchen, stopped in her tracks when she heard her daughter's words. This Nana is being way too blatant. Her pretty face flushed slightly. Although she was not young, she and her husband had never used such vulgar language before. After all, she's a police officer. Her upright conduct and capable personality left her speechless when she uttered such words. Honey, I'm afraid tonight won't work. Li Fan shook his head. I also have to get up at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and I also have to exercise tonight. Of course, the main reason is Bai Jie. With this dashing police station chief around, how could he dare to stay overnight at her house? But honey, I can't bear to part with you. Please don't leave. Zhou Haina reached out and hugged Li Fan's arm, rubbing it vigorously and acting coquettishly. Two soft mounds, like sponges, gradually assaulted Li Fan's reason, making his tone hesitant. I'll think about it. Honey, don't you want to know what song I sang for you? Zhou Haina blushed and intensified her persuasive efforts. What song? It's a song by King Zhou and Daji, listen to it. Zhou Haina cleared her throat, and her melodious voice began to sing. Daji poured the tea into her mouth, and King Zhou smiled inwardly. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's breathing became noticeably heavier. This blatant temptation, it's really too much of a bully. I answered. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a series of tap-tap footsteps behind him. Bai Jie walked quickly to the two of them, looking at Zhou Haina with a strange expression. Nana, go downstairs and buy a bottle of soy sauce for Mom. Ah. Zhou Haina sat up from Li Fan's lap with dissatisfaction, looking at Bai Jie with a bewildered expression. Mom, haven't we already eaten? Why are we buying soy sauce again? Why do you care so much? Bai Jie straightened her face and glared at Zhou Haina. Are you going or not? If you're not going, I'll send Xiaoli instead. No. Zhou Haina shook her head frantically. Mom, I'll go. No need to trouble my husband, he's our guest. Okay, then go quickly. After Zhou Haina left, Bai Jie put her hands on her hips and sat down next to Li Fan with an unfriendly expression. Her full, rounded curves looked even more alluring under the light. She looked up at Li Fan and said in a sinister tone, Little Li, does my daughter sing well? Forehead. Li Fan was stunned. Coming to her senses, her face flushed slightly, and she said somewhat awkwardly, It's all right. He didn't expect that Bai Jie would actually hear those two lines of lyrics from Zhou Haina's song. To be honest, this was the first time he had heard the other person sing the song tonight, so it was quite unexpected. He had no idea where Zhou Haina had learned this kind of thing. Good. He. Bai Jie sneered, Xiaoli, the Nana I know would never say such things. Did you teach her? As she spoke, she clenched her fist, making a crisp crack sound. As a veteran police officer who exercises regularly, her fighting skills are not low. If that kid dares to say yes, she'll definitely give him a good beating with a gun and a stick. I'll let it slide since he's handsome. No, absolutely not. Li Fan's throat tightened, and he waved his hands frantically. Aunt Bai, believe me, I've never heard that song before, and this is the first time I've heard it from Nana. Real? Seeing that Li Fan didn't seem to be lying, Bai Jie subconsciously asked. Really? I promise, I swear. Li Fan raised his hand, his gaze fixed on Bai Jie's beautiful eyes, and said, Word by word, I swear, if I teach Nana any songs, may I be struck by lightning. It was as if a vow had been fulfilled. A clap of thunder did indeed sound outside the window. Although it's not big, it's very clear. Upon hearing the thunder, Li Fan's face paled slightly, and he cursed inwardly. She quickly explained, Aunt Bai, it's just a coincidence. The police officer is probably an atheist. Bai Jie stared at Li Fan for a long time, and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. He. She covered her mouth and giggled, finding the panicked expression on Li Fan's handsome face extremely amusing. He. Little Li, you're really something. She blinked her bright, spirited eyes at Li Fan. All right, I know it probably wasn't you who taught me, so that's fine. When Nana comes back, I'll ask her what happened in private. They even dare to imitate that kind of song. Thinking of that lyric, Bai Jie's pretty face flushed red, and she subconsciously looked at Li Fan. Just then, Li Fan was staring at her full, red lips. Bai Jie's pretty face instantly turned red and hot, the blush spreading all the way to her ears and neck. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, glared at Li Fan, and shouted angrily, Li Fan, where are you looking? Ah. Li Fan looked bewildered and looked up at Bai Jie. Aunt Bai, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Seeing that Li Fan's expression was genuine, Bai Jie's anger subsided considerably. She realized in her heart that she had probably misunderstood Li Fan. It was just a coincidence. Xiaoli, it's nothing, Auntie misunderstood. Bai Jia waved her hand, looking a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Xiaoli, my tone was a bit harsh just now. I apologize. It's alright, and bye. Li Fan quickly shook his head. I thought I had done something to upset Auntie. As he spoke, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. I finally got through this hurdle. To be honest, Li Fan was a little afraid of Bai Jia. This dignified, beautiful, yet serious female director seems to have some violent tendencies. He swore he had only glanced at her lips subconsciously as she mentioned it, and really had no other intentions. But she just happened to catch him, and he was almost done for. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Li Fan thought to himself, forget it, I should leave tonight. I can't stay here, or I might end up with a black eye and a swollen face tomorrow. And bye. Li Fan glanced at the time casually and said, it's getting late, I have class tomorrow morning, so I'll head back now. Xiaoli, play a little longer. Nana hasn't come back yet. Bai Jia replied politely. No need, and bye. Just tell Nana for me. I'll be going now. Li Fan stood up from the sofa, waved to Bai Jia, and then turned and walked towards the door. Upon seeing this, Bai Jia quickly followed. I want to see Li Fan off. But after taking only 2 steps, her legs suddenly gave way, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing that her face was about to collide violently with the ground, Bai Jia subconsciously closed her eyes. A chill ran through him. I'm doomed, I'm probably going to be disfigured. No sooner said than done. At this critical moment, Li Fan, who was in front, heard the sound and turned around. The next second, he instinctively reached out and supported Bai Jia's shoulders, stopping her from falling. Aunt Bai, are you alright? Li Fan's gentle, magnetic voice rang in her ears, and Bai Jia opened her trembling eyes. Looking at the gleaming white tiles in front of her, a strong sense of lingering fear swirled in Bai Jia's heart. Thank goodness, Li Fan pulled me back in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiaoli, thank you. After regaining her balance, Bai Jia looked at Li Fan with gratitude. You're welcome, Auntie. I'm so glad you're alright. Li Fan chuckled and pointed to the door. Well. Aunt Bai, I'll be going now? Okay, be careful on the road. Bai Jia's tone was gentler than ever before. This was in stark contrast to his previous sternness. Goodbye, Aunt Bai. Li Fan nodded lightly, opened the door, and walked away. Bai Jia followed him to the door, and looking at Li Fan's tall and steady back, she felt inexplicably at ease. Chapter 68 Teasing. Zhou Haina returned home carrying a bottle of light yellow Haitian soy sauce, only to find that Li Fan was no longer on the sofa. Husband. She called out softly a few times towards the bathroom, but received no response. Stop shouting, Xiaoli is gone. Bai Jia changed into a light white loungewear outfit, walked from the bedroom to the living room, and sat down on the soft sofa. He asked me to say goodbye to you. Bai Jia looked at her daughter and said. Ah. Why did he leave without saying a word? Zhou Haina pouted, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Why did my husband suddenly leave, without even messaging me? Thinking of the message, she subconsciously took her phone out of her pocket. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the message Li Fan had sent him. Husband, honey, I have something to do tonight, so I'll head home now. I'll listen to you sing again next time. Upon seeing this message, Zhou Haina's eyes lit up instantly. She strode into the kitchen and placed the soy sauce on the counter. She then typed back to Li Fan, okay, honey, I'll do whatever you say. Be careful on your way home, and get some sleep tonight. Before Li Fan could reply to his message, his mother's voice arrived first. Sweetie, come here for a second, mommy needs to talk to you about something. Zhou Haina strolled into the living room and sat down next to Bai Jia. Mom, what do you want to tell me? Looking at her daughter's delicate features, Bai Jia opened her mouth and asked, Mom wants to ask if you really like Li Fan and want to marry him and have children, or if you just think he's handsome and want to play around with him. Mom. Zhou Haina's pretty face flushed slightly, her expression a little shy, but her tone was very serious. Of course I truly love my husband. You can probably tell from how I address him that I'm definitely going to stay with my husband for life. Aren't you ashamed? Calling your mother that like that in front of her. Bai Jia glanced at her daughter with a look of disappointment and frustration. Li Fan is indeed a handsome young man, and his personality seems alright too. It's normal for you to like him. But... Mom, let me guess, he must be very popular with girls at school, right? Yes. Joe Haina paused for a moment, then nodded silently. Besides me, he has another girlfriend, who is a year ahead of us in school. However, they have broken up now. This guy, he's only been in college for half a month and he already has 2 girlfriends. Baijia frowned, paused for a moment, and then said, but these days, it's normal for handsome guys to have several women. What you need to do is stand out among his women and increase your importance in his heart. Mom, I know. Joe Haina stuck out her tongue. I'll try to improve myself more and learn more skills in the future. As she spoke, she added, I signed up for a dance class these past few days, and I'm about to start learning to dance. Dance? You dance well. Baijia took a few steps back, carefully examined Joe Haina for a few moments, and nodded to herself, with my darling sexy figure, if she knew how to dance, she would definitely make that kidly fan completely infatuated. Mom! Joe Haina blushed and spat, my figure is nowhere near as good as yours. Look at your perky breasts and your shapely butt. I wish I had your figure. As he spoke, a hint of envy rose in his voice. From a young age, Joe Haina thought her mother was very beautiful and sexy. Even now that I'm older, I still feel the same way. She prides herself on her good looks, but compared to her mother, she always feels inferior in every way. Hey! You little rascal! Baijia rolled her eyes at Joe Haina, you have no manners. Now you even tease me about your mom coming. Mom, I'm telling the truth, I really think you're prettier than me. Alright, I'm getting old, stop talking. Baijia frowned and took the initiative to end the topic. Okay, Mom, I'm going back to my room now. Joe Haina pursed her lips and slowly walked towards the room.